Beep, beep, beep. Your soldier ID, 7735. Descending imminently. Prepare for landing. Please brace for combat. The jarring mechanical shriek echoed, accompanied by a cold, emotionless female voice, persistently troubling Lin Nian's ears. He abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath in the stifling atmosphere surrounding him. Lin Nian attempted to move his body, only to realize he was confined within a coffin-like landing pod. Before him, a small transparent observation window afforded him a glimpse of the outside world. Vivid orange-eared lights flickered beyond the pod, indicating he was plummeting rapidly, free-falling towards an orange-yellow planet. Surrounding him were numerous similar descent pods, all resembling elongated darts, cast down by a passing interstellar fighter. Whoosh! A large, high-velocity missile surged in from an unknown source, adjusting its trajectory to evade the fighter's countermeasures, and struck the vessel directly. The interstellar fighter erupted in a violent explosion, transforming into a shower of debris, which cascaded towards the orange-yellow planet below Lin Nian. It was only then that Lin Nian recalled his predicament. He had traversed dimensions, not merely a soul transfer, but a full reincarnation. At this moment, the memories of his two lives began to intertwine. In his previous existence, upon reaching adulthood, he had joined the Imperial army of humanity in pursuit of a livelihood, becoming a proud soldier of the Empire. Subsequently, he was unceremoniously dispatched to this planet, Qianxian. Before engaging in combat like others, he was administered a potent biochemical agent. Under the influence of this serum, Lin Nian suddenly recalled the circumstances of his reincarnation. System? Golden finger? Do I possess any special abilities? Panic surged within him as he pondered. But no response came forth. Despair washed over Lin Nian. Where were the promised perks of being a reincarnator? Not a single one in sight. Boom! Boom! At that moment, the sky was filled with explosive bursts. The descent pods around him were continually struck and detonated by ground-based anti-aircraft fire. The pod closest to him was grazed by an explosion, quickly igniting in flames. Inside, the soldiers pounded on the pod's surface in despair, pleading with Lin Nian for help. Just as Lin Nian was about to utter a word, a massive explosion consumed that pod entirely. A bloody shard of metal slammed against the observation window before him, only to be swept away by the violent airflow outside the pod. Yet the bloodstain remained strikingly vivid. Lin Nian understood it signified a once-living individual. This was the battlefield. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Nian felt a tinge of helplessness. Merely possessing the identity of a reincarnator, he currently held no means to dictate his fate. He could only pray silently, hope that misfortune would not befall him. Reflecting on his past life, Lin Nian had never anticipated a more dire fate in this one. To awaken only to seek an audience with the King of Hell. In the sky, the pods infiltrating alongside Lin Nian continued to explode. Yet he realized he was fortunate. Countless artillery pieces were aimed at him on the ground, but none of the concentrated fire struck true. Distance to ground, 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. The cold female voice incessantly reported. The surviving pods deftly navigated through the anti-air defenses. As they were about to plunge into the orange-yellow earth, his pod began to generate tremendous retro thrust. Lin Nian peered through the observation window. The pod opposite him was also emitting a powerful azure glow from its base. Soldier 7735. Congratulations on successfully landing on Qianxian. Your current objective is to find a way to survive. Await the completion of our data localization for Qianxian. A deep male voice resonated from the pod's communicator, relaying the situation to Lin Nian. At that moment, he recalled his primary mission. The pod door slowly opened. Lin Nian glanced down and discovered two energy weapons, a machine gun and a rifle, along with various types of throwable explosives. He swiftly equipped them onto his kinetic armor. Fall back. Corporal Qianxian. Everyone follow me. Those cultists have surely detected our landing site. A soldier in armor, clutching an energy machine gun, loudly urged everyone to follow him. Lin Nian observed Qianxian's stance, promptly mimicking it as he advanced with his weapon. He quickly reached the corporal's side. He recalled clearly that since he had enlisted directly, he held the lowest rank of private. It was entirely reasonable for a private to heed a corporal's orders. The cultist Qianxian referred to, known formally as the Huangtian cult, were a nefarious organization within the Empire's star domain, renowned for their wanton acts of destruction. Their incursion on Qianxian was a show of force for suppression. As Lin Nian gathered with the successfully landed soldiers, he scanned the area. After enduring the fierce onslaught of anti-air fire, only a handful of them remained. Excellent. Everyone, follow me. Seeing that most soldiers had assembled, Qianxian gestured decisively, pointing in a specific direction. Lin Nian immediately saw Qianxian's coordinates and various maps displayed within his helmet. He opened the map with a glance, only to find it blank. This was likely due to the extensive signal jamming employed by the cultists. Qianxian forged ahead, with the others closely trailing behind. Lin Nian, having accessed the map, took a few extra seconds to react. Yet those few seconds saved his life. A tracking missile whistled down, exploding right at Qianxian's feet. All soldiers within the vicinity of Qianxian were instantly obliterated, turning into a pool of crimson. Enemy attack. Ah, my leg. The cultists are coming. Everyone run. The small squad erupted into chaos, with various cries of alarm echoing. Lin Nian's temporary leader had barely led them for a moment before meeting his demise. He recalled the missile's origin, quickly turning to look back. The visual icons in his helmet swiftly locked onto a target, simultaneously magnifying the display. In the arid terrain behind him, a multitude of four-wheeled vehicles emerged, with a cadre of soldiers in black attire opening fire upon them. A few soldiers wielded long-barreled cannons, continuing to shoot at their position. Damn it! Run! Lin Nian observed the new wave of missiles hurtling towards them. Casting aside any hesitation, he activated his kinetic armor and swiftly fled, snatching up a wounded soldier with a severed leg along the way, taking him with him. Warning: shoulder-mounted missile locked. The cold female voice echoed within Lin Nian's armor. He turned to see several missiles screaming toward him. However, only one missile was truly aimed at him. At his current speed, he could not possibly outrun it. Damn it, let's do this. Lin Nian gritted his teeth, stopping abruptly and releasing the comrade he had grabbed. He swiftly drew his energy rifle. Lin Nian understood the situation. The tracking missile had a guidance system at its front. If the system could be damaged, it would cease to lock on. The only challenge lay in hitting it. With death looming regardless of his choice, Lin Nian resolved to take a gamble. Quickly crouching, he steadied his rifle. The targeting reticle materialized on his helmet's display. Lin Nian could now distinctly see the approaching missile, its metallic structure and the white smoke billowing from its rear. Every detail was crystal clear. Taking a deep breath, it felt as if time slowed to a crawl in that instant. Lin Nian squeezed the trigger. The kinetic bullet soared forth. Inexplicably, Lin Nian felt an uncanny certainty that he would strike the missile. Chapter 2. The first display of power. The tracking missile briefly flickered across the surface before veering off course, spiraling aimlessly until it plunged into an open area, resulting in a resounding explosion. Lin Nian felt a surge of exhilaration in his heart. How had his combat reflexes suddenly skyrocketed? Yet he did not dwell on it for long. His fingers repeatedly squeezed the trigger, swiftly disabling the guidance systems of the remaining tracking missiles. The cacophony of explosions erupted around him. "Incredible, brother!" exclaimed the legless soldier beneath Lin Nian's feet, unable to contain his admiration. Lin Nian's display of skill emboldened the previously retreating Imperial soldiers, who now brandished their kinetic machine guns and retaliated against the oncoming fanatics of the hateful Sky Cult. The exchange of fire was fierce. The hateful Sky soldiers, lacking armor, fell swiftly to the onslaught of kinetic gunfire, while Lin Nian and his comrades, clad in full armor, remained largely unscathed as enemy bullets ricocheted harmlessly off their defenses. "Steady! We can win!" Lin Nian bellowed to the others, observing the feeble attempts of the enemy, whose small firearms were ineffectual against them. The hateful Sky soldiers continued to succumb to the relentless firepower. Lin Nian's heart swelled with pride. He had not anticipated becoming a battlefield deity, engaging in such thrilling exchanges of fire. However, just as Lin Nian felt another wave of hateful Sky soldiers, several fully armored vehicles suddenly emerged from behind a four-wheeled motor vehicle. The thunderous roar of their cannons unleashed an even more ferocious barrage, instantly decimating a large number of Imperial soldiers. The kinetic armor proved inadequate against such overwhelming firepower, and Lin Nian found himself caught in the chaos. He quickly rolled away to evade the onslaught. Just as he intended to continue fleeing alongside the legless comrade, he suddenly realized that the soldier had fallen silent, that a bullet had pierced through his skull. Without hesitation, Lin Nian turned and fled. The Imperial soldiers, sensing the dire situation, abandoned their positions. The hateful Sky soldiers pursued relentlessly. Fueled by their anger towards Lin Nian for his earlier retaliation, a barrage of bullets rained down upon him. Lin Nian zigzagged frantically while activating the acceleration feature of his armor. Barely managing to evade the lethal projectiles, he followed the other Imperial soldiers into a dense thicket. Lin Nian felt utterly unfortunate. Was it too much to ask for some protective firepower? Had the Imperial forces truly cast them into this death trap? Anger surged within him. Occasionally, he would turn and fire at the pursuing, hateful Sky soldiers, taking down several of them. The armored vehicles surged forward, unleashing a swarm of drones that buzzed ominously towards the Imperial soldiers. Once the drones entered their vicinity, they triggered a series of devastating explosions, toppling trees and scattering the bodies of the fallen Imperial troops across the battlefield. Fortuitously, Lin Nian was not among the first wave targeted by the drones. Glancing back, he noticed a new wave of drones ascending into the sky. This time, a chill gripped his heart. At least half were aimed directly at him. Just when he felt there was no escape, he heard a cold voice echo in his mind. "Warning! You have been locked on by a substantial cluster of drones. Please deploy electromagnetic interference munitions immediately to significantly enhance your survival probability." The mechanical voice was icy, but to Lin Nian, it sounded like a divine revelation that he recalled the throwing devices he had taken before leaving the landing pod, which included electromagnetic interference munitions. Without delay, he activated them and hurled them skyward. With a spectacular explosion, electromagnetic brilliance filled the sky, causing the swarm of drones to plummet to the ground upon entering that area. The sounds of their detonations created a thick smoke that engulfed the battlefield. Rendering them ineffective against Lin Nian, he accelerated his escape, the staccato sounds of machine gun fire echoing behind him. Lin Nian felt his armor vibrating, but he was relieved to find that the heavy fire he feared was absent. Before long, Lin Nian halted abruptly, for before him lay a tumultuous river, its waters surging with a relentless force, rushing downstream. 7735. What should we do? The few remaining Imperial soldiers turned to Lin Nian in unison. Having witnessed his earlier prowess and instinctively relying on him as their new pillar of hope, Lin Nian remained silent, staring at the churning waters before him. Their escape route was sealed. Could they possibly turn back to fight? But with so many enemies and such formidable equipment, how could they hope to succeed? As these thoughts raced through his mind, the cold voice returned. Enemy commander located. Target marked. Eliminating will enhance current survival probability. Lin Nian was taken aback that he immediately turned to the Imperial soldiers beside him. "Did you all hear that?" he inquired. 7735. "What did you hear?" The soldiers looked alarmed, glancing around as if expecting an enemy attack. However, the earlier explosions of the drones had obscured their vision, and the hateful Sky soldiers were not pressing their advantage, likely aware that their escape route led to the river. Lin Nian swiftly realized that only he could hear the voice. Was it a system or a golden finger? He set aside his curiosity and switched his weapon from machine gun to a rifle. "You all follow my lead and shoot where I aim." No longer preoccupied with the voice's origins, Lin Nian took a deep breath through the visor of his helmet. The smoke obscured his view, yet he discerned a human silhouette marked in high definition. Relaxed posture, no weapon drawn, merely a cigarette in hand. Gesturing towards their location, Lin Nian instantly deduced that this individual was most likely the commander of the hateful Sky soldiers. Without hesitation, he fired. In the next moment, the figure's head exploded like a watermelon. The Imperial soldiers beside him quickly followed suit, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The death of the enemy commander sent the hateful Sky soldiers into disarray, and the voice chimed in again. Identified next high-value target. Enemy ammunition depot. Destroying it will significantly enhance current survival probability. Without a moment's delay, Lin Nian aimed at the only highlighted target before him and fired. The echoing gunshot was followed by a tremendous explosion as several vehicles were ignited, leading to a series of catastrophic detonations that sent hateful Sky soldiers soaring into the air. What a shot! Incredible! So fierce, the Imperial soldiers exclaimed around Lin Nian. The smoke stirred up by the drones began to dissipate, allowing them to clearly see the unfolding situation, especially Lin Nian's godlike shot. The Imperial soldiers quickly resumed fire, eliminating numerous enemies. Smoke grenade. As the haze cleared, the hateful sky soldiers began returning fire, including tossing grenades. Lin Nian wasted no time in springing into action, launching a smoke grenade while leading his fellow soldiers to seek refuge behind another earthen embankment. Enemy commander located. Target marked. Eliminating will dramatically enhance survival probability. Lin Nian noticed a new marker appearing before him and, without hesitation, fired again. The gunshot rang out, and another head exploded. Chapter 3. Imperial reinforcements in the vast expanse of space outside Qianxian Star. An Imperial star fleet floated silently, awaiting information from the infiltrating ground reconnaissance teams. On the flagship's bridge, the Chief of Staff inquired, "What is the current situation? Has no reconnaissance team reported back?" WN Ring, clad in a sharply tailored Imperial uniform, strode in briskly. He was a colonel in the Imperial forces and the highest-ranking officer of the fleet. His father was a prominent figure, an Imperial general. The hateful Sky Cult had laid an ambush in advance. Our airdropped reconnaissance teams have suffered significant losses and are still verifying the situation. The Chief of Staff explained cautiously to WN Ring, relying on his father's status, had a notoriously fiery temper. The Chief of Staff hurried to the front lines, urging the soldiers to expedite data collection, particularly to locate all deployed reconnaissance teams. After surveying the area, the soldiers reported, "Sir, we have found traces at coordinates X8123, Y5678. There is still a surviving reconnaissance squad, but only 9 remain." The soldier excitedly relayed the information to the Chief of Staff. "Excellent. Show me," before the Chief of Staff could lean in for a better look. WN Ring interjected, "No need. Project it onto the central screen." Standing on the bridge, he exuded an air of authority. The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances with the Chief of Staff, who reluctantly nodded in response. The soldiers promptly initiated the operation, and a real-time, high-definition feed soon illuminated the central screen. The footage displayed in stark black and white showed 9 soldiers bearing the Imperial insignia engaged in fierce combat against nearly 1,000 hateful sky cultists along the banks of a great river. Despite the overwhelming odds, the Imperial soldiers seemed to be gaining the upper hand, with the hateful sky soldiers exhibiting signs of imminent collapse. Whenever an enemy utilized heavy equipment, an Imperial soldier would swiftly eliminate them, instilling panic among the hateful sky ranks. The more they fought, the more casualties they sustained, leading to a dwindling resolve to continue the battle. The formation of the hateful sky soldiers faltered, teetering on the brink of collapse. Everyone on the bridge was momentarily stunned. "What is happening? Chief of Staff, what is the situation?" When Rong's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was indeed a second generation, but if there were capable individuals available, he would also choose to take action. Recruiting them under his banner, enhancing their treatment, and nurturing them into loyal subordinates. This must be the Imperial soldier numbered 7735. He appears to possess exceptional abilities. The Chief of Staff wanted to say that when Rome could see for himself. This hardly required his explanation. However, due to the hierarchical pressure of rank, the Chief of Staff could only reiterate the situation depicted on the screen. Lin Nian's performance was undeniably the most outstanding. "Excellent. Immediately contact the interstellar fighter units. Provide remote fire support at once. Initiate a thorough sweep of the area, focusing on coordinates X8123 and Y5678. Establish a new landing point at the position of soldier 7735. When Rome promptly issued the order, as long as there were surviving Imperial soldiers landing, the strongholds of the heretical cult and various active firing positions would breach the signal jamming of Qianxian planet, completing coordinate synchronization and information localization. This would secure safe coordinates for their interstellar fleet to penetrate the surface. Soon, several interstellar fighters with yellow tail flames streaked past the transparent portholes on both sides of the bridge. Heading straight for Qianxian planet below on the main screen, the squad of 7,735 continued to launch assaults against the heretical soldiers. Suddenly, a multitude of precision bombs rained down from the sky. In an instant, The battlefield erupted in explosions. The heretical soldiers were sent soaring into the air. On the ground, Lin Nian had just followed the instructions of the female voice to eliminate yet another heretical soldier when he suddenly heard a piercing shriek from above. Then a brilliant explosion erupted right in front of him. Almost 1,000 heretical soldiers were annihilated in a dense bombardment. 7735 is the Imperial aerospace fighter. We are saved. One of the Imperial soldiers shouted excitedly at Lin Nian. The taste of survival is not pleasant, yet much of his voice was drowned out by the sounds of explosions. Lin Nian could only fill in the meaning through inference. Does this mean they are saved? A sigh of relief washed over Lin Nian. If the Empire had no means to deal with a cult rebellion within its territory, allowing these forcibly landed soldiers to die in vain, then the Empire would be exceedingly pitiful. Fortunately, that was not the case. After several rounds of bombardment, the battlefield lay in ruins. The surviving heretical soldiers hastily surrendered, lying on the ground. Lin Nian led the remaining Imperial soldiers to bind all the surrendering foes. At this moment, dozens of massive transport airships swiftly descended from the sky, landing near Lin Nian. These transport airships were the standard landing equipment. The shuttle-shaped landing pods Lin Nian had previously used were merely makeshift equipment with a high casualty rate. Officially termed battlefield filler soldiers, due to the mortality rate, Lin Nian and his comrades were humorously referred to as Imperial cannon fodder behind their backs. However, those who survived would reap substantial rewards. Lin Nian pondered why he had previously been so foolish as to insist on being a battlefield filler soldier with such a high casualty rate. But now, he had no chance to start over. His true self-awareness had awakened too late. That female voice, the system, the golden finger, Lin Nian now had a moment to spare and hurriedly called out to the cold female voice in his mind, only to find complete silence, as if the voice that had once aided him had never existed, merely a figment of his imagination. Who is 7735? At that moment, the first transport airship opened its hatch, and a military officer clad in black and white armor jumped down. Lin Nian instinctively glanced at the armor of his comrades, all of which were in shades of gray and white. The officer strode directly towards Lin Nian. Lin Nian noted the insignia on the officer's armor. Second lieutenant. He was already an officer, not a mere soldier. With his current rank of Imperial private, Lin Nian had no chance of directly interacting with his second lieutenant. Report, second lieutenant. I am 7735. Private 7735 greets you. Seeing the officer approach, Lin Nian could only salute, recalling the proper posture of a subordinate facing a superior. The Imperial soldiers before him numbered over 10,000, all well-equipped, far beyond what he could handle alone. The second lieutenant, with a serious expression, circled around Lin Nian. Remarkable, 9 against nearly 1,000, and you still held your ground. You have not brought shame upon the Empire's valor. Tell me your name. The second lieutenant's face bore an expression of appreciation. Who wouldn't admire a capable subordinate? In the military, one's glory is shared, and one's losses are shared. Lin Nian was his subordinate. If Lin Nian excelled, he too would rise in rank. Lin Nian replied to the second lieutenant. Good name. I am Liao Fan. You know? You are about to become famous. Liao Fan thumped Lin Nian's armored chest heavily as he spoke in a low voice. Before Lin Nian could process this, Liao Fan turned and loudly addressed the more than 10,000 Imperial soldiers behind him. SEAL Team 1, these are our battlefield filler soldiers, against all odds, achieving a 9-to-1 feat. Now let me introduce you to the hero who accomplished this. His name is Lin Nian, after Liao Fan's proclamation. The battlefield erupted in a chorus of cheers for Lin Nian. The Imperial soldiers instantly stirred into excitement, shouting his name. They had witnessed it firsthand. After all, when Rome had displayed the original footage on the main screen, allowing the entire fleet to see Lin Nian's impressive performance. Lin Nian had not anticipated receiving such hero-like treatment. He was momentarily dazed, accepting the cheers in a stupor. All right, everyone, check your equipment. Now let us go and strike hard at those cultists. We cannot allow our brother units to squander the hard-won gains. Seeing the morale sufficiently elevated, Liao Fan raised his fist before the neatly lined-up Imperial soldiers, calling for silence. All right, everyone quiet down. Lin Nian. We are about to execute our mission. You may now retreat to the rear for rest. Liao Fan returned to Lin Nian's side, whispering a few instructions, then appreciatively patted Lin Nian's shoulder before walking towards the subordinates. Dozens of heavy combat vehicles rolled down from the transport airship, kicking up dust as they traversed the desert. Lin Nian watched as Liao Fan and the more than 10,000 soldiers began boarding the vehicles. Meanwhile, the crew members of the transport airship, having cleared the craft, stood at the edge, continuously waving at them, urging them to return to the interstellar fleet above. Lin Nian, let us go. The 8 surviving comrades beside Lin Nian looked towards him, having already regarded him as their leader. All right. Lin Nian nodded. After all, he had not anticipated surviving in such an environment, forcibly landing on Qianxian planet and facing the onslaught of the heretical cult. As he jogged into the empty transport cabin, the crew members immediately surrounded him. You guys are incredible. You survived this. You must know that all the other filler soldiers who stormed in with you have perished. You are the last remaining survivors of those 3,000. The transport crew praised Lin Nian and the others. The transport airship is about to take off. Everyone please take your seats, that a voice announced over the intercom. Inside the cabin, the lights shifted from white to a flashing red. The crew quickly signaled for Lin Nian and the others to take their seats in the vacant spots and fasten safety harnesses around them. Just a handful of survivors. Lin Nian murmured to himself. He turned towards the open rear hatch. Several interstellar fighters roared past, leaving explosions in their wake. Liao Fan SEAL Team 1 was also rapidly advancing toward a stronghold in the desert, engaged in fierce combat. Yet, as the hatch closed, Lin Nian could see nothing. After a period of turbulence and weightlessness, the transport airship successfully departed Qianxian planet and, escorted by several interstellar fighters, slowly made its way into the fleet formation. All right, we have successfully returned to space. If you wish to move around, you may now unfasten your harness. The transport crew member, now relaxed, unbuckled his harness and exchanged a few words with Lin Nian before getting busy with other tasks. Upon hearing this, Lin Nian immediately unfastened his harness, feeling himself float. This sensation was remarkably peculiar, a blend of familiarity and strangeness. Familiar, as he had experienced it before, yet strange in relation to his past life. Lin Nian floated to the porthole of the transport airship, grasping the edge of the handrail. An orange-yellow planet occupied a significant portion of his view, while the remaining area was densely populated with interstellar warships. Lin Nian gazed at the various vessels, one of which was a colossal flagship that dwarfed the entire fleet, accounting for half the size of the fleet all on its own. Lin Nian. What are you looking at? At that moment, his former comrades also drew near him. That largest ship is... Lin Nian pointed at the biggest, most conspicuous warship. That is the Invincible-class super battleship, the largest warship currently in the Imperial fleet. It typically serves as the flagship of the fleet. Lin Nian, this is common knowledge, one of the Imperial soldiers remarked. I just can't recall at the moment, Lin Nian replied simply. He then continued to gaze at the imposing warship before him, which had numerous hatches wide open, facilitating the transfer of substantial supplies between surrounding vessels. Suddenly, Lin Nian's attention was drawn to a particularly conspicuous shuttle amidst the bustling transport flow. IT emerged from the largest flagship and made a beeline for their troop transport airship. The shuttle swiftly approached the side of the transport vessel, conducting a spatial docking maneuver. The entire troop transport shuddered slightly. Before long, several high-ranking Imperial soldiers escorted a woman clad in impeccably tailored Imperial military attire. The woman scanned the interior of the spacious troop transport and ultimately fixed her gaze on Lin Nian and his companions. You there. Who is Lin Nian? Fleet Commander Colonel Wen Rong wishes to see you. After surveying the surroundings, the woman directly focused on Lin Nian, as everyone present turned their eyes towards him at her inquiry. I am. Lin Nian replied, his expression one of confusion. He could not fathom why he had been granted a direct audience with the fleet commander. Observing the woman's rank, he noted she was merely a lieutenant, even superior to Liao Fan, who was on the ground below. You need not concern yourself with how to address me. Now, Private, remove your combat armor and weapons. Come with me at once, the lieutenant stated with a frosty demeanor. Having said that, she turned and returned to the shuttle from whence she came, leaving her fellow soldiers to assist Lin Nian in shedding his armor. They proceeded to thoroughly check him for concealed weapons, ensuring he harbored no explosives. Before long, Lin Nian found himself ushered into the shuttle as if he were a prisoner in custody. Private, perhaps you performed admirably in your previous assignment. But I hope you understand this. Do not make any requests of Colonel Wenrong. You are in no position to do so. All you need to do is quietly accept the accolades and pledge your loyalty to Colonel Wenrong. Do you understand? The lieutenant leaned in close to Lin Nian. Despite her attractive features, her condescending attitude left Lin Nian feeling decidedly uncomfortable. Understood, he nodded. Surrounded by several burly men, he had no room to refuse. Chapter 5. From private to second lieutenant. As a door swung open, Lin Nian was led into a lavishly adorned chamber. The decor and furnishings were exquisitely refined, and a young man, appearing to be of similar age to Lin Nian, sat on a sofa, intently watching a floating display. The screen repeatedly showcased Lin Nian's previous counterattack, particularly the moment he shot the commander, which played over and over again. Colonel Wenrong, the individual has arrived. The lieutenant announced with a serious and respectful demeanor, in stark contrast to her earlier attitude towards Lin Nian. Ah, you are Lin Nian? It is a pleasure to meet you, Colonel Wenrong responded, seemingly just realizing Lin Nian's presence. Rising gracefully from the sofa, every movement exuded refinement, which surprised Lin Nian. It was astonishing that the highest commander of a fleet would treat a lowly private with such courtesy. Yes, sir, Lin Nian saluted, adhering meticulously to the formality he had memorized. Colonel Wenrong's demeanor towards him was of little consequence. Beyond Lin Nian's ability to influence it, he was determined to navigate this world and live once more. Excellent. I have viewed your combat. It was unexpectedly impressive. Despite the arduous conditions you faced, you chose not to surrender. Such spirit is commendable, and the Empire requires individuals like you. Colonel Wenrong's words were courteous, straightforwardly praising Lin Nian before gesturing for him to take a seat for discussion. Thank you, sir, for the compliment. It is our duty to serve the Empire. It is our honor. Lin Nian recited the slogan he had memorized, before cautiously taking a seat on the sofa under the watchful gaze of both Colonel Wenrong and the lieutenant. Second Lieutenant Lin Nian, the purpose of your summons today is to discuss your on-the-spot judgment in certain situations that piqued my curiosity, Colonel Wenrong stated, maintaining a kindly tone. However, Lin Nian was more preoccupied with the title of second lieutenant. When had he been promoted to that rank? Filled with confusion, he glanced towards the lieutenant beside him, but she shot him a glare, urging him to respond to Colonel Wenrong's inquiry. Second Lieutenant Lin Nian? Colonel Wenrong quickly perceived the subtle exchange between them and raised his gaze to the two. Oh, very well. Sir, please proceed. I shall speak candidly. Lin Nian promptly refocused his attention on Wenrong, eager to divulge the information sought. Colonel Wenrong nodded and waved his hand gently, causing a display to appear before Lin Nian, which began to play a video. Here, Colonel Wenrong pointed to the first clip, showcasing Lin Nian's earlier feat of shooting the commander of the ruins. Considering the complexities of the battlefield, how did you precisely identify and successfully eliminate this commander? Colonel Wenrong inquired, expressing his intrigue that he possessed no shortage of sharpshooters, even those who could hit a target from 100 paces, but what he needed were individuals who could think strategically. Lin Nian's instinctual strike revealed much about his character, particularly in moments of life and death, where one's true nature is laid bare. Intuition, Lin Nian uttered, introducing an almost mystical term he could not very well explain that a voice had been guiding him during that moment, with an almost tender emphasis on what actions to take. Intuition, you say? Colonel Wenrong mused, pausing briefly in contemplation before presenting Lin Nian with several additional clips, each depicting moments where he acted under the influence of that guiding voice. As Lin Nian watched, he broke into a cold sweat. During that frenzied moment, he had felt no time to contemplate, only the singular desire to survive. Sir, under those circumstances, I had no time to think of anything else. I simply wanted to stay alive. Lin Nian earnestly stated that I see that I have no further questions. Thank you for coming, Second Lieutenant Lin Nian. Now, go, and rest well. The Empire still needs you, and my third Starfleet requires talents like yourself. Colonel Wenrong replied, his expression remaining warm, even extending a hand towards Lin Nian, which left him somewhat taken aback. After all, this was his direct superior. He had not anticipated being held in such regard. Yes, sir. I pledge my unwavering loyalty to the Empire and to the Third Star Fleet, Lin Nian declared loudly, saluting once more without reaching for Colonel Wenrong's hand, well aware that he had yet to earn such an honor. He refrained from any displays of supernatural ability, knowing that humbly aligning himself with the right allies was of utmost importance. He recited the flattery he felt compelled to express from memory. "Very well, give it your all. I have high hopes for you," Colonel Wenrong said, his smile growing brighter as he observed Lin Yan's earnestness. He solemnly patted Lin Yan's shoulder. Shortly thereafter, the lieutenant escorted Lin Yan out of Colonel Wenrong's study. She remained silent as she led him back to the hangar they had entered. The massive outer space doors stood open, with large cargo ships continually landing, serving as the backbone of this expansive fleet's efficient operation. This time, Lin Yan was not under the watchful eyes of armed guards. Upon reaching the boarding passage of the shuttle, the lieutenant spoke up. "Second Lieutenant Lin Yan, consider yourself fortunate not to have overstepped. Colonel Wenrong holds you in high esteem, as long as you continue to deliver results. Advancing further in your current position is not out of the question." The lieutenant crossed her arms, exuding an air of confidence, her form unmistakably compelling even beneath her military garb. "Thank you for the guidance, Lieutenant," Lin Yan replied, sensing a noticeable softening in her demeanor, though he had no intention of engaging further. Such flattery was laughable. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wen Huayun." This time, when Huayun extended her hand towards Lin Yan, that he hesitated for a moment, considering that he would need to navigate within this fleet. Offending this woman might lead to unnecessary complications. Not wishing to stir trouble, he decided to accept her overture of reconciliation. "Very well, Lieutenant Wen Huayun. I am Lin Yan." This time, Lin Yan offered his hand. While he felt unworthy of shaking Colonel Wenrong's hand, he deemed it appropriate to reciprocate with Wen Huayun. "Second Lieutenant Lin Yan, your new rank and position have been updated within the military system. You can check it via your wrist communicator. Farewell," Wen Huayun reminded him before standing still, watching Lin Yan board the shuttle. As Lin Yan settled into his seat within the shuttle, he glanced at his left wrist where a watch, previously overlooked, adorned it. Using his right hand, he tapped it, causing a small display to pop up, revealing a half-length portrait of Lin Yan along with his updated rank and position. Name: Lin Yan. Rank: Second Lieutenant, updated. Position: Commander of the 10th Mobile Unit of the 3rd Imperial Interstellar Fleet's Marine Corps. Updated. Affiliation: 3rd Imperial Interstellar Fleet, Class A Medium Warship Number 1455, updated. Chapter 6: The Undercurrents of the Human Empire near the Qianxian star system. In a realm of silent stars, a vast armada looms. They are all members of the Wild Sky sect, the main force opposing the Imperial Navy that on the bridge of the largest flagship, the sect's founder. The High Priest Han Tianzhu wears a grim expression. They have struggled to seize the entirety of Qianxian star, only for the Imperial 3rd Interstellar Fleet to react swiftly, relentlessly pursuing their every move and quelling the insurrections across various star systems. They are nearly at their heels that as the Imperial fleet reaches Qianxian star. They employ the same tactics once more, using those line soldiers to tear open a breach, rendering the interference fog ineffective and granting the 3rd Interstellar Fleet the opportunity to secure a landing point. High Priest, should we continue to support Qianxian star, or is it time to abandon and retreat? We must make a decision swiftly, the Chief of Staff advises Han Tianzhu. Retreat. The regular forces of the Empire have arrived. We stand no chance, Han Tianzhu replies, shaking his head in resignation. Despite the rapid expansion of the Wild Sky sect, the strength of the followers it attracts is, in truth, akin to that of feeble chicks, utterly incapable of confronting the regular forces of the Empire. Understood, High Priest. The Chief of Staff no longer hesitates and promptly executes the order to retreat. They make their way towards the next star system. The empty cloud star system, an undeveloped region on the Empire's periphery, beyond its grasp. The Empire's power here is weak, and unbeknownst to them, the headquarters of the Wild Sky sect lies in this very location. They will first go there to resupply materials and personnel before launching a new wave of insurrection against the Empire. As the 30,000 ships of the Wild Sky fleet slowly withdraw from Qianxian star. Departing the star signifies a complete exit from the Hongyun star system. Once Han Tianzhu confirms that they will not be detected by the Imperial interstellar fleet, he issues the command for a jump transmission. Initiate the jump. With the infusion of energy, a portal slowly unfurls. All ships enter one after another, swiftly vanishing from sight. Imperial 3rd Interstellar Fleet, Flagship Bridge. Colonel Wen Rong states, according to reports from the deployed ground forces. Qianxian star in the Honyun star system has been reclaimed. The Chief of Staff replies, understood, and I will report this to my father immediately. Wen Rong issues the command. Yes, sir, the Chief of Staff nods repeatedly. Wen Rong's father, Lieutenant General Wen Yuan, is the highest commander overseeing this oppression. The insurrection wave stirred by the Wild Sky sect within the Empire is effectively drawing to a close with the reclamation of Qianxian Star. Return to Imperial HQ. This is the Imperial 3rd Interstellar Fleet. Colonel Wen Rong has eradicated the last stronghold of the Wild Sky sect, the ordinary sound waves, following a series of complex encryption device conversions. Morph into chaotic data codes, which are then transmitted via specialized interstellar long-distance communication methods to the core planet of the Honyun star system, Water Orange Star. The joint command center of the 3 Imperial fleets responsible for quelling the insurrection is temporarily stationed here. In one of the Empire's foremost administrative stars, General Wen, we have just received information from the frontline 3rd Interstellar Fleet. An aide, having obtained permission, hurriedly enters Wen Yuan's office with an untranslated telegram. Translated first, Wen Yuan says without raising his head, his tone steady. Yes, General, the aide responds, and with this approval, he translates the message using Wen Yuan's translation device. The translation progress quickly displays 100%. With the results directly delivered to Wen Yuan's wristwatch, avoiding third-party access to minimize the risk of critical intelligence being compromised. General 1, the translation is complete. The specific information is on your wristwatch. The aide respectfully states, thank you. When Yuan replies, swiftly opening the message. The light curtain emitted from his wristwatch is visible only to his eyes, allowing him to review the information in front of the aide. Excellent. That lad did not embarrass me. A smile graces Wen Yuan's face. This final battle to eradicate the Wild Sky sect stronghold is a carefully tailored endeavor for his son, Wen Rong, aimed at bestowing glory upon him. And Wen Rong has not disappointed his father's expectations. Aide, refine this message for me. Expedite the transmission to the Imperial Regent Prince, reporting that the insurrection of the Wild Sky sect has been effectively quelled. Wen Yuan's expression turns serious. Yes, General 1. The aide solemnly salutes and then accesses his own wristwatch's light curtain, where he has already received the message transmitted by Wen Yuan in the imperial capital of the human empire. Emperor Zhu Renhe, at merely 5 years of age, sits upon a throne that symbolizes the empire's highest authority. However, he cannot comprehend the discussions of the empire's high-ranking officials below. Candy, I want candy. Zhu Renhe expresses his dissatisfaction to the nurse beside him. All right, Your Majesty, after you have your candy, you must sit quietly here. The nurse gently soothes the oblivious young emperor while casting a cautious glance at a richly dressed young man seated nearby. Prince Zhu Qianxian, the son of the previous emperor's brother, who currently wields significant power and controls the present human empire. Although he is not the emperor, he exercises authority that surpasses that of one. Zhu Qianxian has just received the latest report from Wen Yuan. With the reclamation of the last rebellious star system, the vast interstellar territory of the human empire seems to have returned to a state of tranquility. However, the leader of the heretical sect, Han Tianzhu, remains at large, posing a lingering threat. Yet, more concerning to Zhu Qianxian than the Wild Sky sect's insidious threat is another individual named Lu Yili, a governor of the empire who has consistently resisted central authority. Previously, he had allied with 2 other governors to publicly express dissatisfaction with the prince's control over central power, threatening to take military action against him. Fortunately, these 3 factions are not united, and Zhu Qianxian has already made considerable concessions to appease Lu Yili and his followers. Of course, Zhu Qianxian is also deeply wary of the recently victorious Wen Yuan. He glances at the youthful Zhu Renhe on the throne, his eyes cold and calculating that he too desires to occupy that position. For the entire human empire is like a delectable morsel that everyone wishes to bite into. The premature death of the former emperor and the youth of Emperor Zhu Renhe have created a vacuum of power within the empire. prompting various influential figures to aspire to seize control. Prince, now that the surrounding areas of the Qianxian star system have been pacified, whom shall we assign to garrison the Hongyun star system? We must remain vigilant against the resurgence of the Wild Sky sect. An imperial official stands and addresses Zhu Xinxia. They have gathered today to deliberate on the post-war arrangements regarding the Wild Sky sect. Let me think, Zhu Xinxia ponders as he walks among the ministers. Prince, why not assign General Wen Yuan to garrison there directly? One minister suggests that no, Lieutenant General Wen Yuan commands the three most elite fleets of the empire. Such power should not be left unchecked in the field. It could easily become a new Liu Yili. These fleets must be recalled to the central command as soon as possible. Another quickly interjects. Chapter 7. Returning to the central star system of the empire. Prince, I have a candidate to recommend. General Shen Liang. His father, the former General Shen Wei, was one of the few who resisted the incursions of the Human Republic and is a celebrated hero of the empire. He comes from a distinguished lineage and may be suitable. Another official offers. Shen Wei has long passed, and his son, Shen Liang, has ascended to the rank of Major General due to his father's significant achievements. Where is General Shen Liang? Is he present? Zhu Xinxia's face reveals a glimmer of excitement that it would be unwise to allow Wen Yuan to retain control over the central elite fleets. This Shen Liang has an impressive background and record. His rank as a major general could be directly appointed to the Hongyun star system at AS. For whether Shen Liang can wage war, Zhu Xinxia feels no concern. Han Tianzhu has already been defeated, and there should be no immediate worries about the resurgence of the Wild Sky sect. Prince, I am here. Shen Liang suddenly hears his name called by Zhu Xinxia and quickly steps forward from the crowd. Speaking loudly, he has never doubted his own capabilities, yet he has consistently been sidelined in the central star system, deprived of any opportunity to wield military power. Shen Liang looks down upon individuals like Wen Yuan, believing his family to be an esteemed lineage within the empire. What is Wen Yuan? Merely a fortunate upstart who has risen through luck, given him the three elite fleets of the empire. He could easily quell the insurrection of the Wild Sky sect. Very well. I shall now recommend you to the emperor, appointing you as the governor of the Hongyun star system. Furthermore, you will command the 7th interstellar fleet of the empire. Stationed in the Hongyun star system to deter the remnants of the Wild Sky sect, Zhu Xinxia promptly tells Shen Liang. Thank you, Prince. Shen Liang's face lights up with joy. This so-called recommendation is essentially equivalent to a direct appointment. Then let the Central Military Command issue orders to recall Lieutenant General Wen Yuan and his 3 fleets. Zhu finally revealed his true intentions. 5 months later, Lin Nian was aboard the fleet of the Empire's 3rd Legion. Making his way back to the capital of the Central Star Domain, Bema Star, the colossal fleet moved at a languid pace. If one did not pay close attention, it might seem as though the Armada was utterly stationary amidst the vastness of space. Among them was an unremarkable medium-sized warship, its hull marked prominently with the large, white lettering. 1455 that Lin Nian found himself within this very vessel, gazing out through the porthole at the unchanging scenery beyond. The initial thrill of interstellar travel had long since eroded under the weight of time. What are you looking at? At that moment, Liao Fan, drenched in sweat, plopped down beside Lin Nian. Following the suppression of the rebellious Huotian sect, the entire empire's 3rd star fleet had been granted promotions. Lin Nian was particularly fortunate. He had been elevated to 2nd lieutenant by Wen Rong and was now promoted again, stepping directly into the rank of lieutenant. A significant leap from private to lieutenant, a considerable advancement. Countless others had struggled for years, still trapped within the ranks of corporal or sergeant, unable to cross the threshold into officer status. That I'm watching the stars. Lin Nian replied succinctly. Liao Fan had become a friend during this time. Lin Nian had been engaged in combat training aboard this medium-sized warship and learning the intricacies of commanding a battalion. His mobile squad consisted of 3,000 men, and due to Lin Nian's exceptional promotion, he had to acquire a wealth of knowledge typically reserved for officers, and he did not ascend directly to the commander of a fully integrated battalion like Liao Fan, who led 20,000 troops. The two of them were often in close proximity aboard the 1455 starship. Are you not tired of it yet? Liao Fan leaned over to take a peek, then retreated, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel draped over his shoulder. He had just finished a workout in the officer's gym and was quite sweaty. Not at all, Lin Nian nodded. After all, he considered himself to have been granted a second chance at life. Many things in this unfamiliar future world felt novel and refreshing to him. His experiences from his previous life were largely inapplicable. Although he was more adept at navigating social interactions and did not charge heedlessly into situations like a naive youth. Lieutenant Liao Fan, do you have any knowledge of the Empire's central star domain? Lin Nian retracted his gaze from the window to inquire about something that piqued his interest. Not much, Liao Fan replied. I only know that the Empire is in chaos after the old emperor's death. The regional governors who wield military power are eager to seize control. Lieutenant Lin Nian, this is not something within our purview to investigate, Liao Fan cautioned, offering a word of advice that, Lin Nian acknowledged, acquiescing to the sentiment, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Suddenly, the entire ship began to tremble. The vibrations from the accelerating engines intensified. What is happening? Lin Nian swiftly turned toward the porthole. Through the glass, he witnessed the once stationary fleet spring to life, with various warships igniting their thrusters and accelerating. Let me see. Liao Fan leaned forward as well. That it's nothing. It's likely just the energy accumulation for the teleportation coming to an end. We are about to activate the portal and initiate the fleet's jump. Lin Nian nodded in understanding. Having experienced the teleportation jump once before, he knew that the portal could only be activated once within a short time frame. The next activation would require a period of energy recharging. The entire Empire's third star fleet was accelerating in unison to ensure a successful transition. Should they fail to complete the crossing within the portal's active duration, they would be left stranded, making it exceedingly difficult to reunite with the main fleet later. This jump will bring us to the Empire's central star domain, right? Lin Nian remarked to Liao Fan beside him. Approximately, we might even have a chance to return home, Liao Fan suddenly stated. Lin Nian was taken aback. Home. Memories surged within him that he had parents here. However, his mother had died in childbirth, and later, his father married a stepmother, who then bore him a half-brother. Tragically, when Lin Nian was in his teens, his father succumbed to illness. Ultimately, it was his stepmother who raised the two brothers. Their home was on a planet called Huiguang Star in the Central Star System. As memories flooded back, Lin Nian suddenly grasped many things, such as why he had chosen to enlist as a line soldier in the battlefield with the highest casualty rates. It was for financial reasons. His stepmother was gravely ill and required a substantial amount of money for treatment. Raised the funds. Lin Nian had resolutely opted for the line soldier position, which promised an immediate payout of 300,000 star coins, akin to an advance on death benefits. Moreover, should he perish, the designated heir would receive an additional 300,000. The 300,000 would suffice to cure his stepmother's ailment. Without hesitation, he had designated his brother Lin Feng as the heir. Though his family was far from ideal, to Lin Nian, it was home. Now, having made a name for himself, he would not mind returning for a visit if, as Liao Fan suggested, they were granted a brief respite. He longed to see his remaining family in this world. What is wrong? Liao Fan noticed Lin Nian as prolonged silence and inquired, Did I miss home? Lin Nian replied, turning his gaze once more to the porthole. Their ship, the 1455, began to traverse the vast portal. Chapter 8. The Resurgence of the Qianxian sect in the Qianxian star domain. A massive fleet surged forth once more. Han Tianzhu had completed his resupply. The Qianxian star domain was rich in resources, though lacking in provisions. The followers he had rallied for the Qianxian sect numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Far too many for him to sustain alone. Thus, it was more prudent to seize the Empire's administrative planets. This was the most logical course of action. After all, the Empire's central star fleet had retreated months prior. Han Tianzhu had gathered ample intelligence regarding the current situation, knowing that the individual stationed in the Empire's Hongyun star domain was named Shen Liang, a mid-ranking general, yet not as renowned as Wen. He was likely just another obscure figure seeking to bolster his credentials. Such individuals were precisely the type Han Tianzhu preferred to target, as they would yield significant gains. Advisor, report on the movements of the Empire's starfleet. Where shall we strike first? Han Tianzhu commanded his aide with a booming voice. Master, according to intelligence from our spies, the newly appointed General Shen Liang has dispatched his 7-star fleet to patrol the borders of the Hongyun star domain. However, he himself, finding military life too arduous, chose not to accompany them and remained on Shui Cheng Star. "I propose our first target should be Shui Cheng Star," the advisor declared loudly. This seemed both reasonable and plausible, prompting Han Tianzhu to nod in agreement. "Excellent. I order the entire fleet. Target Shui Cheng Star." Standing on the command platform, Han Tianzhu waved his hand decisively, and the Huotian warships surged forward, heading directly for the administrative planet of Shui Cheng Star in the Hongyun star domain. On Shui Cheng Star, within a lavish residence, Shen Liang reclined leisurely on a beach chair, surrounded by beautiful women with ample curves. He reveled in his indulgences, enjoying the pleasures of life. 4 months prior, he had utilized the planetary teleportation device on Shui Cheng Star to arrive from the central star system, preferring this life of luxury. Surrounded by beauty and fine wine, to the cramped confines of a starship, "My Lord, a telegram from the 7-star fleet has arrived. It is said to be of urgent military significance." Shen Liang's steward rushed in, speaking with urgency. "What is it?" "I'm not interested." Shen Liang waved dismissively, inebriated and barely comprehending his steward's words. As the governor of the Hongyun star domain, he was inundated with officials seeking to curry favor, hoping to secure promotions through his connections. That moment, he had neither the time nor inclination to deal with such matters. "My Lord, it's a report from the commander of the 7-star fleet. It is of utmost urgency. You must read it," the steward reiterated. "What? News from the 7-star fleet? Well, I suppose I should take a look." Shen Liang's face flushed with embarrassment as he struggled to focus. Just as he reached for the telegram, a hand from one of the women beside him pressed down on his "My Lord, didn't you say today you wouldn't handle any official business? That you would spend the entire day with us?" One beauty whispered sweetly in his ear. Indeed. "My lord, are you going back on your word?" The others chimed in, creating a chorus of playful reproach. Reluctantly, Shen Liang's hand, which had been reaching for the telegram, shifted to a dismissive wave, instructing the steward to step aside. "Ladies, I am here now," he declared, his expression morphing into a foolish grin as he succumbed to their charms. The steward, exasperated, could only comply and retreat. On the flagship of the Empire's 7-star fleet, the commanding officer paced anxiously. "Chief of Staff, what's the situation? Has General Shen Liang not replied yet?" The officer's expression was fraught with concern. He had just received intelligence indicating that a massive fleet of the Huotian sect had suddenly appeared in the Hongyun star domain, numbering in the tens of thousands. The chaotic forces of the Arid Sky sect surged toward the planet Shuicheng in the Hongyun star region, their sheer numbers overwhelming the meager defensive capabilities stationed there. What was most alarming was the presence of Major General Shen Liang atop that very planet. Should Shuicheng fall, he would undoubtedly bear a heavy burden of responsibility. "Major General, there has been no news," the Chief of Staff replied, shaking his head in despair. "That we must proceed at full speed toward Shuicheng. Let us hope we arrive in time." The commander struck the control panel with palpable frustration. The 7th Interstellar Fleet had only just completed a space jump, reaching the western side of the Hongyun star region. The next jump would require time to recharge. Who could have anticipated that the Arid Sky sect, lying in wait for 5 months, would choose this precise moment to strike? The only option left was to make their way back, albeit at a crawl, and the commander fervently prayed they would arrive in time. In the outer regions of Shuicheng, a multitude of Arid Sky sect warships emerged through the wormhole, swiftly spreading out to encircle the planet. "What in the world is this?" the observer at the outer defense space station of Shuicheng exclaimed in horror. He quickly roused his slumbering colleague. "Wake up! We are in grave danger. We must immediately notify the surface of Shuicheng and activate the space station's defense systems." The observer shouted anxiously, yet a massive beam of light was already hurtling toward them. Arriving in the blink of an eye, the outer space station cluster surrounding Shuicheng was violently assaulted in an instant, with explosions erupting across the starry sky. The overwhelming fleet advanced like a stampede of wild buffalo, obliterating all space stations and orbital cannons that dared to stand in their way, leaving no survivors. As the large warships halted just before reaching Qianxian's low orbit, numerous smaller vessels plunged into the planet's atmosphere. Thousands of these smaller warships invaded simultaneously, creating a breathtaking spectacle as their sharp prows flared with intense red light. It was only at this moment that the ground defenses of Qianxian began to react, unleashing a barrage of concentrated fire upon the invading fleet. The thunderous roars of heavy artillery echoed, shattering the intruding ships. However, the larger warships of the Arid Sky sect, which had remained in outer space, soon activated their formidable main cannons, systematically targeting the ground defenses. Beams of light, akin to divine retribution, descended from the heavens, instantly piercing and melting the heavy artillery on the surface. As the defensive forces of Qianxian swiftly diminished, the invading smaller warships successfully landed. The ground troops of the Arid Sky sect, piloting various vehicles, surged like a black tide toward Qianxian's largest city. Any resistance encountered would be swiftly eradicated. Meanwhile, the civilians, who had been living their lives normally, were thrown into a state of panic, desperately seeking refuge, only to be captured by the soldiers of the Arid Sky sect, who shackled them with electromagnetic restraints. To the Arid Sky sect, humans were the most valuable resources, and the more they captured, the better. The question of whether they could afford to maintain them was never considered. If not, they could simply seize another planet. Chapter 9. The death of Major General Shen Liang, with the flag of the Qianxian Administrative Office falling and being ignited by the soldiers of the Arid Sky sect. The fall of Qianxian was officially declared. Major General Shen Liang, the highest military officer of Qianxian, was captured and brought before Han Tianzhu. "Please, do not kill me. I'm a major general of the Empire. My family is wealthy, and you would receive great rewards. Spare my life." Shen Liang cried out in a frenzy. Yet, the masked soldiers beside him remained silent. It was only when Shen Liang noticed Han Tianzhu that he uttered, "Brother, is this the so-called governor? I never imagined we would capture a governor one day." Standing next to Han Tianzhu was a burly man named Han Tianzhu, his younger brother, who wore a grin upon his face that, "Oh, look at all these beauties. What a delightful scene." Han Tianzhu's gaze shifted, quickly spotting the bikini-clad women being escorted alongside them. He approached and began to grope them indiscriminately. "Ah!" The women shrieked in alarm, scrambling to evade him. Bang! Han Tianzhu fired shot into the air. "Anyone who dares to hide will meet a grim fate," he threatened, his expression menacing. The women immediately ceased their struggles, resigning themselves to Han Tianzhu's indignities. "Enough, Tianzhu. This is not the time for such antics. Bring this Imperial governor over here," Han Tianzhu commanded. Turning his attention to Shen Liang, he asked, "What can you offer me?" Han Tianzhu leaned closer, and Shen Liang stammered, I can offer you money, a vast amount of money. And anything else you desire, just name it. I can provide it all." Panic was etched across Shen Liang's face. "Is that all? Do you think we lack such trivialities?" Han Tianzhu replied, glancing at his brother, who shared a knowing smile. "What is it that you truly desire? Tell me. I just want to survive." Shen Liang pleaded desperately, aware that these two brothers held his fate in their hands. "You may be wealthy and powerful, but to us, you are of no use. We cannot claim your bounty nor take your power. Therefore, you hold no value for us," Han Tianzhu stated softly, while Han Tianzhu slowly raised his gun, aiming it at the back of Shen Liang's head. Oblivious to the impending danger, Shen Liang continued to plead with Han Tianzhu, "Wait, I can comply with your demands." Before he could finish, the gun discharged, and Shen Liang's head erupted in a gruesome display. His body crumpled heavily to the ground. So this is the sensation of executing an Imperial governor. What a thrill! Far more exhilarating than mere pleasure, Han Tianzhu exclaimed with glee, while Han Tianzhu wore a satisfied smile. Regrettably, their adversary, Wen Yuan, who had previously humiliated them, was not present to witness this moment. Otherwise, Han Tianzhu would have surely sought vengeance. At that moment, Han Tianzhu's chief of staff rushed in. Upon exiting his vehicle and spotting Shen Liang's lifeless body, his expression shifted dramatically. "Commander, what have you done in such haste? Shen Liang must not be killed," he exclaimed, distraught. "Is it that serious?" He was merely an imperial official. We have dealt with such figures before. Han Tianzu retorted, still brandishing his weapon as he gestured toward Shen Liang's corpse. Da-da. But you do not understand. Do you know what a governor signifies? He is the supreme leader of an entire star region. Killing him is akin to slapping the Empire in the face. The Empire will undoubtedly dispatch a large force to eradicate us. The Chief of Staff insisted, desperately attempting to convey the gravity of the situation. Well, we have already committed the ACT to AS for the Empire's pursuit. We have faced such adversity before. We can always flee again, Han Tianzu replied, nonchalantly. He had no intention of establishing a so-called stronghold. As long as he, the leader of the Arid Sky sect, remained alive, he could easily gather new followers elsewhere. Very well then, the Chief of Staff conceded, realizing he could not persuade Han Tianzu further. We must hastily pack our belongings and evacuate Shuicheng. The Empire's 7th Interstellar Fleet will undoubtedly be in pursuit. The Chief of Staff began devising a new strategy for Han Tianzu. Indeed, you are correct. Everyone, move quickly. Follow the Chief of Staff's instructions, Han Tianzu ordered. While he had his flaws, he possessed the commendable trait of heeding advice. The soldiers of the Arid Sky sect promptly sprang into action. In the capital of the human empire, by Mongxing, Prince Zhu convened another imperial meeting. The young emperor, Zhu Rinhe, remained obliviously enthralled by the sugary confection in his mouth and a miniature robotic dog in his hand, completely absorbed in the antics of the artificial intelligence. Your Highness, Major General Shen Liang of the Hongyun Star region has been slain. The Arid Sky sect has reignited turmoil within the empire. We must dispatch forces immediately to quell the insurrection, a prominent minister stated solemnly. Whom shall we send? Zhu inquired, casting his gaze upon the assemblage, his words unvarnished and piercing. The ministers exchanged uncertain glances. Your Highness, what about Major General Wen Yuan? One minister suggested hesitantly. Zhu remained silent, the weight of his silence resonating ominously. The ministers, astute as they were, understood Zhu's trepidation concerning Wen Yuan. Previously, Wen Yuan had successfully quelled the Arid Sky sect's rebellion, leaving Zhu at a loss as to how to reward him. Promoting him to general was out of the question, and assigning him a governorship was even less feasible. Ultimately, Zhu had only offered a nominal position along with a few verbal accolades, stripping Wen Yuan of his command over 3 imperial fleets, effectively demoting him. Now, to send Wen Yuan to suppress the rebellion would raise questions about the military authority he had just stripped away. If he were to win again, how would the central government reward him? Would they grant him real power? Would they risk creating another Liu Ili? Were there no alternative candidates? Zhu's thoughts lingered in a heavy silence. The ministers remained silent for a considerable duration, as Zhu exhibited signs of impatience. Another minister stepped forward. Your Highness, I propose that Major Generals He Zhuo and Yin Wen each lead the 10th and 11th Star Fleets to rendezvous with the 7th Star Fleet of the Hongyun Star Domain, uniting forces to eradicate the Haotian cult. Upon the conclusion of this minister's proposition, the sullen expression on Zhu's face began to ease, albeit slightly. He was reluctant to relinquish the military authority over the 3 Star Fleets under Wen Yuan's command, as he preferred to retain such formidable forces within his grasp. Very well, that I shall advise His Majesty accordingly. You are to notify Major Generals He Zhuo and Yin Wen at once, Zhu declared with a fa-ade of righteousness, though doubt lingered within him. Despite both being major generals, their ascension to such ranks was largely attributed to their familial connections rather than any significant prowess. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that the leader of the Haotian cult, Han Tianzu, was similarly inept. Previously, he had nearly instigated a grand rebellion across 3 star domains, only to be effortlessly quelled by Wen Yuan. Chapter 10. Sanitation Space Station Number 007, Central Imperial Star Domain. Not far from Baimong Star lies a planet named Qianxian Star, which houses Wen Yuan's residence. At this moment, Wen Yuan had returned home after recently receiving an imperial decree relieving him of his military command. However, his son, Wen Rong, still commanded the Empire's 3rd Star Fleet. With this, Wen Yuan was unperturbed about his potential resurgence. As for Zhu's apparent elevation and covert demotion, Wen Yuan was indeed irate, Yet he found himself powerless. He too had once harbored a rather disreputable past, having directly betrayed his superiors on 2 occasions. Anyone in his position would naturally remain wary of him. Unlike Liu Yili, when Yuan lacked the leverage to confront the empire directly upon feeling disgruntled, he could only persuade himself to suppress his anger. My lord, the Central Command has just relayed news that the Qianxian cult, leading 1 million rebellious troops, is making a resurgence. General Shen Liang has been killed. Causing a tremor throughout the empire, the steward personally removed Wen Yuan's outer coat while delivering this news. What? Shen Liang has been slain? When did this occur? A look of astonishment flickered across Wen Yuan's face. He had only just returned home and was planning to lie low for a while, not anticipating such fortuitous tidings from Han Tianzhu of the Qianxian cult. The Hongyuan star domain was relatively close to the central Imperial star domain, separated only by the Yingyuan star domain. It was not out of the question that one day, Han Tianzhu might leap from the Hongyuan star domain into the Yingyuan star domain, which would create considerable chaos. Zhu would find it impossible to suppress him then, as the Central Command selected candidates to quell the rebellion. If so, who are they? When Yuan immediately inquired of the steward, he quickly learned that Zhu had no intention of utilizing him this time, opting instead for others to suppress the insurrection. Should Han Tianzhu be subdued once more, when Yuan would find himself with little opportunity left at My Lord, the Central Command has indeed selected candidates that a notice has just been issued naming Major Generals Hizua and Inwan. The steward promptly replied, It seems we have quite a spectacle ahead. When Yuan scoffed, swiftly contacting Wen Rong to ensure his forces were prepared for battle, we might yet have another opportunity, he added. Yes, my lord, the steward said before departing to carry out his duties. The Empire's 3rd star fleet, following another teleportation, had arrived back at the central Imperial star system, returning to Baimong's star. The fleet was gradually entering the sanitation zone of the capital, which was composed of multiple layers of sanitation space stations. Externally, these stations bore resemblance to the rings surrounding Saturn, but within them were not asteroids, rather a multitude of large defensive space stations, serving as the core protective force of the Empire's capital. Among the sanitation belts stood an exceptionally conspicuous, artificially constructed giant spherical space station, the home port of the Empire's 3rd star fleet, Sanitation Space Station No. 007. This is our station. Upon arrival at the home port, we are entitled to approximately 15 days of leave, Liao Fan remarked to Lin Nian through the porthole. Lin Nian, however, was transfixed by the enormous spherical structure outside, its grayish-white exterior revealing a complex array of mechanical components that exuded an indescribable mechanical beauty against the backdrop of the starry sky, creating a visually stunning spectacle. This home port looks magnificent. I never got to see this before. Lin Nian nodded. Having previously held the rank of private, he had not been afforded much opportunity to gaze out the porthole, confined as he was in a cramped space with thousands of others. Unlike now, where he enjoyed the luxury of his own private quarters. The ship is about to dock. All personnel, please find a seat immediately and fasten your seatbelts. The ship's announcements echoed through the vessel. Lin Nian exchanged a glance with Liao Fan before quickly finding a nearby seat. Having previously experienced an accident during docking, such precautions had become standard protocol. Liao Fan casually explained this to Lin Nian, who had been incessantly inquiring about various matters, prompting Liao Fan to respond almost instinctively. I see. Lin Nian nodded, listening to the incessant safety announcements, yet his thoughts drifted elsewhere, particularly to that mysterious female voice he had not heard since. He recalled that the voice had only appeared during perilous moments. Was it only in times of life and death that she would come to his aid? Lin Nian pondered silently, yet found no answers. He knew he needed further testing. Lin Nian was not concerned about lacking opportunities, as they had just seen news that the Qianxian cult, having been quiet for months, was making a resurgence in the Hongyuan star domain. Rumors circulated that an Imperial governor had perished. Yet, their Imperial star fleet had already begun its return journey and would likely not be redeployed to the combat zone anytime soon. Suddenly, the entire ship began to change color, shifting to a somber yellow hue as it prepared to dock at the military port. All personnel, please find a secure position and refrain from moving about that we are in the process of docking. The mechanical female voice repeated the instructions. Point 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Prepare for impact. Lin Nian soon felt a powerful tremor coursing through the ship's hull, causing him and Liao Fan to sway under the immense force. Thankfully, their seatbelts held them secure, preventing them from being tossed about. What is going on? Why is it shaking so much? Lin Nian inquired of Liao Fan. It's the docking clamps adjusting. There's no way around it. It's just how we dock. Bear with it. Liao Fan shouted over the noise. All right, Lin Nian nodded. Before long, the shaking ceased, and the dim yellow lights switched back to normal white. Liao Fan unbuckled his seatbelt, prompting Lin Nian to do the same. All right, we should be able to disembark now. If there are no tasks in the short term, we're free to move about, having been cooped up for so long. Liao Fan exclaimed, I need to let off some steam. My desires are soaring. He winked at Lin Nian, then added with a playful shout, Lin Nian, are you coming? I know a great military bar with plenty of lovely ladies. Forget it. I want to visit home. That my mother is gravely ill, and having narrowly survived this time, I wish to see her condition. Lin Nian replied with a smile, shaking his head. I didn't expect you to be such a filial son. No wonder you chose to serve as a frontline soldier despite the dangers, Liao Fan remarked. In that case, I want to go to the bar and I'll take you to the nearby teleportation array. You can use it to reach the hub at Baimong Star, and then transfer through the Imperial capital to your home at Huiguang Star. Such teleportation arrays are not common. Only significant planets and large space stations have them. Even the flagship of the Star Fleet cannot accommodate such a device, Liao Fan explained as they walked towards the docking area. Suddenly, both of their wristwatches began to vibrate simultaneously. Military news. Liao Fan glanced at his watch. Lin Nian noticed him tapping the device, though he could not see Liao Fan's screen. Lin Nian paused, checking his own watch. Lieutenant Lin Nian, Colonel Wenrong has issued the latest orders, due to the resurgence of the Qianxian cult. All forces are to prepare for battle. N01 is permitted to disembark without special authorization. Chapter 11. The explosive 10-star fleet flagship. Lin Nian skimmed through the information rapidly, feeling an inexplicable sense of agitation. Home was so close, yet he could not return. Damn it. Leave cancelled. Lin Nian, it appears we must remain aboard this warship. Liao Fan sighed, rubbing his head in frustration. Liao Fan, is there a way to contact family from here? Lin Nian posed a new question. No, we are currently in a state of readiness. It is imperative to strictly adhere to military confidentiality regulations, Liao Fan stated directly. Let Lin Nian abandon all hope. Very well, Lin Nian sighed in response. Lin Nian, do not lose heart. There are advantages to being on a warship. Liao Fan suddenly spoke with an air of mystery, stating that flower boats will come by every night in the coming days. What do you mean by flower boats? Lin Nian was momentarily taken aback. Liao Fan winked, and Lin Nian quickly grasped the implication. Goodness, the illustrious Imperial Army enjoys such privileges? Understood now. Liao Fan immediately recognized the shift in Lin Nian's expression and knew he had comprehended. It is a benefit of the Empire. His Majesty the Emperor has already compensated us. Authentic positions with credentials. Every officer receives their share. However, for the sergeants, it is rather pitiful. 10 men share one, the soldiers of lower ranks fare even worse. Left with nothing at all. Liao Fan remarked, shaking his head. Well then, while they claim to enhance training, it is in fact the same old routine that we should be able to rest for a few days now. There will be no training scheduled for us. Let us go and rest, Liao Fan said, assuming a more formal demeanor as he patted Lin Nian's shoulder before heading towards his own quarters. Very well, Lin Nian sighed softly, watching Liao Fan's silhouette fade away. Shaking his head in resignation as he entered his own room, the automatic door opened, the previously dark chamber illuminated upon his arrival. This what the future holds. Lin Nian lay down on the soft bed and picked up a photograph resting beside him, featuring a trio, his adoptive mother, Lin Feng, and himself. Lin Nian gazed at his somewhat unfamiliar face. The soul remains the same, yet the body is transformed into something new, at the boundary of the Hongyun star domain and the Yingyun star domain. The vast army of the cult of the wild heavens advanced relentlessly, penetrating directly into the Yingyun star domain, launching an assault on 2 Imperial star fleets. Previously, Han Tianzhu had mounted a fierce offensive. breaching multiple Imperial planets, plundering their resources and populace, coercing new recruits into joining his rebel forces, and subsequently charging towards the next planet to repeat this cycle, as long as the Imperial army remains inadequately strong. Han Tianzhu will unleash his locust-like forces to wreak havoc. Now, they have finally encountered a formidable contingent of the Imperial regular army. Yet Han Tianzhu remains undaunted. The cult of the Wild Heavens has undergone significant transformation after conquering numerous Imperial planets. They have captured countless Imperial warships, thus possessing the capability to engage in battle. Chief of Staff, report the situation immediately. Han Tianzhu's expression was grave. Their fleet was on the brink of a direct confrontation with the Imperial 10-star fleet, while the Imperial 11th Fleet was also advancing on their right flank, clearly intent on annihilating their million-strong fleet in one swift stroke. Master, the enemy intends to encircle us from 3 sides. However, the Imperial 7th-star fleet is lagging significantly behind. For the moment, our rear is secure. Our objective is to continue the offensive if we can break through the front line of the Imperial Star Fleet. The advantage will be ours. The Chief of Staff's eyes gleamed with excitement as he pounded the table before him. Excellent. All units, heed my command, advance. Han Tianzhu did not fully grasp the Chief of Staff's words, but he understood that his advisor would not lead him astray. With a sweeping gesture, he issued the command. The million-ship fleet of the cult of the Wild Heavens surged forward with an overwhelming force. In interstellar warfare, due to the existence of energy shields on warships, neither light-based attacks nor missile tracking can quickly breach these defenses. It is often better to engage in close-range bombardment or forceful boarding tactics. Thus, each round of interstellar conflict is extraordinarily brutal, resulting in tremendous casualties. Yet for Han Tianzhu, what he currently lacks is not manpower. As the 2 fleets clashed, the confrontation reached a fever pitch, with a torrent of attacks unleashed. However, all were thwarted by the shimmering, translucent shields of the opposing vessels. Eventually, both sides entered a phase of direct confrontation, with warship shields rapidly depleting under the relentless onslaught. A swarm of starfighters, akin to a horde of mosquitoes, immediately converged on the enemy warships, deploying a multitude of boarding troops to engage in the bloodiest of assaults. The 2 largest flagships of the 10th and 11th Star Fleets became prime targets for the cult of the Wild Heavens. Waves of various types of warships surged forth, relentlessly pounding against these 2 flagships. The once formidable energy shields were ultimately overwhelmed, drained of all their protective power. Countless boarding troops from the cult of the Wild Heavens were dropped onto the Imperial flagship. At this moment, aboard the flagship of the 10th Star Fleet, Major General Hizwa exclaimed, "We must retreat immediately." Multiple compartments of the flagship have already been breached by the rebel forces of the cult of the Wild Heavens. If we do not leave now, we will have no chance of escape. The Chief of Staff seized Major General Hizwa, attempting to forcibly remove him from a ship. The number of Han Tianzhu's rebels exceeded their expectations. Moreover, Han Tianzhu was cunning, not designating the largest of his warships as his flagship, but rather blending it among numerous smaller vessels. This led to their elite boarding teams failing to execute a decapitation strike against Han Tianzhu. While the enemy's assault strategy succeeded, no. This is the Imperial flagship. I cannot flee. I cannot leave this flagship to the rebel forces. It would be the greatest dishonor for the Empire. Major General He's expression twisted in rage. Resembling a gambler who has lost, yet stubbornly refuses to leave the table. Major General Hizwa, preserving your life is of utmost importance. Do not squander it in vain. His Majesty would not wish to see you like this. The Chief of Staff continued to urge, attempting to forcibly drag Hizwa away with the help of other advisors, but was shoved aside by Hizyu at that moment. An intense gunfire erupted outside the command bridge. The expressions of everyone within the bridge momentarily froze before morphing into a mix of fear and despair. They understood that the rebel forces of the cult of the Wild Heavens had breached their core area. It would not be long before they were either killed or captured. Chief of Staff, self-destruct. Hizwa suddenly regained his composure. Major General Hizwa, as the Chief of Staff began to speak, his words faltered into silence. Immediately give me the keys. I am initiating the self-destruct sequence of the flagship. His roar sent a tremor through everyone present, akin to a death sentence. The chief of staff hesitated for a long moment before ultimately handing over his keys to Hizwa. Hizwa acted swiftly, inserting 2 keys in succession, finally activating the self-destruct protocol. With his hand poised over the large red button, he spoke, "Apologies, it is I who have led us into this perilous situation. I owe you all an apology, but I cannot betray His Majesty. Forgive me, Empire. Glory belongs to the Empire," Hizwa proclaimed. "Glory belongs to the Empire." The chief of staff and all personnel within the command bridge rose in unison, striking their right shoulders in salute. Suddenly, the flagship of the 10th Star Fleet erupted in a blinding radiance at the heart of the battlefield. The silent explosion consumed everything in its vicinity. Chapter 12. The defeat of the Imperial Starfleet. Hizwa's choice to self-destruct the flagship triggered a chain reaction, plunging the 10th Star Fleet into a state of disarray, devoid of leadership. Chaos reigned. Some captains opted to continue their assault on the cult of the Wild Heavens, while others, seeing no hope of escape, chose to surrender. Many more captains sought to break through the lines. Meanwhile, the 11th Star Fleet of the Empire was also facing dire straits, particularly its highest commander, Major General Lin Nian, whose face was etched with panic. The original 3-pronged encirclement of Han Tianzhu had devolved into his forces being the ones under attack, all due to the delayed arrival of the 7th Star Fleet and the explosion of the flagship of the 10th Star Fleet. For Lin Nian, this was utterly unacceptable. "Chief of Staff, what are our odds of victory?" Lin Nian glanced at the chaotic battlefield. The weight of the situation now rested solely on his shoulders following Hizwa's sacrifice. "Major General Lin Nian, preliminary estimates indicate that our chances are less than 3%. Major, we must evacuate the battlefield immediately." The Chief of Staff's words came swiftly. "The 10th Star Fleet has been shattered, and we are unable to hold our ground. As for locating Han Tianzhu's flagship among the forces of the cult of the Wild Heavens and destroying it to turn the tide." The Chief of Staff merely cast a glance at the myriad of enemy vessels before extinguishing that thought. That it was clear that continuing this battle would only lead to total annihilation. "Very well, I hereby declare that due to the changing circumstances, our forces are outnumbered and must immediately retreat." Lin Nian lacked the blind loyalty of Hizwa. Recognizing the dire situation, he promptly resolved to withdraw, prioritizing the preservation of strength. With the issuance of this command, the flagship of the 11th Star Fleet led the way in retreat. Their situation was slightly better than that of the 10th Star Fleet, as the energy shields of the flagship of the 11th Star Fleet had yet to fail. Bearing the brunt of the enemy's firepower, they accelerated towards the rear in a frantic escape. However, having just vanquished Hizwa's forces, the morale of the cult of the Wild Heavens surged, and they were unwilling to let the fleeing 11th Star Fleet escape. Under Han Tianzhu's command, they surged towards the retreating 11th Star Fleet. Igniting a more brutal chase, the warships of the 11th Star Fleet faced relentless assaults, their energy shields being shattered one after another, as the reckless boarding troops of the cult of the Wild Heavens infiltrated their vessels, engaging in a bloody internal purge. Occasionally, some warships opted for self-destruction rather than surrender, taking everyone down with them. Yet the advance of the cult of the Wild Heavens showed no signs of slowing, devouring the straggling Imperial vessels. Ultimately, they pursued and latched onto the flagship of the 11th Star Fleet, whose energy shield flickered precariously until, at last, it was breached by a desperate, sacrificial charge from a cult of the Wild Heavens warship. The energy shields on the 2 warships flickered simultaneously, and in the next instant, the protective barriers shattered. The flagship of the 11th Star Fleet, which had been brazenly launching attacks from within the safety of the shields, found itself momentarily silenced at that very moment. A multitude of Qianxian starfighter crafts, akin to sharks sensing blood, swiftly converged. At a vast number of boarding pods were ejected, and countless Qianxian infantry surged into the interior of the massive warship. Despite the Imperial flagship's various weapons still roaring in defiance, it resembled a desperate struggle before its demise. Ultimately, with no avenue for escape, Rear Admiral Lin Nian led the entire crew of the Imperial flagship in surrendering. The original Imperial banner was lowered, replaced by a colossal white flag. At that juncture, the flagship of the Qianxian Church erupted in jubilation. "Master, we have conquered." The chief of staff was overwhelmed with emotion. Against the odds of 1 against 2, they had triumphed, leveraging their numerical superiority to decisively defeat 2 regiments of the Imperial army. The 10th-star fleet was utterly decimated, its flagships self-destructing, while the highest commander, Major General Hizhua, took his own life. The 11th-star fleet was completely routed, and its flagship surrendered, with Major General Yin when captured. This was an unprecedented victory. The Imperial domain of the Qianxian star region would be left defenseless. If they dared to be even bolder, a foray into the central Imperial star region could very well be within reach. Is it? Han Tianju's hands trembled. They had truly defeated 2 Imperial star fleets. Once they absorbed the surrendering 11th-star fleet, their combat capability would ascend to new heights. Han Tianju dared not contemplate what lay ahead, but a victory was a victory. That we won. Suddenly, he raised his fist high, crying out with unbridled passion, and the entire flagship bridge echoed his sentiment. On Bema Star, within the Imperial Council chamber, local time was 5 in the morning. Zhu appeared imposing as he hurried in. Yet his expression was exceedingly grim. He had just received urgent reports from the Qianxian star region indicating a catastrophic defeat for the Imperial forces. 2 major generals were either dead or in captivity. With 3 Imperial star fleets, 1 obliterated, 1 captured, and 1 in retreat. The most outrageous of all was the 7th star fleet, which had been tasked with securing the rear, but had yet to arrive at the front lines. Upon receiving news of the Imperial fleet's defeat, they had already begun to withdraw. Zhu's inner fury boiled, but he refrained from immediate outbursts, standing silently in the center of the Imperial Council chamber. His fists clenched tightly. "Nanny, I want to sleep. I don't want to go to the council chamber." The young emperor struggled, crying and throwing a tantrum. Nevertheless, the nanny, at Zhu's insistence, managed to place the young emperor in the emperor's seat. Zhu cast a glance at his cousin, his eyes flashing with malice. Were it not for the numerous imperial governors who openly and covertly opposed him, Zhu would have long since kicked Zhu Renhe aside and claimed the throne for himself. Gradually, prominent imperial officials began to arrive. How could this happen? Hizhua and Yin would have betrayed the nation. 3 against 1, and this is the disastrous outcome. The imperial army is in complete disarray. The Haotian church is now utterly uncontrollable. They gathered in small groups, incessantly discussing the recent battles. The collapse of 2 Imperial star fleets on the front lines had a staggering impact, threatening the very foundation of the empire, and potentially allowing the Haotian church to rise uncontested. Zhu remained silent throughout, observing the imperial officials engage in fervent debate until the chamber was filled. Ahem! Zhu finally cleared his throat, and the chatter gradually subsided. "I trust you all have reviewed the latest reports from the front lines. If you haven't, or are unaware of the situation, fret not. You may do so now." Zhu forcefully gestured, and a massive holographic screen materialized, continuously replaying the self-destruction of Hizhua's flagship, alongside the scene of Yin when raising the white flag. Adjacent to both videos, lengthy textual description scrolled, and the final sentence was emphasized in bold. "An unprecedented and catastrophic defeat for the Empire." Is this the person you recommended? Incompetent, derelict. The state of the Empire has deteriorated to this extent because of you. You hold such esteemed positions and salaries within the Empire, and this is how you choose to repay it. Zhu unleashed a torrent of suppressed rage, vociferously rebuking all present. "Nanny, I'm scared." The young emperor, once restless and crying, now clutched his nanny's arm tightly, shrinking behind her. Following Zhu's outburst, the Imperial Council chamber fell into an eerie silence, especially among several high-ranking ministers who exchanged glances, fully aware that the current predicament was not solely Zhu's doing. When the Haotian church reemerged, they could have simply employed Wen Yuan. However, Zhu was unwilling to do so. Chapter 13. Virtual training operations now. He turned the blame onto them. The ministers were quite indignant, yet they lacked the courage to confront Zhu directly, opting instead for silence. Zhu continued to vent his frustration towards Hizhua and Yin, as well as the acting commander of the 7th Star Fleet and the general who had allowed this chaos to unfold. Shen Liang, Shun's indulgence in pleasure, had led to him being assaulted directly by Han Tianju. In response, the Empire dispatched 3 star fleets to clean up Shen's mess. However, The prior defeat had only served to empower the Haotian Church, which swept through the Imperial Hongyun and Ingyun Star regions. Speak up. Have you all lost your tongues? Are you waiting for the Haotian Church to invade the central Imperial Star region before you find your voices? Zhu's tirade continued as he attempted to regain his composure, while also hoping to provoke some reaction from the Imperial ministers. Your Highness, blaming anyone at this point is futile. The priority should be to devise a strategy to counter Han Tianzhu and the Haotian Church. We absolutely cannot allow him to penetrate the central Imperial Star region. The current situation demands a strong commander to stabilize it. I propose a candidate. Major General Wen Yuan. One prominent minister spoke up. Zhu's ears perked up at the mention of that name, that he was tempted to dismiss Wen Yuan outright. Yet he acknowledged that allowing Han Tianzhu into the Central Star region was a far greater risk. Weighing the consequences of allowing the Haotian Church to run rampant against the necessity of employing Wen Yuan, Zhu understood the gravity of the situation. Indeed, at this juncture, enlisting Wen Yuan was the only viable option. I initially intended to grant Major General 1 and our 3 elite star fleets a brief respite, but given the urgency of the situation, that is no longer feasible. Zhu nodded in agreement, as if he had always been an ally of Wen Yuan. This moment prompted all the ministers to think of 2 words simultaneously: hypocrisy. Immediately summoned Major General Wen Yuan, Zhu commanded without delay. On the outskirts of Bamistar, aboard the sanitation space station number 007, the warship number 1455, led by Lin Nian, rapidly infiltrated the enemy's vessel, leaving a trail of carnage in its wake. Lin Nian, commanding his mobile squad, took control of the bridge. Of the 3,000 infiltrators, only a little over 100 remained, signifying a staggering casualty rate. As the ambient lights around Lin Nian illuminated, the exercise concluded. "Good, training is over," shouted Captain Xue Wujiu, Lin Nian's immediate superior. All members of the 10th Mobile Squad removed their helmets, sweat glistening on their faces. They had just engaged in the most realistic battlefield simulation within the virtual realm. "Lieutenant Lin Nian, step forward," Captain Xue Wujiu called out, his gaze icy. "Yes." Lin Nian stood tall, saluting Captain Xue Wujiu, that he knew why he was being summoned. His performance in the virtual battle had been abysmal. Without the assistance of the female voice, Lin Nian was just like any other soldier. Though he held the rank of lieutenant, he had failed to demonstrate his capabilities. Captain Xue Wujiu's expression darkened as he led Lin Nian to a private room. Meanwhile, outside the training observation chamber, through a one-way glass, when Huaiyun had witnessed the entire scene, Captain Xue Wujiu had repeatedly reported Lin Nian's situation to her, seeking to replace him, but all his suggestions had been dismissed. Lin Nian was personally promoted by General Wen Rong, since it was not wartime, and Lin Nian had committed no grave errors when Huaiyun would not strip him of his military position. Lin Nian's role as the captain of the 10th Mobile Squad was essentially a high rank with a low position. The squad's function was fundamentally no different from that of the Imperial infantry. Once the enemy's ship shields failed, they would be directly deployed for boarding or used to fend off enemy incursions against their own vessel, a role characterized by high casualties. Given Lin Nian's rank as lieutenant, this was the only position available to him, but he lacked both the qualifications and the convincing track record for any other desirable postings. "Bring up the surveillance footage," when Huaiyun instructed the soldier beside her. "Yes, Captain Wen." The soldier quickly produced a holographic display, revealing a clear view of the room where Captain Xue Wujiu and Lin Nian were situated. "Lieutenant Lin Nian, if this is the extent of your abilities, I cannot accept it. With your current skill set, you are entirely unsuitable for the role of captain of the 10th Mobile Squad. Do you understand the nature of our mission? It is the most dangerous, with the highest casualty rates in infiltration operations. How do you plan to fulfill your duties? Protect your subordinates." Captain Xue Wujiu slammed his hand on the table as he addressed Lin Nian. "Captain Xue, if you have any objections to me, you may raise them with the command of the 3rd Star Fleet. As for your belief that I am unfit for this position, I must express my regret. Your opinion does not hold weight in this matter. Simulated combat is inconsequential. The battlefield remains the sole true measure of one's capabilities." Lin Nian retorted with a calm, yet assertive demeanor. This Xue Wujiu seems oblivious to the circumstances, constantly giving Lin Nian a sense of being personally targeted. "Lieutenant Lin," Xue Wujiu suddenly stepped closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Your prior performance on Qianxian Star may have been commendable, but to me, you are merely a beneficiary of fortune. The fact that you were not obliterated by the ground defense artillery on Qianxian Star is merely a stroke of luck that has afforded you this position. I am unaware of your connection with Wen Huayan. Perhaps you share a more intimate relationship with her, which has led her to protect you so fiercely. However, I assure you, if you continue to perform in this manner on the next battlefield, you will meet a most gruesome end. After delivering his warning, Shui Wuju cast a glance at the surveillance camera in the room and took a step back. Lieutenant Lin, bear in mind that your streak of good fortune will not last indefinitely. With a shake of his head, he adjusted his military hat and strode away. Lin Nian remained silent, observing the retreating figure of Shui Wuju. The mention of Wen Huayan stirred questions in his mind. Was there some underlying issue between them that had inadvertently drawn him into the fray? Nonetheless, Lin Nian acknowledged that his current performance indeed left much to be desired. He sighed, contemplating how, if aided by that woman's voice, he would not be in such a dire predicament. While he struggled with command during combat, his proficiency with firearms remained exceptional. Troubled thoughts clouded Lin Nian's mind as he exited the small room, only to find Wen Huayan waiting for him outside. Captain 1, Lin Nian, saluted her, acknowledging the rigid hierarchy of the military. Given his current rank, he was subordinate to Wen Huayan, necessitating the salute lest he face confinement. A most unpleasant experience, Lieutenant Lin. When Huayan returned the gesture, it seems that Captain Shui Wuju harbors considerable dissatisfaction towards you. What transpired? She gazed in the direction where Shui Wuju had departed, still visible in the distance. I am uncertain, Lin Nian replied, shaking his head, wishing to steer clear of that topic. What brings you here? Captain Wen, Major General Wen Rong has taken an interest in your current situation following your recent promotion. I was sent to inquire on his behalf, Wen Huayan explained. Well, as you can see, it is less than amicable. Lin Nian shrugged nonchalantly. Initially, he had garnered respect and recognition within the fleet, but circumstances shifted rapidly when his performance in virtual training fell short of expectations, igniting skepticism among his peers. They questioned the disparity between his training outcomes and his actual performance on Qianxian Star. Lin Nian understood the root of their discontent. His rapid ascent through the ranks without a substantial background had incited envy among those still biding their time. In their eyes, a single success was merely a stroke of luck. Fortuitous circumstances had granted him accolades he did not rightfully deserve. Surviving on Qianxian Star only further fueled their resentment, as they believed they too could achieve similar acclaim were they in his position. The animosity directed towards him was less personal and more a manifestation of their frustration at not being the ones to ascend to the rank of lieutenant. Coupled with his recent lackluster performance in virtual training, he had unwittingly become a target for their disdain. Lin Nian sensed his reputation plummeting within the ship. Lieutenant Lin, jealousy is the first hurdle you must overcome. Nevertheless, I perceive a commendable mindset in you, Wen Huayan advised. Yet I must caution you. The road ahead is yours to traverse. Major General Wen Rong's favor has its limits. Do not anticipate further assistance from him. Wen Huayan concluded earnestly, then checked her wristwatch, tapping on her holographic interface before Lin Nian. Well, this visit has come to an end. It was a pleasure to see you again, Lieutenant Lin. I look forward to your future endeavors. She extended her hand, and Lin Nian lightly grasped it before releasing it, noting her cool touch. Wen Huayan nodded slightly and departed. Why is she here? Liao Fan suddenly emerged from a corner, whispering to Lin Nian. She mentioned a follow-up visit. Lin Nian provided a brief explanation. Liao Fan was among the few on the 1455 battleship who still supported him. I heard that your commanding officer berated you again. What? Did your virtual training falter once more? Liao Fan inquired, having waited until Wen Huayan vanished from sight before speaking up. Alas, I'm the subject of envy, Lin Nian sighed, reluctant to delve into that topic. He increasingly wondered whether the potent biochemical agent had induced auditory hallucinations, leading him to believe that some female voice was aiding him. Yet, that did not fully explain his circumstances, for he had indeed received genuine assistance. He pondered the properties of that biochemical agent, akin to a stimulant, enhancing soldiers' reflexes and endurance, though with significant side effects that was typically reserved for perilous missions. Many speculated that his extraordinary performance stemmed from the agent's effects. Do not lose faith in yourself. I harbor great expectations for you, as you are unlike those who merely attribute success to luck. I have witnessed your combat prowess firsthand. Moreover, they seem to have forgotten that during the initial reconnaissance battle on Qianxian Star, thousands of line soldiers were deployed, yet only 9 of you survived. Such a high mortality rate is not something just anyone can endure, Liao Fan asserted, placing a reassuring arm around Lin Nian's shoulders. Liao Fan, I did not realize you possessed such a talent for consolation. However, I suggest you reserve this approach for your sister. It does not work on me, Lin Nian quipped, brushing Liao Fan's hand away. Nonetheless, he appreciated Liao Fan's encouragement. Ha. Now you know. Come on, training is over for today. I'm starving. Let's find something to eat. Unfortunately, the benefits of the pleasure ship have ended, and who knows when they will resume. As they walked, Liao Fan's interest piqued with a sudden inquiry. By the way, Lin Nian, have you been active lately? Surely you're not still a virgin. Get lost, get lost. You're the one who is a virgin. Lin Nian retorted, kicking Liao Fan playfully. Meanwhile, when Huayun had exited the 1455 battleship, taking a seat in the awaiting vehicle, which navigated through the bustling military port laden with cargo, the operations here were fully automated. Controlled by artificial intelligence, with only a few personnel stationed at select locations, the Empire had extensively adopted AI systems in its production sectors, yet such systems proved ineffective in the chaotic environment of warfare, where intense electromagnetic interference was unavoidable. The vehicle glided to a stop at a docking berth, where a colossal Imperial flagship lay quietly anchored, a continuous exchange of immense supplies taking place amidst the sharp warning sounds of loading operations. When Huayun spotted Major General Wen Rong standing before the warship, Major Wen, she approached, saluting him immediately. Captain, I have reviewed your report. Do you concur with Captain Xue Wuju's assessment? Wen Rong inquired, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, considering all factors, I believe Lin Nian is struggling to adapt to the role of lieutenant. When Huayun replied, her outlook on Lin Nian decidedly skeptical. In her view, his fortune had been extraordinary, almost absurd. His achievements on Qianxian Star, at best, warranted the rank of sergeant or a fourth-class warrant officer, far from justifying a promotion to officer status. Captain Wen, we are to set sail once more, when Rong abruptly changed the subject, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. What? I apologize. I was rude earlier. Major General, are we to engage in combat? When Huayun quickly apologized, her confusion apparent. After all, they had only recently returned to the home port, and the prospect of another immediate deployment suggested significant developments were afoot. Nothing to worry about, when Rong replied, exhaling a plume of smoke that quickly dissipated, drawn away by the port's ventilation system. Indeed, we are to engage in battle. We have just received word from the Central Military Command that the harrowing sect is making a resurgence, having defeated the 10th and 11th Imperial fleets in the Qianxian Star domain. When Rong continued to elaborate, and when Huayun instinctively pressed her lips together, realizing another major conflict loomed, the Empire's 3rd Interstellar Fleet was preparing to head back into the fray. As for whether Lin Nian was merely a burden, when Rong mused, I believe, the war will reveal the truth. However, I have always been confident in my judgment. He swiftly finished his cigarette, discarding it to the ground and extinguishing it beneath his foot. Let us depart. The fleet is setting sail, and there is much work to be done. When Rong did not seek another audience with Wen Huayun. Instead, he joined the guard soldiers who were waiting nearby and began to make his way toward his flagship. In the presence of this colossal steel beast, their figures appeared as insignificant as dust. Numerous white lights flickered on the surface of the giant, resembling a myriad of stars. Chapter 15. Strategies against the Enemy 001 Sanitation Space Station. When Yurin personally boarded the flagship of the 2nd Imperial Interstellar Fleet, compared to the 3rd and 4th Interstellar Fleets, the 2nd Fleet was the swiftest to return and was the first among the 3 fleets to complete its resupply. Captain Chun of the flagship saluted Wen Yurin, immediately informed the 3rd and 4th Interstellar Fleets that we must set sail at once and expedite our journey to the Qianxian Star region to reclaim the core planet, Yanlan Star. When Yurin nodded slightly and issued commands to the flagship's captain. Understood. Captain Shen immediately stood tall, and the orders were swiftly disseminated. Countless crew members commenced their tasks. As the hull's locks disengaged from the Motherport space station. The warships of the Second Imperial Interstellar Fleet began to depart from 001 Sanitation Space Station, all turning towards the direction of the Qianxian star region. This incursion by the arid sky sect into the Qianxian star region posed no great distance for Wen. After all, the central star region was adjacent to the Qianxian star region, allowing for a single spatial transmission to reach Yanlan star directly, thus saving an additional journey compared to the distant Qianxian star on the edge of the Hanyan star region. The engines of the fleet's warships ignited, emitting blue and white flames from their aft's. When Wen hastened to the bridge of the flagship, the bridge was exceedingly spacious, accommodating 3,000 dedicated crew members. A multitude of real-time data circulated in their hands as they approached the highest commander. Due to Wen's personal presence aboard, the command of the flagship shifted directly from the captain to him. "Commander, we have just received communication from the 3rd and 4th Interstellar Fleets. Shall we connect?" The communications officer suddenly rose and addressed Wen loudly. "Connect." Wen stood on the second level of the bridge, hands gripping the railing as he surveyed the busy crew below, nodding slightly. "Yes," the liaison officer nodded, and soon 2 enormous screens materialized. The images displayed when Rome alongside another Major General. "Commander." Both men saluted Wen solemnly. "Major General 1, Major General Ning, what is your progress?" When returned their salutes. "Report, Commander. The Imperial 3rd Interstellar Fleet has departed." Major General Wen responded first. "Report, Commander. The Imperial 4th Interstellar Fleet has also departed." Major General Ning followed suit. "Excellent. I will now activate a spatial transmission gate, set to the maximum duration of 3 hours. Make haste and proceed through without delay." When expression was grave. "Understood." The 2 men saluted in unison. The screens vanished as energy for the spatial transmission gate began to accumulate. 20%, 40, 100%, energy fully charged. "Commander, shall we initiate the spatial transmission gate?" The flagship's chief of staff inquired loudly. "Initiate." Wen's countenance was stern as he issued the command. As words fell, all eyes turned to the transparent portholes on either side. 2 massive launch devices slowly emerged from the hull of the flagship, firing 2 beams of distinct colors, one red and one blue. The beams intersected at a point in the starry sky directly ahead, initiating a distortion of space. The distortion expanded with the infusion of energy, growing larger until it reached several hundred kilometers before ceasing. The spatial distortion stabilized. Everyone could gaze through to the unfamiliar star region beyond. "Imperial 2nd Interstellar Fleet, heed my command. Accelerate forward." When gestured grandly. "Yes." The entire fleet accelerated in unison as when took his seat, fastening his safety belt. With the engines of the fleet operating at full power, a tremendous tremor resonated from within the hull. One by one, the ships traversed the immense void before them. When glanced at the map display beside him, in an instant, they had transitioned from the central star region to a position near Yanlan star in the Qianxian star region. Once the flagship had safely navigated the transmission, when unfastened his safety belt and beckoned the captain and the fleet staff to join him, a dozen individuals swiftly gathered at the conference table. A 3-dimensional star map vividly illustrated the current state of the star region. "Chief of Staff, please provide an overview of the situation." When addressed him. "Yes, Commander." The Chief of Staff saluted promptly and began manipulating the star map before him. Since the defeat of the 10th and 11th Fleets, the arid sky sect's influence has surged. Currently, vast areas of the southeastern region of the Qianxian star region are under siege by the sect, including the core planet, Yanlan star. The Chief of Staff drew a circle on the map, encompassing the entire center of the Qianxian star region and the southeastern quadrant. "I recommend that our primary objective be the immediate reclamation of Yanlan star." The Chief of Staff proposed this first course of action, and when along with the others nodded in agreement, voicing no dissent. "The arid sky sect lacks fixed strongholds. If we send scattered troops in pursuit, it is unlikely to yield significant results. Han Tianju's ability to maneuver with agility relies on the mobility of his warships, which in turn requires resupply from resource stars. Hence, his next likely target is quite clear." The Chief of Staff continued to mark dozens of energy resource stars on the map. their colors turning red as they formed a winding line in the northeastern section of the Qianxian star region. The initial star began to flicker with increasing intensity, revealing its name. Huangyan star. We must swiftly allocate our forces to resource stars such as Huangyan star, especially the leading Huangyan star. I believe the Arid Sky sect will undoubtedly target it. The Chief of Staff emphasized Huangyan star. Ultimately, we must establish a strong defensive perimeter. If the Arid Sky sect is unable to plunder resources, population, and sustenance, their strength, no matter how formidable it may seem now, will rapidly decline. When that time comes, whether we drive them out of the Qianxian star region or pursue them into the Huangyan star region will not pose a challenge for us. The Chief of Staff gazed at Lin Nian, whose strategy was essentially to fortify defenses and await an internal crisis within Han Tianzhu's ranks, seizing the opportune moment to engage the Arid Sky sect in decisive battle. The prior defeats of Hizhua and Yin were attributed to their overly aggressive tactics, attempting to establish a pocket formation for a three-pronged encirclement, only to find themselves in disarray before the plan could even be fully executed. Chief of Staff, I largely endorse your strategy of fortifying defenses, but there is one concern. Han Tianzhu may not necessarily opt to commence from Huangyan star. He could choose any location among these resource stars for his plunder. When Yuan pointed out the Chief of Staff's oversight, the Chief of Staff fell silent for a few moments, appearing somewhat helpless. Commander, I admit my oversight. Perhaps we should transition to a lookout strategy. The Chief of Staff understood that a defensive posture could easily leave vulnerabilities, but establishing lookout points was a feasible alternative. We can station a small contingent of troops at each point for monitoring, while our main fleet patrols the area. Should any substantial forces from the Arid Sky sect appear, we can dispatch troops from multiple directions to encircle and strike them, maximizing our chances of annihilating their invading fleet. Chapter 16. Defensive Arrangements at Huangyan star. Moreover, the Imperial 7th Interstellar Fleet is en route. With 4 Imperial fleets, we will have ample strength for our defense. The Arid Sky sect will surely reveal a flaw. The Chief of Staff emphasized the importance of maintaining a defensive perimeter once more. Very well. For now, let us focus on the first step, reclaiming Yinlan star before addressing other matters. When Yuan decisively concluded. Understood. Everyone saluted in unison. The flagship of the Arid Sky sect. Report. Sect Master, we have just received word from Yinlan star. The Imperial 2nd Interstellar Fleet has arrived and successfully reclaimed it, but a liaison officer announced loudly. Curse it! How did Lin Nian arrive so swiftly? Han Tianzhu slammed his palm on the table, his face displaying irritation. The days of plundering by the Arid Sky sect had not yet reached their zenith when his old adversary reemerged, reclaiming the hard-won Yinlan star almost immediately. Chief of Staff, thank goodness I heeded your advice. Otherwise, had we advanced northward, we would have directly confronted Lin Nian. Han Tianzhu's face displayed a flicker of relief. Sect Master, this is not the time for complacency. While we currently face little resistance in plundering the southeastern region of the Qianxian star region, we have brought along an excessive number of unnecessary personnel and supplies. These will become our burden. The Chief of Staff's expression was laden with concern. What shall we do then? I defer to your judgment. Han Tianzhu admitted his lack of a plan. It is entirely reliant on the Chief of Staff to provide strategies and plans. Our plundering here has become futile. This moment. The most crucial resource for us is the fuel for our warships. Without fuel, we shall lose the very speed upon which our survival depends. The Chief of Staff gestured over the stellar map, switching the display mode that a series of resource planets emerged before the two of them. Here, the Chief of Staff pointed a Huangyan star. Chief, what do you mean? Han Tianzhu was perplexed. Master, we can initiate our operations at Huangyan star first. We should send a small contingent to conduct landing operations if the Empire does not have a strong garrison here. We can then proceed with a large-scale incursion, seize what we can, and retreat that if we encounter fierce resistance, we shall withdraw promptly and move on to another location. There are plenty of resource stars available to us. The Chief of Staff elucidated to Han Tianzhu. Oh, I see. Han Tianzhu feigned understanding, though his mind was a muddle. The Chief of Staff sighed inwardly, aware that his superior was rather incompetent, pretending to comprehend matters beyond his grasp. Chief, should we immediately assemble everyone and head straight for this Huangyan star? Han Tianzhu inquired once more. No, we shall divide our forces. One group will proceed north, while another continues south. The southern contingent will serve as bait, drawing Wen Yuan's attention. This way, our northern group will have a better chance of securing the resources. The chief of staff shook his head. My suggestion is for me and the master to advance north with our elite forces, while Master's brother, Han Tianzhu, leads the main body of troops to rampage in the eastern region. As long as Wen Yuan does not come, we shall remain hidden. The chief of staff further explained. Chief, what about my brother? He cannot contend with Wen Yuan. Han Tianzhu expressed concern for his brother's safety. As long as he follows orders, your brother will be fine. Master, please emphasize to him that if he finds himself in a precarious situation, he must abandon everything and retreat to the Huangyan Star region. He must not cling to those trinkets. He should discard them without hesitation. Wen Yuan will not be able to pursue him. Do not entertain the notion of defeating the Empire's fleet. It is best to avoid such thoughts altogether. This time is different from Hizhua and Yinwan. Wen Yuan commands a truly elite force of the Empire. The chief of staff continued to caution. Very well, I will contact him immediately. Han Tianzhu nodded. The chief of staff then returned his gaze to the stellar map, focusing on Huangyan Star, Imperial 3rd Interstellar Fleet. Flagship bridge. Yes, Commander. I shall commence deployment at once. Wen Rong respectfully nodded to his father, addressing him as commander in accordance with protocol rather than directly calling him father, as the holographic screen vanished. Wen Rong turned to his staff. Major General 1, our mission is to safeguard this line of resource stars. The chief of staff initiated the discussion, pointing at the star map. According to reliable intelligence, the Qianxian sect's fleet is currently engaged in activities in the southeastern region and has no intentions of moving northward. Wen Yuan promptly decided to dispatch the 4th and 7th fleets southward to gradually reclaim lost territory while constraining the Qianxian sect's operational space, ideally driving them back to the desolate Huangyan Star region, which has already been ravaged. Indeed, the Qianxian sect will surely seek to plunder the warship's energy sources, that we must deploy sentry forces on these resource stars to constantly monitor the movements of the Qianxian sect. Should we detect a large-scale assault by the Qianxian sect, it will be the moment for our main fleet to engage. The nearby stationed 2nd Interstellar Fleet at Yinlan Star will also provide us with supporting forces. Wen Rong nodded. Now, back to the matter at hand. With so many resource stars, we must promptly arrange specific sentry units for on-site defense. Wen Rong turned to the line of resource stars, recognizing that they could all potentially become targets for Han Tianzhu's attacks. They could not afford to concentrate too many forces on a single planet, lest they find themselves unable to respond to assaults on other resource stars. Only upon confirming the main fleet of the Qianxian sect's movements would the 3rd Interstellar Fleet truly choose to engage. The first target is Huangyan Star. When Rong pointed directly at Huangyan Star, his mind immediately conjuring Lin Nian's visage. Let me see if your strength is merely luck. This thought flickered through in Rong's mind as he glanced at the chief of staff beside him. Major General 1, do you have someone in mind? The chief of staff, familiar with Wen Rong, instantly recognized the expression on his face. Indeed, I have decided to dispatch the 10th Mobile Team of Warship 1455, led by Lieutenant Lin Nian. 3,000 men. That will serve well as a warning force, Wen Rong stated. The chief of staff contemplated for a moment. Huangyan Star is not large. It is a common planet. 3,000 men should suffice. Very well, Major General 1. The next target. The chief of staff nodded in agreement, allowing Wen Rong to select the personnel for the next resource star's garrison, as each star's personnel were confirmed. The 3rd Interstellar Fleet saw nearly every ship contribute personnel, aggregating to a total of nearly 100,000. There are 30 resource stars in total, which has significantly diluted their combat power. However, a fully staffed fleet comprises 101 warships, 10 large warships, 30 medium-sized warships, and 60 small warships, along with 1 super-large flagship, requiring at least 120,000 personnel. Chapter 17 Departure from Warship 1455. In this instance, it amounted to 1/12 of their strength being allocated elsewhere. Major General 1. Everything is confirmed. The Chief of Staff looked at Wen Rong. Very well, now go notify them. Proceed to their respective garrison stars. Wen Rong immediately issued the command. Yes. The chief of staff saluted and withdrew. In a cramped space, the red lights above Lin Nian's cabin flashed incessantly. Charge. We have 3 minutes left. We must seize this warship. Lin Nian shouted to his subordinates, continuously pulling the trigger on his weapon as bullets flew towards the enemies before him. However, the enemy's counterattack was equally resolute, launching surprise assaults and counterattacks from every corner. Lin Nian felt anxious. He did not want to face failure once more. With the time dwindling, he was drawing ever closer to defeat, yet the enemy's resistance was exceptionally fierce, thwarting his every attempt. Damn it! Lin Nian cursed under his breath. During this period, he had been the subject of whispers and pointed fingers. Igniting his frustration, he yearned to prove himself capable. Gritting his teeth, Lin Nian resolved to abandon his cover and charge out for a forceful assault. However, several bullets flew directly toward him, and his helmet's display screen went dark momentarily before reappearing. This time, he found himself in an empty training hall, surrounded by Xue Wuju and several other junior officers, many of whom wore expressions of schadenfreude, whispering to one another and laughing heartily. Lieutenant Lin Nian, your training performance today is unsatisfactory. As a squad commander, why did you run out from behind cover? Do you think you can be a hero? Xue Wuju's expression was icy as he held a clipboard, marking Lin Nian's final training score, which was publicly displayed in the training hall. The glaring red crosses were particularly eye-catching. Lin Nian removed his helmet, refraining from retorting against Xue Wuju, for he knew the latter spoke the truth. His training performance was indeed abysmal, inarguably so, yet a sense of unwillingness simmered within him. Lin Nian felt it should not be this way. If only he could awaken that feminine voice, he would be able to retaliate against all those who doubted him with the strongest resolve. Lieutenant Lin Nian, are you even listening to me? Xue Wuju suddenly raised his voice, causing the previously noisy training hall to fall silent. All eyes turned towards Xue Wuju and Lin Nian. Captain Xue Wuju, say what you will. If you have the ability, go ahead and dismiss me now. Lin Nian's tone was equally abrasive, a reflection of his frustration. Xue Wuju's incessant criticisms were irksome to him if it were possible. Lin Nian would not wish to remain in the mobile brigade any longer. He could even return to being a line filler. At least there, no one would bother him. He could do as he pleased. Lieutenant Lin Nian, do you know what you were saying? You are the captain of the 10th Mobile Team on Warship 1455. Do you have any idea how many lives are under your command? 3,000. Your attitude will only lead to the demise of everyone. These are 3,000 living lives, not mere numbers. It is not a game. On the battlefield, if you do not learn to adapt, you will endanger even more lives. Xue Wuju slammed the electronic tablet onto the ground, pointing at Lin Nian as he shouted, "Do not point at me like that. I have not caused the death of anyone." Lin Nian felt a surge of defiance and retorted, "Very well, Lieutenant Lin Nian. Since you are so dissatisfied, how about we settle this with a fight?" Xue Wuju had tore his shirt, revealing a body marred by countless scars. Several areas had already been replaced with mechanical parts. Lin Nian was momentarily taken aback. Such injuries could only be the result of a fierce battle. For a brief moment, he felt he might have overstepped. If he were to exhibit such behavior on the battlefield, he would undoubtedly lead his subordinates to their doom. "What is it, Lieutenant Lin Nian? Where is your earlier bravado? Do not harbor any reservations. This is merely a matter of fists, devoid of any hierarchy. I wish to impart to you, through this fist, that you are mistaken. Furthermore, the price of war may be beyond your capacity to bear." Xue Wuju's gaze was sharp, and his voice grew somber as he uttered the final words. Lin Nian took a deep breath, aware that confrontation was inevitable. He raised his fist, preparing to assume a fighting stance. Vibrations coursed through his wrist. He paused, and a light screen materialized before him, displaying an urgent message. "Lieutenant Lin Nian of the 10th Mobile Team aboard Battleship 1455. You and your subordinates have been assigned a new operational task by Major General Wenrong. Your mission objective is to secure Qianxian planet. You are to gather your operational necessities and proceed to the designated boarding hatch of the battleship within 10 minutes. No delays permitted." Lin Nian quickly read through the message. When he looked up, he noticed Xue Wuju also examining the light screen, evidently having received the same notification. Turning to his subordinates, he observed their grim expressions. It dawned on Lin Nian that their apprehension stemmed from the nature of this assignment. A solo mission. Detached from the fleet, fraught with the possibility of no return, should the enemy launch a forceful landing on the planet they were tasked to defend, and if they were unable to withstand the assault, it would spell annihilation for them. The fleet would not expend great resources to rescue a mere few thousand personnel. Most concerning of all, their commander, himself, was a battlefield trainee with a record of unblemished performance. Lieutenant Lin Nian, if you wish to prove yourself, focus on winning this battle first, Shui Wujue remarked, his expression remaining impassive, arms crossed. Lin Nian fell silent for several seconds before uttering a single word. Despite his assertions that training did not equate to actual performance, the looming specter of war sent a shiver down his spine. The shadow of death arrived unannounced, affording him no opportunity for preparation. 10th Mobile Team, follow me. Lin Nian swiftly composed himself, turning to shout at his subordinates. The 3,000 team members exchanged glances but fell into formation silently, for military orders are as unyielding as mountains. They followed Lin Nian out of the training hall, arming themselves in the shortest time possible before reaching the boarding hatch of battleship 1455. There, Lin Nian encountered Liao Fan. "Brother, return alive." Liao Fan said nothing else, merely extending his right hand. Lin Nian grasped it firmly, bumping shoulders in acknowledgement. "I am glad you could make it." Lin Nian released his hand, looking earnestly at Liao Fan. "Of course, brother. How could I not come?" Liao Fan turned towards a massive transport bay with its rear open. "All right." Lin Nian ceased further conversation, leading his subordinates as they jogged onto the ship. Chapter 18. The central city of Qianxian Planet. Several large transport vessels descended slowly under the escort of interstellar fighters. Lin Nian was the first to disembark, clad in Imperial kinetic energy armor and wielding 2 energy guns, essentially the same equipment he had used upon landing on Qianxian Planet. Qianxian Planet appeared rather desolate, yet like any ordinary planet, it housed a central city. Given Qianxian's status as a resource-rich planet, the central city was located underground rather than on the surface. Report, sir. The entire mobile team consists of 3,000 personnel. Expected, 3,000. Present, 3,000. Please provide instructions. An Imperial soldier jogged up to Lin Nian, speaking loudly. Lin Nian shifted his gaze back to the large transport vessel, noticing that his subordinates had assembled and were prepared for action. At the very least, they exhibited commendable discipline. Lin Nian recognized the soldier as his vice captain. Without issuing any commands, the vice captain had efficiently managed everything on his behalf. While this was commendable, Lin Nian felt somewhat usurped. "Vice Captain," Lin Nian inquired tentatively. "Yes, sir. Please give instructions." The vice captain stood tall, addressing Lin Nian in a markedly formal tone, devoid of any hint of familiarity. Initially, the vice captain had shown Lin Nian respect and a semblance of camaraderie. However, as Lin Nian's training record continued to shine, the relationship had grown increasingly distant, as if the vice captain regarded him as some privileged figure of notable background, intending to elevate him. Particularly, the recent act of organizing the troops was not typically within a vice captain's purview. Lin Nian was certain that should he issue any perilous commands, these men might not be inclined to heed him. Should the situation evolve thusly, he would be no different from being sidelined. However, he could not voice any objections now, as no overt sidelining had occurred. "Vice Captain, how many heavy weapons do we have?" Lin Nian turned his gaze toward the large transport vessel. After all members of the 10th Mobile Team disembarked, 12 various types of vehicles gradually descended, requiring no operators as they were equipped with automatic docking modules. As the rear of the large transport vessel began to close, it set course for outer space. Flanked by 2 interstellar fighters, report that we possess 2 types of heavy equipment. For defensive purposes, we have mine-laying vehicles and magnetic storm cloud vehicles. For offensive capabilities, we have heavy beam vehicles and heavy missile vehicles, 3 of each type. The vice captain proclaimed loudly. The mine-laying vehicle, as the name implies, was designed to deploy aerial floating mines and ground-based conceal mines. The magnetic storm cloud vehicle generated magnetic storm clouds on a large scale, effectively obscuring the entire planetary surface from external reconnaissance by enemy vessels. essentially manufacturing a fog of war. Only by dispatching landing troops to the surface for signal calibration could they illuminate the planetary surface conditions. Akin to Lin Nian's previous actions on Qianxian planet, the heavy beam vehicle discharged lasers, while the heavy missile vehicle launched missiles. Simple and straightforward. Vice Captain, activate all defensive vehicles immediately. Team 1, establish a communication channel with the fleet. Team 2, follow me into the central city here to connect with local defense forces. Lin Nian ordered, dividing his 3,000 personnel into 3 squads, each comprising 1,000 men. Understood, Captain, the Vice Captain promptly acknowledged. Setting about organizing the defense measures that moment. Dozens of mini 4-wheel vehicles arrived, part of the equipment dropped by the large transport vessel. These lightweight transport tools were not classified as heavy weaponry. Lin Nian boarded one of the simple 4-wheelers, leading 1,000 of his subordinates directly toward the entrance of the nearby central city. Lin Nian raised a simple binocular, capturing numerous images. 1 kilometer ahead lay an entrance reminiscent of a tunnel. Extending downward, nearby, a number of locals stood waiting, likely the Imperial administrative personnel of Qianxian planet. Lin Nian retracted the binoculars. The air on Qianxian planet was breathable. He had already removed his helmet's mechanical visor. Inhaling the somewhat mixed atmosphere that at you. While awaiting their arrival, Lin Nian suddenly noticed the soldier driving for him. One of the 9 survivors from the previous round, a former comrade. Reporting, sir, the soldier, Qianxian, promptly introduced himself. Qianxian, I remember you, Lin Nian acknowledged with a N-O-T this juncture. Few were willing to be friendly. Captain, do not take it to heart. The Vice Captain is merely concerned that you might lead everyone into danger. They lack faith in your abilities. However, the 8 of us believe in you, for you personally led us to survive, Qianxian stated earnestly, hoping to prevent any discord between the captain and vice captain. Indeed, Lin Nian smiled wryly within, lacking such confidence. After all, he still struggled to comprehend the nature of that female voice. If it were merely a figment of his imagination, he might indeed lead his subordinates to ruin. Yet, on the other hand, he felt it was not a mere illusion. The events following the emergence of that voice defied explanation by mere hallucination, especially considering he had truly dispatched those pursuing him from the Qianxian sect. As the distance was not far, they soon arrived. Before the vehicle had even come to a halt, the welcoming party had already approached. Sir, you have finally arrived. We are overjoyed to hear that the Empire is willing to station personnel on resource-rich planets like ours. The leader of the group, a balding middle-aged man, incessantly nodded and bowed before Lin Nian. Please rise. Let us dispense with the formalities that we must quickly take charge of Qianxian planet's local defense systems. May I ask how to address you? Lin Nian disembarked from the vehicle, pulling up the individual at the forefront who was continuously bowing. Commander, my surname is Huang. You may call me Huang Zhongzhu. Huang Zhongzhu stated. Upon learning this name, Lin Nian understood that the term Zhongzhu was akin to titles such as city lord or mayor. I am the administrative chief here. In fact, the entire Qianxian star has a population of merely 100,000. Hearing that the cult of the desolate sky was approaching, the people were filled with trepidation. Now that you have arrived, Commander, we can finally feel at ease, Huang Zhongzhu said reassuringly. However, Lin Nian held a different perspective. He was aware that his 3,000 men merely served as sentinels. Once the main forces of the desolate sky cult arrived, their primary function would be to relay information to the 3rd Interstellar Fleet, AS, for withstanding the desolate sky cult. They could only do what they were capable of, given that 3,000 was scarcely a formidable number. Chapter 19. The ambitious vice captain under Huang Zhongzhu's guidance. Lin Nian swiftly reached the core area of Zhongzhou City on Qianxian Star. The situation here had previously been one of exploration, with industrial workers remaining to control the mining machinery. Following the construction of Zhongzhou City, a series of facilities such as schools, hospitals, and shopping malls gradually emerged. Workers began to bring their families, forming a new hub of human habitation. AS Lin Nian led his team through the core area. He occasionally caught sight of the fearful and anxious gazes of the local residents. Meanwhile, the soldiers behind him began to jeer, whistling at the residents. Order! No one is to disturb the populace. Upon witnessing this, Lin Nian issued his first strict command for the holographic display of his wristwatch. The discipline among the Imperial soldiers, however, was not commendable. Many behaved similarly to bandits. Listen, we are here to guard against the desolate sky cult. Anyone who causes trouble here will face my wrath, Lin Nian declared to the 1,000 men behind him. Yes, Captain, they replied softly. Lin Nian was uncertain how many of them spoke sincerely, but this was all he could do for the local residents. Commander, this way, Huang Zhongzhu remarked, observing everything with an improved attitude towards Lin Nian. Soon, Lin Nian entered an underground control room. As the lights illuminated, the defense control console came into view. Lin Nian pressed the activation button on the equipment. And an holographic map of Huangyan Star materialized, revealing a plethora of defensive artillery, densely packed. The defensive firepower here exceeded Lin Nian's expectations. However, many areas were marked in red, indicating they were inoperative. Qianxian. Initiate the system connection, Lin Nian commanded. Understood, Qianxian replied promptly as he began to organize the setup. Vice Captain, the damaged defense points have been marked. You and your team should proceed to repair them. Lin Nian continued issuing new commands. Yes, Commander. The vice captain's response was filled with static noise, and the signal began to deteriorate. In a nearby star sector of Huangyan Star, a fleet advanced stealthily, with Han Tianzhu among them. Chief of Staff, what is the current situation? He inquired of his Chief of Staff, as initially planned. Your brother has attracted a great deal of attention from the Imperial forces in the southeast. Even Wen Yuan's second interstellar fleet is moving southward. They now believe we will not advance north and intend to corner us in the southeast, launching a full-scale blockade. The Chief of Staff pointed to the star map, where the Qianxian star sector in the southeast was in chaos. Now is the optimal moment for us to infiltrate the resource star. Rumor has it that the third interstellar fleet is stationed there. It would be unwise for us to attempt to seize resources, wouldn't it? Han Tianzhu expressed his concerns. Not a problem, Chief. They're likely to be spread thinly, as long as we withdraw with the resources we acquire before the main force of the Third Fleet arrives. We need not linger, the Chief of Staff replied confidently. How many core planets have they successfully breached? Small planets like Huangyan Star should be easily captured. The possibility of failure is simply unfathomable. He asserted. Very well, Han Tianzhu nodded, having experienced his Chief of Staff's capabilities on multiple occasions that he chose to place his trust in him. What is our primary target for attack? Han Tianzhu inquired. His fleet was not large this time. They could not rely on overwhelming numerical superiority as in the past. Yet, it had its advantages. Each soldier was elite. Huangyan Star. The Chief of Staff emphasized the location on the star map, where Huangyan Star's designation stood out prominently. Excellent. Set forth. Han Tianzhu gestured grandly, and the desolate sky fleet immediately activated, abandoning their slow, stealthy approach. The engines ignited, accelerating towards the relatively nearby Huangyan Star. Beneath Huangyan Star, Lin Nian was organizing his subordinates to establish defensive works. Due to his enforcement of military discipline, many local residents voluntarily came to assist, significantly speeding up the progress of course. Lin Nian overheard numerous remarks from the mobile team members criticizing him for not granting the usual benefits to the soldiers below. Meanwhile, his vice captain maintained an ambiguous stance on the matter, perhaps viewing it as a means to consolidate loyalty. Lin Nian increasingly sensed that the vice captain was undermining his authority. The soldiers below were more inclined to heed the vice captain's words rather than those of their upright captain. Lin Nian chose to endure these circumstances for the time being, refraining from immediate confrontation. Addressing the vice captain now would only alienate him further, pushing the soldiers toward the vice captain's side. Lin Nian hastened to the defense system control room, intending to conduct another weapons inspection. Serial number 7735. Please prepare for battle. AKT that moment. A cold female voice suddenly resonated in Lin Nian's mind, causing his hand to tremble. That it's here, it's really here. This was not a mere illusion. Hello. Hello. Lin Nian attempted to call out to the voice in his mind, but received no response. Still not working? Lin Nian sighed in resignation. Nevertheless, the voice's emergence provided him with critical information. The enemy was approaching. Damn it, so soon. Lin Nian pounded the control panel with frustration, quickly pressing the communication button embedded in his battle helmet. Vice Captain, where are you? The desolate sky cult is coming. You need to bring the men back immediately. Lin Nian shouted urgently. The vice captain frequently took half of the mobile team out under the pretext of inspecting and repairing the armory. Lin Nian was skeptical of this reasoning, but there were too few who genuinely pledged allegiance to him among his subordinates, leaving him perplexed about the vice captain's motives for taking 1,500 men elsewhere. Report, Commander. We are experiencing ground signal interference. I can't hear you clearly. Please repeat. The vice captain's voice crackled in Lin Yan's helmet. Vice Captain, I said the enemy is coming. You better return immediately. Lin Yan yelled repeatedly. Vice Captain, did you hear me? Respond at once. However, there was no reply from the other end. Lin Yan fell silent. Meanwhile, on the desolate surface of Qianxian Star, the winds howled. Did you hear? Respond at once. The vice captain, cigarette in hand, took a deep drag, while his helmet hung on the vehicle nearby, with Lin Yan's voice echoing from within. Did I tell you to stop? Keep smoking. The vice captain's other hand held a pistol, its muzzle directed at a young woman beneath him. A satisfied expression spread across his face as he surveyed his surroundings, in the vast wilderness. The 1,500 men he led were all poorly dressed. They had stumbled upon a makeshift settlement of refugees. Since Lin Nian forbade them from troubling the inhabitants of Zhongzhou City, surely it was permissible to engage with the women here. A smug smile crossed the vice captain's face. Chapter 20. The Assault of the Desolate Sky Brothers. How exhilarating is it to follow me? The vice captain suddenly shouted to the others. Exhilarating, absolutely exhilarating. The Imperial soldiers all wore expressions of triumph. In their quest for women, they had taken many lives. As for the orders issued by that inexperienced Captain Lin, they had long cast aside. Now do you understand who your true ally is? The vice captain took another drag from his cigarette, leisurely exhaling a smoke ring. We vow unwavering loyalty to the vice captain. The Imperial soldiers shouted in unison, intensifying their actions. Next, we just need to eliminate that Lin Nian brat. After all, if Qianxian Star falls, it won't be our concern. He's the one in charge here. The vice captain contemplated his next moves. Once the desolate sky cult arrived, they would find a way to dispose of Lin Nian and then seek refuge elsewhere. Qianxian Star was vast. The desolate sky cult could not possibly scour every inch for them. Once the desolate sky cult departed, they would contact the 3rd Interstellar Fleet to return to their ranks, shifting all blame onto this mobile team captain. Not only would they bear no responsibility, but they might even attain the position of mobile team captain themselves. Lin Nian's poor training results were partly due to their influence. Without tarnishing Lin Nian's reputation, how could anyone ascend? A flicker of ambition gleamed in the vice captain's eyes. That it was precisely because of this parachuted Lin Nian that he had to spend a fortune to secure his position. Directly seized by Lin Nian, it is now time for Lin Nian to pay the price. The vice captain suddenly sensed something amiss, shuttering his eyes in a momentary shiver. After a prolonged pause, he turned to face the other Imperial soldiers. All right, brothers, it is time to return. With a countenance devoid of emotion, the vice captain discharged his firearm at the woman beneath him. The bullet pierced through her skull, her expression forever frozen in shock, and the other Imperial soldiers exhibited similar lack of compassion. Indulging in slaughter, they would not lack for women. Upon their return to the base, Lin Yan's demise awaited them. Once Lin Yan fell, the underground central city would become their territory, and they would have no shortage of women. At that moment, a piercing shriek resonated from the heavens. The colossal beam of light descended upon them. In an instant, all the Imperial soldiers at the impact site were reduced to charred remains. The vice captain stood in a daze, staring at the sudden beam of light, as Lin Yan's earlier communications flashed through his mind that it was the enemy. The cult of the wasteland had indeed arrived. He gazed upwards at the impenetrable interference clouds above, followed by countless missiles piercing through the layers, unleashing a saturation bombardment upon them. It was thermal tracking. Quick, don your battle armor immediately. Everyone, disperse and board the vehicles. The vice captain, seasoned in combat, grasped the situation in an instant. Their earlier indulgence had left their battle armor stripped of its thermal shielding capabilities. Without a moment's hesitation, he commandeered a simple 4-wheeled vehicle. Swiftly maneuvering to retreat from the area, the vice captain abandoned his subordinates. After all, in times of crisis, self-preservation took precedence. The relentless bombardment continued unabated, with numerous four-wheeled vehicles being sent skyward by the missiles above. Meanwhile, in the outer space surrounding Qianxian star, a dozen medium-sized warships of the Cult of the Wasteland relentlessly bombarded the surface. These warships dared not forcefully penetrate Qianxian star without dispersing the war fog, but they could unleash laser and thermally guided bombardments. The Imperial soldiers stationed underground were oddly gathered on the surface, conspicuously exposing themselves, making them prime targets for indiscriminate bombing. General Feng, the surface has been preliminarily cleared. The dispersed Imperial soldiers have vanished without a trace. Should we execute the planetary infiltration mission? A soldier inquired of his superior aboard the largest medium-sized warship of the Cult of the Wasteland. Continue bombarding for a few more rounds. Allow me to consult the cult leader, General Feng replied, shaking his head. As a general of the Cult of the Wasteland, he remained quite cautious, opting to seek his leader's counsel. After all, Han Tianzhu had merely instructed him to conduct surface bombardments. He had not commanded him to deploy line fillers to breach the enemy's interference clouds and disperse the war fog looming over Qianxian star. Communication was swiftly established, and Han Tianzhu's visage materialized before General Feng. General Feng, he spoke calmly through the holographic interface. According to your directive, we have conducted an initial sweep of visible targets. What are our next steps? Please advise. General Feng stood upright, addressing Han Tianzhu. Excellent. What should we do? Han Tianzhu paused momentarily, instinctively turning to his side, where whispers from the Chief of Staff could be heard. Oh, right. Deploy the line fillers to disperse the war fog, and only then send in the ground troops to secure the central city of Qianxian star. Must I teach you such matters? You are one of the many generals of the Cult of the Wasteland. You should have your own judgment. I await your good news. With that, Han Tianzhu abruptly closed the holographic interface. Come here. General Feng immediately turned to his subordinate. Yes, please instruct. An urgent soldier from the Cult of the Wasteland rushed over. Prepare the interstellar fighters and deploy the line fillers. The first wave consists of 3,000 personnel. General Feng commanded decisively. Understood. The soldiers hurriedly departed. The several medium-sized warships of the Cult of the Wasteland hovering in the outer space opened their fighter launch bays, releasing interstellar fighters in rapid succession. Each interstellar fighter carried 100 line fillers, and 30 fighters roared forth, swiftly lowering their profiles as they breached Qianxian star's atmosphere. The intense friction with the air ignited the fighters, casting a red glow upon them. Upon reaching the designated altitude, the first wave of deployment commenced and a multitude of capsule-shaped landing pods were jettisoned, plummeting towards Qianxian star, shrouded beneath thick clouds. Meanwhile, in the subterranean central city of Qianxian star, warning red lights flickered incessantly. Chun Xiao, have we not yet established contact with the vice captain and his team? Lin Nian fumed, vexed at the vice captain's decision to take half his personnel, leaving many defense positions unguarded. Most critically, their fates remained unknown. Report. No news from the captain yet. Chun Xiao had just finished his report when another soldier abruptly stood, exclaiming, Captain, the Cult of the Wasteland is deploying a significant number of line fillers, attempting to re-establish surface communication. Should we utilize ground firepower? The other soldier relayed the recently monitored situation to D. or not. Lin Nian began to utter a word, but immediately swallowed his words that D. or not engage. Maintain readiness. Lin Nian opted to suppress his thoughts that he had not heard the female voice's warning. Clearly, the time was not right. The enemy's primary targets had yet to arrive, making it unnecessary to prematurely expose the surface defense points. Captain, if we do not engage, our carefully arranged interference clouds will be rendered ineffective, the defense system operator exclaimed, momentarily stunned before speaking anxiously that I am aware. Lin Nian nodded resolutely. He was waiting for a more critical moment. Confident that he would receive support from the female voice, now was the time to act with unwavering conviction. Send me the real-time defense map. I will command the ground defense firepower. Lin Nian issued a new directive. Understood, Commander. The soldiers in the defense operations room replied, acknowledging the orders. Soon, real-time defense information began streaming into Lin Nian's helmet. Outside Qianxian star's atmosphere, the line fillers landing pods continued to descend in succession. These landing pods typically presented two solutions. One involved planetary firepower intercepting them on the ground. A daunting task due to the planet's size, making complete interception impossible. Essentially, it required a combination of ground firepower and floating mines for joint deployment. The second option involved estimating landing points and deploying mobile ground forces to eliminate the enemy upon landing. The enemy's incursion aimed to re-establish the signal network, continuously broadcasting their positions, making them easy targets. Now is the moment for a counteroffensive. Deploy ground vehicles and airborne combat units. Qianxian Star was equipped with Imperial military aerospace fighters, which differed from interstellar fighters as they could not operate in outer space, but their firepower and arsenal were sufficient. Lin Nian intended to utilize the second approach for interception. Qianxian, transmit my orders to deploy 300 personnel onto the local aerospace fighters immediately. I will unlock the fighters right away, Lin Nian commanded through his helmet. Yes, Commander, Qianxiao's voice quickly responded. Lin Nian planned to reassign the 8 survivors who had initially accompanied him. They were the individuals willing to follow him now. Cultivating his own loyal faction was paramount, but winning this first battle was even more critical. Lin Nian began to pull up numerous holographic screens before him, filled with verification directives requiring his signature. Not just anyone could unlock the ground-based aerospace fighters. It necessitated a commissioned officer registered with the Imperial Central Intelligence that if marked as missing, deceased, captured, or having surrendered, one's identity would become locked within the intelligence system, rendering it ineffective. This was also why Lin Nian had not encountered any aerospace fighters during the previous encounter on Qianxian Star. The soldiers of the Cult of the Wasteland lacked the authority to unlock such assets. At long last, upon signing the final document, Lin Nian received the temporary key to unlock the aerospace fighters. Qianxian, the key has been issued. Immediately prepare for the aerospace fighters to take off. The coordinates are 77.23 N, 23.15 W, 79.33 N, 35.75 W, 82.78 N, 16.55 W. Lin Nian recited the coordinates continuously as 3 red dots flickered on the holographic map of Qianxian Star before him, indicating the preliminary landing positions of the Cult of the Wasteland. Placing his hand over the map, he pinched his fingers and expanded the view, synchronously enlarging it. The front displayed a 3-dimensional image while the back showcased real-time footage from nearby monitoring points. The first wave of 3,000 landing pods after traversing the floating minefields had successfully landed with just over 1,000 remaining. Had Lin Nian unleashed ground defenses, that number would have been even smaller. Still, he had no intention of revealing his ground fire positions. The line fillers were merely an appetizer. The real battle lay ahead. The ground firepower was reserved for the interstellar fighters and the enemy's large-scale transport vessels. Aerospace fighter units, what is your current position? Please synchronize your location immediately. Lin Nian continued to call upon the already deployed aerospace fighter units. Reporting, Commander, we are transmitting our current position. We will arrive at the first target location in 5 seconds. The words of the mobile unit members came swiftly, and mere seconds later, the first-person perspective footage from the aerospace combat aircraft transmitted a view of a desolate expanse. Approximately 500 soldiers of the Void Sky faction were gathered in this barren terrain. Lin Nian was fortunate. The enemy's drop zone was not amidst the rugged, towering mountains. Had they landed in such a location, it would have been nearly impossible for Lin Nian to locate and eliminate them all. Commander, we have identified the target. Should we engage immediately? A member of the mobile team inquired. Valuable targets have been identified and marked. Eliminating them would enhance their survival odds, just as Lin Nian was scrutinizing the real-time imagery. A female voice unexpectedly chimed in. Several yellow dots representing individuals were highlighted before his eyes. Lin Nian felt a surge of confidence. With the right tools in hand, victory was assured. He promptly transmitted the highlighted individuals to his subordinates. These individuals were cornered. They were undoubtedly the ground commanders of the battlefield. Key personnel of the Void Sky faction have been marked for extermination. Prioritize their elimination. The rest are free to engage. Lin Nian instructed swiftly. Understood, Commander. Commencing attack now. The mobile team member responded immediately. Compared to the uncertain fate of the vice captain, Lin Nian found great comfort in this report. In the desolate expanse of Qianxian Star. The fill-line soldiers of the Void Sky cult were still in a state of shock after narrowly escaping death. They had just endured a life-threatening moment, despite the absence of anti-aircraft fire from the ground. A frightening number of airborne mines loomed above. Countless comrades had perished during their descent. Yet, smiles began to break across the faces of these fill-line soldiers. They believed that as long as they landed safely, they could secure their survival and subsequently gain elevation in rank. The mortality rate among fill-line soldiers was high, but so too was their potential for rapid advancement. This was true regardless of their location. All right, everyone, gather around me. Our objective now is survival. The enemy's defensive firepower is minimal, indicating their forces are limited. This is our opportunity to achieve merit. For the Master, for the overthrow of the Empire, a centurion of the Void Sky stepped forward, shouting passionately, "For the Master, for the overthrow of the Empire." The Void Sky soldiers echoed, their voices rising in fervor. Before their words could fully dissipate, the sky erupted with the shrill sound of missile strikes. The first missile struck the centurion, obliterating him into a pool of crimson on the ground. Instantly, the fill-line soldiers became leaderless, panicking and fleeing in all directions that a few Qianxians attempted to regroup, but the next wave of targets for the Empire's aerospace combat aircraft was them. A series of explosive detonations followed, sending bodies soaring into the AI in mere moments. The over 500 fill-line soldiers on the ground were utterly annihilated. Report, Commander. The first landing zone's fill-line soldiers have been completely eradicated. A sergeant aboard the aerospace aircraft promptly informed Lin Nian it was the sergeant's first experience in such a seamless combat operation, where they didn't have to contemplate anything. The commander had preemptively marked the key figures. The sergeant was unsure how Lin Nian had managed this, but his command performance was a stark contrast to their training sessions. Chapter 22. Intensifying the assault on the Void Sky cult. Understood. Proceed to the next location. The coordinates have been dispatched. Please eliminate the enemy forces there as swiftly as possible. Lin Yan's voice resonated. Yes, Commander, the sergeant replied without hesitation, signaling to the other aerospace combat pilots. In the age of interstellar travel, all vehicle controls were highly automated, allowing even ordinary individuals to operate them with minimal training, let alone the members of their combat team. Dozens of aerospace combat aircraft were formed into formation, roaring towards the next destination. Soon, they once again eliminated all soldiers of the Void Sky cult. As the last fill-line soldier fell, they all maneuvered their aircraft to return. Smiles adorned the faces of the mobile team members. This had been the easiest battle they had fought. The enemy's critical command personnel had perished in the initial barrage, leaving the subsequent fill-line soldiers, devoid of leadership, as mere targets in the outer space of Qianxian Star. General Feng's expression was grim as he stood before the communication console, a headset in hand. General, the enemy's firepower is ferocious. The commander was killed instantly. Everyone is leaderless. General, the Qianxian has fallen, requesting support. We request heavy bombardment. The communication device ended with a cacophony of static, devoid of further response. This was the last wave of fill-line soldiers to successfully land. Signal officer, immediately inform me if their signal sources are still active. General Feng turned to the adjacent signal officer. Report, General. All signals have been extinguished, the officer replied, his voice trailing off. Speak plainly, General Feng bellowed. Yes, General, everyone has perished. The signal officer's chest heaved. Damn it. General Feng angrily hurled his headset to the ground. The circumstances surrounding the first wave of incursions were exceedingly bizarre. He had received no effective intelligence whatsoever. The Imperial forces on Qianxian Star had left themselves entirely exposed, permitting the deployment of fill-line soldiers. Aside from the inevitable airborne mines, they had employed no other defenses. Their anti-aircraft artillery had not fired a single shot. This left General Feng too apprehensive to allow the interstellar aircraft to approach for deployment. If the enemy was merely waiting for their interstellar crafts, it would be disastrous. Advisor, what are our next steps? General Feng inquired of his ship's advisor. General, the current situation is quite peculiar. We must ascertain the conditions on the surface of Qianxian Star. I recommend deploying another wave of fill-line soldiers. However, this time, we should send 4 times the force, 12,000 soldiers. The advisor had no better options. Their Master S flagship was not far off. If they could not handle this matter properly, losing their position would be trivial compared to losing their lives. Very well, I will defer to your judgment. General Feng had no other recourse but to allow the advisor to proceed. Yes, General. The ship's advisor immediately set to work. Soon, a substantial number of fill line soldiers were dropped at multiple locations on Huangyan Star. General Feng watched as the landing pods disappeared from view, fervently hoping this batch would prove effective. They had clarified the critical points to each of them, emphasizing the necessity of understanding how the first wave of fill line soldiers had met their demise. In the underground command center of the central city of Huangyan Star, jubilation erupted. Victory! We have won! Chen Xiao proclaimed, his excitement palpable. Others joined in the celebration, their cheers echoing. Lin Nian, however, merely exhaled a sigh of relief. He had successfully repelled the first wave of the Void Sky cult's assault. This marked a promising beginning. Most importantly, Lin Nian felt an unwavering confidence, certain that the female voice would assist him in making crucial decisions at pivotal moments. This sensation was nothing short of exhilarating, akin to having battlefield foresight. The enemy's critical points had all been preemptively identified, and as long as Lin Nian refrained from making foolish moves, victory was assured. All right, that should suffice for now. The enemy's second wave will undoubtedly arrive shortly. Perhaps they are already in motion that we must immediately prepare for resource replenishment and new defensive deployments. Lin Nian clapped his hands, his smile fading as he urged everyone into action once more. Having only eliminated 3,000, the Void Sky cult would not relent. With Lin Nian's clapping, the other mobile soldiers nodded in agreement, fueled by an unprecedented drive. Initially, they had believed they were following Lin Nian to their demise, but now they realized they were here to achieve merit, inspiring them to work diligently. Lin Nian also sensed a shift in the attitude of those around him. Once he demonstrated that following him led to success, these mobile soldiers immediately accepted his leadership, shedding any lingering disdain they had felt. Lin Nian silently sighed. This was the reality, when he possessed value and could offer value to the soldiers. His words were eagerly received, even with humility. However, when he lacked value or exhibited negative worth, these individuals would disregard him. What of the vice captain? Why have we received no news? Lin Nian recalled his vice captain, who had taken half of his men out and had not responded to communications. Now, their fates were uncertain. Report, Captain, that we still have no updates from the vice-captain at IT seems. The signal officer abruptly stood up, exclaiming, Captain, Captain, this is the vice captain. We have suffered an external assault from the Void Sky cult, with severe losses. Only over 300 of us remained, and we are making our way to the central city. Please, we urgently request aerospace support for our escort. The vice captain's voice suddenly crackled through the receiver, tinged with the tremor of survival. The interference cloud was not indiscriminate. It only allowed communication signals to specific channels. Lin Nian's internal communications and satellite reconnaissance were unaffected. Vice Captain, the enemy's first wave of attacks has concluded. You may safely return during this period. The aerospace combat aircraft have more critical tasks to undertake. Over and out. Lin Nian firmly declined the vice captain's request. It would be better if these disobedient individuals perished. This vice captain had somehow survived the onslaught of firepower. He had witnessed the external assault from the Void Sky cult and had seen these individuals gathering in a monitored blind spot, uncertain of their actions. What? The first wave has already ended? Yes, we understand. In the midst of a rapid return. Completed. The voice of the vice captain echoed back, laced with astonishment. Yet Lin Nian could hardly afford to pay them any mind, as the defense system incessantly blared multiple warnings that a multitude of landing pods were being deployed. Report to the captain. The harrowing sect is launching another assault. This time, the scale is expected to exceed 10,000. The operator urgently shouted at Lin Nian. Others quickly became engrossed in their tasks. Chapter 23. The return of the Vice Captain Lin Nian immediately engaged with the star map in his hands. Numerous red-marked locations densely emerged, accompanied by the incessant alerts triggered by floating mines, indicating the detection of multiple high-value targets, which had been marked to significantly enhance survival probabilities. The cold female voice reiterated this, prompting Lin Nian to take it even more seriously. The phrase significantly enhanced survival probabilities was a harbinger of dire threats to his existence. Without delay, Lin Nian summoned a holographic display in the sky above the marked red regions. Dozens of interstellar aircraft were seen hovering back and forth, presumably deploying landing pods in that area. Additionally, in Lin Nian's view, 6 brightly illuminated interstellar vessels were apparent. Clearly, these 6 ships were the high-value targets he needed to confront. The numerous interstellar vessels being released earlier, along with the line filler's landing pods, were mere bait, intended to lure Lin Nian's ground fire. "Captain, the enemy is breaching the floating mine defenses in large numbers. Should we activate the ground defense system?" The operator's words came out in a rapid, anxious sequence that if the line fillers were allowed to complete their signal calibration and breakthrough, the first line of defense on Qianxian star would be utterly dismantled, leaving them vulnerable to the long-range firepower from outer space. The firepower of the interstellar warships was far beyond what the ground forces of Qianxian star could contend with. They would be devastated. Even without the interference clouds, whether they could withstand such an onslaught was a grave concern. "Activate, but only partially." Lin Nian responded without hesitation this time, compared to the first round of warnings from the female voice. The consequences of this second round were evidently far graver. Engage all 6 targets with the most powerful tracking missiles. Target information has been dispatched. Execute the orders immediately. Lin Nian swiftly transmitted the 6 high-value targets to the operators. "Captain, are we really exposing our most formidable defensive weapons just to take down 6 interstellar fighter jets? Is that—" The operators paused, turning abruptly towards Lin Nian, their faces etched with disbelief. It was akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. The harrowing Sect-S warships could easily lock onto the exposed weapon platforms and deliver devastating remote strikes at the earliest opportunity. Such a trade-off was exceedingly unwise. "Execute the orders," Lin Nian asserted with utmost seriousness. He felt no need to elaborate. The 6 interstellar fighters were moving swiftly, evidently not yet in the deployment process. "Yes, Captain." The operators, now assured of Lin Nian's resolve, ceased their hesitation and began working swiftly at their consoles. Lin Nian turned his attention to the main screen of the defense system, witnessing 6 missile launch platforms slowly rising from the ground, electricity surging through them. Target acquisition in progress, gun orientation adjusting. Self-check protocols initiating, self-check complete. Launch status, optimal. Ready for launch? The console echoed with the sounds of refreshing programs. Yet at the final step, the operators glanced back at Lin Nian, seeking confirmation for the launch command. "Launch," Lin Nian affirmed with a nod. In his view, the high-value targets were shifting from yellow to red borders, indicating a time-sensitive mission that left no room for further hesitation. "No, we cannot launch," the vice captain interjected fiercely. "What happens after we take out those 6 interstellar fighters? Our few weapons capable of targeting interstellar warships will be exposed." The vice captain burst in, alarmed at Lin Nian's intent to deploy their last resort. He could hardly believe Lin Nian could be so wasteful, nearly cursing him for his recklessness. The operators froze, caught in a conflict between their 2 leaders, unsure whom to heed. The vice captain's authority still loomed large. Having always been a part of the 10th Mobile Unit, while Lin Nian was merely a recently appointed captain. "Enough." Lin Nian's gaze turned icy. He had no intention of justifying himself to the vice captain. He bypassed the operators and pressed the launch button decisively. With the command input, the missiles, which had long been primed, shot skyward with a tremendous force. The electromagnetic launch propelled them to maximum speed, racing towards their designated targets. Madness. Absolute madness. "You are nothing but a lunatic," the vice captain fumed, lunging to seize Lin Nian. Yet, sensing the imminent danger, Lin Nian swiftly dodged left, delivering a powerful right hook. Although Lin Nian's movements appeared to be merely striking at air, the vice captain unwittingly positioned his face directly into Lin Nian's fist. Boom! The vice captain's robust frame was slammed against the wall, leaving all the Imperial soldiers around them in stunned silence. Until now, Lin Nian had always been on the receiving end whenever he faced the vice captain, whether in training or public contests. Yet, the explosive reaction from Lin Nian now astonished them all. "Listen, I am your captain. After issuing commands, I expect no one to question my orders. Do you understand?" Lin Nian bellowed, his fierce gaze sweeping across all present. Each soldier's body stiffened in response. Understood. They collectively stood straight and saluted. Good. You there, take the vice captain for medical attention. Lin Nian gestured to the vice captain's loyal subordinates outside. The enemy was approaching, and this was his moment to establish his authority he had endured until now. Waiting for this instant, vice captain. The vice captain's sycophant hurried forward to assist him up from the ground. Lin Nian locked eyes with the vice captain, who remained silent, glaring at him with a deep-seated resentment. Lin Nian felt no fear. As long as he triumphed in this battle, the vice captain would merely be a transient figure in his path. Upon returning to the battleship 1455, Lin Nian would decisively expel the vice-captain to take half of the mobile unit's soldiers out and return with merely over 300. And now he sought to undermine Lin Nian's orders and usurp his authority. Lin Nian was determined to assert his dominance this time. Fortunately, the timely alerts from the female voice far surpassed his own plans for establishing authority and effectiveness. Sergeant, report the results. Lin Nian shifted his gaze back to the launched missiles. Captain, all 6 missiles have successfully struck their targets. None have missed. The operator turned to Lin Nian with solemnity. Lin Nian turned towards the large screen, indeed witnessing the 6 downed interstellar fighters. Meanwhile, the thick interference clouds above were also obliterating 6 precious launch platforms in retaliation. Chapter 24. The harrowing sect's main force strikes immediately deploy aerial combat aircraft and ground forces for continued assault. Lin Nian issued another command without hesitation. He was uncertain of the contents within those 6 interstellar fighters, but their destruction assured him a measure of safety. The female voice continued to highlight multiple points of value, which Lin Nian promptly set about arranging and executing. These were not enemy high-value points, yet it was crucial to get his remaining subordinates moving to avoid being sidelined by the vice-captain's petty schemes. In the outer space of Qianxian Star, why do the Imperial soldiers on the ground know? My finest warriors. General Feng seethed with fury. The deployment of 12,000 troops included not only the regular line fillers, but also high-value elite soldiers. A cadre of exceptionally formidable fighters, as well as vital frontline commanders. I had clearly intended for those expendable troops to serve as bait. Why were they discovered? Is there a traitor among us? General Feng scanned the entire bridge of the warship. General, calm down. There can be no traitors here. If there were, we would face not only the defenders of Qianxian Star, but also the Imperial 3rd Interstellar Fleet. An aide urged General Feng to regain his composure, suggesting that perhaps the flight trajectories and speeds had betrayed their unusual activity. I refused to believe it. How can anyone notice such details? General Feng shook his head. Previously, dealing with resource planets had always been an effortless task. Report, General Feng. Our ground forces are being rapidly purged by the Imperial military. The situation is dire, the liaison officer called out. General Feng and his aides swiftly turned to the large display at the center of the bridge, where green markers were swiftly diminishing, with entire groups being erased. Immediately inform me if any ground fire points have been exposed. The aide's face was filled with urgency. The losses this time were genuinely substantial. The 15,000 line fillers deployed were not mere fodder. Most were seasoned veterans, and losing so many at once was a significant blow. They can no longer afford it. Who is ultimately in command on the ground? The staff officer gazed at the planet still shrouded in the interference cloud, his mind heavy. General, we must upload the battle report to the commander and the chief of staff. Allowing them to make a decision, he said to General Feng beside him. Seeing the seriousness in his aide's expression, General Feng suppressed his own emotions and nodded solemnly. Before long, Han Tianzhu and the chief of staff aboard the flagship received the news. Chief of staff, what should we do? We have committed 15,000 men, yet we couldn't even breach the interference cloud. Could the main force of the 3rd Interstellar Fleet be below? Perhaps we should withdraw for now. The situation here is rather alarming. The Empire's 3rd Interstellar Fleet might have already dispatched forces, Han Tianzhu said, worry etched on his face, as their warships were running low on energy, and his brother's situation was dire as well. The 3 fleets of the Empire were pressing down on Han Tianzhu, leaving him gasping for breath. Indeed, it is unwise to linger here, but it is not yet time to retreat. We can make one final stand. This time, I will personally command the operation, the chief of staff declared to Han Tianzhu. Perhaps the news of the attack on Qianxian Star had already spread. It would take some time for Wen Rong and his forces to arrive after receiving the report. If they left now, they would be unaware of the Third Interstellar Fleet's position, allowing the Empire to pinpoint their location. Conversely, if they remained, everything would change. They could stay a bit longer at Qianxian Star, allowing Wen Rong to ascertain their presence there and lead the Third Interstellar Fleet towards them. In that case, it would be the Empire's forces that would be mobilized against them on the battlefield. The initiative lies with those who can act first. Very well, then let us make one last push. Chief of Staff, issue your orders, and I shall ensure they heed your command. Han Tianzhu, though still puzzled by his Chief of Staff's thoughts, felt assured in him. Thank you for your trust, Commander, the Chief of Staff replied respectfully, then began to scrutinize General Feng's frontline battle reports. The more he read, the more furrowed his brow became. What troubles you? Chief of Staff? Han Tianzhu quickly noticed his superior's unease and inquired. Qianxian Star may possess formidable talents. The 15,000 soldiers deployed did not even create a ripple, the Chief of Staff sighed. But you surely have a plan, don't you? Han Tianzhu expressed confidence in his Chief of Staff. Of course, the Chief of Staff smiled. Since the line infantry's incursion failed, we shall deploy smaller, more defensively robust warships instead. Our warships are low on fuel, and these smaller vessels will have to be sacrificed eventually, so we might as well send them in. The positioning of Qianxian Star dictates that there will be limited anti-air defenses. Let me see what the Empire's commander has in store. With a smile, the Chief of Staff noted that for the Empire's fleet, small warships were valuable assets, not easily committed to an incursion. For the line infantry, however, the Empire had plenty, while for the Order of the Wild Heaven, they had the most at present, having captured numerous small warships after defeating 2 Imperial fleets. Excellent. Han Tianzhu praised immediately. Understanding the strategy, then let us act. First, we will deploy a few empty ships to gauge the ground's response. The Chief of Staff was particularly intrigued by Lin Nian, especially how he discerned their most threatening points. With the Chief of Staff's orders dispatched, Han Tianzhu's fleet swiftly moved. Several empty, fuel-less small warships were directly sent towards Qianxian Star. As these small vessels penetrated the atmosphere, violent explosions echoed from their hulls, triggering floating mines laid by Lin Nian's mobile units, which were largely neutralized without any response. A wise choice, the Chief of Staff muttered to himself. Continue deploying small warships, fully armed, following the trajectory of the previous empty ships. The Chief of Staff continued to issue commands to the soldiers of the Order of the Wild Heaven. This time, Qianxian Star still showed no signs of action. The anti-air firepower and ground defenses seemed to have vanished entirely. As the subsequent small warships landed successfully, the effects of the interference cloud dissipated, gradually illuminating the situation on the surface of Qianxian Star. The position of the central city was soon pinpointed. Han Tianzhu was momentarily taken aback. What General Feng had described as insurmountable challenges had been resolved so easily. Chapter 25, A Fierce Offensive. Commander, there should be no issues now. Let General Feng take over the subsequent matters. The Chief of Staff remarked, a smile on his face. The absence of activated anti-air defenses by the ground commander indicated either a lack thereof or a conscious decision to forego them. Oh, very well. Han Tianzhu nodded and quickly relayed the message. Before long, General Feng received the news that the interference cloud over Qianxian Star had cleared, as expected of the Chief of Staff, swift as lightning. General Feng praised. Indeed, the fleet staff officers nodded in agreement. Bring me the men. I will lead the charge personally. We must root out the vermin lurking below, General Feng declared, face flushed with anger, determined to vent his frustrations. General, might this be too reckless? After all, Qianxian Star is not yet secure. Perhaps we should wait until the landing troops have complete control over the ground. The staff officer quickly interjected, and no need for that. The surface of Qianxian Star is fully exposed. The Imperial forces have even abandoned the interference cloud. They are at their wits' end. This is my moment to shine. General Feng had his own calculations. The Commander-in-Chief of Staff must surely be watching now. If he didn't descend to the front lines, how would he demonstrate his value? He outright rejected the staff officer's cautious suggestion, intending to lead the charge himself. Order! All personnel of my unit, proceed to Huangyan Star. Any obstacles encountered shall be eradicated, General Feng proclaimed with great bravado. After all, they had already secured air superiority. Dealing with the defensive forces of Resource Star would be a walk in the park. As General Feng's orders were given, his star ships began to descend, their artillery firing continuously, obliterating the floating mines in the sky. General Feng is truly committed, Han Tanju reflected while watching the magnificent scene of the warships advancing below. This was indeed his value as a commander. The chief of staff nodded slightly. A general willing to charge in a battle was a positive sign. Let us hope all goes smoothly, just as the two awaited General Feng's good news with ease. Several large ground-to-air attack devices suddenly rose from Huangyan Star's surface, firing intense beams of light that targeted the medium-sized starship where General Feng resided. The unsuspecting vessel was pierced in multiple locations in an instant, leading to an explosive detonation that lit up the sky like a colossal firecracker. The terrifying explosion even affected the nearby small warships. Only then did the other ships that had simultaneously descended realize the peril, hastily activating their energy shields and fleeing the surface of Huangyan Star. Their size made them easy targets. Chief of Staff, was this part of your expectations? Han Tianju urgently turned to his chief of staff, who appeared pale. He had not anticipated that the enemy would execute such a cunning ruse, creating a false impression and sacrificing the most valuable interference cloud to retain their defensive firepower until the last moment. Targeting General Feng's medium-sized warship. Commander, we must launch a strong offensive. The commander on the ground is no simple foe. We cannot allow him to remain. The chief of staff's expression was grave. The enemy had refrained from striking when he was probing, choosing to remain passive while establishing a ground network. Once General Feng's significant ship descended, the enemy seized the opportunity to strike with precision. This was a significant oversight on his part. Very well. Han Tianju rarely witnessed his chief of staff falter. Since he advocated for a strong attack, they would proceed with it. Han Tianju readily acquiesced, with the Order of the Wild Heavens' large warships launching several long-range bombardments. The previously exposed Imperial artillery positions were systematically obliterated. The Order's fleet deployed numerous large transport airships, accompanied by escort starfighters. This time, the Imperial forces on Huangyan Star no longer held back, unleashing their full firepower to destroy the large transport vessels attempting to breach the surface. Explosions erupted in waves, with both surface fire points and attacking starships coming under fire. In this exchange, the Order of the Wild Heaven, with their overwhelming numbers, ultimately gained control of both the skies and the ground. Any Imperial defensive position that dared to show its head was swiftly annihilated. A multitude of soldiers from the Order began to gather on the surface, preparing to assault the last bastion on Huangyan Star, the subterranean central city. Once secured, the Imperial forces left behind would no longer pose a threat. The Chief of Staff remained aboard the flagship, intently observing the progress on the surface, central city underground. Chun Xiao, has Lieutenant Xue Wuju responded to our call for assistance? Lin Nian had achieved consecutive victories, yet he found no joy in them. The sheer number of enemies weighed heavily on his mind. This was no longer a mere test of enemy firepower. Ever since the emergence of the Qianxian sect, Lin Nian had dispatched messages to the fleet. However, it was only recently that he received the first round of responses, urging them to hold their ground while confirming whether it was indeed the main fleet of the Qianxian sect. As he gazed into the depths of outer space, the multitude of ship silhouettes became unmistakably clear. They were indeed facing the main force of the Qianxian sect, prior to the destruction of a penetrating medium-sized warship. Those vessels had remained undetected, surfacing only when the enemy chose to unleash their full assault. Captain, there's been no response that I've sent both photos and videos, came the anxious voice from the defense system room. Every member of the mobile team was attentively watching Lin Nian. His previous displays of commanding strength had thoroughly earned their trust, particularly his ability to see through the deception of the Qianxian sect. Despite the chorus of dissent, he had steadfastly adhered to the most prudent course of action. What is your opinion, Deputy Commander? Lin Nian turned to the taciturn Deputy Commander. Ever since receiving a punch from him, the deputy had remained silent. Nevertheless, during the Qianxian sect's deception, he could not help but urge Lin Nian to consider the collective sentiments of the team. Ultimately, however, everyone had been proven wrong. rendering the deputy commander mute. At this moment, Lin Nian stood as the supreme commander of the central city, with no one daring to defy his orders. Report, Captain, I have no opinion. After all, every decision you make is correct, while I have been the one to err. The deputy commander exclaimed, his voice laced with a mixture of defiance and sarcasm. For now, Lin Nian wielded absolute authority. The deputy commander awaited an opportunity to challenge Lin Nian's command should he falter even once. Chapter 26, Urban Warfare Underground. Everyone, prepare for defense, Lin Nian commanded. The Qianxian sect was formidable, and their only option was to secure the underground entrance, preventing the enemy soldiers from breaching Central City and gaining control of the resource mining switches. Commander Lin, there are numerous Qianxian sect soldiers outside. What should we do? What will happen to Central City? Huang Zhongshu exclaimed, panic etched across his face as he searched for Lin Nian. The Qianxian sect was notorious within the empire. And as a humble resource star official, Huang Zhongshu knew that if Lin Nian and his Imperial soldiers retreated, it would spell disaster for them, effectively sealing their fate at the hands of the Qianxian sect. We are not retreating, it is our duty to defend this place, Lin Nian asserted, shaking his head to emphasize his stance. Rest assured, with Commander Lin's words, the residents of Central City can find solace. I will bring you food and drink. Commander Lin, please voice any requests you may have, Huang Zhongshu said earnestly, looking intently at Lin Nian. All right, I will begin to deploy our combat tasks. You should go reassure the residents. As long as Central City remains stable, that will be the best news for me, Lin Nian replied. He had no intention of conscripting the civilians into his ranks, as they were not professional soldiers and could easily jeopardize the defense line. Lin Nian glanced at the deputy commander, reluctant to assign him any tasks, but the two entrances of Central City, one large and one small, necessitated a division of forces for defense. All personnel, assemble, Lin Nian commanded. And swiftly, the scattered soldiers gathered before him, standing in unison. They numbered just over 1,800, tasked with holding back over 30,000 Qianxian soldiers, a daunting challenge indeed. Deputy Commander, take your 300 men to guard the smaller entrance. Lin Nian issued the order directly. Yes, Commander, the Deputy Commander replied, albeit with some reluctance. Yet, with Lin Nian holding a higher rank and authority, he had no choice but to comply. The rest will follow me to defend the larger entrance. Is that understood? Lin Nian bellowed at the assembled soldiers. Understood, came the synchronized response, followed by a crisp salute as they dispersed to their designated positions. Lin Nian, like Huang Zhongshu, had no avenue for retreat. Should he choose to abandon Central City, it would equate to a severe dereliction of duty as a lieutenant. Losing his rank would be the least of his worries. He could very well find himself facing a military tribunal, his future irrevocably shattered. However, staying behind and failing to secure a victory was perilous as well, potentially costing him his life. Nevertheless, Lin Nian held firm in his confidence, as long as he had that guiding female voice. He feared nothing. Conversely, if he could endure, the reward awaiting him would extend beyond mere respect from his subordinates. Promotions in rank and position would also be within his grasp. Lin Nian swiftly dispelled any wandering thoughts. Multiple high-value targets identified. Marked. Engage swiftly to significantly enhance survival probabilities, the cold female voice suddenly announced. Bright dots materialized before Lin Nian's eyes, densely scattered across the surface. He could see the Qianxian sect surface soldiers had assembled and were advancing toward the two entrance points. Everyone, the enemy is about to arrive. Prepare to follow my command to open fire, Lin Nian relayed through his helmet. Yes, came the immediate acknowledgement from all within the helmet's communication system. Lin Nian remained silent, observing the high-value targets. Many were personnel, but even more were heavy vehicles. The enemy cautiously approached the underground entrance, navigating the long corridor with utmost care. That a multitude of drones was deployed, yet within moments, all of them plummeted and became inoperative. Central City possessed potent interference against unmanned devices, reverting both sides to a primal and brutal urban warfare. Prepare. Everyone at the large entrance, wait for my signal to fire. Then engage freely, Lin Nian instructed, gripping the controller of the heavy missile vehicle in his hand, adjusting the missile's trajectory with precision as he locked onto a high-value target. surrounded by skilled snipers and infantry. Lin Nian had synchronized their primary targets. He aimed at a heavy strike vehicle, its silhouette glowing ominously before his eyes. The bright outline shifted from white to yellow, and if he did not act soon, it would turn red. The Qianxian soldiers, shrouded in darkness, advanced cautiously, each step laden with trepidation. "Fire!" Lin Nian commanded without hesitation, pressing down on the remote control. The missile from his heavy strike vehicle erupted forth, smashing into the war machine and triggering a massive explosion that instantaneously vaporized the surrounding Qianxian soldiers. The Qianxian commander was eliminated in the first wave of assault, while any remaining targets were swiftly locked on by Lin Nian. Missiles rained down, and kinetic sniper rifles took aim. The large corridor erupted with gunfire. Anyone who dared to assume command on the front line was quickly dispatched by Lin Nian's concentrated fire. Points of threat met the same fate. Under relentless bombardment, the Qianxian soldiers, stripped of their command and fire support, lost their organization and morale, fleeing in disarray. The first wave of enemy attacks was effortlessly quashed. Imperial soldiers erupted in jubilant cheers. They had never fought such an easy battle. All they needed to do was follow Lin Nian's lead, without even needing to think. Victory was thus secured. All right, the enemy is launching a second wave. Lin Nian promptly informed his subordinates. Having heard the female voices alert, a new batch of high-value targets materialized before him. This time, 3,000 soldiers, thrice the number of the first wave. Yet, to Lin Nian, they were no more than insignificant foes. As long as he eliminated the frontline commanders, the enemy would soon crumble without organization. The subterranean central city possessed its advantages. At least Lin Nian did not have to contend with aerial bombardment while simultaneously facing ground artillery. The enemy could only send wave after wave of troops in a relentless push. Lin Nian soon noted the distinctiveness of these 3,000 soldiers. They moved with discipline and seemed to comprise more elite forces. However, to Lin Nian, they were still the same. The most valuable targets among them remained hidden well, but with pressure applied, they would inevitably reveal their vulnerabilities. Fire! Lin Nian once again initiated the assault. Chapter 27. Exceeding Expectations. Qianxian Fleet Flagship. Bang! The Chief of Staff's fist slammed heavily onto the command platform. This marked their 40th attack, yet success eluded them that a full 30,000 troops had penetrated, only to wander aimlessly before retreating. The primary concern lay in the staggering casualties among frontline officers, which had instilled fear in the ground commanders behind them. No-one was willing to lead the charge, fully aware that commanding would likely lead to death. Unlike previous ground battles where foot soldiers had better survival odds, the officers faced a one-way ticket to peril. Once they perished, there was no one to maintain order, and chaos ensued as troops scattered in a panic. Fortunately, the Imperial forces did not pursue them, allowing the Qianxian sect's casualties to remain relatively contained. Nuclear bomb. Commander, let us deploy the nuclear bomb, Han Tianzhu boldly suggested, addressing his intelligence officer. After all, there was nothing of value to protect on Qianxian Star. We should directly unleash the subterranean nuclear bomb to annihilate those wretched Imperial soldiers lurking beneath. Master, we cannot proceed in such a manner. The commander firmly shook his head in refusal. Why not? Han Tianzhu queried, bewildered. The commander sighed heavily. This is a fuel mining site. If we detonate a nuclear bomb, it would be utterly pointless. The semi-finished and finished fuel on Qianxian Star would be obliterated. What purpose would our efforts serve then? Moreover, the central city underground is fortified against nuclear strikes. It cannot be destroyed. The commander continued shaking his head. Using it would not yield any casualties. It is better left unused. However, nuclear weapons are extensively deployed in interstellar combat. The missiles launched from those warships are all equipped with nuclear warheads, albeit with varying yields. Yet even nuclear bombs cannot penetrate a warship's energy shield. Merely functioning as energy shield depleters without altering the course of battle, we must withdraw. The commander suddenly expressed his reluctance. There were still 40,000 unengaged soldiers of the Qianxian sect on the ground. But he hesitated to confront the Imperial soldiers below, particularly their commander. If there were other viable targets, there would be no need to stubbornly pursue Qianxian Star, especially now that so much time had passed. The main force of the Imperial Third Fleet should be approaching this way as well. Remaining here would serve no purpose. What? Withdraw. Commander, we have expended so much manpower and resources only to achieve this result. I cannot accept it. This time, it was Han Tanju who was agitated. His forces had suffered at least 20,000 casualties, along with numerous junior officers. The steep price paid yielded no returns, and Han Tianju was adamant about not leaving. He extended his hand to issue a command for continued assault. Be irrational. Master, do you truly believe your life is less significant than exterminating those inside? Do not forget, the Imperial Third Fleet is on its way. The commander urgently grasped his master's hand, shouting at Han Tianju. Upon hearing this, Han Tianju reluctantly suppressed his gambler's instincts, realizing he had become overly reckless. The journey had been smooth sailing, leading him to become somewhat overconfident. Fine, I understand. Han Tianju, still discontented, cast a final glance at the distant star. As we depart, he issued a command to his fleet. The Qianxian sect soldiers on the ground began to swiftly retreat, returning to their small landing ships and large troop transport airships. In the subterranean central city, Captain, they are retreating, Chun Xiao joyfully announced. Oh yeah, we have won. The entire base erupted in jubilant celebration. Lin Nian found himself surrounded by his subordinates, who excitedly tossed him into the air, allowing him to experience the exhilaration of flight. All right, put me down, Lin Nian laughed, pleasantly surprised that he had indeed held the line. The credit for this success largely belonged to the cold female voice. Of course, Lin Nian was aware he had benefited from the situation. The Third Fleet was en route, and the Qianxian sect could not afford to linger here. Captain, the fleet wishes to make contact. It is Major General Wenrong that he wishes to speak with you personally, the communications officer suddenly informed him. Upon hearing that it was the highest commander of the fleet, Lin Nian's soldiers quickly stepped back to give him space. Connect, Lin Nian nodded to the communications officer. A holographic screen soon flickered to life before him, revealing Wenrong's half-profile. Lieutenant Lin Nian, I have seen your performance, Wenrong stated with a serious demeanor. We are en route and expect to arrive in 3 hours. You must report the current situation. I ask the central city of Huangyan Star still under your control. Is the main force of the Qianxian sect still within the outer regions of Huangyan Star? Wenrong's expression was grave as he inquired. Reporting to the general, we have secured Huangyan Star. The enemy has retreated just an hour ago. Our scans of the outer regions indicate no trace of the Qianxian fleet. Lin Nian promptly replied, Well done, we will arrive shortly. Wenrong nodded habitually before suddenly widening his eyes in realization. Wait, did you just say you have secured Huangyan Star? The Qianxian sect has also retreated? How did you manage that? Wenrong was pleasantly surprised, not expecting Lin Nian to exceed his expectations. Wenrong's highest anticipation was that Lin Nian would merely delay the Qianxian sect's advance, perhaps even being forced to withdraw from the central city and engage in sabotage behind enemy lines until the main fleet arrived. However, from the current circumstances, it was evident that Lin Nian not only held the central city, but also repelled the Qianxian fleet. Reporting, General. Yes, we accomplished it. I have transmitted the details back to the fleet, Lin Nian declared loudly. This was his achievement, one substantial enough to silence those who had criticized him. He had withstood multiple fierce assaults from the Qianxian sect, and even the deputy commander, who had previously voiced dissent, fell silent and dutifully executed his orders. After all, achieving a mission was a different matter from failing to do so. The former garnered military merit, especially with such an exceptional result. Chapter 28. The unveiled truth. With the thunderous roar of thrusters, the shuttle rapidly descended, landing smoothly on Huangyan Star. As the hatch opened, when Huayun first descended the ramp, ensuring the surroundings were safe before Wenrong emerged. Lin Nian and his deputy stepped forward in unison to salute. Greetings, General, Lin Nian called out, but Wenrong did not rush to respond. Instead, he surveyed the ravaged battlefield. He had just reviewed the frontline combat footage and had developed a deeper impression of Lin Nian's command abilities. Lin Nian was undeniably a perceptive commander, striking with precision and decisiveness. Wenrong felt fortunate to have such a powerful subordinate. With him, he could focus on many other matters. Yet, Wenrong believed he needed to further test Lin Nian. Lin Nian, you have performed admirably, far exceeding my expectations that I did not misjudge you. You may be capable of taking on even greater responsibilities. Wen Rong stated, omitting Lin Nian's rank and expressing his approval and closeness. Unbeknownst to Wen Rong, his words surprised both Wen Huaiyun and Lin Nian's deputy, who had regarded Lin Nian with skepticism. They knew Wen Rong supported Lin Nian, but did not expect such strong endorsement. "General, please issue your orders. I, Lin Nian, will risk everything." Lin Nian, noticing the expressions of those around him, especially the disbelief from Wen Huaiyun and his deputy, reveled in the satisfaction of proving them wrong with his undeniable strength. "Excellent. Very good." Wen Rong beamed even more brightly at Lin Nian's flattery, stepping closer to him and clapping Lin Nian's shoulder heartily. "Lieutenant Lin Nian," Wen Rong suddenly declared solemnly. "Yes." Lin Nian stood at attention, shouting, "Given your outstanding execution of the defense of Huangyan Star, I hereby promote you to captain and appoint you as the acting captain of the 1455. Lead 10 small warships to engage the Huan Tian fleet, preventing them from seizing any resources, and provide timely support to the brother units in resource star sectors. Can you manage that?" Wen Rong issued his orders, promoting Lin Nian's rank and granting him the position of acting captain. Lin Nian was somewhat taken aback. The leap in responsibility was significant, transitioning from a member of the ground forces to an acting captain. Moreover, did the 1455 really not have a formal captain? Numerous questions raced through Lin Nian's mind, but he quickly dismissed them, as Wen Rong awaited his response that, "I assure you, I will complete the mission." Lin Nian shouted, "Very well. Lin Nian, our highest commander, Major General Wen Yuren, is mobilizing the 3rd Fleet to head south to engage the main force of the Huan Tian sect, which is encroaching on the southeastern corner of the Yin Star region. The defense of the resource stars here will rely solely on your temporary fleet that I will leave Captain Wen with you. She will serve as your advisor. You may inquire further details from Captain Wen." Wen Rong solemnly instructed Lin Nian. "Understood." Lin Nian nodded earnestly. He then turned to the side and addressed Wen Huaiyun. "I look forward to your guidance, Captain Wen." Lin Nian saluted respectfully. Captain Wen did not respond but returned a similar gesture. "All right, I must depart immediately." Lin Nian do not let me down that I have high hopes for you. Wen Rong cast one last glance at Lin Nian. "Yes." Lin Nian did not utter another word, simply nodding resolutely. With the assistance of the mysterious female voice, Lin Nian now felt invincible. Wen Rong, no longer lingering, boarded the space shuttle and swiftly returned to the flagship of the 3rd Interstellar Fleet. "Lieutenant Lin Nian, you must be the fastest promoted line soldier I have ever encountered." After Wen Rong departed, Wen Huaiyun scrutinized Lin Nian without reservation. She truly could not fathom. Hadn't Xue Wuju claimed that Lin Nian's combat training was abysmal? How was it that, following actual combat, Lin Nian exhibited such an extraordinary performance? When Huaiyun had seen the reconnaissance intelligence from the Huangtian fleet, and indeed, the adversary targeting Lin Nian was an interstellar fleet. Although not numerous, approximately 20 to 30 warships, each type of fleet configuration was comprehensively represented. How did Lin Nian manage to hold his ground at such a critical moment against the enemy? Wen Huaiyun understood all too well how crucial Lin Nian's achievement at this pivotal juncture was, as it directly afforded Major General Wen Rong's significant time to advance southward. "Thank you for the compliment." Lin Nian nodded. He turned to his former deputy captain, By the way, "I have something to inquire about." Deputy captain, he then directed his attention to the deputy captain beside him. "Captain Lin, please, I assure you. I will speak candidly." At this moment, the deputy captain donned a new facade, his face radiating obsequiousness and flattery, repeatedly thumping his chest to pledge loyalty to Lin Nian, a true display of a sycophant. "First, watch this video, see how much you can recall." Lin Nian activated a holographic screen, opening it in front of Wen Huaiyun. The footage revealed a battlefield, a scene of devastation. Scattered among the multitude of Imperial soldiers' corpses were the bodies of women. The condition of the Imperial soldiers was equally disconcerting. Their clothing was disheveled, and some were even devoid of trousers. The deputy captain's face immediately froze. He had not anticipated that Lin Nian would discover that location, which should have been a blind spot for his family's satellite surveillance. The Huangtian fleet had located them through extensive thermal tracking, but what had Lin Nian relied upon to find them? These individuals were already lifeless. It was inconceivable that any heat remained. "What? Don't you remember?" Lin Nian's tone grew increasingly frigid, while Huayun's gaze toward the deputy captain sharpened, tinged with a hint of disdain that surpassed Lin Nian's. This, Captain Lin, is there a misunderstanding? This absolutely has nothing to do with me. It was all those fellows' clandestine dealings. We were in another location at the time. Do you recall? We even interrupted the signal for a while. We had no idea what these people were up to. The deputy captain continued to explain, gesticulating wildly. Qianxian, show him the evidence. Lin Nian sighed and turned to Qianxian, who produced a personal recorder. Captain, this was found among the corpses. A soldier secretly recorded everything. The deputy captain's every misdeed was captured, crystal clear. Qianxian handed the recorder to Lin Nian. Tell me, should I release this publicly? Lin Nian placed the object gently in front of the deputy captain. He had already viewed its contents. He was acutely aware of the deputy captain's sordid actions, including the plots to eliminate him. He could no longer allow such a ticking time bomb to remain by his side. Seeing Lin Nian present the evidence, the deputy captain lunged to snatch it, but Lin Nian swiftly withdrew it. Lin Nian, hand it over. This is fabricated. You are framing me. I will report this to Major Wunrong. I shall take this to the military tribunal. The deputy captain erupted in hysteria, attempting to seize the item from Lin Nian, even drawing his kinetic gun. Before Qianxian could react, when Huayun had already intervened. Bang! In a swift motion, she drew her weapon and fired. A hole erupted in the deputy captain's head, and he collapsed lifelessly. Chapter 29. A new mission this. Lin Nian was momentarily stunned. He had not expected Wen Huayun to eliminate the deputy captain so decisively. The act seemed more like a swift resolution than a murder. He had brought this upon himself. What did you witness? Wen Huayun turned to Lin Nian and Qianxian, her expression calm. Lin Nian and Qianxian exchanged glances. Remaining silent, the deputy captain's remaining accomplices were swiftly apprehended. A group escorted to a large transport airship. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic Huang Zhongzhong and others, Lin Nian successfully returned to the Imperial 3rd Interstellar Fleet's warship 1455. Salute! Have met the acting captain. Acting warship staff? In the hangar, Liao Fan and his subordinates shouted in unison. Lin Nian was momentarily taken aback, but Liao Fan merely blinked rapidly, his expression still serious. Lin Nian quickly understood that this was not the time for idle chatter and returned the salute to the welcoming soldiers. He and Wen Huayun made their way to the bridge of ship 1455. Lieutenant Lin Nian, you should consider yourself fortunate that Major Wen has taken an interest in you. Seize this opportunity. If you can excel in this mission, you might even be promoted to a command position. Attaining the rank of major may be challenging, but it is exceedingly rare for a lieutenant to command a ship. Most lieutenants serve in ground command roles that it is exceedingly uncommon for someone like you to directly become the captain of a ship, even if only in an acting capacity. When Huayun regarded Lin Nian thoughtfully, reflecting on his rapid ascent. However, this time, she held no contempt for him. Huangyan star. Lin Nian had indeed performed admirably, at the very least. He had managed to hold the line against the Huangtian cult's significant offensive. Despite their troops being somewhat inadequate in quality, they certainly held a numerical advantage. When Huayun's gaze shifted back to the open bridge room ahead, "Greetings, Commander." The soldiers inside stood at attention, saluting Lin Nian with respect. "Good. Continue with your duties." Lin Nian replied hastily, gesturing for everyone to return to their posts. "Lieutenant, could you shed light on the current situation? As long as we can hold back those Huangtian cult fleets, we should be fine." Lin Nian and Wen Huayun ascended to the second-floor command platform, where a star map was already displayed. "Acting Lin, I would prefer to hear you refer to my title." Wen Huayun nodded, gesturing toward the star map. "Our Supreme Commander, Major General Wen Yurin, has confirmed the location of the Huangtian cult's main fleet. They are wreaking havoc in the southeastern region of the Yingyun star domain." Wen Huayun highlighted a three-dimensional area on the map. This zone appears relatively small. However, to encircle such a large group of Huangtian cult's main fleet, 2 Imperial interstellar fleets are insufficient. For the sake of caution, Major General Wunrong has also been dispatched to prevent these Huangtian cult forces from fleeing northward. Should any significant issues arise with the resource star, Major General Wunrong will be able to provide immediate support. Therefore, our task is not overly challenging. We must primarily delay and obstruct this Huangtian fleet. When Huayun elaborated on the current situation to Lin Nian.ic, Lin Nian nodded. For the first time, he gained some understanding of the current predicament. Initially, he had intended to take it easy and merely serve as a foot soldier. However, it now appeared he needed to strive for advancement. The incident with the deputy captain revealed that he was indeed highly valued by Wenrong. Yet it was a double-edged sword. Should he falter, there would undoubtedly be those eager to bring him down. The deputy captain's treachery illustrated this clearly. When the Huangtian cult attacked, he had schemed to eliminate Lin Nian to shift the blame onto him, demonstrating a malicious intent. Fortunately, with the assistance of the female voice, he had secured victory in this battle. Otherwise, the outcome would have been uncertain. Lin Nian recalled the deputy captain's previous control over the 10th Mobile Unit. Any minor setback could have led to the entire unit disregarding his orders. Deputy 1, I have a question. With so few of us, can we truly hold back the opposing fleet? Lin Nian thought of the forces Wenrong had provided him, just a medium-sized warship and 10 smaller vessels. Could such a force genuinely defeat the enemy? Captain Lin, you do not believe that becoming a captain comes without a price, do you? A faint smile graced Wen Huayun's face, devoid of warmth. Now is the moment for you to prove your worth. Her gaze fixed intensely on Lin Nian. Very well, I understand. Order, continue the pursuit of the Huangtian cult fleet ahead. Lin Nian quickly adjusted his mindset and addressed everyone in the bridge room. Yes, a chorus of affirmative responses resounded. And then everyone focused intently on their tasks aboard the warship. Having just experienced the Battle of Huangyan Star, Lin Nian had a solid grasp of the circumstances surrounding the appearance of the female voice. It was at the moment when his life hung in the balance that Lin Nian bid farewell to a life of tranquility. During the previous training exercises, he had come to a stark realization of his own capabilities in the absence of female vocal assistants. It was only on the battlefield, amidst the looming threats, that he could truly showcase his uniqueness, retaliating against those who underestimated him. Lin Nian lifted his gaze toward the transparent porthole before the warship. The fact that Wenrong had placed him in the captain's position signified that there was no turning back for him now. He could either forge ahead or be pulled down from his current standing by those envious of him, falling into the depths of despair from which he might never rise again. Lin Nian was resolute in his desire to avoid such a fate. On board the flagship of the Haotian sect fleet, Han Tianzhu convened with his chief of staff. Chief of staff, where shall we direct our next move? He inquired. To Hongzhou Star. Let us strive for a swift resolution. The Imperial garrison here should not be as formidable as the previous commander. The chief of staff replied, his impression of Lin Nian profoundly etched in his mind. Had it not been for the apprehension regarding the arrival of the 3rd Star Fleet as main force, he would not have allowed such a menace to linger. He would have resorted to employing a human wave tactic or even nuclear bombardment to attempt to eliminate Lin Nian. However, the chief of staff understood that, even with those measures, the likelihood of success was slim, that if the ground forces could not prevail, everything would revert to nothingness, a principle that held true even in the realm of interstellar warfare. In this era, where defensive capabilities of starships surpassed offensive ones, infantry remained the protagonists. The reliance on interstellar infantry was paramount for storming planets. Chapter 30. So you are the advisor, and I am the captain. Where is Hongzhou Star? Han Tianzhu gazed at the multitude of celestial bodies, seemingly bewildered. Here, Commander, the chief of staff sighed internally, pointing to a star not far from their current position, reachable within a single interstellar travel cycle. Of course, the most expedient method would be to activate a jump gate. However, such an operation would consume excessive fuel and could not be repeated in quick succession. Typically, it was reserved for emergencies. The chief of staff would not be so extravagant as to utilize a jump for mere travel, akin to the Imperial forces. Good, I've spotted it. All units accelerate towards Hongzhou Star. Han Tianzhu commanded decisively, and the fleet of the Haotian sect surged forward. Above Hongzhou Star, a multitude of Haotian infantry transports descended. Despite the surface defenses unleashing their firepower, they could not deter the relentless assault of Haotian forces as they systematically dismantled the aerial mines and jamming clouds. In the underground central city, aboard the Imperial battleship 1688, Captain Han Ping felt as restless as an ant on a hot pan. They were now relying solely on the last line of defense, the subterranean stronghold, to make a stand. Yet, Han Ping harbored little optimism. Have we established contact with the fleet? Tell them that Hangzhou Star is on the brink of falling? We urgently require their support. Han Ping urged the liaison officer repeatedly. The officer could only nod incessantly, continuing to send messages into the void of space. At that moment, the entire central city trembled violently. Han Ping and the Imperial soldiers nearby quickly turned their attention to the display. The screen revealed the Qianxian sect's massive warships deploying long-range heavy weaponry, relentlessly targeting the exposed defensive positions. Due to Han Ping's earlier defensive maneuvers, all identified fire points had been eradicated in this onslaught. Han Ping's heart raced with fear. He was acutely aware of the precariousness of their situation. The display clearly showed the large Qianxian troop transports landing, with a torrent of Qianxian ground soldiers pouring out, gathering and advancing toward the underground central city. Should they seize the stronghold, the Qianxian sect would effectively achieve its objective. "Captain, perhaps we should retreat for now," Han Ping's deputy suggested earnestly, unlike Lin Nian's deputy, whose counsel had been insincere. "Officer, what about us? What are we supposed to do?" Li Zhongshu interjected, panic evident in his voice. Their homes were here. Retreat was not an option. Han Ping found himself torn between his own safety and that of the local populace, weighing the value of both in his conscience. "Captain, if we don't leave now, we may not evade the pursuit of the Qianxian forces. Commander, you can't abandon us. The central city of Hangzhou Star needs you." Both the deputy and Li Zhongshu implored Han Ping. "Cough, cough. Hangzhou Star, do you copy? This is Battleship 1455. I am Acting Captain Lin Nian, Lieutenant." Over. At that moment, the liaison officer heard a response from the communication console and sprang to his feet in excitement. "We can hear you. We can hear you. This is the 3rd Mobile Task Force aboard Battleship 1688. Has the main fleet arrived?" Over. The liaison officer was elated, while Han Ping, still in turmoil, hurried over to the liaison officer, with others flocking close behind. Upon noticing Han Ping, the liaison officer immediately made way. Meanwhile, in the depths of outer space, Lin Nian gazed at a distant crimson planet. The Qianxian fleet was already circling above. "Please report your current situation. We are en route. Our forces are limited to 1 medium-sized warship and 10 smaller ones." Over. After responding, Lin Nian turned to his newly appointed aide, Qianxian. "What are you doing?" he asked, puzzled, as she tugged at his sleeve, a gesture typically associated with women. "Captain Lin, are you seriously communicating with the ground like this? What assistance can we possibly provide? Just 11 warships against a formidable enemy fleet." When Qianxian rolled her eyes at him, "IT matters not. Simply follow my directives and command the warships. I am utterly clueless about naval operations. Leave that to you to AS for tactical command. Heed my orders. Moreover, the enemy has already spotted us and is advancing toward our position." Lin Nian wore an expression of unwavering confidence. "What? Why didn't you mention that sooner? You madman. We're going to be killed because of you." When Huayun's eyes widened in shock, immediately, she turned to the large screen before them, where radar displayed several medium and small Qianxian warships breaking away from the main force, charging toward them. The enemy command ship had been marked, a medium-sized warship. Eliminating it would significantly enhance their chances of survival, while simultaneously diminishing the enemy's fighting spirit. The cold female voice echoed in Lin Nian's mind, causing him to clench his fists tightly. "Good news, Advisor Wen. Concentrate all firepower on the medium-sized warship I have marked. Open fire as soon as we are within range." Lin Nian issued his command without the slightest hint of trepidation that might accompany a first-time commander. "Wait, Captain Lin, why target only this one ship? Focusing fire on a single vessel is incredibly risky. It leaves us vulnerable to other enemy ships." When Huayun could not fathom his reasoning. Although Lin Nian was her temporary superior, she would not easily yield to what she perceived as an unreasonable demand. "Trust me." Lin Nian glanced at the approaching Qianxian vessels. There were merely 30 or so, while they had only 11 on their side. The disparity in strength was glaring. Yet for Lin Nian, these concerns were trivial. Numerous high-priority targets had already been marked in his vision, each highlighted in varying colors, indicating their level of threat and the urgency of addressing them. Captain, we have just received a report from Hangzhou Star T that moment. A liaison officer presented Han Ping's message. Lin Nian quickly scanned it, grasping the overall situation. Much like before, they had lost control of the skies and the surface, leaving only the underground central city. Captain, I cannot simply agree to your request based on mere trust. Your reasoning fails to persuade me. I believe a better suggestion would be to withdraw immediately and maintain some distance. When Huaiyun remained resolute in her opposition, "Oh, you are the advisor, and I am the captain." Lin Nian shook his head firmly, when Huaiyun still failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Chapter 31. First Command of a Warship. From the moment we were discovered, we have had no retreat left. We must present ourselves boldly, instilling fear in the Haotian forces, making them believe we have reinforcements and that more Imperial fleets are on their way. Faced with these Haotian warships, we can neither retreat nor hesitate. We must charge forward and eliminate them. If we withdraw, our ruse will be exposed, and calamity will surely befall us. Lin Nian shook his head repeatedly, articulating his thoughts with clarity. The high-priority threats in his vision were rapidly turning red. If he could not neutralize these dangers, his demise was all but inevitable. Lin Nian had no intention of gambling with his life. "Everyone, I am your captain. At this moment, you all must heed my commands. The primary targets for engagement are displayed on the main screen. Please execute the orders immediately." Lin Nian activated the broadcast, addressing everyone in the bridge. The crew members were momentarily taken aback, then turned their gazes towards Wen Huaiyun, who stood beside Lin Nian. Lin Nian's earlier words had profoundly affected Wen Huaiyun, prompting her to nod with great difficulty. When Rong had directly appointed Lin Nian as the acting captain, clearly intending to test him, she was both a pawn to monitor Lin Nian and a partner in this endeavor. If Lin Nian were to fail, she would inevitably share the same fate. With no other choice, when Huaiyun decided to trust Lin Nian for the time being, as she nodded in affirmation, the others swiftly fell into action, diligently engaging in their tasks. Soon, various lasers and missiles were launched, yet upon reaching the medium-sized warship of the Haotian faction, they were thwarted by a brilliant shield. What is this? Lin Nian had never encountered such a phenomenon before. His eyes wide as he turned to Wen Huaiyun. "An energy shield? You didn't know? Such technology exists on Huaiyun Star. How could you not be aware of how to defend it?" The expression on Wen Huaiyun's face was even more vivid than Lin Nian's. Lin Nian was oblivious to the fact that an energy shield could actually repel the forces of the Haotian faction. He was completely in the dark. So, how do we breach it? Lin Nian quickly shook his head, simultaneously inquiring about a solution to overcome the obstacle. It seems you indeed possess some unique qualities. When Huaiyun exhaled, concealing her astonishment, as the name implies, an energy shield dissipates once its energy is depleted. We must continue our assault. Of course, remote attacks are less effective. Engaging in close-range bombardment is the fastest approach. And then, at the moment the enemy's shield is breached, we should deploy our starfighter units to launch a direct boarding assault. Wen Huaiyun provided Lin Nian with a thoughtful explanation. I see. Everyone increase firepower. As long as we shatter the energy shield and incapacitate that largest medium-sized warship, the enemy will be thrown into disarray. Lin Nian once again addressed the entire crew. "Advisor 1, what do we call the boarding unit? Who should I contact?" Lin Nian turned to his advisor. "You should reach out to Captain Shui Wuju, the 9th Mobile Team, aboard the No. 1455 warship. Lin Nian, you are now the captain. You ought to grasp the fundamental knowledge." When Huaiyun was slightly exasperated. "Understood." Lin Nian refrained from further comment and nodded. "Captain Shui Wuju, I need you and your 9th Mobile Team to prepare for boarding the largest medium-sized warship of the Haotian faction." Without further ado, Lin Nian activated the communication hologram and addressed Shui Wuju. "Understood, Captain." Shui Wuju had no objections, his previous demeanor towards Lin Nian having shifted entirely. He was not a fool, even though they held the same rank. Lin Nian's rapid promotion to acting captain by Wen Rong signified a certain authority. Shui Wuju was not about to jeopardize his position. The battlefield was intense. The shield of the Haotian faction's flagship flickered briefly before suddenly shattering. Lin Nian's command was clear. All firepower was directed toward the enemy's medium-sized warship. The Haotian vessel, however, was free to return fire. Lin Nian's fleet of 11 warships was nearly evenly subjected to the enemy's fire. Although the enemy had a slight numerical advantage, it was not overwhelming. The two fleets swiftly closed the distance as they advanced toward one another. Now, all firepower, concentrate on the upper left section of the enemy's medium-sized hull. Lin Nian issued the battle command once more. The order may have seemed nonsensical, yet the highly focused crew executed it without hesitation. In no time, the designated area erupted in violent explosions. The Qianxian medium-sized warship appeared to suffer a devastating blow, immediately entering a state of paralysis and losing all firepower. Meanwhile, Shui Wuju's 9th Mobile Team had already deployed their starfighters, rapidly boarding the enemy's medium-sized vessel. Captain Lin, what is happening? When Huayan gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Abruptly turning to Lin Nian, I don't know. Lin Nian shrugged. You don't know? Wasn't it your order to bombard? When Huayan found it hard to believe that IT was my command to attack, but how could I predict the outcome? Lin Nian explained, having told a small lie. The target they struck was indeed one of the critical points of that warship. Lin Nian certainly would not disclose his secret to Wen Huayan. Subsequently, Lin Nian continued issuing new orders to neutralize the remaining smaller warships of the Qianxian faction. The small warships were utterly no match against the number 1455 warship, especially with Lin Nian's guidance. Bolstered by the support of his female officer, directing efforts to eliminate the most threatening targets one after another, Qianxian vessels fell prey to the Imperial starfighters conducting boarding operations. Captain, we have successfully captured the entire enemy ship. Your previous command was exceptionally effective. Their captain perished in the first volley, leaving the crew leaderless and easily subdued. Shui Wuju relayed this via communication, internally marveling at Lin Nian's extraordinary luck to incapacitate the opposing flagship. This brief engagement had resulted in a resounding victory for them. Excellent. Take control of the enemy vessel and transfer the prisoners. Lin Nian continued issuing commands, simultaneously swiping through the holographic display before him. This was the captain's self-regulation. Lin Nian quickly adapted and inscribed his queries to obtain answers. Yes, Shui Wuju promptly nodded. Captain, we are victorious. Suddenly, the bridge erupted in jubilation, everyone cheering in unison. Oh, Lin Nian had only just disengaged from the learning hologram when he realized it on the battlefield. All Qianxian warships were either destroyed or captured by the Imperial boarding troops. Excellent. Everyone, assume a state of heightened alert. Lin Nian's gaze shifted toward the skies above Hangzhou Star, where the Qianxian fleet had not yet made any further moves. Chapter 32. The Qianxian fleet in retreat, the flagship of the Qianxian faction. Damn it, the enemy is unexpectedly formidable. Despite our numerical superiority, why are we unable to secure a victory? The chief of staff of Han Tianzhu was frantically shouting. Unable to accept the current outcome, IT felt as though they had been struck at their weakest point, swiftly dismantled by the enemy. Chief of staff, should we press forward to engage? Han Tianzhu inquired hastily. No, we must retreat. The chief of staff delivered an unexpected answer. Retreat? Chief of staff, we are clearly in an advantageous position. Moreover, Hangzhou City is on the verge of being captured. Are we really going to withdraw? Han Tianzhu was bewildered, his tone escalating. Yes, we must retreat. You heard me correctly. Furthermore, we need to call back all personnel on the ground immediately. The chief of staff nodded emphatically. The reasoning was straightforward. This small contingent of Imperial forces is the vanguard of the 3rd Imperial Star Fleet. Tasked with stalling us, I previously dispatched a dozen warships to test the waters, and from the enemy's response, it is evident that they are not intimidated. They must have some backing. We can no longer afford to hesitate. Move out, the chief of staff asserted firmly. Upon hearing this, Han Tianzhu had no recourse for rebuttal. He was not privy to the intricacies of the situation. Very well. Order a retreat. Han Tianzhu waved his hand, and all crew members immediately sprang into action. The offensive momentum at Hangzhou Star came to an abrupt halt as they swiftly withdrew, boarding their vessels for evacuation. AS warships gathered around Han Tianzhu. He no longer hesitated, accelerating their departure and ensuring a clean exit within mere minutes. Meanwhile, Lin Nian remained silent, observing as the Qianxian fleet retreated. Captain Lin, why did the enemy suddenly withdraw? When Huayan was puzzled. The enemy appeared to be stronger, Yet after Lin Nian had defeated a small contingent of the Qianxian fleet, they chose to flee to its simple. The enemy believes we have reinforcements. They were merely posturing. Lin Nian replied to Wen Huayan. All right, we must pursue them immediately. But before that, we need to bring back the third mobile team from Hongzhou Star. We require more strength. Conveniently, the Qianxian faction has returned several warships to us. Let's have their personnel, and those under Captain Shui Wujiu, take control of them. Lin Nian outlined his strategy. Agreed. You are the captain. The decision is yours that I have no objections. When Huayan nodded, recognizing the logic behind Lin Nian's subsequent arrangements, feeling no need to oppose him. Soon, several starships commenced landings on Hongzhou Star. Before long, Han Ping and his team were successfully retrieved. In the bridge of the number 1455 warship, 2 holographic displays activated. Captain Lin. I am Captain Han Ping. Thank you for your timely rescue. Han Ping introduced himself again, expressing gratitude to Lin Nian. Without Lin Nian's intervention, their fate would have been sealed. Captain Lin, on the other hand, was met with a much simpler greeting from Shui Wujiu, who saluted Lin Nian and the temporary commander of the current fleet. Major Wenrong has instructed us to hold our ground against the Qianxian fleet. No matter what, we must not allow the enemy to lay claim to any resource star. Therefore, we need to pursue the enemy fleet immediately. You will each take command of the recently captured warships from the Desolate Heaven sect. Follow me. I asked that understood? Lin Nian's expression was grave. Yes. The two nodded in salute to Lin Nian. The light screen flickered off, and Lin Nian turned towards the command console behind him, gazing at Liao Fan. Liao Fan, why do you not intend to take command of the warship? I actually prefer that you do, considering your experience as an acting captain. Wouldn't that increase your chances of transitioning to fleet command? Lin Nian directly addressed Liao Fan, unable to comprehend his decision to continue following him. Given the opportunity, Lin Nian would have preferred to assist his brother. Troublesome. Never mind. Liao Fan shook his head in refusal. Yet, I appreciate your kindness. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to call on me. I shall take my leave now. Liao Fan smiled, patting Lin Nian on the shoulder before striding away. Compared to Lieutenant Liao Fan, I sense your ambitions are far greater. When Huayan suddenly interjected, Lin Nian shrugged, showing no intention to respond. 1455, full speed ahead for the entire fleet. Lin Nian shifted his focus to the more pressing matter at hand, continuing to follow orders in pursuit of the Desolate Heaven fleet as the command was issued. The warship's engines roared to life, swiftly reaching maximum interstellar speed. Lin Nian was unsure how it was accomplished, but gazing at the distorted starry expanse around him, he felt an eerie yet beautiful sensation. Lin Nian shifted his gaze from the transparent side windows to the front radar. The Desolate Heaven fleet had not managed to escape his reconnaissance range. Why does it seem there are so few unmanned devices and weapons here? Is there none? Lin Nian assumed that with the advent of the interstellar era, unmanned intelligent devices would be ubiquitous. Yet they seemed conspicuously absent. What? You don't know? Ah, right, you were just a line filler before. When Huayan's expression momentarily faltered before he recalled something. All right, I'll keep it brief. Unmanned devices are far too easily damaged. Electromagnetic waves and microwaves can incapacitate them in an instant, and they cannot penetrate energy shields. Eventually, they were largely phased out in favor of more primitive combat modes, when Huayan succinctly explained the situation. Oh, and what about energy shields? How can we launch attacks from within and penetrate the energy shields, yet the enemy's attacks are thwarted outside? Lin Nian was completely in the dark on these concepts, as his previous role as a line filler had not afforded him such knowledge. The specifics elude me as well. Think of it as a one-way street, that it can only be traversed from one direction. If something approaches from the opposite side, it cannot enter. When Huayan continued to elucidate. All right, I understand. Lin Nian nodded. Report to Captain Lin, the enemy's speed has suddenly decreased. At this moment, a crew member stood up to address Lin Nian. What is going on? Lin Nian was taken aback. Logically, the Desolate Heaven sect would choose to flee as quickly as possible if they felt pursued. This sudden deceleration was indeed peculiar. Lin Nian, disregarding further inquiries into the weaponry situation with Wen Huayan, quickly turned to the crew member for clarification. Reporting to Captain, the situation is unclear. We have no answers. The crew member shook his head. Chapter 33. The two competing for Glory Communications Officer, Connect me to the other two captains immediately. Lin Nian promptly issued the command. Yes, the crew member quickly complied. Soon, Lin Nian once again found himself in the company of Han Ping and Xue Wuju, the highest-ranking officers under his command. Together with him, they formed a total of 5. The other two were Liao Fan and Wen Huaiyun. While he felt that the opinions of the two beside him held significant weight, he sensed a different dynamic with Han Ping and Xue Wuju. They both appear to harbor their own ambitions. The enemy fleet has slowed down. That I would like to hear your thoughts. Lin Nian succinctly outlined the situation before soliciting their opinions. Captain Lin, I suggest we continue the pursuit. Since the desolate heaven sect appears so vulnerable, it is evidently our moment to seize military merit. My recommendation is to accelerate and eliminate the enemy. Han Ping exhibited a stark contrast to his previously timid demeanor on Red Casting Star, now brimming with bravado. Witnessing Lin Nian effortlessly vanquish a small contingent of the desolate heaven sect, he felt emboldened, believing he could achieve the same. Presently, he commanded 6 warships, effectively serving as a temporary fleet commander. Han Ping yearned to don the captain's hat himself. Indeed, I concur with Lieutenant Han Ping's assessment. Xue Wuju nodded in agreement. His warship was even superior to Han Ping's, possessing a medium-sized vessel, despite one side suffering extensive damage. The armaments remained unscathed. Xue Wuju too aspired to wear a new hat of his own. The desolate heaven sect seemed so feeble. If Lin Nian could act as an acting captain, why could he not? Ambition gleamed in Xue Wuju's eyes. After a lengthy silence, Lin Nian finally turned to Wen Huaiyun. Wen, what is your perspective? Lin Nian inquired. I have no opinion. That I trust Captain Lin as command abilities will yield a favorable outcome for all. Wen Huaiyun refrained from opposing him this time, for she too lacked a clear strategy. Lin Nian's previous triumph over the desolate heaven sect had opened her eyes, yet she remained uncertain whether the enemy's weakness merely highlighted Lin Nian's strength. Very well, let us continue the pursuit. Observing a 3-to-1 majority, along with Liao Fan's abstention, Lin Nian resolved to press on. Yes, Han Ping and Xue Wuju saluted in unison as the light screen vanished, aboard the flagship of the desolate heaven sect. Chief of Staff, what is the meaning of this deceleration? Han Tianzhu stared blankly at his chief of staff. Master, we had just received news that the leader of the Tianzhu sect is on his way. The chief of staff suddenly remarked. Really? Han Tianzhu sprang from his command seat, his face alight with excitement. Indeed. However, there's some distance yet to cover. I intend to eliminate the trailing ships first. Those Imperial forces are truly insufferable. If they continue to follow us, we will have no means of escape. A sinister glint flickered across the chief of staff's face. The enemy has achieved consecutive victories. Perhaps it is their moment of arrogance. That will be our opportunity to... all rests on you, chief of staff. Han Tianzhu resumed his seat, adopting a dismissive demeanor. The chief of staff nodded, shifting his gaze to the radar display. He could see the outermost circle of the reconnaissance range, where 23 warships were swiftly closing in on them. The enemy, having sensed the aberration on their end, opted not to decelerate or assess the situation. The chief of staff keenly perceived this as an opportunity. Order! All ships in the flagship shall enter silent mode. Dispatch 23 warships to lure the enemy. The chief of staff promptly commanded. He sent out a small contingent to engage the enemy. While the flagship feigned being anchored, should the enemy launch another assault, they would inevitably become overconfident and reckless, eager to seize more military merit. Even if not, simply delaying them until their reinforcements arrived would suffice to thwart them, either crippling or annihilating them. As the orders were disseminated, the desolate heaven sect soon dispatched another contingent, similar in number to the previous one, while their flagship rapidly entered cool-down mode, as though experiencing severe mechanical failure. Surrounding the flagship were the remaining warships, appearing to envelop it in a protective formation. On the other hand, the first to catch up to the desolate heaven sect's warships, Han Ping, peered through his telescope and spotted the largest warship of the desolate heaven sect. All external lights of this massive vessel were extinguished, likely indicating a serious issue. Han Ping's heart surged with exhilaration. This might be their chance for glory. However, he quickly noticed that several desolate heaven warships were rapidly approaching to intercept them. They must first eliminate these warships before they could reach the larger vessel. Prepare to engage the enemy. Han Ping shouted to his crew. Yes, the members of the third mobile team responded in unison. Beside Han Ping's fleet, Xue Wujiu also observed the flagship, recognizing its unusual condition. However, Xue Wujiu was more cautious. Noticing Han Ping charging ahead, he chose to lag slightly behind to assess the strength of the approaching desolate heaven warships. As both sides entered firing range, the battle erupted instantaneously. Missiles and energy beams rained down, aimed at breaching the enemy's energy shields. Soon, a portion of the desolate heaven warships experienced flickering energy shields that were swiftly shattered, prompting them to retreat without the will to continue fighting. Han Ping rejoiced upon witnessing this. The desolate heaven forces were indeed, as he had anticipated, vulnerable. Let us go all out. Wealth and glory are within our grasp. Everyone position yourselves. Follow me into battle. Han Ping bellowed, his enthusiasm infectious. The members of his mobile team, invigorated, surged forward, their small warships following Han Ping's flagship into the fray. Meanwhile, Xue Wujiu, noticing the enemy's retreat, set aside his previous doubts. Pursue! We must not allow Han Ping to snatch our military merit. The allure of glory spurred them on. Xue Wujiu could not maintain his usual composure. He hastily issued orders, prompting both mobile squad leaders to compete with one another in the pursuit of the retreating enemy warships. Each fearing to fall behind, this moment. The 1455 warship, which had lagged behind, had discovered a significant number of enemies. The disparity in current strength was alarming. Immediate withdrawal was imperative to substantially enhance survival chances. Lin Nian heard a woman's voice echoing in his ears. This voice instantly clarified for Lin Nian, who had been wavering, that what lay ahead was a trap set by the enemy, that a tremor of fear gripped Lin Nian's heart. Had it not been for the woman's warning, he might have genuinely believed that the large enemy warship had encountered a mechanical failure and would have joined Han Ping and Xue Wujiu in their pursuit. Lieutenant Han Ping, Lieutenant Xue Wujiu, ahead lies a trap. Please withdraw immediately. Please withdraw, Lin Nian shouted at the two men. Chapter 34. Entering the meteor belt, Lin Nian waited for a moment, but received no response from the two, causing a sense of foreboding to wash over him. Something was amiss. I sense that ahead is a trap. What do you think, Advisor One? Lin Nian turned to Wen Huayan beside him. I do not know. I have never made such a judgment, Wen Huayan replied, shaking her head. She was adept at providing data and situational analysis, but fell short in battlefield decision-making, especially under the current circumstances. Order the fleet to reduce speed across the board. Prepare to withdraw from the battlefield. Since Wen Huayan could not support him with tactical decisions, Lin Nian wasted no time in issuing a demand to decelerate. The 11 Imperial warships under his command complied with the order, yet the two separated mobile squads did not heed him. Their captains likely felt that they were not true commanders, as their ranks were similar to his own, leading to a sense of discontent. Lin Nian could somewhat understand the motivations of Han Ping and Xue Wujiu. The mobile squad's role was akin to that of firefighters, capable of performing various tasks, operating warships, piloting fighters, and jumping into the fray. Since Han Ping and Xue Wujiu were unwilling to listen to him, Lin Nian decided to prioritize his own interests as the 11 warships gradually slowed down. The 12 enemy ships, eager to engage, charged forward. Before long, they reached the main fleet of the Qianxian sect, just as the two men intended to capitalize on the confusion to infiltrate the enemy's main fleet. The Qianxian fleet exhibited an unusual change. Instead of cowering, they began to form a defensive array. Han Ping and Xue Wujiu immediately sensed something was amiss. Retreat! They roared from their respective bridges, but it was too late. The enemy's concentrated firepower bore down upon them, shattering the shields of their warships in succession, leaving them vulnerable to destruction, either from close-range assaults or distant explosions. Lin Nian, lagging behind, wore a stiff expression as cries for help from Han Ping and Xue Wujiu echoed through the communicator. However, Lin Nian knew all too well that he could not save them. It was all a deception. Withdraw, Lin Nian commanded once more, and the 11 warships no longer hesitated, turning to flee. Commander, the enemy is attempting to escape. Han Tianzhu exclaimed upon seeing that Lin Nian's fleet had not fallen into the trap. Rest assured, they cannot get away. We just interrogated the captives. The main force of the Third Fleet is not here. The captain on the opposing side is Lin Nian, the same one from Huanyin Star. This is the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. The chief of staff's face gleamed with malice, knowing there was a chance for revenge. He would not squander the opportunity. Their previous timidity stemmed from fear of the main forces of the Third Fleet and other Imperial fleets. Now that they understood the situation, realizing Lin Nian was merely a pretender, the chief of staff felt even more enraged, resenting himself for being deceived by this obscure figure. With the chief of staff's orders, the Huangtian fleet, aside from a few ships left to gather captives, accelerated towards Lin Yan's retreating direction. Laser beams and long-range missiles were unleashed in a concentrated barrage, relentlessly bombarding Lin Yan's fleet, causing the energy shields of these warships to flicker and tremble. Advisor 1, is there anywhere we can evade? We need to shake off our pursuers. The woman's voice urging him to retreat resonated in Lin Yan's mind. He understood that this warning was no jest. The urgency was palpable. Unless there was another looming threat, Lin Nian immediately recalled the situation in the southeastern region of the Shadow Cloud Star field. Could it be that this large Huangtian warship was the flagship of the Huangtian sect's leader? An absurd thought crossed Lin Nian's mind, but upon reflection, the possibility seemed to increase. After drawing the main Imperial fleets into the Shadow Cloud Star field, they could regroup with other main fleets and launch a feint to the north. Lin Nian could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. He needed to find a way to evade the pursuing forces first, allowing the Huangtian fleet to chase behind him. The moment the energy shields depleted, it would spell his demise. Wait, when Huayun quickly entered a state of urgency. Though she struggled with real-time decision-making, she excelled at providing data. The star chart she controlled unfurled rapidly, locking onto a specific area and magnifying it. Here, the 017 meteor belt. However, the risks are considerable. The meteors within are extremely hazardous, moving in a chaotic manner. Our warships may suffer severe damage, yet this was the only location where they had a chance to shake off their pursuers. One Huayun's words were succinct and swift. Understood. Order the entire fleet to enter the 017 meteor belt. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Nian issued his command. The Imperial warships followed the 1455 warship into the meteor belt. Countless erratically moving meteors bombarded their energy shields, rapidly depleting their power. Yet Lin Nian had no alternative. He must endure this challenging passage that on the other side. The Huangtian fleet slowed its pace, hesitating at the periphery of the meteor belt. Commander, the captains are reluctant to take the risk of entering the 017 meteor belt. One crew member reported to his chief of staff, "No. Give me the order. We must dispatch a fleet to pursue. Let the Huangtian First Fleet handle it." The chief of staff's tone was resolute. "I am well aware of the dangers within the 017 meteor belt. The meteors will swiftly deplete the enemy's energy shields. Find a way to eliminate their largest warship." The chief of staff was unwavering in his commands. Han Tianzhu remained silent. He did not comprehend the intricacies involved, seeing that the commander had no objections. The crew member could only carry out the chief of staff's orders. Soon, nearly 30 small and medium-sized warships plunged into the meteor belt. However, it was not long before the medium-sized vessels began to withdraw. Their fuel reserves were already low, making it impossible to sustain their energy shields for an extended period. Entering the meteor belt felt akin to a suicidal maneuver. Before long, they were battered by meteors. Their hulls dented and their airtight compartments severely damaged, forcing them to retreat from the fight. That a portion of the fleet managed to successfully enter the meteor belt and immediately collided head-on with Lin Nian's 1455 medium-sized warship. Lin Nian had not ventured far. Here, he felt as though he were in his element. Under the guidance of the woman's voice, which continually marked threats, Lin Nian quickly discerned which meteors posed significant danger to his fleet. He preemptively destroyed them with the Imperial warship's overwhelming firepower before they could strike, forcibly creating a safe zone for himself. "Everyone, fire on my designated targets." Lin Nian activated a holographic display, continually instructing his subordinates on where to strike. Meanwhile, when Huayun stood astonished at the scene before her, "You possess some sort of precognitive ability. How can you predict and destroy threatening meteors in advance?" Chapter 35. Crushing victory when Huayun regarded Lin Nian as though she had seen a ghost. "Intuition," Lin Nian replied with a sidelong glance at her, offering only 2 words. Identified high-value targets, now highlighted for immediate destruction to enhance current survival chances. The woman's voice resonated in Lin Nian's mind once more, guiding him on the next steps to take. Everyone, halt the fleet, turn around, and prepare for battle. Lin Nian quickly commanded. In his view, the few highlighted targets were exceedingly clear. He promptly relayed the attack orders to his subordinates. The 1455 warship slowly rotated its massive body, and the other 10 warships followed suit. Lin Nian's commanding style was gradually being accepted by them, especially given the effectiveness of his previous orders, which had proven to be both insightful and targeted. Moreover, the contrasting examples of Han Ping and Shui Wujiu served as cautionary tales. When these 2 mobile squad leaders charged ahead, they had believed Lin Nian was intentionally attempting to undermine them, especially during a time when they seemed to have the upper hand against the seemingly feeble Huangtian fleet. However, the ensuing results shattered their expectations. The truly vulnerable ones were the disobedient Shui Wujiu and Han Ping. The recent debacle had elevated Lin Nian's status as a formidable warship commander. Most importantly, he had successfully prevented his subordinates from facing the fate of capture or death, which was of paramount significance. Lin Nian's reputation was quietly spreading among the members of this small fleet, inching into their hearts, unbeknownst to him that he was deeply engrossed in the dilemma of survival. The incursions of the Raotian battleships had diminished significantly compared to earlier. This shift ignited within Lin Nian the desire for a counterattack, a notion further bolstered by the female voice's prompts. The Raotian vessels were remarkably swift, making their way through with firepower, swiftly encroaching upon Lin Nian's fleet's attack range. Open fire, Lin Nian commanded with fervor. The hull of ship 1455 promptly unleashed its formidable offensive weaponry, launching long-range strikes towards the highlighted targets he had designated. Simultaneously, the interstellar warships, resembling a swarm of mosquitoes, rapidly ascended from ship 1455 and 10 other smaller vessels, zealously pursuing the objectives assigned by Lin Nian. In a brief span, the enemy's ships, having breached the energy shields, were struck at their vulnerabilities, resulting in a series of violent explosions across their hulls. Each vessel Lin Nian had marked seemed cursed. Either their defensive shields were shattered, or they succumbed to a direct hit, igniting in the vastness of space. Witnessing the feeble Raotian ships, when Huaiyun instinctively covered her mouth with her hand, unable to stifle her astonishment, the once formidable Raotian fleet now appeared utterly fragile. Turning once more to Lin Nian, she noted his expression was devoid of emotion, as if all of this were merely a matter of course. His hands moved rapidly, continuously issuing new combat directives to his fleet, directives that were swiftly validated by their effectiveness. When Huaiyun was acutely aware that, throughout this journey as a strategist, she had not contributed significantly to Lin Nian's meaningful decisions. Rather, she had functioned more like a silent observer, scrutinizing his command prowess. Yet, the closer she observed Lin Nian, the more she perceived him as a born commander. Her knowledge. Lin Nian lacked formal training as a commander and had never been a student at the Imperial Military Academy's Battleship Command Program. Nevertheless, he had demonstrated numerous remarkable performances in the heat of battle, an achievement many commanders could not match. Report, Captain, the enemy fleet has been completely destroyed or captured. A crew member stood up, loudly reporting to Lin Nian. When Huaiyun snapped back to attention, noticing a marked shift in the crew member's demeanor towards Lin Nian. He was now regarding him as a true captain rather than merely an acting one. Excellent. Connect me with Captain Liao Fan. Lin Nian nodded. The swift annihilation of the enemy took him by surprise, yet he felt a sense of clarity. The female voice had guided him through the situation, pointing out the enemy's weaknesses that he had no reason to doubt his victory, that in genuinely dire circumstances, the voice would have instructed him to retreat without hesitation. Captain, Liao Fan appeared on a holographic screen, his demeanor now serious, unlike his previous levity. Yes, Captain Liao, I need you to take command of the captured Raotian battleships immediately. Although your subordinates are ground troops, given the current situation, it is imperative that we consolidate all available combat power. Lin Nian explained to Liao Fan. Understood, Captain. I will upload the command systems of the captured ships for your direct oversight. Liao Fan affirmed with a nod. Such a system exists? Lin Nian was taken aback. Liao Fan nodded earnestly. Observing this exchange, Lin Nian reaffirmed his suspicion that Shui Wuju and Han Ping were engaging in covert maneuvers. Had he known of this integrated command system, he would have certainly prevented those two from meddling. All right, I understand, and I look forward to your good news, Lin Nian acknowledged with a nod. After Liao Fan saluted, he promptly closed the communication screen. Why didn't you inform me of this? Lin Nian turned to his strategist. Feeling more like a hindrance than a helpful advisor, I assumed you were aware, she retorted, seemingly unperturbed out of course. Given Captain Lin's current performance, it appears I need not elaborate, when Huaiyun deftly shifted the blame back onto Lin Nian. His impressive display only served to cast her in a less favorable light. Lin Nian fell silent for a few moments. However, the fact that when Huaiyun refrained from challenging him during battle was a significant factor in his swift assumption of command over the small fleet. He had noted that initially, crew members would glance at Wen Huaiyun before executing his orders, a gesture he did not believe stemmed from her beauty alone, but rather from the authority she represented as Wen Wang's surrogate on this battleship. As the battle progressed, this dynamic began to shift. The crew now executed his commands without hesitation or doubt. Captain Lin, what should we do now? Wen Huaiyun, witnessing Lin Yan's formidable prowess, was happy to relinquish authority. She recognized her own limitations and merely wished to survive. Lin Yan had proven his capabilities, and it was evident that he was more suited to lead the fleet than she. The enemy is coming again. Lin Yan turned his gaze to the main screen in a corner of the radar. He could see the Raotian fleet re-emerging, and this time, their numbers were greater. Chapter 36. The Tug of War Operations. Raotian flagship. Tianzu, what is your status? Have you secured the fuel? Han Tianzhu inquired, observing his younger brother on the screen. Elder brother, one of the Imperial forces has surrounded my unit. Fortunately, thanks to the Chief of Staff's strategic acumen, I have managed to evade being trapped by those Imperial bastards, Han Tianzhu replied, relief evident on his face. As for the fuel, we have enough for the short term. However, we have lost most of our captives, which have become a burden. Return to the Imperial forces. Elder brother, what should we do next? Han Tianzhu continued. Han Tianzhu remained silent, turning to his chief of staff, who was previously engrossed in the star map. Realizing the moment, the chief of staff spoke. Chief, since our main force is en route to converge, the Imperial main force is surely advancing towards us as well that we should consider evacuating this star region. The Chief of Staff had prepared two plans regarding the acquisition of fuel and energy. While the results on their end were lackluster, Han Tianzhu's side had achieved sufficient success to sustain their journey to the next destination. However, before departing, I have a score to settle. The Chief of Staff paused. Indeed, that Lin Nian is utterly detestable. He must be eliminated. Han Tianzhu exclaimed, rising to his feet. Lin Nian had obliterated the fleet he dispatched into the asteroid belt. With Han Tianzhu's advanced fleet now arriving, Han Tianzhu was determined to commit substantial forces to definitively eradicate Lin Nian. Since the chief also believes so, let us act. We must eliminate Lin Nian before our forces converge. The Chief of Staff commanded, and the crew swiftly received their orders, mobilizing rapidly. A new fleet plunged into the asteroid belt once more, yet they faced similar challenges. Medium-sized warships struggled to navigate, while small vessels could enter only if manned by highly skilled crew members, a talent that the Raotian faction sorely lacked, as they were known for their barefoot army. The ability to operate warships had been achieved through high levels of integration and automation. Chief, we shall lead the way ourselves. Han Tianzhu insisted, recognizing the recurring challenges. Navigating the asteroid belt posed difficulties for medium and small vessels, yet large warships could manage it due to their spaciousness and substantial defensive equipment, which allowed for prolonged energy shield duration. Very well, let us proceed. The Chief of Staff, unusually, did not oppose this time, nodding in agreement with Han Tianzhu's proposal. The Raotian flagship initiated the first entry, followed closely by the smaller and medium-sized warships. In an instant, the Raotian fleet surged through the asteroid belt, rapidly closing the distance to the Imperial fleet on the radar. However, not long after, the Chief of Staff detected something amiss, apart from a single medium-sized warship. The rest of the Imperial fleet seemed to have vanished without a trace. Doubts crept into the chief of staff's mind as he glanced back at the 50 or so medium and small warships trailing behind. Feeling emboldened, continue accelerating the pursuit, he urged. The Rautian flagship accelerated once more. Unbeknownst to the chief of staff, concealed behind the path taken by the Rautian fleet, cloaked Imperial small warships began to deploy various interstellar mines, maintaining their distance while following closely behind. Even when buffeted by asteroids, they diligently completed their mine-laying tasks. Meanwhile, Lin Nian continuously issued commands to his flagship. All other small warships had been reassigned to Ship 1455. With a long-range remote control system in place, there was no need for crew involvement. He transformed the small vessels into unmanned warships, repurposed to lay mines for the Rautian faction. He relied on the female voice's guidance to continually obliterate the most threatening asteroids, maintaining high maneuverability within the asteroid belt while simultaneously elongating the enemy's pursuit formation. During the chase, Han Tianju's fleet would gradually disperse. They would either slow down to regroup with the other Rautian vessels that lagged behind or continue to pursue fervently. Ultimately becoming isolated, one-on-one, Lin Nian believed that with the assistance of the female voice, he could indeed confront the enemy's large warships with his medium-sized vessels. The flagship of the Rautian faction, adorned with a multitude of bright targets, had long been marked for destruction by Lin Nian, since they were all white circles, of minimal threat, even less than the surrounding asteroids. He had no intention of rushing into action. Marked for destruction? Obliterate the asteroids, Lin Nian shouted repeatedly. At the same time, the battleship 1455 was advancing at high speed on the command platform. Liao Fan and Wen Huayan stood together, both wearing expressions of astonishment, particularly when they witnessed Lin Nian's command, which led to the most accurate judgment being made almost immediately before the meteorite reached them. It is important to note that the danger of the meteorite lies in its irregular movement, constantly colliding and striking against surrounding meteorites, resulting in an unpredictable trajectory. Each meteorite is an independent moving entity. Yet Lin Nian managed to achieve this. Is it a gift? Liao Fan silently inquired of Wen Huayan beside him. It must be, she replied, that a chaotic model that even artificial intelligence cannot handle, and he has managed to master it. Wen Huayan, slightly more experienced than Liao Fan, had become somewhat desensitized. Captain Lin, the enemy is reducing their pursuit speed. A crew member suddenly exclaimed. Excellent, but we shall reduce our speed as well. Lin Nian immediately understood that the opposing side had sensed a problem. He planned to probe further. The battleship 1455 gradually decreased its speed. However, this time, the enemy's large battleship did not follow suit. They shifted from a front formation to the rear, turning back. Now is our opportunity. Battleship, turn the bow. Attack. Engage at maximum attack range. Upon seeing the situation, Lin Nian's excitement surged. He remembered the numerous interstellar mines he had strategically placed behind the fleet, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the heretical fleet to drive them onto those mines. Captain Lin, beware of an enemy counterattack, Wen Huayan suddenly cautioned. Understood, Lin Nian nodded. His advisor had finally proven useful, patching up his thoughts. Did you hear that, crew? Be ready to disengage from combat at any moment. Lin Nian continued to shout to the crew in the bridge room. Yes, everyone responded in unison. At this moment, they held an immense admiration for Lin Nian. Merely traversing the meteorite belt unscathed was not something an ordinary captain or fleet commander could achieve, let alone the fact that Lin Nian exhibited this extraordinary maneuver on a medium-sized battleship, which is inherently less agile for perfect evasion. Chapter 37. The heretical sects retreat again. This was no small feat. Lin Nian was unaware of how his subordinates perceived him. He was rapidly marking targets, especially highlighting key positions, which he continuously pointed out. The crew of battleship 1455 swiftly implemented Lin Nian's marked targets. Waves of attacks erupted from the battleship's hull. The space environment slowed these long-range attacks, taking 2 or 3 seconds to reach their targets. However, the flagship serving as the rear guard for the heretical sect saved Lin Nian a considerable amount of effort. The larger the hull, the more highlighted points appeared in Lin Nian's sight. The critical red dots became increasingly visible. Tilt the hull 30 degrees to the left, then initiate a new round of weapon reloading. Following this, He commanded the hull to straighten again, while quickly tilting 10 degrees to the right. Lin Nian hastily issued new orders as he noticed the enemy's counterattack, for any powerful attacks that could be dodged. Lin Nian attempted to maneuver the battleship to evade, minimizing his own damage while allowing the enemy to continue suffering hits. Lin Nian observed that all his attacks were ineffective, landing harmlessly against what appeared to be a sturdy energy shield. Nevertheless, he did not lose heart and continued to command his subordinates to attack. Since the heretical flagship did not retreat, Lin Nian had deduced, through the female voice and his own judgment, that this large battleship's energy shield was nearing its limit. Heretical flagship, Chief of Staff, this one-sided bombardment cannot continue. Should we turn back and engage? Han Tianzhu was visibly displeased. The Imperial fleet flagship trailing behind harassed them incessantly, becoming a source of annoyance. The crucial issue was that every time they attempted to slow down and turn back to confront the enemy, the Imperial medium-sized battleship maintained its distance, slipping away like an eel. This was exceedingly frustrating, prompting Han Tianzhu to consider taking desperate measures to eliminate the opposition. Do not act impulsively. We fell into the enemy's trap upon entering. The priority is to withdraw from the meteorite belt. The Chief of Staff hastily reassured Han Tianzhu. After consecutively losing to Lin Nian, he realized he had fallen prey to a battlefield taboo. Allowing the enemy to manipulate their emotions and directly plunging into the meteorite belt. Using a large battleship to pave the way was indeed a viable strategy, but under the superior control techniques of the Imperial medium-sized battleship, it was a fool's errand. The Chief of Staff quickly recognized that their energy shields were being rapidly depleted. They might not even survive long enough to engage in battle. Once the flagship's energy shield was exhausted, it would be a deluge of enemy starfighter assaults followed by boarding troops and explosive charges that at that point, the issue would not be about winning or losing, but rather about survival. The Chief of Staff gritted his teeth. Opting to abandon the pursuit of Lin Nian, they could not contend with him. With a smaller fleet, they would be devoured. With a larger one, the enemy would escape. The opposing side always had a way. Most importantly, their battlefield instincts were incredibly sharp, and they were not easily ensnared by traps. He found himself with no viable solutions. Opting for the best of the worst, the Chief of Staff contemplated withdrawing the fleet from the small meteorite belt. Planning to settle accounts with Lin Nian when the opportunity arose, a crew member suddenly stood up. Chief of Staff, we have an emergency communication from the forward captain. Should we connect? The crew member exclaimed loudly. Connect. The Chief of Staff felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding as he quickly responded. Soon, a light curtain appeared, revealing the faces of several frontline captains. Leader, Chief of Staff, we have a grave situation. The Imperial fleet has laid a substantial number of interstellar mines on our return route without our knowledge. We have already lost nearly 10 small battleships, and our energy shields are rapidly depleting, leaving us defenseless. The remaining battleships are severely damaged. What should we do? Several captains spoke over one another, conveying a similar message. Their retreat was littered with interstellar mines, and they were doomed. They requested support from the flagship or strategies to assist them. What? How could they have laid mines so quickly? Han Tianzhu jumped up upon hearing the reports. Did this not mean their escape route was also severed? How did this well-planned ambush turn into a life-or-death struggle? Immediately, all of you must evacuate your battleships and return to the flagship via shuttle. Before leaving, set your ships to automatic navigation, and we must carve out a path as soon as possible. Remaining any longer is tantamount to certain death. The Chief of Staff's expression turned grave. After facing Lin Nian multiple times, he had lost confidence in defeating him. It was as if the other side had opened the eyes of heaven, consistently orchestrating their strategies, that if it were merely that, it would be manageable. The critical matter was that they had never engaged Lin Nian in direct combat. This left them in a very helpless situation, as his subordinates seemed like fools in the face of Lin Nian, allowing him to swiftly dismantle their most threatening weapons and then being eliminated without fuss. Lin Nian had not employed any unexpectedly brilliant tactics, yet they simply could not contend with him. The enemy had effectively utilized all available resources and was adept at seizing opportunities, swiftly identifying and dismantling their weaknesses, delivering precise and ruthless attacks. After you leave, immediately initiate maximum all-frequency jamming. The Chief of Staff promptly added a new order that all-frequency jamming meant disrupting all remote control signals within a certain range, rendering unmanned devices unable to differentiate between friend and foe. Severing all connections. The Chief of Staff understood Lin Nian's mine-laying tactics, which likely involved stealthy small battleships operating outside their radar detection range to deploy mines remotely, most likely through unmanned means. Knowing the situation, the Chief of Staff swiftly initiated countermeasures, instructing his subordinates to prepare accordingly. Following the issuance of these two commands, all small battleships of the heretical sect fleet were abandoned, treated as mere cannon fodder. Following their predetermined orders, they accelerated forward, creating a path through a barrage of explosions and sparks. The losses were indeed severe, but all was deemed worthwhile. Han Tianzhu and his Chief of Staff finally broke through the perilous meteorite belt. Escaping with the last remaining dozen battleships, the Chief of Staff turned towards the transparent viewport at the rear of the flagship, observing that the Imperial battleship 1455 had ceased its pursuit, instead remaining stationary within the meteorite belt, as if observing something intently. The Chief of Staff felt a sense of helplessness within. Once again, they had suffered a significant loss. Lin Nian's cunning and ferocity far exceeded his expectations. It seemed the Imperial forces had produced a new war general. He held no doubts about this. Chief of Staff, why isn't he pursuing us? Han Tianzhu also gazed at the 1455, unable to restrain himself from speaking. A battleship chasing a group of them was indeed formidable. The opponent would not dare to emerge. Lin Nian was acutely aware of when he held the advantage. Leader, we must depart. Chief of Staff Zhao Yang interjected. He no longer wished to dwell on previous failures. After all, the heretical sect could afford to lose. His attention shifted to the radar, where a massive fleet was gathering. Hatili's 10,000 warships are gradually converging towards them. Chapter 38. The Fleet of Desolation heading to the Central Star Domain. Leave? Why leave? The heavenly ancestor has arrived, and is it not to eliminate this detestable fellow before us? Han Tianzhu is bewildered. All he desires is to slay Lin Nian. Master, do not forget about when you're in. And those 4 Imperial fleets, do not let small losses lead to greater ones. The Chief of Staff reminds him again. Upon hearing this, Han Tianzhu immediately comprehends, oh, I almost forgot. Where shall we head next? He promptly inquires. Master, we shall advance to the Empire's Central Star Domain. It is said to be quite prosperous. Moreover, the Empire's most formidable fleet is located in the southeastern region of the Qianxian Star Domain. This is indeed an opportune moment for us to strike. If we do not seize this chance, it would be a great pity. The Chief of Staff suddenly pulls up the star map, pointing at the Central Star Domain, which causes Han Tianzhu to widen his eyes in astonishment. His Chief of Staff truly possesses remarkable audacity, even surpassing his own. What a fierce individual. Understood. Let us set forth. As he envisions the splendid world of the Central Star Domain, Han Tianzhu no longer dwells on his defeat to Lin Nian. After all, who among the cult of desolation has not suffered losses at the hands of the Imperial forces? Victories are but rare occurrences, yet as long as they are not surrounded, it remains Han Dajiao's world. Good. The Chief of Staff nods, but his gaze cannot help but wander back towards the asteroid belt. There, the Imperial warship has vanished from sight, replaced by a plethora of irregular asteroids rapidly filling the passage they had recently opened, leaving only familiar chaos behind. Nonetheless, Lin Nian's name is indelibly etched in the Chief of Staff's mind. In the asteroid belt, Warship 1455's large-caliber cannons fire relentlessly, obliterating the incoming asteroids. The entire vessel is in high spirits. They have triumphed once more, and this time the spoils are even more bountiful. They have defeated a fleet of nearly 50 warships. Although achieved through terrain advantage, it does not detract from their accomplishments, as long as they can return to the Third Star Fleet. Each of them is assured at least a promotion. Even if promotions are not granted, they will receive substantial bonuses, enough to secure their family's comfort for the rest of their lives. Unlike the jubilant crew in the bridge, Lin Nian's expression remains exceptionally grave. He has noticed the radar display filled with densely packed silhouettes of warships. This can only signify the true main force of the cult of desolation. The enemy's main fleet is not situated in the southeastern region as reported, but rather in the northeastern sector. This intelligence is explosive. 1 Liao. The current situation is awry. Lin Nian points at the star map. The Imperial main fleet is in the southeastern quadrant of the Qianxian star domain. While the Cult of Desolation's main force is near us, if they swiftly advance northward, Lin Nian's finger glides across the star map, tracing the route from Qianxian star domain to the central star domain. When Huayun's expression shifts rapidly, the central star domain, damn it, we must immediately relay this information to Major General Wenrong or even to Lieutenant General Wen Yuan, when Huayun can no longer remain seated. Her fingers incessantly zooming in and out of the star map. The more she manipulates it, the more frantic and terrified her expression becomes. If the Cult of Desolation were to defeat the Imperial First Star Fleet and invade the Imperial capital, by Mang Star, none of them could escape responsibility. I do not comprehend these matters. You all decide, Liao Fan responds, devoid of expression, simply shaking his head and leaving it to Lin Nian and Wen Huayun to make the decision. 1. You contact Major General Wenrong that we need to continue trailing the main fleet of the Cult of Desolation. We absolutely cannot allow the enemy to vanish from our sight. We are among the few remaining forces here. Additionally, we must attempt to recover the small warships abandoned by the Cult of Desolation, as well as our own, that we need to form a new fleet. Lin Nian plans to salvage the warships left behind by the Cult of Desolation, along with his own scattered small warships. Regardless of their condition, they must take them all, as they might be able to assemble a dozen or 20 small warships. Understood, when Huayun replies earnestly, ready to make arrangements. Lin Nian also returns to his position, surveying his crew below. The originally jubilant crew has already overheard his discussion with Wen Huayun. Lin Nian actively activates the intercom, ensuring that everyone is informed of the situation. Do you all understand the circumstances? Lin Nian addresses them. Understood. Captain, please issue the orders. The crew responds with fervor. Having followed Lin Nian through numerous victories, even in the most perilous moments, they have managed to retreat unscathed. Whatever Lin Nian instructs them to do next, they will comply without a trace of hesitation. Very well. Recover all small warships, and then leave the asteroid belt. Next, we will likely continue to pursue the enemy. But this operation will be exceedingly dangerous. Everyone, do you have confidence? Lin Nian addresses all present. Yes, comes the resonant response. Excellent. Let us proceed. Lin Nian nods, morale soaring, aboard the flagship of the Third Star Fleet, when Rong is analyzing the star map. According to reports from the front lines, the 4th and 7th Star Fleets have allied to force the Cult of Desolation into a retreat. Numerous individuals from the cult have surrendered once more to the Empire. To claim credit, his father, Wen Yuan, has personally led the 2nd Star Fleet to the southeastern region to oversee command. Meanwhile, the 3rd Star Fleet has replaced the 2nd Star Fleet's garrison on Yanlan Star. With substantial territories being reclaimed at the front, the previously formidable Cult of Desolation will be completely eradicated here. An expression of excitement flashes across Wenrong's face that if they win this battle, both he and his father may ascend to the next echelon in this era of competing powers within the Empire. Having troops equates to wielding power, especially now when the Emperor is still young and unable to govern. It is the opportune time to seize power. It is impossible for the Wen family to claim they do not wish to progress. If it were not for the chaos that has plagued the Empire for decades, families like theirs, lacking in background, would find it nearly impossible to attain such high positions. The current circumstances are different. They will have a chance to emerge as a rapidly rising new family within the Empire. Report, Major General 1. There is an urgent encrypted telegram from Lieutenant 1. A liaison swiftly ascends from the first floor of the bridge to the second, addressing Wenrong with gravity. Bring me the original telegram. Wenrong extends his hand. An original message is promptly presented to prevent leaks. The decryption key is shared only among Wenrong, the flagship captain, and the chief of staff. The three scan the message with their wrist devices, which quickly transforms into a video presentation. Wenrong witnesses Wen Huayun, and after hearing her account, along with the video materials and radar images, his expression shifts dramatically. Chapter 39. The Tremor in the Central Star Domain. Immediately dispatch someone to contact my father. The main fleet of the Cult of Desolation has already moved to the northeastern sector of Yunnan, when Rome orders without hesitation. Yes, the liaison quickly departs. What shall we do? The captain and chief of staff look towards when Rome that he does not rush to respond, instead quietly studying the star map before him, continuously calculating distances that if we use spatial transmission, can we intercept them? When Rome suddenly speaks. Perhaps Han Tianzhu on the other side is waiting for us to employ spatial transmission. The chief of staff interjects. Indeed, we cannot act prematurely with our own trump card before the enemy reveals theirs. The flagship captain also disagrees with when Rome's idea, emphasizing that they cannot act recklessly. Damn it, do we have no other mobile forces? When Rome exclaims, striking the table in frustration. Major General 1, isn't there still a Lin Nian acting as the captain? From the reports, his recent performance has been quite commendable. Let him devise a plan. The chief of staff offers a suggestion, proposing that Lin Nian be tasked with stalling the enemy. Yet, they are uncertain whether he can truly delay them. Given the overwhelming disparity in the number of starships, someone immediately relay my orders to Lin Nian. Let him do whatever it takes to stall Han Tianzhu's forces. If he succeeds, I will personally promote him to major. When Rome declares loudly, his words leave both the flagship captain and chief of staff momentarily speechless. Lin Nian's ascent has been nothing short of meteoric, almost a leap in development, primarily due to his timely contributions in battle. Ultimately, however, it hinges on Lin Nian's performance, whether he can indeed hold back the Cult of Desolation, that if he succeeds, it will be an immense accolade. If he fails, he may remain a lieutenant for life. With no hope of advancing to the officer ranks, the difference between a lieutenant and an officer is akin to that between a soldier and a lieutenant, without significant opportunities and backing. It is nearly impossible to progress further. Aboard the flagship of the Second Star Fleet, when Yurin receives Rome's message without delay, he strikes his command platform, his expression troubled. Having always prided himself as a renowned general, has he now been outmaneuvered by Han Tianzhu, whom he has long looked down upon? Immediately relay the information to the Central Star Domain. We must ensure that His Majesty strengthens the defenses. When Yurin hastily instructs his aide to disseminate the message, he is reluctant to convey this information, as it may lead others to perceive him as incompetent. However, if those esteemed individuals in the Central Star Domain of the Empire were to witness Han Tianzhu's incursion, the repercussions of concealing this information would be dire. To articulate the truth would merely invite a few scornful remarks about incompetence. It is a matter of weighing the lesser of two evils. And when Yurin is indeed aware of this, yes, the aide hastily departed, and when Yurin promptly advanced to the center of the bridge, he had just received alarming news. The main forces of the Qianxian sect were not present here. We have all been deceived. All crew members looked up at when Yurin on the second floor. Immediately contact the commander of the 4th Interstellar Fleet and the acting commander of the 7th Interstellar Fleet. We must rush to support the Central Star Domain, to safeguard the Empire's core area and protect His Majesty the Emperor. Can we accomplish this? When Yurin shouted to everyone. Yes, the crew members saluted in unison and swiftly commenced their tasks, as per when Yurin's directives. In the vastness of space, 3 interstellar fleets, comprising various warships, began to converge incrementally that a massive fleet emerged, densely packed, and then, one after another, turned towards the Central Star Domain, entering a state of maximum speed at Bema Star. Within the Imperial Council Hall, fools. They are all nothing but fools. Qianxian raged furiously within the hall, while the other Imperial dignitaries fell silent, waiting for Qianxian to exhaust his fury. After a spell of shouting, Qianxian, filled with indignation, turned to the others. What on earth is Wen Yurin doing? How could he allow the Qianxian sect to penetrate the Central Star Domain, and then inform me that they cannot provide support? Qianxian had no intention of letting Wen Yurin off the hook. He had trusted Wen Yurin to quell the rebellion of the Qianxian sect, allowing him to lead troops. And this was the return he received? Qianxian repeatedly urged the other ministers to criticize Wen Yurin, yet the ministers remained composed, none willing to speak up. Only when they learned of Han Tianzhu's thousands of warships racing towards the Central Star Domain did a wave of shock ripple through them. After which they resumed their silent observation of Qianxian's performance. Your Highness, given the current situation, we must find a way to counter Han Tianzhu's assault. The Central Star Domain is left with the Empire's strongest first interstellar fleet. This fleet should ideally be redeployed from the 001 Sanitation Space Station to defend the outer space of Bema Star. A minister suggested, it's easy to say, but what about the sanitation space stations? They house numerous warships under construction, along with vast quantities of military supplies and fuel. Are we to disregard all this? Qianxian was far more concerned about those military resources falling into the hands of the Qianxian sect. If Han Tianzhu were to acquire those, it would immediately bolster the ranks of the Qianxian sect. Your Highness, for the Empire and for His Majesty, we have no choice, another minister interjected, the meaning abundantly clear. The first interstellar fleet must remain at Bema Star and cannot be deployed elsewhere, not even to those critical sanitation space stations. Your Highness, urgent intelligence. The Qianxian sect has entered the Central Star Domain and is advancing towards the sanitation space stations. At that moment, a minister rushed in, loudly addressing Qianxian. What? So soon? Qianxian and the courtiers were left in shock. The most pressing concern was that they had no further forces at their disposal to prevent this calamity. On board the flagship of the Qianxian sect's main fleet, Han Tianzhu wore an unprecedented expression of ease. After disregarding Lin Nian, they were once again pitted against the Imperial forces, and it was an effortless rout. Wherever they went, the enemy surrendered in fear. This made Han Tianzhu feel that his previous struggles against Lin Nian had been utterly foolish. The Chief of Staff shared a similar sentiment. Had they known the defenses of the Central Star Domain were so feeble, they needn't have contended with the Empire over resource stars. However, the Chief of Staff reconsidered. It was necessary to engage there first to lure away the Empire's third interstellar fleet. The cost to be paid could not be spared. In a manner of speaking, they were fortunate amidst misfortune. Like Han Tianzhu, the Chief of Staff also wished to avoid encountering Lin Nian, primarily because he felt he might not be able to prevail. This thought was swiftly extinguished. How could he entertain such notions, especially given that his forces far outnumbered Lin Nian's? Were it not for Lin Nian's myriad tactics, perhaps they would have been destroyed long ago. The Chief of Staff encouraged himself inwardly. Chapter 40. The attacked 012 Sanitation Space Station Chief of Staff. What is our next target? We can't possibly head straight for the Imperial capital, Bema Star. Can we? Han Tianzhu turned once more to his sole expert advisor. No, our target is here, the sanitation space stations of the Central Star Domain, the home base of the Imperial fleet. Wouldn't you agree? Major Qianxian. The Chief of Staff turned to a timid individual, the former highest commander of the 11th Interstellar Fleet and the highest rank among the captives of the Qianxian sect. Chief of Staff, I have revealed everything you wish to know. Please do not kill me. If you let me go, my family will prepare a ransom for me in advance. I beg you. At this moment, Qianxian was devoid of the dignity of a major, repeatedly begging for mercy. Take him away. The Chief of Staff neither acquiesced nor denied. Instead, he ordered for Qianxian to be removed. Chief, you may give the order now. The Chief of Staff respectfully addressed Han Tianzhu. Han Tianzhu was most pleased with his Chief of Staff's courtesy and intellect. He promptly stood at the declaration position of the bridge. Command, target the Imperial sanitation space stations. First, attack the nearest 012 sanitation space station. With a command from Han Tianzhu, the response was immediate. Yes, Chief. Everyone saluted in unison. In space. Nearly 10,000 Qianxian warships sprang into action, their exhaust flames igniting as they accelerated towards the 012 Sanitation Space Station. Simultaneously, within the 012 Sanitation Space Station, as the outermost military base of the Central Star Domain, it served as the primary defensive stronghold. The entire military base was aglow with red lights, and all stationed Imperial soldiers were mobilized. Quickly, we've detected a large fleet of the Qianxian sect. We must act immediately. Everyone return to your posts. Any who abandon their posts will face severe punishment. The highest commander of the Sanitation Space Station shouted incessantly in the command room. The silhouettes of the Qianxian sect's fleet soon densely appeared on the radar, with multiple surveillance satellites quickly transmitting clear video feeds, only to be swiftly destroyed by the warship's microwave attacks from a distance. Lieutenant Lin, the enemy has entered firing range. Shall we open fire? The fire control officer was already in the operating system, waiting for the final command. Fire. Lieutenant Lin did not hesitate. He could not afford to hesitate. His family resided within the Central Star Domain. Should the Qianxian sect plunder the warships and fuel within the sanitation space station, he would not be able to absolve himself of blame. And most importantly, his family would suffer. And no matter what, he had to keep the enemy at bay. Activate the orbital cannon. Initiate the strong magnetic disruptor. Engage the large energy shield. Lieutenant Lin continuously issued more commands. The massive metallic sphere of the sanitation space station began to deploy an enormous energy shield, along with various weapons. Yet the enemy's warships surged toward the 012 sanitation space station like a swarm of ants attacking an elephant, relentlessly bombarding it with explosions and heavy artillery strikes, causing the colossal energy shield to flicker under the assault. The counterattacks from the sanitation space station were equally fierce, with thick lasers shooting out. The immense beams of energy shattering the shields and hulls of the warships they struck. Some were obliterated on the spot, while others became inert debris floating in space. The orbital cannon, with its oversized caliber, could obliterate the energy shields of large warships with merely 20 shots. Despite its great power, the orbital cannon suffered from a low rate of fire, allowing the Qianxian sect's larger warships to retreat before the shield energy was fully depleted. The Qianxian sect employed a relentless wave tactic, continuously depleting the shield energy of the 012 sanitation space station. Once they could breach it, seizing this critical military base of the Empire would be within reach. In the depths of space, far from the chaos of the battlefield, aboard a medium-sized Qianxian sect warship, Han Tianzhu and his chief of staff quietly observed. During major battles, Han Tianzhu always followed the chief of staff's advice, transferring from large warships to medium ones. This not only minimized the risk of being targeted by the enemy, but also allowed him to seize opportunities to retreat at any moment. After all, the chances of being targeted on a medium warship were significantly lower than on a large one. The Han Tianzhu had become quite adept at retreating and did not need to issue commands on sight. The remaining tasks were left to his subordinate generals. Chief of Staff, how long do you estimate it will take to secure this sanitation space station? After watching for a while, Han Tianzhu felt a bit bored. Since the onset of the battle, he had found himself with little to do. He began to survey his surroundings. Beside him on this medium-sized warship were only 20 small warships providing protection. The other vessels were either under his brother's command or with the frontline generals. For now, he felt entirely safe. According to the Chief of Staff, this was termed great concealment within the city. No one knew they were there, nor would they be the first target of attack. Chief, this is the Empire's core military base. The IT won't be that quick. As long as we secure it, we will immediately obtain supplies of fuel, weapons, ammunition, and even warships. Then, whether we seize a wave of planets in the Central Star region or divert to the Empire's next star domain will be for you to decide. The Chief of Staff urged Han Tianzhu to exercise patience while simultaneously continuing to draw up grand plans. A smile appeared on Han Tianzhu's face as he envisioned himself commanding 1,000,000 banners, sweeping through the Empire's territories with an unstoppable force. Wealth, women, and power would all be within his grasp. Report, an anomalous radar signal detected. Right behind us. At this moment, a crew member responsible for radar monitoring suddenly stood up, exclaiming loudly, "What? How can there be a fleet behind us? Is it the third interstellar fleet?" Han Tianzhu's expression froze, and he quickly gathered his wits. "Get me the relevant information." The Chief of Staff, however, remained composed, instructing the crew member to first relay the information to him so he could assess the situation personally. Yes, the crew member quickly complied. The Chief of Staff soon furrowed his brow, and Han Tianzhu watched with concern. According to their pre-war simulations, the Empire's main fleet, no matter how swift, would require some time to arrive. Unless the Empire's primary fleets were willing to utilize spatial teleportation to return, if when Yuren truly did so, Han Tianzhu would be grinning ear to ear. Within a single teleportation cycle, he could escape to a location unreachable by the Empire's fleet in a short time. It was not the Empire's main fleet, but rather that bothersome fly, Lin Nian. After analyzing for a moment, the Chief of Staff discerned that it was a medium-sized warship leading a fleet of over 30 smaller vessels from the Empire. He recognized the adversary almost instantly. Chapter 41. Locking on to Han Tianzhu, the Empire's warship 1455, that some time ago, Lin Nian received a new order from Rome, demanding that he do whatever it takes to stop Han Tianzhu. Captain Lin, you need not execute this order. When Huayun's face paled upon hearing the command, outnumbered and outmatched, their haphazardly assembled fleet stood no chance against the enemy. Han Tianzhu's side, with its dense array of warships, boasted no fewer than several thousand vessels, a staggering disparity in combat power. They simply could not contend. When Huayun, unwilling to face death, suggested that Lin Nian withdraw for the time being. Moreover, it was not uncommon for military orders to be disregarded when one was in the field. It was only natural to undertake feasible tasks and refrain from those that were impossible. After hearing when Huayun's words, Lin Nian did not rush to share his thoughts, but instead turned to Liao Fan beside him. Liao, what is your perspective? Li Xiao was also eager to hear the opinion of her good friend. Captain Lin, the decision lies with you. I will support you unconditionally. Liao Fan hesitated for a moment before speaking to Lin Nian. Lin Nian understood Liao Fan's true sentiment from that brief hesitation. He did not wish to engage in battle either. Recognizing the risks involved, they were entirely incapable of intercepting the enemy. It was merely due to his position as captain that he refrained from voicing the truth. Lin Nian suddenly exhaled, I will fight. His voice was quiet yet resolute. The reason behind Lin Nian's decision to engage in battle was straightforward. Hue Guangstar was not far from their location, and he absolutely could not allow his family to be caught in the flames of war. When Huayun and Liao Fan exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with complexity. Lin Nian activated his microphone and approached the podium on the second floor of the bridge. Everyone, I intend to fight in this battle. I understand the fear that resides in your hearts, but I implore you to consider this. If we do not intervene and the cult of the ruined heaven captures the Empire Sanitation Space Station, even if it is just one, the cost will be unbearable for us. Why? Because our families are here. In this central star region, do you wish for your loved ones to be embroiled in conflict? When we still have the opportunity to act, should we not do something? Lin Nian's voice steadily rose, and the crew's initial panic began to be replaced by a sense of determination. I urge you all to trust me. I will do my utmost to bring everyone back alive. We are not heading into certain death. We can fulfill Major General Wen Rong's new orders for the Empire, for our homeland. Lin Nian clenched his fist tightly and raised his right hand. For the Empire? For our homeland. The crew members rose in unison, echoing Lin Nian's rallying cry. His words awakened them. This battle was not for anyone else but for their families, all hailing from the Central Star region. They had witnessed far too many areas tormented by the cult of the ruined heaven. They absolutely did not want their own homes to suffer the same fate. Very well. Everyone, return to your posts immediately. Lin Nian promptly issued his new orders. Yes, the crew members straightened up, saluting Lin Nian. He turned to the transparent viewport at the front of the bridge and could already see the massive fleet of the cult of the ruined heaven. Han Tianzhu was launching a fierce assault on the 012 Sanitation Space Station. Deputy Chief Wen, Captain Liao, are you prepared? Lin Nian glanced at his decision-making circle. Order away, Captain. Both men saluted Lin Nian simultaneously. Radar operator, immediately provide me with the current battlefield data. Have the starfighter units on standby at all times. Activate all long-range firepower. Target awaits my designation. Lin Nian continued to issue commands, his eyes shining with intensity. Fixated solely on one significant point, the medium-sized warship at the outermost edge of the cult of the ruined heavens fleet, which appeared rather inconspicuous. Captain, all fleet fire control systems are ready. Captain, the starfighters are in position. Captain, the filling line core is in place. One by one, the crew members stood up, reporting their statuses to Lin Nian. Excellent. Our first target of attack is that medium-sized warship. Lin Nian indicated the only highlighted warship. Yes, the crew members did not ponder the reasons. They immediately set to work. Warship 1455 began to accelerate, accompanied by the smaller vessels, all hastening in pursuit. These were the remnants of small warships salvaged from the asteroid belt. After being restored, they were now operational, and this time they were not unmanned. Imperial crew members were on board, personally operating these vessels. They surged forth toward Lin Nian's designated target. Captain Lin, why that particular warship? The crew could disregard the reasoning. But when Huayan needed to know Lin Nian's thoughts, my intuition tells me that Han Tianzhu may be there. Upon hearing Lin Nian's words, both Wen Huayan and Liao Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. How do you know? When Huayan blurted out, "No, I don't know. But I have reason to suspect it." Lin Nian shook his head, his gaze resolute. He pulled up a holographic display that I took the time to analyze a recent battle report, the one where the Empire lost 2 interstellar fleets. There are details in the report that are worth pondering. Generals Izhua and Yin when dispatched their elite assault units. Yet why was the report's outcome a failure? At that time, the Empire's filling line troops had already infiltrated a few of the cult of the ruined heavens' large warships. The Empire's fleet should have held an absolute advantage. Yet the result was a complete rout for the Empire. Lin Nian pointed to the detailed records on the holographic display, showcasing numerous frontline combat scenes. When Huayan swiftly began to operate the controls, she delved deeper. Her eyes sparkled with realization. You mean to say that Han Tianzhu is not aboard the large warships of the cult of the ruined heaven? He is hiding in an unassuming medium-sized warship. How did you come to that conclusion? A look of shock crossed Huayan's face as she could not help but scrutinize Lin Nian. Such keen battlefield instincts were truly formidable. If they could locate the warship where Han Tianzhu was hiding, perhaps they could indeed fulfill Wen Rong's orders. Impressive, brother. Liao Fan could not resist giving Lin Nian a pat on the back. His excitement evident. When they were at a loss, Lin Nian had already grasped the critical point that let's not celebrate prematurely. We haven't confirmed anything yet. Lin Nian humbly replied he would not claim to have deduced the answer independently. The intel had already provided him with the clues. All right, back to business. If I were Han Tianzhu and not on a large warship, I would choose a medium-sized warship, specifically one at the outermost edge of the battlefield. Most convenient for a swift escape. Currently, the only warship that meets these conditions is just one. As Lin Nian spoke, he slammed his hand down on the command console. The star map before him expanded in tandem with his words, revealing a medium-sized warship that perfectly matched the criteria hidden among numerous smaller vessels. Chapter 42, The Escaping Han Tianzhu, the flagship of the cult of the ruined heaven. Master, the enemy is approaching us directly. A crew member stood up, reporting loudly. Chief of Staff, what should we do now? Should we immediately withdraw some of the forces from the front line? Han Tianzhu felt a pang of anxiety. It seemed as though Lin Nian was an inescapable curse, sticking to him relentlessly. Master, do not panic. Perhaps that Lin Nian merely wishes to engage in sporadic skirmishes, inadvertently targeting us. Our immediate course of action should be to swiftly contact the frontline forces and dispatch some reinforcements. We shall then masquerade as a standard peripheral unit and proceed with combat as usual. Though the Chief of Staff advises calm, there is an unmistakable air of concern in the absence of a decisive numerical advantage. The interstellar forces of the cult of the wild sky are certainly no match for the Imperial forces, especially not for Lin Nian. This individual's capabilities are exceedingly formidable. Since our initial engagement, they have not suffered a single defeat, displaying a remarkable ability to discern our vulnerabilities. Now that Lin Nian's fleet has chosen to advance, their numbers are not overwhelming, that if we engage normally, we may hold significant odds until the main fleet arrives to provide support. However, should we falter, the consequences could be dire that if Lin Nian inadvertently captures both of us, the morale of the millions of troops in the cult of the wild sky would collapse instantaneously, transforming us into mere sport. Relay the orders, deploy the small fleet. The Chief of Staff hastily commanded the crew in the bridge room. The crew of the Wild Sky promptly complied with the orders. The small warships guarding the flagship of the Wild Sky began their maneuvers in unison, advancing sequentially. Meanwhile, the Imperial warships surged forth in an instant. The two sides clashed, activating their energy shields that long-range weapons were unleashed in abundance. Yet all were thwarted by the opposing energy shields. However, Han Tianzhu's expression quickly turned pale. Their small warships outnumbered those of the enemy significantly, yet they were unable to prevail. The focused assaults from the opposing side were executed with remarkable discipline and efficiency, rapidly destroying key command vessels and disrupting the coordination of our forces, plunging the Wild Sky fleet into chaos. The process repeated itself, creating a pattern of overwhelming odds against us. The pace of battle was both swift and efficient, with each strike landing on our vulnerabilities, advancing relentlessly towards his flagship. Regardless of whether Lin Nian had seen through their position, Han Tianju felt that remaining here was no longer tenable. Chief of Staff. Retreat. We must hasten to withdraw our reinforcements. This was the first time Han Tianju had bypassed his Chief of Staff, directly addressing his crew. Master, we cannot retreat. If we withdraw now, we shall be devoured. We must confront them head-on. The Chief of Staff understood the dire implications more clearly than Han Tianju. With both sides now engaged, it was a battle of courage and resolve. The Chief of Staff lamented their unfortunate circumstances. Under normal circumstances, they would encounter no issues, boasting nearly 10,000 warships and millions of troops, who besides the main fleet would dare engage. Since their entry into the Central Star region, they had always advanced with unyielding momentum. Yet, inexplicably, Lin Nian had pressed forward with such obstinacy, selecting their vessel among the myriad of peripheral patrol ships. It was utterly absurd. Chief of Staff, are you jesting? You still wish to fight? Have you not observed? Our warships are crumbling under the onslaught. We must retreat. Immediately. I refuse to become a prisoner. Han Tianju shouted, his voice hoarse with fear. He was thoroughly intimidated by Lin Nian, realizing they were utterly outmatched and unwilling to sacrifice himself in vain. Would it not be more prudent to join forces with their reinforcements? As the Supreme Master issued his orders, the crew began to act. The flagship of the Wild Sky abandoned all deployed small warships, swiftly turning its hull and accelerating its engines to retreat from the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Wild Sky vessels engaged in desperate combat witnessed their Supreme Master fleeing, causing their already dwindling morale to shatter completely. Scattering in all directions and on the other side, aboard the warship 1455, Lin Nian exclaimed, "Good! Do not concern yourself with those small Wild Sky vessels. Focus on that medium-sized Wild Sky ship. Continue attacking with fervor." Lin Nian's expression was charged with excitement. The female voice remained unwaveringly supportive. When the disparity in strength was not overwhelmingly pronounced, he would undoubtedly dominate. All high-threat targets of the enemy would be his first round of assault. Once those pivotal threats were neutralized, he would then strike at their more vulnerable points. Lin Nian had yet to encounter a Wild Sky force capable of withstanding such an onslaught. Captain Lin, the enemy is truly retreating. We are on the verge of victory. Could it be that our gamble has paid off? When Huayun was almost breathless with exhilaration, her cheeks flushed with uncontainable excitement. In this life-and-death struggle, the realization that fortune favored them ignited a euphoric sensation within her, surpassing even the exhilaration derived from any sport. When Huayun glanced once more at the impeccably poised man before her, Lin Yan's command abilities were extraordinarily formidable. She had never witnessed such a terrifying battlefield commander. Whenever a battle commenced, it was a crushing victory, even against seemingly superior foes. Commander 1, do not rush to conclusions. Lin Nian replied, tilting his head slightly, his tone steady. While he spoke thus, he was already certain that Han Tianju was aboard that medium-sized warship. The bright spot in his sight shone like the sun. Yes. In an instant, when Huayun felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing her earlier exuberance was somewhat unbecoming of her usual demeanor. Fortunately, she quickly noted that no one seemed to care. After Lin Nian finished speaking, he no longer glanced in her direction. Order, the fleet shall regroup. Accelerate all units. Pursue. Lin Nian gestured emphatically towards the fleeing flagship of the Wild Sky, instructing his subordinates to give chase. Report. A multitude of new Wild Sky warships is advancing towards us. Their numbers are vast and uncountable. At that moment, a crew member abruptly stood to report, his tone tinged with panic, that if they continued their pursuit, they would soon find themselves ensnared in the enemy's encirclement. Ignore it, follow my orders, and continue the pursuit. Maintain concentrated fire on that medium-sized warship. Lin Nian was undeterred. Now was the time for desperate measures. If they could disable the energy shield of that medium-sized warship, Liao Fan's squadron would be able to conduct a surprise assault with their interstellar fighters, capturing Han Tianju alive. On the battlefield, small Wild Sky vessels continued to arrive as reinforcements. Most of the larger warships had congregated around the 012 sanitation space station. while the battlefield perimeter was primarily comprised of smaller wild sky vessels. These small vessels, upon nearing, would be met with concentrated fire, swiftly losing their energy shields and subsequently being obliterated. The assault on the retreating Han Tianzhu continued unabated. Chapter 43. A desperate gamble. As Han Tianzhu's fleet sustained damage, their energy shields began to show signs of instability. "Captain Lin, please allow my squadron to engage. I can secure that warship for you." Liao Fan eagerly approached Lin Nian, eager to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for merit. Let me think. Lin Nian did not rush to acquiesce. Liao Fan was part of the standard ground combat brigade assigned to Warship 1455, a specialized unit typically reserved for medium-sized vessels. If not for Xue Wuju's mismanagement, such a critical jump assistance mission would not ordinarily fall to ground combat brigades. It was generally the purview of regular fill-in soldiers or their superior substitutes. The ship's maneuvering team. Lin Yin, I have confidence. Please deploy the interstellar fighters and my brigade for the jump assistance operation. Liao Fan pressed once more, even directly addressing Lin Yin by name. Very well. Remember, you have only 1 hour to attempt this. If you exceed that time, do not linger. Abandon the jump assistance mission immediately, Lin Yin said with utmost seriousness, not wishing for his good friend to perish on the battlefield due to overzealous ambition. Understood. Liao Fan stood tall and saluted Lin Yin before departing the bridge without looking back. Lin Yin observed Liao Fan's eager retreating figure before shifting his gaze to the display on the side of the bridge. The radar displayed a multitude of wild sky warships departing the vicinity of the 012 Sanitation Space Station, advancing towards them, including several medium and large vessels. The window of opportunity for pursuit was rapidly closing. In no more than an hour, they would enter the firing range of those warships. Under the onslaught of the wild sky's firepower, the energy shield of Warship 1455 would not endure for long. "Captain, a massive wave of enemy warships is approaching us. Please provide instructions." A communications crew member rose, looking to Lin Yin, their captain, awaiting further orders. "Commander Wen, has there been any response from the 012 Sanitation Space Station?" Lin Yin immediately turned to Wen Huayun at his side. "Captain, they do not believe that we are pursuing Han Tianzhu," Wen Huayun replied. "Continue to contact the 012 Sanitation Space Station. 012 Sanitation Space Station. This is the Imperial 3rd Interstellar Warship 1455. We have successfully engaged the master of the wild sky, Han Tianzhu. Requesting support. Requesting support." Wen Huayun spoke rapidly, calling for the highest commander of the 012 Sanitation Space Station. "Damn it!" Lin Yin exclaimed in frustration, striking the command console with force. "Let them open their eyes and see. The swarm of the ardent sky battleships converging upon this location cannot possibly fail to convey the gravity of the situation. Can it? He is genuinely fearful of his inept comrades. The battlefield has become unmistakably clear, yet he remains unwilling to dispatch his fleet for assistance. His forces are woefully insufficient and are rapidly dwindling. Countless small vessels under his command are being obliterated by the enemy's relentless firepower. Meanwhile, the vessel numbered 1455 is simultaneously enduring a significant barrage. The energy shields are depleting at an alarming rate and seem unlikely to endure much longer. The entire battlefield has been stirred into chaos. The oppressive presence of the 012 Sanitation Space Station has dissipated, drawing all attention to his side, should the commander on that front engage and delay the enemy's advance. His chances of victory would surge dramatically. "Captain, our energy shields are critically low. They've dropped to 43%. Another crew member shouted. "Commander Wen, have we received any response?" Lin Yin urged Wen Huayun once more. Wen Huayun, slightly dazed, shook his head. "Captain, perhaps we should retreat while we still possess energy shields," Wen Huayun timidly suggested. The other crew members turned to Lin Yin, their lives irrevocably entrusted to him, bound by the specter of life and death. "Do you not yet comprehend? Our only path to survival is to vanquish this ardent sky medium battleship. We must declare that Han Tianzhu is dead to the surrounding ardent sky vessels. We must instill fear in them all." Lin Yin resolutely rejected Wen Huayun's proposal. Fleeing would merely relinquish their last glimmer of hope. If Han Tianzhu were to be free from the threat of death, This minuscule infiltrating fleet would be utterly annihilated by the overwhelming numbers of ardent sky battleships. From the moment they entered this conflict, there had been no retreat. Lin Nian inhaled deeply. Order. Maximum speed. Ram the enemy battleship. With a swift motion, Lin Nian commanded. Upon grasping the gravity of the situation, the crew hesitated no longer and hastened to execute Lin Nian's orders. The rear of the vessel 1455 erupted with brilliant luminescence. The immense acceleration propelled the entire battleship forward, rapidly closing the distance to Han Tianju's medium battleship. Both vessels unleashed a barrage of firepower, though most of the attacks were intercepted by each other's energy shields. The interstellar fighters engaged in a relentless duel amidst the two battleships, with explosions erupting incessantly. Lin Nian gripped the handrails tightly as he fixed his gaze upon the ever-approaching Ardent Sky flagship. Bracing for impact. Point 3, 2, 1, the crew shouted. The collision was silent, yet both medium battleships' energy shields shattered simultaneously. The metallic hulls crumpled as if made of paper. Lin Nian was nearly thrown to the floor by the immense force. But fortunately, when Huaiyun, anchored in his position, reached out to steady him, "Captain, a multitude of interstellar fighters are descending upon 1455. We no longer have any mobile combat troops. What shall we do?" When Huaiyun's expression was one of panic. The mobile combat teams had all been dispatched, and even Liao Fan's ground forces had been repurposed for mobile operations. "What are you panicking for? Do we not still have 10,000 ordinary line soldiers? Let them fill the gaps. This is a battle of will. Those who can endure until the end shall emerge victorious," Lin Nian declared, rising with determination. His gaze pierced through the bridge's forward viewport, fixated on the nearby Ardent Sky battleship. Despite the collision of vessels, both continued to exchange fire. The hulls were repeatedly battered, with outer skins torn away or munitions depots igniting in violent explosions. The bridge trembled ominously, yet Lin Nian remained unfazed. He was watching a pinpoint of light swiftly fleeing from the Ardent Sky flagship. He knew who it was. Han Tianju. "Lin Nian, we are breaching. We are about to enter." "The enemy's bridge," Liao Fan's voice echoed through the bridge. The din of gunfire intermingled with his words. Liao Fan's initiative to engage had indeed yielded results, allowing them to land on the enemy flagship first. Lin Nian sighed inwardly, aware that he had achieved victory, but it was not complete. The enemy bridge was devoid of Han Tianju. He had slipped away, likely aboard a high-speed shuttle. Lin Nian currently lacked the means to detain Han Tianju. To directly claim knowledge of Han Tianju's whereabouts would raise suspicion. All Lin Nian could do was watch helplessly as the light representing the enemy receded into the distance. "Captain, we have breached the bridge. No target found. Repeat, no target found. End of transmission." With Liao Fan's announcement, Lin Nian promptly issued orders to the communications officer. "Command, inform Liao Fan to initiate the detonation of explosives and utterly obliterate this medium battleship. Simultaneously, announce across the star system that Han Tianju is dead. Demand the surrender of the Ardent Sky fleet." Chapter 44. Securing victory in the vastness of space. The public frequency of the battleship 1455 resonated continuously. All Ardent Sky vessels immediately received Lin Nian's declaration. Han Tianju and his chief of staff aboard the high-speed shuttle also heard the news. "Lin Nian." Han Tianju roared in furious disbelief. He had not been able to hold out until his reinforcements arrived and had been forcibly driven from his flagship. "Commander, we are in serious trouble," the chief of staff said, his face ashen. They had been compelled to flee without time to inform their subordinates. Nearly 10,000 Ardent Sky troops were likely to find themselves leaderless. "Chief of staff, what do you mean?" Han Tianju could not comprehend his subordinate's words. The flagship is in the hands of the Imperial forces. If they destroy our flagship, the army will disintegrate in an instant." The chief of staff hurriedly explained. "Surely not." Han Tianju's expression turned frantic. Meanwhile, numerous Ardent Sky commanders began to panic, hastening to verify the veracity of Lin Nian's claims. However, all messages sent were met with silence. Their own flagship remained unresponsive, shrouded in stillness. This left many Ardent Sky commanders feeling a heavy sense of dread, beginning to place some faith in Lin Nian's words that if their leader was indeed dead. They had little reason to continue battling the Empire. Some ardent sky commanders, unwilling to accept defeat, still pressed towards the direction of the Ardent Sky flagship, continuing their assault on the battleship 1455. A dazzling beam of light suddenly erupted in a vast expanse of space, and the Ardent Sky flagship was utterly obliterated by the Imperial fleet, reduced to space debris as the silent brilliance gradually faded. Everything came to an end. All Ardent Sky commanders now resigned themselves to retreating en masse towards the western Qianxian star domain, their predetermined rendezvous point. Within the high-speed shuttle, Han Tianzhu and his chief of staff silently watched the massive explosion. The chief of staff's greatest fears had been realized. "Commander, Lin Nian will become our greatest threat," he sighed. From Lin Nian's forceful incursion and his relentless assault on their medium battleship, to now driving them away and obliterating their flagship, which symbolized the Ardent Sky's confidence. It was clear that any weakness exposed to Lin Nian would be met with swift and punishing retribution. Each of his actions was executed with ruthless precision, leaving them no respite. Enough that, if we cannot defeat this man, must we not find refuge? Han Tianzhu admitted defeat. "Let us head to the predetermined rendezvous." "Yes, Commander," the chief of staff replied in a similarly somber tone. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Han Tianzhu. From the outset of this conflict, the commander had made a grievous error. Had Han Tianzhu not chosen to retreat and instead faced Lin Nian head-on, the one forced to withdraw would undoubtedly have been Lin Nian. Han Tianzhu's cowardice had exposed their flagship, allowing Lin Nian to seize the opportunity to strike down their leader, with the flagship destroyed. The morale of their entire fleet had been shattered. The chief of staff felt a surge of frustration but could not blame Han Tianzhu for his fear of death. He felt powerless to express his ire. Left only with a deep sigh, at the 012 sanitation space station on the periphery of the battlefield, a flash of brilliance suddenly appeared. "What is happening?" Major Lin immediately turned to the operator responsible for monitoring. "Sir, we have just received interstellar reports from Allied forces. It is said that Han Tianzhu is dead, followed by a massive explosion from a medium battleship of the Ardent Sky Church. This information has yet to be verified. However, the movements of the Ardent Sky fleet indicate a retreat," the operator informed Major Lin. Major Lin was taken aback and swiftly glanced at the external monitoring of the 012 sanitation space station. Indeed, he observed a multitude of Ardent Sky battleships altering their course. Previously, these fleets were advancing towards the location of the Ardent Sky medium battleship, but now they were all turning in unison. He recalled the individual who claimed to be the chief of staff of the 1455 battleship, who had previously sought their aid. Major Lin had doubted the authenticity of this ally's request, fearing it to be a trap designed to lure them into danger. But given the current situation, it was evident that the enemy forces were indeed retreating, and this was no ruse. "Immediately call for that Commander One." Major Lin ordered his subordinate urgently. "Yes," the operator promptly complied. Major Lin turned his attention back to the screen, capturing the image of the Ardent Sky fleet hastily retreating from the battlefield, adhering to the geographical divisions established by the Empire. It is indeed a matter of the West. Should it truly be the case that the Imperial 3rd Starfleet's vessel 1455 has vanquished and defeated the leader of the Wild Heaven sect, it would be nothing short of monumental. Merely extricating the 012 sanitation space station from peril would constitute a significant achievement. Colonel Lin felt a sense of unease in his heart. He had previously declined a request for assistance from Vessel 1455, which might have offended Wen Yuan's faction. After all, Wen Yuan is a newly emerged military figure within the Empire and could potentially use this incident to hold him accountable, perhaps even to make things difficult for him. After careful consideration, Colonel Lin resolved to establish a cordial relationship with the commander of Vessel 1455 at this juncture. In the vastness of space, 7 or 8 battered warships congregated, silently, suspended in the void. Some smaller vessels bore numerous wounds, while the flagship, Vessel 1455, exhibited a gaping and terrifying wound along its hull, exposing a plethora of internal mechanical structures and intricate electrical cables. Occasionally, sparks flickered from the severed cables that breached the void. Contrary to the eerie silence enveloping these vessels, the bridge of Vessel 1455 was alive with jubilation. Lin Nian exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. As the external Wild Heaven fleet retreated, the infiltrating soldiers had gradually been eradicated. He had finally concluded this battle, to be candid. His choices had been perilous. Even with knowledge of the enemy's weaknesses, the struggle remained exceedingly arduous due to the vast disparity in numbers. Were it not for the tactical miscalculations of Han Tians and the wavering resolve of the enemy during combat, the opportunity for Lin Nian to achieve victory would not have arisen. Yet he seized this chance and ultimately triumphed. The sole regret was allowing Han Tians to escape. That moment, Lin Nian had yearned to obliterate Han Tians with a laser beam or missile. However, considering the need to justify his actions, he ultimately abandoned that notion. Preserving his secret was far more crucial than eliminating Han Tians. The audacious assault on Han Tians' formidable fleet was already an outrageous endeavor. With motives that were somewhat tenuous, have killed Han Tians on the spot would have rendered his command orders utterly incomprehensible. Captain, Colonel Lin has agreed to dispatch warships to rendezvous with us. When Huayun addressed him, omitting the surname and directly referring to him as Captain, it seemed that the series of battles had led Huayun to implicitly acknowledge his role as captain. Very well, Lin Nian nodded, feeling an overwhelming fatigue. The relentless intensity of battle had pushed not only the crew but himself to the brink, regardless of any new orders issued by Major General Wenrong. He would not be able to comply. There was simply no way to carry on. Everyone was stretched to their limits, necessitating a period of rest to recuperate. On board the flagship of the Second Fleet, an officer hastily ascended to the bridge's second level and saluted Yuan. "Sir, I have just received the latest battle report." "Speak directly," Yuan replied, his mind still fixated on the star map. Should the Wild Heaven sect seize the sanitation space station, they would be compelled to utilize spatial transmission, thereby granting the enemy the initiative. That a frown of concern creased Yuan's brow. "Sir, it is the report from Colonel Lin regarding the 012 sanitation space station. The Wild Heaven fleet fell into disarray following the destruction of their flagship, leading to erupt. They are now retreating toward the western snow cloud star region. The 012 sanitation space station is secure." The officer reported promptly. "Understood," when Yuan nodded, still grappling with his thoughts. However, he soon halted, abruptly turning to his liaison officer. "Repeat what you just said." "The 012 sanitation space station defeated Han Tians' flagship." "What of Han Tians himself? And how did Colonel Lin accomplish this?" When Yuan's gaze bore into the officer. The Wild Heaven sect was a malevolent cult that had wreaked havoc across the empire, and its leader, Han Tians, was as slippery as an eel. Even he found it difficult to capture such a wily adversary. When Yuan urgently sought more information, "Sir, this is the battlefield report, along with relevant footage," the officer replied. Having never witnessed Yuan in such an agitated state, he promptly uploaded the pertinent materials. When Yuan observed the curiosity etched on the faces of his core advisory circle, he decided to project the footage onto the holographic screen. Soon, they were introduced to a stranger, Lin Nian. They watched the 012 sanitation space station being besieged by the Wild Heaven fleet. It was Lin Nian who stepped forward, leading a fleet comprising a medium-sized warship and over 30 smaller vessels directly into the fray against the nearly 10,000-strong Wild Heaven fleet. Meanwhile, Vessel 1455 latched onto an enemy ship, relentlessly pursuing a Wild Heaven medium-sized vessel. When Yuan and the others immediately sensed something amiss, the vessel caught by Vessel 1455 was not just any ship. This peripheral conflict, which should have been inconsequential, unexpectedly influenced the main battlefield, that a significant number of Wild Heaven ships inexplicably opted to abandon their assault on the 012 sanitation space station, redirecting their efforts toward Lin Nian's fleet. The tempest of battle surged, with Wild Heaven ships rushing toward the eye of the storm. The confrontation between Vessel 1455 and the enemy flagship became the focal point of this struggle. Ultimately, through brutal exchanges and collisions, the Wild Heaven flagship was defeated and utterly obliterated. After the blinding flash of light, the Wild Heaven fleet, bereft of its backbone, retreated from the battlefield, devoid of all combat morale. Once they had finished viewing the entire video recap, a collective sigh of relief escaped them. From their perspective, Lin Nian was formidable, particularly in his command during the heat of battle. Although not formally trained, he possessed an extraordinary battlefield instinct. "This individual is remarkable," When Yuan mused, his admiration palpable, decisive and precise, was his foremost impression. He was undoubtedly a talent worth cultivating. How did he ascertain the location of the Wild Heaven flagship? The flagship's chief of staff was the first to voice a query. The most significant point of confusion throughout the battle lay here. A conventional Imperial fleet would never engage such a vast Wild Heaven armada. Yet Lin Nian not only chose to confront them, but succeeded in capturing the enemy flagship. Look here, it should have been a test, the chief of staff continued, attempting to elucidate Lin Nian's intentions. He replayed the video footage, which had been recorded using a long-range telescope, resulting in a somewhat blurred image that he highlighted the retreat of the Wild Heaven flagship. Everyone inhaled sharply. To stake the fate of an entire fleet on such a notion seemed dubious. They struggled to accept such reasoning. Liaison officer, is there a more detailed battle report available? I require first-hand account from the Imperial warship with hull number 1455 immediately. When Yuan demanded, his skepticism palpable. He was eager to examine Lin Nian's own report. Sir, currently, there's only Colonel Lin's report. Lieutenant Lin's report has not yet arrived, the liaison officer explained hastily. Both sharing the surname Lin makes this somewhat convoluted. He noted, Commander, a new report has arrived. It is from the commander of the 3rd Star Fleet, Major General Wenrong, regarding the vital intelligence from the 1455 warship. At that moment, a soldier rushed in from the first floor, prompting all the senior officers to turn their attention toward him, overwhelming the soldier with pressure. He had never been under such scrutiny. Bring it to me, the liaison officer exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement as he hurried to the first floor to retrieve the report. Soon, everyone had perused Lin Nian's report. After reviewing the more detailed account, when Yuan exhaled deeply, lightly pounding the command platform in a moment of reflection. Lin Nian, we owe him a significant debt of gratitude. When Yuan committed this name to memory as he looked toward the others, awaiting their opinions. Indeed, he has discerned Han Tian's battlefield habits from the previous failures of Yizhua and Yinwen, daring to test the outermost Wild Heaven medium-sized vessel despite the risks. Remarkably, he uncovered the enemy's ruse, the chief of staff expressed, thoroughly impressed. This requires not only audacity, but also an unwavering resolve in battle. Congratulations, Commander. May the heavens bless the Empire and our sovereign. Major General Wenrong applauded the discovery of yet another capable talent for the Empire. Captain Shen added with a smile, discreetly complimenting Yuan. The supplementary report from Wenrong clearly stated that Lin Nian, the acting captain of Vessel 1455, was indeed part of Yuan's true core forces. Moreover, Lin Nian's prior combat experience was highly commendable. Since assuming the role of acting captain, he had borne immense pressure, not only staving off the Wild Heaven sect's plundering of resource planets with a single medium warship, but also single-handedly breaking the siege of the 012 Sanitation Space Station at a critical moment. Such talent undoubtedly warranted exceptional promotion from Wenrong to IT would not be long before he became a formidable general under Yuan's command, a testament to Wenrong's discerning eye. None of this pertains to me. Yuan remarked, a rare smile gracing his face, that he took pride in his son's discerning judgment. The others exchanged smiles, the atmosphere remarkably harmonious. Very well. Let us speak of serious matters. The battle for the 012 Sanitation Space Station has commenced. Regrettably, we failed to capture Han Tianzhu, who is likely to rally his forces once more. After all, the core of their fleet remains largely unscathed. Yuan's demeanor grew grave. Alas, had we been present at the scene, we might have decisively vanquished the cult of the Wild Heavens. The chief of staff could not help but comment. Chief, that time has passed. The 1455 battleship has showcased the might of our empire in this engagement, granting us precious time to regroup, Captain Shen asserted, gesturing towards the star map. Indeed, that we must hasten to the Central Star region, should the cult of the Wild Heavens regroup in their westward retreat. They could easily change course and penetrate the heart of the Imperial Central Star region, perhaps entering through the 008 Sanitation Space Station. We cannot afford to squander any more time, Yuan replied with unusual gravity, pointing to the next weak point in the Central Star System, the 008 Sanitation Space Station. Chapter 46. The 008 Sanitation Space Station captured by the cult of the Wild Heavens outside the 008 Sanitation Space Station. The main fleet of the Cult of the Wild Heavens surged forth. This time, Han Tianju had returned aboard a formidable warship. Chief of Staff, may we not take a moment to breathe? Han Tianju, still haunted by the previous defeat, longed for a brief respite rather than immediately plunging into the next battle that we cannot afford a pause. If we do, Wen Yuan will return with the Imperial forces, and we shall be in dire straits. A temporary setback does not alter the grand scheme. We must continue to fight. If we delay any longer, our fuel will run dry. The Chief of Staff urged Han Tianju. Lin Nian's prowess cannot be denied. However, not all Imperial forces are as formidable as Wen Yuan and Lin Nian. Otherwise, the Cult of the Wild Heavens would not have achieved its current scale. The Chief of Staff's final remark jolted Han Tianju, who promptly corrected his posture. Indeed, the Chief of Staff speaks wisely. Quickly, what is our next target? Without fuel, we lack the means to retreat. This cannot be allowed. Han Tianju immediately regained his composure. Chief, it lies before you. The 008 Sanitation Space Station. The Chief of Staff pointed behind Han Tianju. Through the transparent viewport of the large warship, a vast metallic sphere came into view. Its gray and white exterior strikingly impressive. Surely, Lin Nian will not be here anymore. Han Tianju fretted, still troubled by Lin Nian, who had left a psychological scar due to his previous defeats. That cannot be. Given the condition of Lin Nian's 1455 battleship, it is unlikely he will engage again in the short term. The Chief of Staff shook his head, expressing disbelief that Lin Nian would make another appearance. At least not soon. Chief, please issue your orders, the Chief of Staff urged. Very well. Command. Seize the 008 Sanitation Space Station. Han Tianju waved his hand, and the myriad of Wild Heaven warships surged forth, recreating the grandeur witnessed at the 012 Sanitation Space Station. However, this time, the warships of the Cult of the Wild Heavens seemed to have returned to their standard combat proficiency. The 008 Sanitation Space Station dispatched Imperial warships to meet the enemy, but was swiftly overwhelmed and destroyed by the Wild Heaven vessels. Some were obliterated by direct bombardment, while others fell victim to concentrated missile fire. A multitude of interstellar fighters commenced deploying Wild Heaven infantry, engaging in jump-assisted combat, raising the intensity to its zenith. The Imperial fleet defending the 008 Sanitation Space Station was utterly shattered, with many either perishing in battle or surrendering, leaving the station itself bereft of defenders. Indeed, this is our true strength, Han Tianju exclaimed with exhilaration upon witnessing the frontline victory, his excitement palpable as he roared at the 008 Sanitation Space Station. The Chief of Staff observed this spectacle in silence, having grown accustomed to such displays. Yet he could not help but acknowledge that despite the apparent superiority of the Imperial 008 Sanitation Space Station, it posed no pressure on him compared to the challenges presented by Lin Nian. Lin Nian seemed to possess an uncanny ability to discern the vulnerabilities of his adversaries, striking with unrelenting force. Initially, the Chief of Staff felt somewhat wounded, questioning whether his strategies had faltered. However, upon confronting other Imperial fleets, he realized the truth. It was Lin Nian who was formidable, not the Imperial forces. Even the fleets of the Imperial Central Star region seemed lacking in strength. Chief of Staff, they have raised the white flag. The enemy has surrendered, Han Tianju suddenly shouted, snapping the Chief of Staff from his thoughts. He quickly turned to the 008 Sanitation Space Station, confirming the surrender of the opposing commander. The bridge erupted in jubilation, finally emerging from the shadow of Lin Nian's previous defeat. Chief, we have new armaments, fresh supplies. The Chief of Staff shared in the excitement. The surrender of the 008 Sanitation Space Station signified the acquisition of a wealth of new Imperial warships, an abundance of interstellar fighters, and countless supplies of warship fuel. Their prior peril had finally been alleviated, and their strength would ascend to new heights. Regardless of the path ahead, they would fare significantly better. As Wild Heaven warships began occupying the 008 Sanitation Space Station, the Chief of Staff finally felt his worries dissipate. The tide had turned in their favor. He lowered his gaze to the star map on the command console, contemplating the next strategic move for the Cult of the Wild Heavens. With the 008 Sanitation Space Station secured, the road to the Imperial Capital Star lay open before them. The Chief of Staff extended his hand to indicate the white radiant star. Chief of Staff, You cannot be serious, Han Tianzhu exclaimed, taken aback by the Chief of Staff's selection of the Imperial capital star as a target. Why not? The Chief of Staff replied with a smile. Han Tianzhu swallowed hard, feeling a surge of anticipation. The 012 sanitation space station. The battered 1455 battleship was towed into port. Lin Nian sat within the bridge, enduring the jarring vibrations of docking alongside his crew. The intensity of the vibrations was even more pronounced than during their exchanges of fire with enemy ships. As the battleship stabilized, Lin Nian exhaled deeply, beginning to unfasten his safety harness. "Captain, Lieutenant Lin wishes to see you," Wen Huaiyun informed Lin Nian, her demeanor so respectful that he momentarily believed her to be a different person. He recalled the initial distance she had maintained from him. "Very well, Lieutenant Wen. Thank you for your efforts on this journey," Lin Nian acknowledged, grateful for her support, as Wen Huaiyun had been the true commanding officer of the 1455 in its early days. Without her relinquishing control, he would not have so swiftly assumed command. "No, Captain, I must thank you for bringing us back alive," Wen Huaiyun shook her head before standing tall and saluting Lin Nian. The other crew members in the bridge rose in unison, offering their respects. The scene was nothing short of magnificent. Lin Nian, witnessing the gratitude etched on their faces, felt a stirring in his heart. He could sense their respect for him, unwavering and genuine. "No, there is no need for thanks. This is not solely my achievement. You are all indispensable parts of this endeavor. I merely did what was required of me," Lin Nian replied with equal solemnity. "Now I command. All personnel dismissed. Please take the time to rest," he proclaimed. The crew stood at attention, and upon his command, smiles of relief and joy broke out among them as they celebrated their survival with embraces and congratulations, creating a scene of warmth and camaraderie. "Captain, time is of the essence," Lieutenant Lin reminded him. Being a commissioned officer, it would be best not to keep the higher-ups waiting too long. When Huaiyun pulled up the external surveillance feed, revealing that the highest-ranking officer was already waiting outside the docking bay with several others. "Very well," Lin Nian nodded, rising to exit the bridge. Chapter 47. The acceptance of honors. As Lin Nian took a few steps, he suddenly felt a vibration at his wrist, an incoming communication request. One of high rank. "What is it?" When Huaiyun, leading the way, paused at its Major General Wen Rong, Lin Nian replied succinctly, activating the communication screen to public mode. "Lin Nian, you performed admirably. Your efforts to thwart the Wild Heaven Fleet's assault on the 012 sanitation space station were remarkable. Once you receive your honors, do remember to contact me when you have the time," Major General Wen Rong stated swiftly, in the brief moment it took for Lin Nian and Wen Huaiyun to salute. The message was conveyed. "Commander, honors?" Lin Nian inquired, somewhat astonished. "Lin Nian, continue to excel, and a bright future awaits you," Major General Wen Rong assured, his expression revealing a knowing smile before he terminated the communication. Lin Nian lowered his hand slowly, casting a glance at Wen Huaiyun, who mirrored his confusion. "Captain, it should not be a bad thing. Let us proceed," Wen Huaiyun suggested. "Indeed," Lin Nian agreed, deciding not to dwell on the matter further. Before long, they would be on their way. Lin Nian and Wen Huaiyun descended from the battleship numbered 1455 at that moment. Lin Nian noticed that Wen Huaiyun was deliberately lagging half a step behind him, positioning himself as the leader. Meanwhile, Colonel Lin approached them with a friendly demeanor, a middle-aged man with a square face. Lin Nian held a strong opinion against this relative of his. Their last skirmish had been exceedingly perilous, primarily due to the lack of support from the 012 Environmental Protection Space Station. Had Colonel Lin been willing to exert some effort to delay the return of the large warships from the Qianxian sect, Lin Nian would not have found himself in such a difficult situation. By time, he had resorted to extreme measures, crashing into the flagship of Han Tianzhu to maximize the cancellation of their energy shields and create an opportunity for Liao Fan to board the enemy flagship. Yet, Lin Nian found himself unable to reproach Colonel Lin. He could simply invoke the defense of the 012 Environmental Protection Space Station as a legitimate reason to deny Lin Nian's request for action. At that moment, Colonel Lin wore a beaming smile and extended his hand towards Lin Nian in a friendly manner. As the saying goes, one should never strike a smiling face. Lin Nian suppressed his dissatisfaction and shook hands with Colonel Lin. "Major Lin, We are grateful for your long journey to support us at the 012 Environmental Protection Space Station, which has spared us from the onslaught of those Qianxian heretics that I must extend my heartfelt thanks to you. Colonel Lin immediately expressed his gratitude. Wait, Major, I am not Lin Nian, paused upon hearing the rank of Major. When had he been promoted? He had not received any notification. General Wen Yuan has already intended to promote you. It is said that he is drafting a report to submit a proposal to His Majesty. Once we repel the Qianxian forces, with your achievements along the way, it will be a foregone conclusion that you will be awarded a commission as an officer. Colonel Lin interjected, slightly tilting his head to whisper an explanation to Lin Nian. From Colonel Lin's words, Lin Nian could clearly sense his intention to draw him closer. Before Lin Nian could respond, Colonel Lin abruptly stepped back. Acting Captain of the Imperial 3rd Interstellar Fleet's medium battleship 1455, Lieutenant Lin Nian, please look at the screen. Colonel Lin's expression turned serious as he pointed to his right. A massive screen emerged, displaying the face of Wen Yuan. Salute. Colonel Lin turned, standing upright, and shouted to everyone that we salute the commander. Lin Nian promptly followed suit, straightening his posture and saluting the image of Wen Yuan. Yes, Lieutenant Lin Nian. Wen Yuan acknowledged them from the other end of the screen, then directly called out Lin Nian's name. Present. Lin Nian stepped forward. Your unit performed admirably in the battle of the 012 Environmental Protection Space Station. You displayed courage and tenacity, ultimately exceeding the assigned tasks and securing invaluable time for the Empire's main forces to regroup. Therefore, I am bestowing upon you a first-class Imperial Silver Star Medal as a token of encouragement. Colonel Lin, I must trouble you to present the commendation to Lieutenant Lin Nian on my behalf. When Yuan turned to Colonel Lin, Yes, Commander. Colonel Lin immediately gestured to one of his subordinates that a soldier approached, cradling an open box containing a gleaming silver medal. The medal was categorized into 3 ranks: gold, silver, and bronze, with the first-class gold star being the highest accolade. Lieutenant Lin Nian's first-class Silver Star Medal was already a rare honor. Colonel Lin carefully picked up the medal and personally pinned it to Lin Nian's chest. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, General Wen. Thank you, Colonel Lin. The glory belongs to the Empire, Lin Nian proclaimed, striking his right shoulder heavily after recalling the required gesture from memory. The others mirrored his actions in perfect unison. Excellent. Lieutenant Lin Nian, your unit is granted a day of rest. Tomorrow, you will board the Imperial warship 378 as its acting captain and rendezvous with our main forces. Do you understand? Wen Yuan's expression remained grave. Understood, Lin Nian shouted without hesitation. However, upon hearing the number 378, his heart skipped a beat. This 3-digit hull number could only belong to a large Imperial warship. Though he would serve as its acting captain, it nonetheless signified a bright future ahead of him. When Yuan nodded in satisfaction before terminating the communication. With a sigh of relief, Colonel Lin remarked, Lieutenant Lin Nian, do you still consider yourself merely a lieutenant? I have not heard of any lieutenant serving as the captain of a large Imperial warship. Even as an acting one, the 378 has been on standby for quite some time. You will be its next controller. General Wen's assignment of it to you carries special significance. Did you notice? He even bypassed the senior officers to assign you this warship, which means that everyone under your command will also be promoted by 1 rank, continuing to follow you as your core team. General Wen must have exerted considerable effort to cultivate your potential. Colonel Lin was well aware of the implications to draw closer to Lin Nian. A promising prospect, he generously shared insider knowledge. Come, let me show you the ship. Colonel Lin beckoned to those nearby, and a 4-seat hover vehicle approached. All right. Thank you, Colonel Lin. Lin Nian nodded in gratitude, appreciating Colonel Lin's insights, which had indeed broadened his horizons. He joined Wen Huaiyun in the hover vehicle, taking a seat in the back while Colonel Lin occupied the front passenger seat. No need to be modest. You are a rising star and can afford to be a bit audacious, Colonel Lin quipped with a hint of dry humor. Well, Lin Nian scratched his head, feigning ignorance. Colonel Lin, do you know the indelible hull numbers? Noticing Lin Nian's lack of engagement, Colonel Lin opted for a more lighthearted topic. Yes, I do. Lin Nian nodded. The Empire's warship hull numbers are never retired. Even if a ship is destroyed, the same number will be inscribed on a new vessel of the same type. Regarded as an inheritance. Chapter 48. The Imperial warship 378. The previous 378 was considered an old vessel. During our conflicts with the Republic, it sustained catastrophic damage, with the entire bridge being obliterated. The captain and over 1,000 crew members perished together in service to the Empire. Colonel Lin recounted these details with familiarity, sensing that Lin Nian would appreciate such stories. Little did he know, this was a vessel of honor. Lin Nian felt a surge of emotion upon hearing about the former captain's tragic demise, which had become a testament to the Empire's glory. Indeed. However, rest assured, the 378 assigned to you is a new ship. The old hull has been dismantled. The only legacy is the hull number and the names of its past captains inscribed on the hull. Colonel Lin continued to elaborate as they swiftly navigated through the bustling air dock filled with large cranes that a massive, robust metallic hull gradually came into view, its lack of vibrant paint, merely a simple gray and white, did little to detract from the profound impact it had on Lin Nian. This was an interstellar warship that embodied a wealth of cutting-edge technology from the Empire, while witnessing similar large warships in space had not profoundly affected him. Gazing up at this immovable giant evoked a silent sense of oppression. This was a true steel behemoth born for war. The air dock echoed with the warnings of cranes as numerous consumable components were being loaded into the large warship. Lieutenant Lin Nian, you are indeed fortunate, Colonel Lin remarked with a meaningful tone. Lin Nian was uncertain about the specific aspect to which Colonel Lin referred, but he sensed it pertained to General 1. Having been favored by General 1, he had quickly attained promotion and was now appointed the acting captain of a large warship. Such a meteoric rise could only be compared to a rocket launch, soaring high. Nevertheless, Lin Nian understood that this was something he had earned through his own capabilities, that it was his prior achievements that had allowed him to seize these opportunities for advancement. Had he faltered even once in combat against the Qianxian sect, or shown any sign of retreat, he would likely have faced consequences. Even if he would not be held accountable, he would, like many others, have to gradually toil away for years in the military. The army could accept failure, but soldiers could not. A single critical failure could spell the end of one's prospects, making future opportunities nearly impossible. Lin Nian refocused his thoughts as he continued to gaze at the large warship before him. Its hull bore the prominent hull number 378. Lin Nian softly uttered the number, rising involuntarily from his seat. Colonel Lin and Wen Huayun, along with the others, silently observed Lin Nian's moment of realization. Who could have imagined that not long ago, Lin Nian had merely been a starship line filler, yet now stood as the acting captain of a large warship? Of course, Lin Nian's rapid ascent was not entirely surprising. The Empire was undergoing unprecedented turmoil, beset by internal heresy and external threats. Many high-ranking military leaders of the Empire had perished in various battles, and the recent onslaught of the Qianxian sect had claimed the lives of 3 Imperial generals. There remains a substantial number of frontline combat commanders. Those who languish during peacetime will swiftly be eliminated by the brutal realities of the battlefield. Individuals like Lin Nian, who adeptly adapt to the demands of war, will rapidly ascend to fill the vacant positions. This represents both a grand opportunity and an exceedingly perilous challenge. Everything hinges on personal strength and accomplishments, and Lin Nian's record is certainly commendable. However, the extent of Lin Nian's potential remains uncertain, even to Colonel Lin, as the hover vehicle came to a gentle halt. Lin Nian slowly disembarked. I could see that moment. Colonel Lin presented him with an electronic writing tablet. Taken aback, Lin Nian was puzzled by the gesture. Write your signature, the colonel instructed. All previous captains have inscribed their names on this battleship. Starting from the first ship, number 378, that you will be the 266th captain of this vessel. As Colonel Lin elucidated, he cast his gaze upon the imposing warship, where the names of all former captains were meticulously etched beneath the colossal hull number. Following the prescribed format, Lin Nian inscribed his name, Lin Nian. At that moment, a mechanical arm emerged from the corresponding section of the ship, swiftly etching Lin Nian's name into the hull. Excellent. The final ritual is complete. Prepare yourself, Major Lin. The Qianxian sect has seized the 008 sanitation space station and is advancing toward the Imperial capital star. You should not expect much time for rest. I must attend to my own matters now. Colonel Lin patted Lin Nian's shoulder and saluted him. Lin Nian was momentarily taken aback by the news. He had just assisted in securing the 012 sanitation space station, yet trouble had arisen at the 008 sanitation space station. Han Tianju's actions were alarmingly swift. In the outer space of Bema Star, the Empire's first interstellar fleet was engaged in a fiercely brutal battle with the Qianxian sect's fleet. Every moment saw warships being destroyed. General Wang, the anxious commander of the Imperial capital circle's defense, found himself with only a solitary force remaining. The Empire's first interstellar fleet, against the nearly 10,000 troops of the Qianxian sect. What a hellish jest this was, as he observed his subordinates falling in increasing numbers. Not only was the first interstellar fleet in jeopardy, but the safety of Bema Star itself was also under threat. Once hailed as the Empire's most elite fleet, it now stood exposed, revealing the harsh reality of its lack of engagement in external conflicts, resulting in a significant decline in combat readiness. Faced with the disorganized barefoot army of the Qianxian sect, they were struggling to withstand the pressure. Communications officer, has Wen Yuan not yet arrived? Inform them that if they do not come soon, the Empire's first interstellar fleet will face total annihilation. If Bema Star falls, I shall become the greatest sinner of the Empire. General Wang's face was a portrait of despair. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship of the Qianxian sect, Han Tianju was filled with exhilaration. The once tense battle was gradually shifting in their favor. Chief of Staff, we are winning. It seems we are on the verge of victory. Perhaps I too shall sit upon the Emperor's throne. Han Tianju exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, envisioning himself storming into the Imperial capital star to experience the taste of emperorship. Calm down, Chief, the Chief of Staff urged, though his own hands trembled with agitation. The battle raged fiercely before them, but the tide was indeed turning in their favor. The Empire's elite first interstellar fleet was being forced back. Just a little more, just a little more, the Chief of Staff continually murmured to himself. At that moment, a barrage of long-range attacks rained down upon the right flank of the Qianxian fleet. Distinct laser beams struck, causing the energy shields of the Qianxian fleet to flicker erratically. Damn it, it's Wen Yuan. Retreat. Chief, we must withdraw immediately. Panic flashed across the Chief of Staff's face as he hurriedly urged Han Tianju to retreat. However, Han Tianju, gazing at the nearby Bema Star, felt a surge of unwillingness. If only they had a moment longer. Ultimately, Han Tianju took a deep breath and commanded, "Retreat. My life is more important than capturing the capital star." Chapter 49. Accountability of the Empire. The Qianxian sect's warships immediately received the order to retreat, quickly tightening their formation and following their leader in a hasty withdrawal. Yet the Empire's second and third interstellar fleets showed no intention of letting Han Tianju escape, relentlessly pursuing them. Many Qianxian ships, caught off guard, found their energy shields shattered by cannon fire. Some were obliterated, while others raised the white flag of surrender. The chase continued until the Imperial fleet completely drove the Qianxian fleet out of the central starfield sanitation zone. In contrast to Han Tianju's warships, the Imperial forces were exhausted from a long-range maneuver across two star systems, with fuel and supplies reaching their limits. The Qianxian fleet, however, faced no such concerns, having just secured ample supplies from the Imperial sanitation space station. Once the Qianxian fleet ignited their engines at full speed, the Imperial fleet struggled to keep up. Inside the bridge of the flagship of the Second Fleet, Wen Yuan glanced at the 378th warship within the Third Fleet. The performance of the 378th since entering the battlefield had been rather unremarkable compared to its previous stellar displays. Wen Yuan understood that in such a large-scale frontal engagement, it was unrealistic for the newly risen Lin Nian to replicate his former brilliance. Lin Nian had already distinguished himself in the mission to repel the Qianxian fleet. Quickly gathering his thoughts, Wen Yuan issued orders. Send out reconnaissance warships to continue tracking the main forces of the Qianxian sect. All other fleets cease pursuit immediately. He was well aware of the fleet situation and began issuing commands to his 3 interstellar fleets. The previously scattered Imperial ships slowly regrouped, restoring their formation. Commander, the 3rd and 4th Interstellar Fleet commanders are requesting to communicate. Should we connect? The communications officer suddenly asked. Put them through. Wen Yuan nodded, anticipating their inquiry regarding the next course of action. The reinforcement from the Empire comprised only 3 fleets, with the 7th Interstellar Fleet stationed at Yanlan Star to guard against the Qianxian sect's feigned attacks. Two images appeared on the screens, Generals Wen Rong and Ning. "Commander, what are our next objectives? Please advise," both saluted in unison. When Rong spoke first, "You will lead your respective fleets to the nearest Imperial sanitation space station for rest and resupply." Awaiting new orders, when Yurin commanded. "Understood," they replied solemnly before the communication was cut off. When Yurin then turned to Colonel Chun, the captain of his flagship. "Shortly, you will lead the 2nd Interstellar Fleet to the nearest sanitation space station for resupply. I estimate I need to make a trip to Bema Star." "Yes, sir." Colonel Chun saluted before taking over the command position vacated by Wen Yurin. "Sir, are you worried about being held accountable by the prince?" The chief of staff noted the dark expression on Wen Yurin's face and spoke up. Upon hearing this, Wen Yurin could not help but sigh. "His Highness has never favored my command. With such a significant breach, I cannot evade responsibility. This trip to Bema Star is unavoidable. However, I believe I can manage it. You all need not worry about me. Just focus on your duties," Wen Yurin reassured the Chief of Staff of the 2nd Interstellar Fleet. "Understood." The Chief of Staff stood at attention, saluting Wen Yurin. With no further words, Wen Yurin swiftly departed the bridge with a security detail. His wristwatch signaled the arrival of the Empire's decree at Bema Star. In the Imperial Council chamber, General Wang strode in briskly. The Empire's high-ranking officials were already awaiting his arrival, along with the young Emperor Zhu Renhe, sprawled across the expansive throne, blissfully asleep, and the scowling Prince Zhu Xinda. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, and esteemed ministers," General Wang saluted everyone. Despite being a monarchical state, the tradition of kneeling had been abandoned, requiring only the maintenance of basic decorum. "Please take a seat." Prince Zhu Xinda gestured toward an empty chair, which General Wang noted was likely reserved for Wen Yurin. Not long after, Wen Yurin entered, undergoing a similar formal process as General Wang before taking the last vacant seat. The purpose of this assembly was to deliberate the Qianxian sect's sudden incursion into the central starfield. "I wish to ask on behalf of His Majesty, is the Imperial capital star still secure?" Zhu Xinda bluntly inquired, broaching the previously alarming topic. His tone had been calm until the final statement, where he slammed his palm on the table, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated throughout the chamber, startling even the young emperor, who had been blissfully blowing bubbles, awake. "Wah! Nanny, I'm scared," the young emperor cried out, prompting the nanny to rush over to comfort him. The various ministers exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of concern and incredulity, while Zhu Xinda's countenance grew increasingly grim. The young emperor's abrupt interjection effectively diminished the formidable momentum he had just displayed. "Very well, General Wang. You may take the floor first. What transpired with your first Starfleet? How is it that you were unable to contend against those zealots of the Qianxian sect on the battlefield? Are you all merely idling away your time? What has become of the once elite fleet of the Empire, the first Starfleet, with the highest salaries and the finest equipment at your disposal? Is this how you repay the Empire? How do you justify this to His Majesty?" Zhu appeared fierce once more, his barrage of questions forcing General Wang into a state of silence, unable to muster a satisfactory explanation. "I hereby propose an impeachment motion to relieve General Wang of his duties and rank." Zhu raised his hand, casting the first vote. The other high-ranking officials exchanged glances, hesitating to cast their votes. Acutely aware that doing so would incur General Wang's resentment, suddenly, when Yurin raised his hand, 2 votes. Zhu was taken aback, but quickly asserted, "As long as we reach 10 votes, General Wang will be expelled from the core circle of the Empire." With Wen Yurin leading, the other officials, seeing the momentum shift, no longer hesitated and raised their hands in agreement. The fact that the Qianxian sect's fleet had breached Bema Star was an unbearable catastrophe for those whose families resided there. Someone had to bear the brunt of the blame. "Excellent. Bring this former general out." Zhu, seeing unanimous support, nodded in satisfaction. General Wang, his complexion ashen, was escorted away. The good news was that he had escaped with his life. The bad news was that he would never again have the opportunity to enter the Empire's inner circle. Now, let us discuss why the main fleet of the Qianxian sect has appeared on the outskirts of the Empire's capital star. Zhu turned to Wen Yurin, recognizing that the former general had merely served as an appetizer. The real challenge lay ahead. The entire Imperial Council chamber fell silent once more, all eyes fixated on Wen Yuan. Yet he did not rush to speak, seemingly oblivious to the scrutiny as he retrieved a pack of cigarettes and lit one in plain view. After taking a calm drag, he gazed at the others with feigned surprise. Why has everyone fallen silent? When Zhongjiang, as the commander responsible for hunting down the Huatian sect, you must provide an explanation, Zhu demanded, feeling a surge of anger at Wen Yuan's demeanor. What explanation can I provide? Your Highness, General Wang was in charge of the capital's defense, yet allowed the Huatian sect to breach the 008 sanitation space station. This is a grave dereliction of duty. I have been diligently pursuing the remnants of the Huatian sect in the Yingyun star domain for the Empire's reclamation efforts. Do you believe I have erred in failing to stop the main forces of the Huatian sect from advancing north? Wen Yuan's retorts grew increasingly abrasive, suggesting a potential confrontation. Zhu, realizing the precariousness of the situation, understood the source of Wen Yuan's audacity. The 2nd and 3rd Starfleets were stationed nearby Mong Star, ready to act at Wen Yuan's command. Zhu felt a pang of frustration, recognizing that his earlier display of strength had been futile as Wen Yuan was unperturbed by his intimidation tactics. Zhu's contemplation turned to the disarray of the 1st Starfleet, the uncertain stance of the 4th Starfleet, and the lamentable state of the 7th, 10th, and 11th Starfleets that he had numerous reserve personnel but lacked capable generals. His gaze fell upon Wen Yuan with envy, recognizing that his 2 elite fleets contained many competent commanders, yet none belonged to the Empire or to him. Your Highness, Wen Zhongjiang, I propose we halt the blame game here. The primary responsibility lies with General Wang, who has already faced punishment. It is time to discuss the heroes of this battle, that the minister interjected, eager to defuse the tension between Zhu and Wen Yuan. Understanding that a rift would not bode well for Baimong Star, which could not endure further turmoil, Wen Yuan nodded in agreement, extinguishing his cigarette. Gentlemen, I happen to have a promotion list. Please review it. Your Highness and esteemed ministers, he transmitted the data through his wristwatch. Everyone quickly perused the overview of the battle, noting one individual whose contributions were particularly outstanding, from the discovery of the Huatian sect's main forces to the heroic defense of the 012 sanitation space station. He had played a critical role in delaying the enemy forces until 3 Starfleets could return to relieve the threat to Baimong Star. This individual was Lieutenant Lin Nian. Had the Huatian sect successfully breached the 012 sanitation space station during that dire situation, the outcome would have been catastrophic for the Empire, as Baimong Star would likely have been ravaged by the sect. That I propose promoting Lieutenant Lin Nian to the rank of Major and appointing him as the captain of the 3rd Starfleet ship 378. Wen Yuan asserted, advocating for Lin Nian personally. Zhu did not rush to respond but shot a fierce glare at the overly talkative minister. He had yet to deal with Wen Yuan. Was he to elevate one of Wen Yuan's subordinates first? Your Highness, clarity in rewards and punishments is the essence of justice. IT encourages our commanders to serve the Empire with dedication, the minister quickly remarked, prompting Zhu to pause. Suddenly, he grasped the underlying message. Loyalty to the Empire did not equate to loyalty to Wen Yuan. What he lacked were generals, not soldiers. Zhu scrutinized the promotion list once more, focusing on Lin Nian. Wen Yuan had many capable commanders, but the seasoned veterans were beyond his reach. Lin Nian, however, was a rising star, and perhaps he could be won over in the name of the Empire. Moreover, Wen Yuan was not in a position to lead troops again. He had previously done so out of necessity due to a lack of suitable candidates to confront Han Tianzhu. Now, however, it was no longer required. Lin Nian could be tested at if he proved his tactical prowess. Zhu could bypass Wen Yuan and promote Lin Nian directly, ensuring his loyalty to the Empire rather than to Wen Yuan. Zhu's eyes glimmered with determination. Wen Yuan likely had not foreseen this angle when submitting the list. Indeed, I find this list acceptable. Does anyone have any objections? Zhu's demeanor shifted from aggressive to magnanimous. Wen Yuan furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss with Zhu's overly agreeable response. Zhu had never been particularly generous, especially concerning Lin Nian, a talent of such caliber. Why was he only being promoted to major? Let us elevate him to the rank of lieutenant colonel instead, with General Wang and the senior officers of the 1st Starfleet dismissed. Let us appoint him as the acting commander of the 1st Starfleet to continue the pursuit of Han Tianzhu. It is time for the first Starfleet's inept officers to see some action, lest they devolve into mere livestock. Zhu, in one breath, elevated Lin Nian to the rank of lieutenant colonel while planning to entrust him with command of the first Starfleet. This fleet had been demoralized. Lin Nian could lead them to eradicate Han Tianzhu and restore their morale, benefiting the Empire. That if he failed, it would serve as grounds to dismiss Wen Yuan's promising project. Your Highness, this is absolutely unacceptable. Lin Nian lacks the experience necessary to command a Starfleet. This is tantamount to pulling seedlings from the ground prematurely. It is detrimental to the Empire and to His Majesty. Wen Yuan quickly reacted, realizing Zhu's intention to transfer Lin Nian away from him. Whether it meant the downfall of Lin Nian or his departure from Wen Yuan's command, both outcomes were advantageous to Zhu. Let us put to a vote. Those in favor of my proposal, please raise your hands. Point 1 vote. Zhu raised his hand high. The other ministers exchanged glances, recognizing that Wen Yuan could not be allowed to lead again. Given Lin Nian's impressive track record against the Qianxian sect, they decided to give him a chance. In no time, Zhu amassed the 10 votes he required. Very well. I declare the exceptional promotion of Lin Nian to lieutenant colonel and his appointment as the acting commander of the first Starfleet. With the battleship number 378 designated as the new flagship of the first interstellar fleet, the pursuit of Han Tianzhu continues. Zhu Xianda announced loudly, concealing his ulterior motives, reluctant to relinquish control of the flagship. That colossal warship represented the Empire's most formidable vessel. Chapter 51. Wen Yuan's Request 007 Sanitation Space Station. The home port of the Empire's third interstellar fleet. Lin Nian was invited aboard the flagship where Wen Rong was stationed, accompanied by Wen Huan. The two remained silent as Lin Nian pondered his operations aboard the battleship number 378. He was acutely aware that during the previous grand battle against the cult of the wasteland, he had not truly demonstrated his capabilities. After all, it was his first time commanding such a massive warship, and the feminine voice in his mind had provided no guidance whatsoever, implying that the battle had been utterly safe for him, rendering any advice unnecessary. The subsequent events indeed confirmed this. Upon witnessing the Empire's main fleet returning to assist, Han Tianzhu had immediately fled, leaving behind only a meager number of wasteland vessels. He had little to show for his supposed accomplishments. Commander! Upon arriving at Wen Rong's office, Lin Nian was met with salutes from the guard stationed outside. Is Major General Wen Rong inside? Lin Nian returned their salutes. Yes, Major General Wen Rong has been expecting you. Please enter. Point 1. The guards opened the hatch for Lin Nian. However, he noticed that Wen Huaiyun remained outside, making no move to follow him. Captain, I shall not enter. Wen Huaiyun shook her head. Understood. Lin Nian nodded, refraining from further comment as he stepped into Wen Rong's office. The last time he had entered this room was when he had been promoted against the odds, a pivotal moment that altered the course of his life. Had he not been elevated to second lieutenant, he would never have had the opportunity to advance to his current rank of captain, and subsequently, major. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Wen Rong was his benefactor. Lin Nian, it is a pleasure to finally see you, Wen Rong exclaimed, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he approached. Good day, Commander. Lin Nian immediately stood at attention, saluting Wen Rong. Wen Rong, feeling at ease, dismissed the formalities and no need for such protocols. We are not far apart in age. I am merely a few years your senior. Let us interact as equals. Wen Rong waved his hand, already aware that his father intended to recommend Lin Nian to the Empire, making his promotion to major a mere formality. Now was the opportune moment to cultivate a rapport with Lin Nian, strengthening their bond. Moreover, Wen Rong was well aware of Lin Nian's accomplishments along the way. Each report he reviewed left him in awe, realizing that had he been in Lin Nian's position, he might not have fared any better, especially with the final order he had issued, to halt the wasteland cult fleet at all costs. From today's perspective, it was akin to a death sentence. Yet Lin Nian had managed to seize the opportunity to capture Han Tianzhu's true form, grasping what might be the sole chance of victory. Successfully repelling the wasteland cult's siege on sanitation satellite 012. Had this not been accomplished, both he and his father would have faced grave consequences. Yes, Commander, Lin Nian did not dispute this, maintaining his respectful demeanor towards Wen Rong. Wen Rong patted his shoulder, encouraging him to relax. Now, do not be so rigid. I have many combat-related inquiries to discuss with you. When Rong turned to retrieve a drink, intending to have an earnest conversation about how Lin Nian had discovered Han Tianju's position. At that moment, a communication hologram suddenly activated in Wen Rong's office, automatically connecting. The visage of Wen Yuren materialized on the screen. "Greeting, Commander." Lin Nian was momentarily taken aback, quickly saluting Wen Yuren. "Father?" "Yes, good day, Commander," Wen Rong instinctively called out, but was swiftly silenced by a glare from Wen Yuren, prompting him to realize his faux pas. Perfect timing. "Lin Nian, your performance in the battle against the Wasteland cult has been exceptionally commendable. Your merits have been recognized by His Majesty, and the Empire's Council has officially voted to promote you to Lieutenant Colonel. Concurrently, you are appointed as the acting commander of the restructured 1st Interstellar Fleet, tasked with the full responsibility of pursuing Han Tianju. You will depart in one day." Wen Yuren's expression was grave, yet the content of his words sent a jolt through Lin Nian. While he had anticipated his promotion to major, being elevated directly to lieutenant colonel and appointed as the highest commander of an interstellar fleet was utterly unexpected. This situation was unconventional and did not align with standard promotion protocols. On the surface, it appeared beneficial. However, Lin Nian had previously experienced an unconventional elevation, recognizing that those around him might not welcome someone with his background, making him susceptible to jealousy and opposition. "Lin Nian?" Wen Yuren noted Lin Nian's stunned silence and called out, "Da-da. I am grateful for His Majesty's favor, thankful for the Empire's nurturing, and appreciative of your recommendation. Commander, I shall dedicate my life to repay all of this." Lin Nian quickly regained his composure, performing the highest form of salute, striking his right hand against his left shoulder, a gesture signifying unwavering loyalty unto death. "Here, there are no outsiders. Let me give you a heads up. This is not a good thing." Wen Yuren's stern demeanor softened slightly, his tone becoming more intimate. He had been blindsided by Zhu Xianda this time, as he had never been particularly astute regarding political matters. While promising new talents like Lin Nian could be promoted, it had to be done cautiously, with prior rapport established. As he spoke, he observed Lin Nian's reaction. "Thank you for your concern, Commander. What should I do?" Lin Nian's mind raced, ultimately leading him to utter these few words that he possessed no experience in dealing with an Imperial Lieutenant General and chose to pass the ball back. His origins as a subordinate of Wen Rong meant that the one family's mark would not easily fade. The current appointment felt like a direct airlift into the 1st Interstellar Fleet, thrusting him into the position of highest commander, an appointment that was entirely unreasonable. "This matter, in a sense, is due to me. I have inadvertently implicated you. This is a struggle among the higher echelons," when you're inside. "However, it is not entirely negative. For you, this represents a significant crisis. Yet where there is danger, there is opportunity. The 1st Interstellar Fleet is currently in disarray. The original high-ranking leadership has been purged, and the morale of the lower-ranking soldiers is at an all-time low. Some aim to use the Wasteland cult's hand to cleanse the entire fleet." Wen Yuren had only recently come to understand Zhu Xianda's intentions. General Wang represented the interests of a faction. Lin Nian was to become a casualty of this purge. Zhu Xianda aimed to achieve two objectives with one stroke. If you can rejuvenate the fleet's morale and defeat the main Wasteland cult fleet while eliminating Han Tianju, I guarantee you will become a new Imperial War general, no longer serving in an acting capacity, but truly commanding an Imperial interstellar fleet. Wen Yuren's request for Lin Nian was more demanding than Zhu Xianda's task of defeating Han Tianju. He was now required to surpass his previous achievements. Should he succeed, Lin Nian could not only shed the acting title, but also enable Wen Yuren to extend his influence within the 1st Interstellar Fleet, directly counteracting Zhu Xianda's machinations. The Empire's 3 core interstellar fleets would then fall under his control, solidifying his power further. The only question remained: could Lin Nian fulfill this expectation? Han Tianju had been a long-time adversary of Wen Yuren. Despite his seemingly unremarkable demeanor, his ability to create such turmoil amidst the Empire's repeated attempts to subdue him spoke volumes about his strength. Chapter 52. A meeting with family to eliminate Han Tianju. Lin Nian clearly understood the gravity of the task before him. Indeed, you must accomplish this feat. The position of commander is not one that just anyone can occupy. When Yuren's expression turned serious, his words laced with implication. Failure to achieve this would not bode well for him. Lin Nian fully grasped the situation. The path laid before him was stark, offering only two options: advance further or face accountability and dismissal. His rapid promotion was undeniable, yet the risks behind it loomed equally large. The position he was about to assume was inherently fraught with peril, rife with hidden currents vying for power. His new rank of lieutenant colonel merely granted him the qualifications to occupy this precarious position, to bear the consequences. Nothing more, for someone like him. Devoid of any backing, he was the perfect scapegoat. "Commander, I shall not betray your trust." Lin Nian immediately stood tall and declared loudly. Faced with such circumstances, he had no choice but to fight for survival. Fortunately, he possessed a trump card that no one else was aware of. For Lin Nian, this crisis could very well be his opportunity. After all, the greater the storm, the more valuable the catch. Very well. That is precisely the spirit I seek. Lin Nian, prepare yourself. When Yuren commended, by the way, you will still use battleship number 378 as your flagship, but do not worry. There will be no one to disregard your commands. When Yuren added suddenly, understood, Lin Nian saluted once again. However, the final statement left him unable to suppress his doubts. Surely, it wouldn't be the case that only the crew of battleship number 378 would heed his orders? As this thought crossed his mind, he hastily exited Wenrong's office. Glancing at his wristwatch, he noted that his rank and position had already been updated, officially changing to lieutenant colonel and acting commander of the 1st Interstellar Fleet. Observing the appointment hastily thrust upon him, Lin Nian was feeling disheartened. Had he truly become entangled with the word acting? Why was it that every promotion he received bore the label of acting? This was not akin to his previous role as the captain of the 10th Mobile Brigade, where he held a high rank yet a low position. Rather, it was a clear case of a low rank paired with a high position. Lin Nian could already envision the treatment he would receive in the 1st Star Fleet. Those under his command might not be inclined to heed his words. "Commander, here are your new epaulets." At that moment, when Huayun stepped forward, presenting Lin Nian with a set of shoulder insignia, also adjusting her form of address. "You found out rather quickly, didn't you?" Lin Nian accepted the epaulets and donned them. Typically, such a change of insignia was conducted by a superior officer, yet here it was when Huayun who handed them to him, underscoring the dubious nature of his rank as a lieutenant colonel. "Yes, I have just received the relevant notification that my rank has been upgraded to major, and I have been officially reassigned to serve under you as your chief of staff." When Huayun saluted Lin Nian, her eyes reflecting a hint of resignation, she felt as though she was bound to Lin Nian's side. Compared to Wenrong, Lin Nian appeared somewhat lacking. This was not to say that Lin Nian's personal abilities were deficient. The issue lay with his connections. While Wenrong had a father who was a lieutenant general, Lin Nian did not possess such powerful backing. Nonetheless, in terms of personal capability, when Huayun held a firm belief in Lin Nian. "Very well, that we have a day to spare. I would like to return home for a visit." Lin Nian nodded. When Huayun was an old acquaintance, as long as she did not encroach upon his battlefield command. He had no objections to her serving as his advisor. "Commander, I've already made arrangements. Your family has been brought to the 007 Sanitation Space Station. Your mother is receiving the best treatment at the local military hospital." When Huayun stated earnestly, "Wait, why are you involved in my personal affairs? When did this happen? You brought them here without consulting me." Lin Nian was taken aback, anger surging within him. His family had been suddenly relocated here without his consent. And when Huayun had acted unilaterally, who had given her the authority? "Commander, it was Lieutenant General who instructed me to carry out this action. He hopes you can focus on your mission." When Huayun's expression bore a sense of helplessness, she too was compelled to undertake this task. Lin Nian fell silent, quickly grasping the underlying motive. When Yuren's actions were aimed at leveraging his vulnerabilities. He took a deep breath, the remnants of goodwill he had previously felt towards Yuren evaporating in an instant. When Yuren did not genuinely place his trust in him. "Let us go. Take me to see my family." Lin Nian suppressed his emotions. He glanced at the nearby corridor, where 2 guards remained stationed at the entrance to Wenrong's office. "Yes," replied Wen Huayun with a nod. In the Yingyun star domain, on the outskirts of the red casting star, the main fleet of the cult of the wild heavens lay in wait. After a series of twists and turns, Han Tianzhu found himself back here. evade the pursuit of the Imperial fleet. The Chief of Staff initiated a jump transit. The Imperial pursuit fleet did not dare to follow. Should they attempt to do so? The Chief of Staff would not hesitate to retaliate. As the transit portal's status faded, the Chief of Staff promptly issued orders for the fleet to land on the red casting star and seize its fuel resources. This was the initiative gained through their daring maneuver that moment. The red casting star was not likely to witness another Lin Nian. The Chief of Staff felt assured, boldly allowing the fleet to remain for a brief respite. Chief, what shall we do next? Han Tianzhu began to consult his Chief of Staff. First, let us gather as many resources as possible here. When Yuan is unlikely to pursue us immediately, after consecutive battles. Our subordinates require time to recuperate. The Chief of Staff responded, shaking his head. Their journey had been perilous, and they had narrowly avoided being eliminated by Lin Nian previously. Having expended their strength, it was now time to consolidate their power. A hasty strike would yield only weakness. It was wiser to bide their time and wait for the opportune moment to deliver a swift blow. Understood, Han Tianzhu nodded in agreement, planning to take a few days of rest. Their recent plundering had been remarkably successful, nearly doubling their forces with minimal losses, save for the hardships endured at Lin Yan's hands. Overall, Han Tianzhu was quite satisfied with the current situation at T-007 Sanitation Space Station. Within a military hospital room, Lin Nian encountered his mother, Ning Xiaoman, and his half-brother, Lin Feng. Mom, Lin Nian called out softly. Ning Xiaoman, who had been seated on the hospital bed as Lin Feng fed her liquid food, froze momentarily at the sound of her son's voice, turning in disbelief towards him. Brother, Lin Feng immediately noticed Lin Nian, dropping the bowl he held, his face lighting up with surprise. Lin Nian nodded at them, a surge of intense emotion welling up within him as he quickly approached Lin Feng's previous position to get closer to his mother. Little Nian, it's enough that you've returned. Just being alive is enough. Ning Xiaoman's eyes began to glisten with tears, her voice choked with emotion, while Lin Feng, with reddened eyes, grappled with the reality of Lin Yan's choice to join the perilous ranks of the line soldiers, a decision they had only come to terms with after the fact. Yes, I have returned, Lin Nian assured with a serious nod. Outside the hospital room, when Huayan silently observed the tender scene, then summoned a soldier and whispered a few instructions. Chapter 53. Convergence with the main force of the First Star Fleet the following day. Aboard the Imperial battleship 378, Lin Nian strode onto the bridge when Huayan, Liao Fan, and Chun Xiao awaited him. When Huayan, no need for introduction, served as the Chief of Staff of the 378 battleship, holding the rank of Major. Liao Fan commanded the Marine Brigade aboard the 378, holding the rank of Captain, while Chun Xiao led the line soldiers' mobile task force as a lieutenant, having previously thwarted the onslaught of the Wild Heavens line soldiers against Battleship 1455. Showcasing commendable merit as one of the 9 survivors from Qianxian Star, Lin Nian pulled Chun Xiao closer, recognizing his sharp intellect and commendable skills. These 3 individuals formed the core of his current team. All other members from Battleship 1455 had also been promoted by 1 rank to join him on this large Battleship 378, while vacant positions were filled with new recruits, utilizing the existing crew as a framework with the newcomers providing the necessary support for a complete crew assembly. It could be said that Lin Nian had full control over this Imperial battleship, standing as its unequivocal leader. Attention! The 3,000 personnel on the bridge stood promptly at attention upon Lin Nian's entrance, saluting in unison. Although Lin Nian held only the title of acting commander, everyone present regarded him as the rightful commander due to the evident prowess he had demonstrated. All right, resume your posts, Lin Nian commanded as he ascended to the second-floor command station. Returning their salutes and instructing everyone to prepare for departure from the 007 Sanitation Space Station to converge with the main force of the First Star Fleet. Commence, he issued his first order. Yes, they chorused in unison before promptly immersing themselves in their tasks. Commander, we have received mission directives from the Central Command that we are to commence a pursuit of the Wild Heavens leader, Han Tianzhu. Immediately. Within 6 months, we must quell the rebellion of the Wild Heavens within the Empire. When Huayan presented Lin Nian with an electronic tablet, her tone grave. Lin Nian scanned the orders swiftly, understanding the time-sensitive nature of the command. If he failed to meet this deadline, the end of the 6-month period would herald his reckoning. Initially, Lin Nian had presumed that his promotion meant he would no longer have to prepare for life-and-death situations like a line soldier. But upon reviewing this order, he realized that the stakes he faced at a higher position were even more harrowing. On the battlefield, he merely needed to contend with enemy attacks. Here, he also had to guard against malice from all sides. The life-and-death trials accompanying this role were not diminished in the slightest. In fact, they threatened his family as well. Lin Nian took a deep breath, striving to calm the turmoil within him. That I understand. Chief of Staff 1, please prepare the current intelligence on the Wild Heavens main fleet. Lin Nian handed the electronic tablet back to Wen Huayun. Yes, she saluted, immediately attending to the task. Commander, we are departing, the liaison officer shouted from the first floor. Excellent, broadcast the order for all personnel to prepare for the charge. Lin Nian nodded and settled into his command position. In space. The massive gate at the belly of the 007 sanitation space station began to rise. The seemingly modest battleship 378 slowly emerged from within, gradually entering the vastness of space. Outside the 007 sanitation space station, a fleet composed of 100 ships awaited the arrival of their flagship. Battleship 378.8T that moment. Within a secure communication channel of the First Star Fleet, the captains of 10 large battleships were engaged in casual conversation. What do you all think of this, acting commander? Lin Nian? One voice began, maintaining a tone of skepticism. Another voice replied succinctly, if Wen Yuan couldn't accomplish it, why should we? Why must we have this newly appointed lieutenant colonel, parachuted in, serve as our fleet's acting commander? Who knows what his capabilities are? It is painfully obvious that we cannot possibly eradicate Han Tianzhu. The Central Command seems intent on our demise, as we are all loyalists to General Wang. A third voice thundered. Enough. Colonel Zhou, please maintain a modicum of respect for the acting commander. Colonel Lin is already our fleet commander, and even if he is merely an acting commander at present, he remains our highest authority. This came from a calm and seasoned voice. Very well, point one cannot fault you, Colonel Mo, for your composure. After all, he has usurped the position that should have been yours. Are you not the least bit displeased? Let it go. The 378th battleship has assembled. We shall speak no more. See you on the public frequency. Colonel Zhou exited the channel. Soon, the captains of 10 large warships withdrew from this private internal channel. Inside the bridge of the 378th battleship, Lin Nian had just freed himself from command restraints. Seizing the opportunity during their departure, he swiftly perused the intelligence regarding the Qianxian sect fleet. Han Tianzhu was currently near the Hongzhou star and had likely not ventured far. He was probably scavenging resources from nearby resource stars to replenish his fleet. The earlier battle with Wen Yuan at the outskirts of the Bema Star must have depleted considerable resources. Lin Nian planned to initiate a fleet jump directly to the vicinity of the Qianxian sect fleet. Given that the Central Command had imposed a time constraint upon him, Lin Nian had no intention of engaging in any subterfuge. He intended to launch a direct assault on the Qianxian sect. Of course, he first needed to consult his 10 new subordinates. The first interstellar fleet comprised 10 large warship captains, akin to his own minor chieftains. Should they collectively oppose his orders, it would render his commands ineffectual, potentially sidelining him as the acting fleet commander, much like his previous experience with the 10th Mobile Unit aboard the 1455th battleship. At present, the only force Lin Nian could command was the 378th battleship beneath him. Communications officer, connect me with those 10 captains immediately, Lin Nian commanded. Yes, Commander, the communications officer promptly set to work. Before long, 10 screens flickered to life, revealing half-length portraits of captains, some youthful, others seasoned. We have met the acting commander. They saluted in unison. Indeed, Lin Nian returned the gesture. He wasted no time and immediately presented his previous thoughts. Acting commander, I must voice my dissent. Colonel Zhou interjected. The treachery of the Qianxian sect is evident that a direct jump to the vicinity of Hongzhou star could easily lead us into an ambush. It would be wiser to undertake a long-distance interstellar journey. After all, the Yingyun star region's northeastern sector is not far from us. Colonel Zhou proposed a relatively prudent alternative. Lin Nian remained silent. As expected, his direct parachuting into the first interstellar fleet had indeed rendered his subordinates reluctant to comply with his directives. He glanced at the individual who had spoken, noting the specific identifiers on the screen, which revealed the person's name and rank. Captain Zhou Kajin, Lieutenant Colonel. No, I support the acting commander's orders. Captain Mo interjected, reminding everyone, the Central Command's directive is to quell the Qianxian sect within 6 months. We do not have the luxury of time to leisurely make our way to the Yingyun Star region at this moment. Captain Mo countered Captain Zhou Kajin's proposal. Chapter 54. Initiating the jump. I concur with Captain Mo. No, I must side with Captain Zhou. The 10 captains engaged in a heated debate before Lin Nian. Ultimately, 6 captains stood with Lin Nian, while 4 opposed him, which surprised him somewhat. Perhaps there were other reasons compelling them to favor his plan. Amidst their dialogue, Lin Nian caught a key word, time. Soon, the discussion concluded, and all 10 captains turned their gaze toward Lin Nian. In that case. Order, prepare for the jump. Lin Nian issued his command with grave seriousness. Yes, the 10 captains saluted in unison. The screens disappeared, and the operators promptly notified the 007 sanitation space station to open the jump space. Jump coordinates set to a unit distance on the outskirts of the Hangzhou Star region. All ships sound the red alert. Combat personnel, report to your stations immediately. Lin Yin directed the crew beside him. Liao Fan and Chun Xiao exchanged glances, ready to leave the bridge. They were both part of the combat unit aboard the ship. Commander, we shall proceed to our posts. Liao Fan and Chun Xiao saluted in unison. Beside them stood an Air Corps commander, primarily responsible for the interstellar fighter units, a newly appointed lieutenant under Lin Yin's command, named Zhu Cunxin. Acting commander, I must prepare as well, Zhu Cunxin said, slightly lagging behind the other 2. He had been quite low profile in Lin Yin's new circle until now. Very well. Off you go, Lin Yin nodded. The 3 of them promptly departed the bridge, heading straight for their respective units. Report. The 007 sanitation station is preparing our jump. The jump space is being generated. The communications officer shouted to Lin Yin. Lin Yin looked up to see the 007 sanitation station, revealing 2 massive energy devices that shot forth red and blue beams. The 2 colors merged at a focal point and gradually unfolded a space in front of the first interstellar fleet. This was Lin Yin's first encounter with such a magnificent spectacle. Unfortunately, his 378th battleship lacked the capability to initiate the jump independently. Only the Empire's super-large warships and sanitation stations possessed that ability. To reach the Hangzhou Star, he had no choice but to rely on the nearby 007 sanitation station for assistance. The jump space is formed. We are about to traverse. The communications officer continued to shout. Lin Yin remained silent, gazing into the starry expanse ahead. This time he had to eliminate Han Tianzhu. Lin Yin instinctively clenched his fists, thinking of his family. They should not be entangled in this, in the outer space of Hangzhou Star. Numerous transport spacecraft traversed between the planetary surface and the space battleships, ceaselessly supplying resources to the Qianxian sect fleet. Chief of Staff. Isn't about time. Han Tianzhu felt inexplicably anxious, as if being watched by his nemesis. Strangely, Han Tianzhu's thoughts drifted to Lin Yin. Master, please be patient that we still need a bit more time to replenish our stock. The Chief of Staff urged Han Tianzhu again. This opportunity to harvest resources from this star is rare. If we do not complete our replenishment now, acquiring such cost-free resources will be much more challenging in the future. Resource extraction is not as simple as deploying a set of equipment on any planet to obtain materials. The process is extremely complex. However, the resource stars explored by the Empire differ significantly. They have frameworks already established, ready for surface extraction equipment to be activated. That is why he aimed to prevent Han Tianzhu from wreaking havoc on Huangyan Star without employing wide-area destructive weapons. If the surface mining equipment were destroyed, it would become exceedingly difficult for them to extract and plunder resources in the future. After all, it is uncertain when they might return here. Report. A jump energy fluctuation detected at a unit distance. A crew member rushed toward them in haste, speaking loudly. Han Tianzhu and the Chief of Staff were momentarily taken aback. The Imperial fleet is approaching. The Chief of Staff quickly reacted. Immediately order all collection ships to cease all extraction activities. Return to the main fleet at once. This is an order. The chief of staff commanded the crew member loudly. Yes. The crew member saluted and hurried off. Chief of staff, SNT the Imperial fleet arriving too quickly. We haven't rested for long. Han Tianzhu exclaimed, a pained expression on his face. Could it be when Yuan again? Previously, trusting his chief of staff, he had launched a surprise attack on the Central Star region, only to discover that he had stirred a hornet's nest. The Imperial forces seemed furious, intent on eliminating them. No, it shouldn't be. According to Yuan's information, the internal strife within the Imperial hierarchy is ongoing. It is unlikely that when Yuan would be dispatched again. The chief of staff had learned a great deal about internal Imperial affairs through General Yuan, when Yuan's ambitions were evident, and the Empire would not allow him to gain too much power. What should we do then? Fight or flee? Han Tianzhu felt a headache coming on, desperately seeking a definitive direction from his chief of staff. Communications officer, immediately tell me the duration of that jump. The chief of staff inquired urgently. Report, chief of staff. The estimated duration is between 30 to 45 minutes. The communications officer responded loudly. Excellent, upon hearing this time frame. The chief of staff immediately understood. Chief of staff, what is the situation? Han Tianzhu felt bewildered. Master, given that duration, only an interstellar fleet can jump. Since they are so bold, why not counter their encirclement? A confident smile appeared on the chief of staff's face. Previously, he had decisively vanquished 2 interstellar fleets of the Empire, instilling in him immense confidence. Now, with the enemy dispatching only a single fleet, their audacity to engage in such close-range jumps is nothing short of a blatant disregard for their might. Does this imply they are ready for a confrontation? Han Tianzhu has finally grasped the situation. Indeed, the advantage lies with me. Master, please issue the command. The chief of staff's face radiated confidence as he respectfully urged Han Tianzhu to deliver the final orders. Han Tianzhu, who had previously been anxious, was emboldened by the unwavering confidence of his chief of staff. He rose and energetically gestured to the crew. Command, all forces advance, target, annihilate the Imperial fleet upon Han Tianzhu's command. The crew on the bridge sprang into action, in the vastness of space. A multitude of wasteland warships began to assemble, aligning their course towards the emerging jump energy and accelerating forward. The formidable fleet appeared imposing, a testament to the wasteland church's resolve to withstand the Imperial fleet. In the jump space, the Imperial ship 378 was the first to complete the transition, followed closely by the first interstellar fleet. Inside the bridge of ship 378, Lin Nian had yet to fully appreciate the wonders of the jump space when a familiar female voice resonated in his mind. Key enemy warship detected. Target marked. Engaging will enhance current survival probability. Chapter 55. Absolute command of battle. Numerous bright points emerged before his eyes, but they were still some distance away. Report. A large number of ship's silhouettes detected. Commander, what should we do? The liaison officer rushed in, visibly flustered as it was his first encounter with such a scenario. Remain calm. Operator, immediately establish contact with the captains of all large warships. Lin Nian reassured the liaison officer and then instructed the crew on the first floor. Commander, connection established. This crew member, a former member of Ship 1455, displayed remarkable composure compared to the anxious liaison officer. Gradually, some of the nervous new crew members stabilized their emotions under the guidance of the seasoned crew from Ship 1455. Chief of Staff 1, I need you to do something immediately. Lin Nian spoke rapidly, pulling up a holographic screen that displayed a zoomed-in view of the enemy ships. He began to mark the numerous wasteland warships in his sights. Commander, what is it? Please instruct us, when Huayan inquired, standing attentively. Their mutual understanding dictated that she would not interfere with Lin Nian's on-the-spot command that I recognize some of these ships. Lead your team of aides to investigate and verify the previous battle reports. Lin Nian swiftly shared numerous screenshots of warships, each with clear identifying markers. Upon hearing this command, the other members of the staff turned to Lin Nian in unison, having never witnessed anyone utilizing aides for research purposes in this manner, rather than for strategic planning. Yes, Commander, when Huayan showed no hesitation, knowing her role was to scout the terrain and provide Lin Nian with the necessary data. Everyone, get to work. when Huayun shouted to the other aides. Seeing their chief of staff take action, the aides complied with the command. Meanwhile, 10 screens popped up simultaneously, revealing 10 captains before Lin Nian. "We have met the acting commander." They saluted in unison. "The enemy is advancing towards us." "Acting commander, what are your thoughts? Shall we engage or retreat?" It was Colonel Mo who first spoke up, his expression solemn. Lin Yan's next order would determine their allegiance to him. Observing Lin Yan's relatively calm demeanor, it was evident that he managed his emotions well. Upon exiting the jump point, they encountered the Wasteland Church fleet, a scenario they had mentally prepared for. However, the radar displayed a sudden influx of densely packed enemy warships, inducing a palpable pressure among them, particularly for those responsible for decision-making. They held not only their own lives, but also those of numerous subordinates in their hands. "Engage." Lin Yan's command was succinct, his expression resolute. "I oppose." "Acting commander, the enemy boasts nearly 10,000 warships, while we have only 101. The numerical disparity is staggering. I suggest we avoid confrontation." Zhou Kajin interjected again, believing Lin Yan's combat order was leading them into a perilous situation. The First Interstellar Fleet had previously clashed with the Wasteland Church fleet under Major General Wang's command, resulting in a devastating battle at Bai Mangstar. They had suffered significant losses, with over half their forces decimated. Presently, the First Interstellar Fleet had just replaced nearly half of its new crew and vessels, making their combat effectiveness uncertain, especially with inexperienced recruits who might falter under the pressure of death, potentially causing chaos within the fleet, reminiscent of the fate of the 10th and 11th Interstellar Fleets. Indeed, I concur with Colonel Zhou's assessment that I also support Colonel Zhou. Among the 10 captains, 7 voiced their agreement with Zhou Kajin's perspective, while Colonel Mo was among the 2 who remained silent, observing Lin Yan's choice and whether he would maintain his stance amid such opposition. Lin Yan, to put it charitably, was the highest commander of the First Interstellar Fleet. However, if these individuals chose not to comply, he would wield no authority. "I stand by my decision." "Engage." If the esteemed captains are unwilling to act in unison, I shall not compel any of you. Your vessels may abstain from participation, but I require command over at least half of the fleet. Lin Nian did not expect his orders to sway the captains, but sought sufficient concentrated firepower to systematically dismantle the energy shields of the enemy warships. His words were resolute, prompting the 10 captains to exchange glances. Granting command over half the fleet would allow them to remain on standby outside the battlefield, a proposition they found acceptable. After all, should the highest commander perish, their morale to continue fighting would understandably wane, allowing them to shift the blame onto the deceased. Conversely, if Lin Yan triumphed, they would reap the rewards without incurring losses, an advantageous arrangement indeed. Acting Commander Zhou Kajin, who had previously voiced the strongest opposition, hesitated, torn between agreement and the fear of being recorded. "This will not be documented in the battle report. You may verify this. I only require absolute command on the battlefield. The enemy is approaching. Please do not waste my time." Lin Yan's tone was frigid, having reviewed the previous battle report of Bai Mangstar, which highlighted the First Interstellar Fleet's poor performance, an outcome closely tied to these captains. If they were inclined to self-preservation, he would acquiesce to their demands. Lin Yan sought one thing: a fleet that would obey his command unconditionally. Order: transfer combat command of subordinate warships to flagship 378. One captain spoke up first, followed by Zhou Kajin and several others issuing commands in succession. Once Lin Yan confirmed the command had been received, they sequentially shut down their screens. "Acting Commander, Imperial Ship 012 and its subordinate vessels await your orders." Colonel Mo suddenly saluted Lin Yan and declared loudly, "Acting Commander, Imperial Ship 008 and its subordinate vessels await your orders." Another colonel shouted at Lin Yan. Lin Yan was somewhat taken aback by these two, who had remained silent earlier. He took a moment to scrutinize their names: Mo Yangwang and Wei Rinda. Chapter 56. The battle commences. Why have you chosen to stay? Lin Yan inquired, recognizing that his current strategy was somewhat reckless. Lin Yan, I have reviewed your profile and believe I can place my trust in you. Acting Commander, please issue your orders. Mo Yangwang was the first to respond. Wei Rinda nodded in agreement. Lin Nian sensed that their statements might not reflect their true sentiments. Yet their willingness to trust him was a positive development. With 2 large warships joining the fray, the firepower issue should be resolved. Not wishing to waste any further time, he promptly turned to Wen Huayan. Chief of Staff 1, have the data been confirmed? Lin Nian spoke rapidly. Indeed, just as you suspected, they are all core command ships of the Wasteland Fleet. They have all demonstrated exceptional performance in previous battle reports. Wen Huayan's face was alight with excitement, mirrored by the other aides. As the situation became apparent, the gazes of all towards Lin Nian began to shift, transforming in their perception. Previously, they had questioned the reasoning behind their acting commander's decisions. Now, however, all the staff were left in a WIT. Was no wonder that Lin Nian had swiftly ascended to the role of acting commander of a fleet, while they struggled to even attain the position of chief of staff. Very well, captains, Lin Nian declared, I have sent you the information. Please proceed according to my orders and coordinate the assault on the designated combat targets. Upon receiving the documents, Mo Yangwang and Wei Rinda immediately engaged with their respective displays, their expressions changing with remarkable rapidity. Both were seasoned captains. While the First Star Fleet had shown signs of decay, prior to their reassignment, they had been elite members of their respective fleets, each possessing a solid foundation in tactical acumen. Lin Nian, through keen observation, had astonishingly connected the dots with previous combat data and devised targeted tactical arrangements, which were nothing short of formidable. Indeed, Mo Yangwang and Wei Rinda saluted Lin Nian in unison. Upon reviewing the documents, their final doubts dissipated in an instant. Lin Nian was not merely under the delusion that the Imperial fleet was superior to the Qianxian fleet, thus securing an inevitable victory over them. Rather, he had a logical basis for his strategies and did not underestimate the Qianxian fleet. Now, they awaited the results of their real-world engagement. The efficacy of Lin Nian's command would ultimately be judged by the outcomes of battle. In the vastness of space, the Imperial First Star Fleet gradually divided into 2 factions. One half continued to charge towards the oncoming Qianxian warships, while the other half came to a slow halt. Zhou Qijin, aboard his flagship, engaged in private discussions with the other 7 large warship captains via a secure channel. Gentlemen, shall we place a wager? How long do you think this overconfident Lin Nian can last? One captain suddenly proposed. Great idea. I bet 1 million. Lin Nian won't last half an hour. Another captain replied with a chuckle. Half an hour? You are quite generous. I reckon he will last no longer than the time it takes to woo a woman, 10 minutes. I wager 2 million, Zhou Qijin commented, his trademark sarcasm piercing as he critiqued the first captain, prompting uproarious laughter from the others. Ah, Zhou, you never fail to amuse. I'm in for 2 million as well. Another captain gasped, still chuckling between breaths. Get lost. You have no idea how long it takes me. Zhou Qijin shot back that I revise my bet, at least 3 hours. I'll wager an additional 3 million. The captain previously dismissed erupted in indignation, opting for a relatively longer time frame. One by one, the other captains joined in, without exception, none holding faith in Lin Nian's capabilities, convinced he would soon retreat in defeat. Meanwhile, the 2 who genuinely believed in Lin Nian stood resolutely by his side at the heart of the battlefield. Compared to the vast array of Qianxian warships, Lin Nian's fleet appeared to be drastically outnumbered, resembling a lone needle attempting to pierce a formidable iron sphere. Unexpectedly, Lin Nian's warship 378 surged ahead as the spearhead of the assault. Not to be overlooked, his audacity and valor were striking. However, individuals who typically adopted such roles on the battlefield often met with grim fates. Report, the enemy's identity has been confirmed. It is the Imperial First Star Fleet. The liaison officer announced loudly to Chief of Staff Han Tianzhu aboard the Qianxian flagship. Ha ha! The Empire must have lost its wits. They actually sent this worthless fleet to pursue us. Han Tianzhu exclaimed, invigorated by the realization that they were up against a foe they had recently bested. Compared to other Imperial fleets, this one was laughably weak. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Wen Yuan's 2nd and 3rd Star fleets, Han Tianzhu would have already overwhelmed the First Star Fleet. Now, the audacity of the First Star Fleet to confront them head-on without fear of retribution was bewildering. Liaison officer, have we detected any other star fleets in the vicinity? The Chief of Staff. More composed than Han Tianzhu inquired, though he too felt relieved to know they faced the First Star Fleet. Yet he remained wary of potential baiting tactics. Report, Chief of Staff. None. Furthermore, we have observed the First Star Fleet suddenly splitting into two factions. One is advancing towards us, while the other seems to be holding back, the liaison officer announced with urgency. Chief of Staff, what could this possibly mean? Han Tianzhu was utterly perplexed by the First Star Fleet's maneuvering. I believe I have grasped the situation, the Chief of Staff replied, a confident smile gracing his face as he declared, it is highly likely that there is a rift within the First Star Fleet. A faction of veterans may be reluctant to engage, while the reinforcements among the newcomers are eager for battle. If we can eliminate the advancing segment of the Imperial fleet, the other half will undoubtedly flee in terror. Commander, please issue the order. Let the entire army advance. The Chief of Staff urged Han Tianzhu. When one holds a significant advantage, complex tactics become unnecessary. A straightforward assault is all that is required. Very well. Issue the command. Attack the approaching enemy. Han Tianzhu proclaimed with great enthusiasm. Understood. The crew responded in unison, their spirits lifted at the prospect of an advantageous engagement. In the expanse of space, the two fleets, propelled by their opposing trajectories, collided with remarkable speed. Both sides unleashed their initial barrage of long-range attacks, with laser beams striking against the enemy vessel's energy shields, which flickered under the relentless assault on the Imperial side. Warship 378, as the spearhead, bore the brunt of the fiercest onslaught. However, due to its large size, its energy shield remained robust. Lin Nian understood the situation of his fleet. It was imperative that he commanded this flagship to lead the charge. The majority of the Imperial warships assigned to him were novices, incapable of fulfilling the role of vanguard. Furthermore, he could not yet place his trust in Mo Yangwang and Wei Rinda, and they might not trust him either. Lin Nian had to take the lead, and he mustered the resolve to do so. Order. Concentrate fire on the three designated Huangtian medium-sized warships on the right. Simultaneously, instruct Captain Zhu, Sunxin's aviation corps, to launch their starfighter immediately. As Lin Nian's fingers danced across the display, he marked the high-threat vessels for his subordinates while adjusting the focus of their fire. As the two fleets closed the distance, the battle intensified dramatically. Numerous starships were destroyed under concentrated fire, and Lin Nian as command of the First Star Fleet was merciless. The fleet operated under his command like a unified, high-efficiency killing machine, systematically dismantling the critical cores and vital connections of the Huangtian fleet. What initially seemed an absurd endeavor, a needle attempting to pierce a solid sphere, did not culminate in the needle snapping. Instead, the needle remained steadfast, piercing deep into the seemingly impenetrable sphere. Conversely, the Huangtian vessels were systematically obliterated by the Imperial fleet, spiraling into chaos. Efforts to re-establish a foothold were thwarted as the First Star Fleet continued to dismantle their position, plunging them into further disorder. After several rounds of exchange, the momentum overwhelmingly favored the Imperial fleet. The frontline Huangtian warships, having succumbed to disarray, could no longer maintain their morale and began to flee in a panic. Their formation, which should have been as solid as an iron sphere, now resembled a balloon bursting under the pressure of a needle's prick. Aboard the Imperial warship 012 Esperage, Mo Yangwang stared in disbelief at the relentlessly advancing warship 378. He had never witnessed such a ferocious command style, sharp and precise, under Lin Nian's leadership. The entire First Star Fleet seemed to undergo a transformation, evolving into a terrifying instrument of destruction, leaving no foe unchallenged. Those not obliterated by Lin Nian's preemptive strikes were compelled to withdraw from the battlefield under the immense pressure of impending doom. From the outset, the Huangtian fleet had been incapable of establishing an effective command structure. Old Mo. This is terrifying. Lin Nian, he is a monster. Wei Rinda's display suddenly illuminated before Mo Yangwang, his face betraying a profound sense of astonishment. We should count ourselves fortunate that such a person is our commander, not our enemy. Mo Yangwang replied solemnly, unconsciously bestowing upon Lin Nian a new title. In his mind, he had already acknowledged Lin Nian's command. Lin Nian's performance on the battlefield far exceeded all his expectations. His own rank of colonel felt insignificant in comparison to Lin Nian's prowess. Yang Wang was certain that Lin Nian would not remain content with the rank of lieutenant colonel. Indeed, we are fortunate to stand alongside him, Wei Ren mused, momentarily imagining himself in the shoes of the Huangtian fleet, feeling as if a great weight bore down upon his chest. It was a sensation of silent suffocation. The fleet of warships under his command no longer formed a cohesive system point one by one. The enemy picked off their critical nodes, encircling and isolating them. All attempts to re-establish a coherent structure became futile. They could only watch helplessly as the enemy's flagship navigated through numerous obstacles, advancing step by step towards them. The colossal silhouette of the ship relentlessly crushed the remnants of their fleet. Not even sparing a glance back, Wei Ren's breath quickened uncontrollably. Colonel Wei, I intend to replace the 378th battleship and become the new arrowhead. Please provide me with cover, Mo Yingguang suddenly declared with utmost seriousness. Lin Nian had already presented them with a flawless performance. Now was the moment to repay Lin Nian. Yes, Colonel Mo. Wei Ren immediately saluted Mo Yingguang. As the light curtain vanished, he commanded, Communications Officer, immediately contact the commander. Request that our 012 battleship replace the 378th battleship's position and continue to serve as the spearhead for the fleet's advance. Mo Yingguang issued the order with a grave expression. Understood. In the void of space outside the battlefield, Zhou Kejin had initially worn a smile, anticipating the sight of the 378th battleship plunging into the ranks of the nearly 10,000 enemy vessels. He was eager to witness the ensuing calamity that Lin Nian would face. The disparity in forces was too great. Even with the disorganization and lack of discipline among the enemy's ranks, Zhou Kejin did not believe Lin Nian had any chance of victory. However, his smile quickly faltered as he observed the 378th battleship advancing relentlessly. Although the energy shield of the 378th was flickering under the enemy's fire at first, once the two forces clashed, the enemy fleet exhibited no semblance of organization. Entirely unable to concentrate their fire on Lin Nian, they were either rendered dazed by Lin Nian's attacks or reduced to mere fireworks. Are we all mistaken? A captain suddenly remarked in the private chat channel that it seems the enemy is on the verge of collapse. Another captain chimed in. They could clearly see that, despite the enemy fleet's numerical superiority, their lack of organization had been ruthlessly eliminated by Lin Nian, reducing them to a disorganized mob. Perhaps they had all erred, especially in their perception of Lin Nian, who was not blind nor arrogant, but terrifyingly powerful. Now, the enemy was crumbling under their own hands, while they stood idly by on the periphery, watching. Indeed, they would share in the glory, but what of the kill counts? That was far more valuable than collective military achievements. The tally of kills aboard individual vessels would serve as a capital for future promotions. Aside from Mo Yingguang and Wei Ren, these 8 captains would gain not a single kill on the battlefield, particularly in such a promising situation. Battleship 006, activate. Full engine acceleration. Provide support for our fleet commander. Zhou Kejin suddenly shouted, his voice cracking with urgency, transmitting through the private chat channel to the other 7 captains. In that instant, as the other captains grasped the situation, Zhou Kejin surged ahead with fervor. Damn it! You fool! Quickly, all ships, activate. The captains erupted into a chorus of curses. Zhou Kejin was truly reckless, immediately kneeling before Lin Nian and elevating the situation. They hastily exited the private chat channel to issue attack orders to their subordinates. Half of the 1st Interstellar Fleet, previously in a standby state, now charged forth like tigers descending a mountain. Pouncing upon the disintegrating enemy fleet, Chapter 58, Pursuit of Han Tianzhu on the flagship bridge of the enemy fleet, Han Tianzhu bellowed, Damn it, it's that plague again! Retreat. Immediately order the entire fleet to withdraw. His voice, ragged and strained, commanded the retreat. The audacity of the 378th battleship was all too familiar to him. He needed no confirmation to know it was Lin Nian. Meanwhile, Han Tianzhu's chief of staff covered his face, refraining from countering Han Tianzhu's withdrawal order. Lin Nian at the heart of the battlefield was like a vengeful spirit, and now that he commanded a fully equipped Imperial fleet, the sheer volume of the enemy was of little concern. Yet they feared facing an opponent like Lin Nian, whose battlefield instincts were eerily acute. The first interstellar fleet, which had previously suffered at their hands, now seemed reborn, inflicting chaos upon them. Even more alarming, as the tide of battle began to turn, the other half of the first interstellar fleet, initially spectators, now rushed to join the fray. "Chief of Staff, you must say something," Han Tianzhu implored his most trusted advisor as he noted the shifting dynamics on the front lines. The enemy warships erupted like firecrackers, sending debris and remnants flying. The panic had spread from the frontline forces, quickly permeating the rear ranks, causing them to change direction and scatter in retreat. "Commander, we have no choice. We must abandon our frontline forces and accelerate our withdrawal to the more familiar Red Cloud Star region," the Chief of Staff urgently advised Han Tianzhu, upon witnessing the entirety of the first interstellar fleet entering the battle. He realized they had lost, utterly and without recourse. He could hardly fathom that Lin Nian had risen to become the supreme commander of the first interstellar fleet. After all, the last time they encountered him, he was merely a captain. The Chief of Staff, having served in the Imperial Navy, knew that a fleet commander, even a deputy, typically required at least a lieutenant colonel rank. The leap from a junior officer to a senior rank was unprecedented. Lin Yan's meteoric rise was both alarming and unusual. If Lin Nian were still commanding a medium-sized vessel like the 1455, the Chief of Staff might have had some confidence in confronting him. But now, it was too risky. "Very well. Everyone immediately comply with the Chief of Staff's orders," Han Tianzhu commanded, waving his hand. The enemy fleet's maneuvers were swift and decisive. The frontline units of the enemy fleet, primarily composed of newly conscripted captives, were backed by the enforcement teams, and then by Han Tianzhu's elite forces. When it came time to abandon ship, there was no hesitation. The enemy vessels ceased their assault and quickly turned to flee, their thrusters flaring to maximum in an instant. The enemy fleet may have lacked many qualities, but speed was not one of them. In mere moments, they had severed their connection to the front line and sped towards the eastern Red Cloud Star region. Simultaneously, aboard the Imperial 378th battleship, Lin Nian issued the command: "All units, abandon the pursuit of the powerless and demoralized enemy vessels. Immediately regroup and accelerate to maximum speed. Pursue Han Tianzhu." Lin Nian instructed the first interstellar fleet. The glimmer of Han Tianzhu was rapidly receding from his view that if he allowed this threat to vanish, it would be exceedingly difficult to capture Han Tianzhu again. Lin Nian could not permit this battle to conclude. He must continue the pursuit, come what may. "Commander, we really don't need to push ourselves so hard, do we? We've already secured a tremendous victory and can certainly report to the Central Command," Qianxian suggested, activating the communication screen to present his case, hoping Lin Nian would reconsider the pursuit order. After all, rather than fruitlessly chasing a fleeing enemy fleet, it would be more prudent to capture the disorganized remnants of the defeated forces without worrying about ambushes or potential casualties among their ranks. Other captains chimed in, voicing their agreement with Qianxian's sentiments. Their kill counts were alarmingly low. Just as they were about to engage, the enemy fleet chose to flee, a common tactic of the enemy. "This is an order. Those unwilling to comply shall remain here," Lin Nian declared with unwavering resolve. Han Tianzhu's fate was tied to his family's safety, and he would accept no dissent. "Understood, Commander." Mo Yingguang and Wei Rinda saluted Lin Nian in unison, pledging unconditional obedience to his orders. Following the recent battle, Lin Nian's performance had won their complete trust. Since he was determined to pursue Han Tianzhu, there must be a personal rationale behind it. Mo Yingguang and Wei Rinda were unaware of what that reason might be, but executing his orders was their duty. Lin Nian had never erred in his tactical decisions. Their unreserved agreement highlighted the hesitance of the other captains, who were preoccupied with their own interests. Qianxian recalled the last time he disregarded Lin Nian's advice, resulting in a significant loss of kill counts. For him, not profiting was tantamount to losing. Since Mo Yingguang and Wei Rinda had agreed, he found no better reason to oppose. "Very well." Qianxian reluctantly accepted the order and saluted Lin Nian. Seeing this, the other captains followed suit, saluting in acquiescence. In the vastness of space, the Imperial First Interstellar Fleet swiftly commenced the consolidation of their scattered starships, reorganizing their formation in response to the command. All ships flared their thrusters to maximum as they pursued the retreating enemy fleet. 3 months later, in the Imperial Council Hall of Bamistar, Zhu strode confidently to the center of the chamber, his mood exceptionally buoyant. Reports regarding the enemy, the Qianxian cult, have been overwhelmingly favorable, particularly under the leadership of Colonel Lin Nian. Under his command, the First Interstellar Fleet had undergone a transformation, relentlessly pursuing Han Tianzhu from the Red Forging Star, achieving a string of consecutive victories, from the Shadow Cloud Star Domain to the Crimson Cloud Star Domain. And relentlessly pursuing Han Tianzhu from there. It is said that they are now on the verge of reaching the boundary between the Crimson Cloud Star Domain and the Empty Cloud Star Domain, near the Star of 1,000 Sages. The main fleet of the Savage Heaven sect has plummeted from nearly 10,000 warships at its peak to now fewer than 1,000. Showcasing their ferocity, his audacious decision to promote Lin Nian has indeed proven to be astute. While keeping Wen Yuan in check, he has also allowed the Empire's foremost interstellar fleet to once again taste blood. The most significant aspect is Lin Nian's background. Exceptionally pure and untainted, he is entirely of humble origins within the Empire, with no ties to any noble houses, making him the most useful tool. Your Majesty, Qianxian greeted the young emperor seated on the throne, but the little emperor, preoccupied with devouring pastries, paid him no heed. His chubby hands grabbed a pastry in each, taking a bite from one and then the other. Qianxian noticed that the other high-ranking officials had already gathered in the council chamber, including Wen Ren. It was just right. Everyone was present. I have good news regarding the Savage Heaven sect, Qianxian announced with enthusiasm. Your Highness, there's an even more pressing matter. A minister solemnly interjected. Admiral Lu Ili is facing a grave problem. Qianxian's good mood evaporated in an instant. Lu Ili, he muttered under his breath. A genuine loathing evident in his voice. Lu Ili's grandfather had once been a great benefactor to the Empire, a top minister who had staunchly thwarted the Republic's fierce onslaught decades ago. Even the little emperor's father had been elevated to the imperial throne by this in terms of public esteem and reputation. Lu Ili's grandfather had reached the zenith of ministerial achievement, nearly stepping into the ultimate position. Qianxian instinctively glanced at the position of the young emperor. Fortunately, fate intervened. Just as this man was about to take that step, he succumbed to a sudden illness and passed away. Halting everything. It was a stroke of luck for the Zhu family and the Empire, or at least that was what Qianxian believed. Despite the man's death, he left behind a considerable political legacy for the Lu family. What has happened with Admiral Lu Ili? Wen Yuan inquired, turning to the minister. His question jolted Qianxian back to the present, drawing his attention as well. The minister's words were brief, but clearly outlined Lu Ili's intentions. Lu Ili was gathering the 5th and 6th interstellar fleets in the Guangyun Star Domain, situated on the western side of the Central Star Domain, separated only by the Shuiyun Star Domain. Previously, Lu Ili had attempted to challenge the Empire several times, akin to rebellion. However, the Empire's Central Interstellar Fleet still held formidable power. When Lu Ili's fleet had set out halfway, they had halted, resulting in an inconclusive end. Moreover, due to Lu Ili's grandfather's monumental contributions, Qianxian found it challenging to take direct action against Lu Ili as a mere prince, not an emperor. Any rash moves against Lu Ili could come at a steep price, potentially inciting the noble houses against him. Furthermore, the rapid rise of the Savage Heaven sect forced him to shelve this matter, prolonging it to the present day. The entire Guian Star Domain was virtually under Lu Ili's control, effectively a nation within a nation in the Empire's territory. Your Highness, the governor of the Shuiyun Star Domain has reported that Lu Ili is indeed rallying the 5th and 6th interstellar fleets, intending to advance eastward once more. The minister handed Qianxian a report via his wrist device. Qianxian read it in silence, concealing certain sensitive names, before projecting the information onto the public screen for all to see. Gentlemen, what do you propose we do? Dealing with Lu Ili is evidently more challenging than confronting Han Tianzhu, Qianxian stated, not wishing to make unilateral decisions on the matter. The room erupted into a cacophony of whispers and discussions. If Lu Ili was not contained, the threat would extend beyond Qianxian himself. It could pose a danger to them all, and one could predict the consequences if Lu Ili were to penetrate the central star domain. Your Highness, I suggest dispatching a special envoy to handle this matter directly and take down Lu Ili. One minister proposed. A splendid idea. Who would do it? Who would dare do? Another minister retorted vehemently that I believe a more conciliatory approach is needed. Perhaps elevating Lu Ili's rank and status to placate him, suggested yet another. Ridiculous. You're advocating for appeasement. Don't you realize that will only whet Lu Ili's appetite? This suggestion was swiftly dismissed. As the number of proposals and counterproposals multiplied, the discussions in the council chamber grew increasingly chaotic, resembling a marketplace. Bang, bang, bang. Qianxian rapped sharply on the table before him, and the noise gradually subsided. You all expect the emperor to rely on you to stabilize the realm, and this is how you repay him. Qianxian resumed his usual rhetoric, invoking Zhu Renhe's authority with finesse. However, as soon as those words left his mouth, the chamber fell into an immediate silence. Nanny, I want more meat buns. The little emperor's loud demand broke the stillness, and all eyes turned to him before quickly returning to Qianxian, who was in charge. Your Highness, I have a suggestion, though I'm unsure if I should voice it. One minister slowly rose from his seat, directing his gaze towards Wen Yuan. Qianxian, perceptive as ever, immediately grasped the implication of this minister's glance that it was a strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, using Wen Yuan to counterbalance Lu Ili. After all, neither side was particularly virtuous. Letting them tear each other apart would be the best outcome. Qianxian's thoughts became lucid. Speak freely, in the Empire's council chamber. All opinions are welcome, for the sake of fortifying the empire and safeguarding the people. There is nothing that cannot be said, Qianxian proclaimed grandly. When Yuan noticed the minister's gaze upon him, and his expression darkened, he was not naive. He immediately understood what the person was suggesting. Essentially, to lead troops against Lu Ili. A surge of uncontainable anger welled up within when Yuan had fought for the empire, yet had failed to secure even a general's position and was now being used as a pawn by Qianxian. However, he refrained from expressing his outrage, as the minister had yet to fully explain his strategy. General Wen Yuan, I hope you do not take offense at what I am about to say. The minister suddenly addressed him seriously. Wen Yuan had been anticipating the content, and his face darkened further. It was clear this discussion had implications for him. Your Highness, I propose we issue a declaration against the rebel, enumerating Lu Ili's offenses, and summon him to the Central Star Domain to confess. Should he refuse to leave the Guangyan Star Domain, it would indicate his sinister intentions that we would then hold the moral high ground, and General Wen Yuan could lead the charge against this traitor. The minister concluded, turning to Wen Yuan with a smile. A splendid plan. General Wen, what are your thoughts? Qianxian exclaimed, excitedly slapping the table. Does Lu Ili dare to enter the Central Star Domain alone? Surely not. This way, we would seize the moral initiative and send General Wen to eradicate Lu Ili to its a twofold victory. The only question remained. Would Wen Yuan agree? If he refused, Qianxian could use that as an excuse to strip him of his military authority. Qianxian fixed a piercing gaze on Wen Yuan, awaiting his response. Wen Yuan hesitated, confronted by the unified stares of the assembly. Lacking any counterargument, he ultimately acquiesced. He felt as if he were being set up in this imperial meeting, which seemed more like a trap aimed at him. When Yuan understood the consequences of refusing and, suppressing his fury, swallowed his pride, he studied Qianxian and the expressions of the various ministers, imprinting the scene in his memory. Very well. Let us move on to the next matter. Qianxian declared, a smile gracing his features. Such a formidable general as Wen Yuan was still somewhat naive in the realm of politics. Each minister present was a seasoned strategist. To manipulate a general was akin to child's play. Chapter 60. The death of Han Tianzhu in the 007 Sanitation Space Station. A high-speed shuttle from the White Ray Star gradually arrived at the internal docking area, where Wen Rong awaited with his security detail. As the shuttle doors opened, Wen Yuan stepped down slowly. Father. When Rong hurriedly approached, with no one else around, he no longer had to address his father by his title, but he quickly sensed the low pressure emanating from Wen Yuan. Just as he was about to speak, Wen Yuan raised a hand to stop him. Let us discuss this in the vehicle. when Yurin swiftly entered the hovering vehicle opened by the guards, with Wenrong following suit after surveying the surroundings. "Father, where are we headed?" With the door closed, Wenrong turned to Wenren the military hospital, where Lin Nian's family is located, when Yurin replied decisively. "Father, is this really necessary?" When Rong paused, momentarily taken aback by his father's request. "We need to take control of Lin Nian's family." When Yurin's tone was frigid. "However, I don't think it's necessary. I share a deep kinship with Lin Nian. He is unlikely to align himself with Zhu Xianda." When Rong could not help but plead Lin Nian's case. Lin Nian could be regarded as the first exceptional talent he had unearthed. An instinctive desire to protect arose within him. "No, my child. Never overestimate human nature. Compared to self-interest, camaraderie is of little significance that I place my faith in the vulnerabilities I can grasp." When Yurin shook his head with a grim expression. "Do you know? Lin Nian has already been confirmed by the council and will be promoted to the rank of colonel. He is set to officially take command of the Empire's first interstellar fleet, awaiting only the conclusion of this military campaign. His performance this time has been outstanding. Han Tianju's cult has been severely crippled, and it is unlikely that they will pose a threat to the Empire in the near future. However, I harbor a greater concern." When Yurin turned to Wenrong. "Father, what on earth has transpired?" Wenrong inquired urgently. "Lu Ili. This is the next target the Empire intends to strike." When Yurin suddenly sighed. "Father, that is not our concern," Wenrong quickly retorted. When Yurin gazed at the forthright Wenrong and could not help but shake his head. "You are too naive. This is merely the surface. The true intent of those individuals could very well be directed at our one family. Zhu Xianda and his associates have already decided to send us to confront Lu Ili. This battle, regardless of who emerges victorious, will only result in mutual destruction. For us, it represents a complete loss. Lose is self-explanatory. When means Lu Ili would become our future model." When Yurin spoke in a detached tone, his gaze shifting to the scenery outside the car window. Upon hearing this, Wenrong's eyes widened in shock. "Father, is there truly no way out?" Wenrong asked eagerly, completely unprepared for the gravity of the situation. "Of course there is. After all, there's a ready-made example at hand, such as Lu Ili. Now you understand why I must act against Lin Nian's family. Only by seizing military power, more military power, can we maintain our autonomy." When Yurin scoffed, redirecting his gaze from the view outside. When Rong fell silent, eventually letting out a soft sigh. If Lin Nian becomes the commander of the first interstellar fleet, then by controlling Lin Nian's family, it would equate to soft control over the first interstellar fleet. This could hold immense advantages for our one family in the future. Not long after, the vehicle came to a halt outside a large military hospital. When Yurin and Wenrong hastened inside, with all obstacles along the way being cleared by his guards. Upon reaching the hospital reception, the nurse, taken aback by such a grand display, quickly composed herself. "Several officers, what brings you here?" The nurse began, but when Yurin's aide had already presented a photograph, "We are looking for Ning Qianxian at IT. It said she is receiving treatment at your hospital." The aide continued to negotiate with the nurse, while when Yurin stood silently, awaiting the outcome. The aura of the superior weighed heavily upon the nurse, causing her to struggle for breath. The nurse hurriedly flipped through the medical records. "Sir, this lady has already completed her discharge procedures." Still, the nurse hesitated mid-sentence, her expression shifting as she passed the information to the aide. The aide quickly found the name of the individual who assisted in the discharge, a military personnel named Wen Huayun. Upon seeing this name, when Yurin's expression darkened, he glanced at Wenrong, recalling that Wen Huayun was one of Wenrong's subordinates. Yet evidently, that was no longer the case. Wenrong wore an innocent expression. Completely unaware of the situation, Wen Huayun had only recently been promoted to his side to handle some advisory matters. When Yurin shook his head, letting out a long sigh. "Let us go." He had no time to search for where Lin Nian's family had been hidden. More pressing matters awaited, such as Lu Ili. In the Qianxian star region, a battle-scarred large warship of the cult floated silently in space. Behind it lay the Empire's first interstellar fleet, with the lead ship, number 378, gradually reducing its speed. Inside the bridge, Lin Nian turned to his aide, Wen Huayun. Chief of Staff 1 sent a message demanding Han Tianju's immediate surrender. Lin Nian issued his command. "Yes, Commander," when Huayan saluted and promptly set to work. Lin Nian gazed at the cult's warship, feeling a sense of reflection. 4 months had passed. He had finally captured this slippery fish. In his eyes, Han Tianzhu no longer held any formidable stature. The current Han Tianzhu posed no threat to him whatsoever. Lin Nian had come to deeply understand what it meant to be a master of escape. Without the Empire's network of planetary supply stations facilitating the pursuit against the cult's fleet, it was uncertain how long it would have taken to conclude this chase. Had he not forced Han Tianzhu into a state of complete depletion, he would have found it impossible to capture him. "Commander, the enemy ship has requested communication," when Huayan suddenly informed Lin Nian. "Allow it through." Lin Nian, slightly taken aback, nodded. For him, whether it was capturing or eliminating Han Tianzhu, there was no distinction. All he desired was the safety of his family. A holographic screen flickered to life, revealing Han Tianzhu and his chief of staff. "I am Han Tianzhu, the leader of the cult. Which of you is Lin Nian?" Han Tianzhu asked solemnly. "I am," Lin Nian replied. "Ah, at last. I have met the real person. I have no regrets now." Han Tianzhu gazed at Lin Nian's face and sighed. He did not harbor hopes that Lin Nian would spare him from the relentless pursuit Lin Nian had maintained. It was evident to him that mercy was not an option. Lin Nian had even refrained from pursuing the decoy ships he had dispatched, focusing solely on this large warship. It was possible that during one of the battles, Lin Nian had discerned the clues and subsequently locked onto him completely. Han Tianzhu's mind was in turmoil. "Chief of Staff, do you have any final words for him?" Han Tianzhu turned to his aide. The aide shook his head. "Commander, the enemy ship has suddenly detected a large number of escape pods being ejected." The communications officer exclaimed loudly to Lin Nian. Lin Nian momentarily diverted his attention, pondering the reason behind this when Han Tianzhu and his aide were engulfed by an explosion. The entire cult warship experienced a violent self-detonation. The notorious Han Tianzhu met his demise. Chapter 61. Lu Yili's military advice. Lin Nian silently regarded the deceased Han Tianzhu. This man could be considered a worthy adversary. At that moment, holographic screens began to appear in the bridge. It was the 10 captains under Lin Nian's command. "Commander, with Han Tianzhu now deceased, the cult has been largely subdued. We can return to the central star region of the Empire." Yingguang spoke first. 4 months of intense pursuit had left the entire fleet utterly exhausted. Lin Nian's command had indeed been remarkable. Yet the First Fleet was undeniably at its limit. Originally, Yingguang had planned to persuade Lin Nian to cease operations once they entered the Qianxian star region. They had thoroughly dismantled the cult's fleet, and each officer had garnered substantial credit, sufficient for a report to the central command. In truth, there was no need to continue pursuing Han Tianzhu. Fortunately, the outcome was that Han Tianzhu had succumbed first, driven to depletion by Lin Nian, ultimately choosing to end his own life. "Very well. Prepare for our return. Once each fleet has completed the capture of the cult's prisoners, they are to return to the Central Star region immediately." Lin Nian issued his command solemnly. "Yes." Yingguang, Zhou Kejin, and the others saluted in unison. Lin Nian's ability to lead them to victory had earned him their unwavering respect. Although officially, Lin Nian remained the acting commander, in everyone's hearts, he had long been acknowledged as the rightful commander. As the 10 holographic screens sequentially disconnected, Lin Nian felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. His body relaxing substantially. 4 months of relentless pursuit had drained him both physically and mentally. Yet, to prevent his fleet from becoming complacent, Lin Nian had been forcing himself to maintain composure. Now that Han Tianzhu was dead, he had finally met Wen Yuren's expectations, and his family. As this thought crossed his mind, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. If Wen Yuren dared to use this as leverage against him, he would not hesitate to take action. "Stand up," when Huayan suddenly called out. Liao Fan, Chun Xiao, Zhu Cunxin, and the others immediately rose. The entire bridge, with over 3,000 personnel, stood up in unison. "Salute, Commander, well done," when Huayan shouted. "Commander, well done soon." A wave of voices echoed, synchronized and resounding. Lin Nian felt a surge of emotion upon witnessing this scene, slowly returning their salute. Those who had unconditionally supported him throughout this journey were the very souls aboard the 378th ship. They had executed his orders without complaint, fulfilling their duties wholeheartedly. "Attention!" Lin Nian followed up with a commanding shout. Everyone immediately stood tall and straight, except for those on minimal duty. "Dismissed," Lin Nian commanded. "Yes," the crew responded in unison. Subsequently, the bridge erupted in cheers. "Hooray! We have won! Long live the commander!" Many leaped and danced, fully expressing their emotions. The 4 months of toil had not been in vain. They had achieved the ultimate victory over the cult's fleet under Lin Nian's leadership. They are invincible, undefeated in battle. Most importantly, they are all still alive. Once again, the commander has brought them back from the battlefield unscathed. "Lin Nian, would you care to join us for a drink? You have been quite tense lately. Do not place too much pressure on yourself. After all, you're the fleet commander, and you absolutely cannot falter." Liao Fan stepped forward and embraced Lin Nian in peacetime. There is no hierarchical relationship between them. "Well then, that I cannot match your boundless energy. I plan to catch up on some sleep. After all, without a warp jump, it will take us nearly 4 months to return. There will be plenty of time for a drink." Lin Nian shook his head. "All right then. That was a splendid battle, my brother," Liao Fan said earnestly to Lin Nian. Then they bumped fists. "Chun Xiao Suanxin. Since the commander is not drinking, then we shall take our leave." Liao Fan turned to stop the other two. They appeared somewhat helpless. Turning back, they saluted Lin Nian. Lin Nian nodded. Major Lin, I could see that moment, when Huayun had just disbanded his own staff and called out to Lin Nian. After a battle, it is customary to refrain from addressing titles. "Yes, Major Lin, I guess there's something you need." Lin Nian was slightly surprised that when Huayun had stopped him, when Huayun opened his mouth, seemingly at a loss for words. "Take good care of yourself. Everyone aboard the battleship number 378 is counting on you. You are our pillar of strength." When Huayun's expression was solemn. "Yes, thank you for the compliment." Lin Nian felt somewhat bewildered, but nodded nonetheless, and stepped out of the bridge. He was utterly exhausted and unwilling to contemplate anything further. In the Guangyun Star region, on the core planet Tianjiang Star, within the governor's mansion, Lu Ili gazed at the message just delivered by a subordinate. It was a public edict from Baimong Star, declaring him guilty of insubordination and demanding his return to Baimong Star for trial. Lu Ili was seething with rage. "Zhu Xinda, you wretched scoundrel! When did the Empire become your Zhu Xinda's playground?" Lu Ili raged uncontrollably in his office, hurling a torrent of invectives at Zhu Xinda. "Governor, what should we do now?" his aide inquired, stepping forward. "What to do? Of course, I will find someone to retaliate against that edict. Cursing them back one by one. Then summon the 5th and 6th star fleets. We shall advance toward the central star region of Baimong Star immediately. I want to see who dares to judge me." As Lu Ili uttered the final word, it seemed as if he had expended all his strength. "Understood, Governor." The aide and other officers saluted in unison. Before long, the military port base on Tianjiang Star was bustling with activity as numerous small warships ascended into the sky. These vessels were secretly constructed by Lu Ili, and now, as they embarked on their eastern campaign towards the Central Star region, there was no need for concealment. Lu Ili unleashed them all from their underground facilities to rendezvous with the 5th and 6th star fleets outside Tianjiang Star. He also boarded a shuttle, soaring into the clouds, piercing through the atmosphere of Tianjiang Star and landing directly aboard the largest warship of the 5th Star Fleet. The 2 Imperial Star fleets, along with Lu Ili's substantial fleet of small warships, created a densely packed formation in the air. This fleet, though perhaps numerically inferior to the nearly 10,000 warships of the Cult of the Wild Sky, was far more formidable in terms of combat capability and organization. After all, it comprised the 2 most legitimate star fleets of the Empire. Chapter 62. The Bitter Fruit of Zhu Xinda on Baimong Star, in the dead of night, within the Imperial Assembly Hall. Zhu Xinda wore a troubled expression. The good news from the 1st Star Fleet, that Han Tianzhu had been eliminated and the Cult of the Wild Sky had been initially subdued, failed to bring him joy. A heavy sense of anxiety twisted within him as he awaited the arrival of the ministers to discuss the pressing matter at hand. The most critical issue was, of course, Lu Ili's rebellion. Lu Ili had truly revolted, amassing a formidable army that swept through the Empire's crucial planets like a storm. This time was not like the previous show of discontent. He had struck directly at the core planet of the Qianxian star region. Badong Star. Zhu Xianda had been awakened in the dead of night with the news of Badong Star's fall. Liu Ili had even killed the Imperial governor of Badong Star, while publicly declaring his intent to purge the court and eliminate Zhu Xianda's entire family. Despite the fact that when Yuren had been urgently ordered half a month ago to lead the 2nd and 3rd Star fleets against Liu Ili, the latter's advance had exceeded Zhu Xianda's wildest expectations. Meanwhile, when Yuren's subsequent actions appeared slow and passive, plunging Zhu Xianda into a deep sense of worry, an unforeseen question gradually emerged before him. While Liu Ili's response had been predictable, when Yuren's attitude required careful consideration. When Yuren had readily accepted the order to strike, but when faced with Liu Ili, his hesitation was utterly unlike his usual demeanor. Zhu Xianda began to realize the myriad inconsistencies that had surfaced, such as the minister who had advised him on the drive the tiger away and seize the wolf strategy, which felt distinctly off. Previously, he had been preoccupied with devising ways to undermine Liu Ili's separatism and diminish Wen Yuren's military authority. While the drive the tiger away and seize the wolf strategy was indeed useful, it necessitated a strong foundation of power on his part, sufficient to suppress the tiger. What if Wen Yuren also turned against him? This thought flashed through Zhu Xianda's mind, causing his face to turn pale and his body to sway. "Your Highness," a servant rushed over to support the faltering Zhu Xianda. "Quick, find someone to bring Xie Yunjian to me. I have urgent matters to discuss with him." Zhu Xianda grasped the servant's arm, directing him to seek out Xie Yunjian, the minister who had proposed to drive the tiger away and seize the wolf strategy. Yes. The servant hurriedly agreed and was promptly ushered out of the Imperial Assembly Hall. Zhu Xianda slumped into his seat, his eyes filled with a troubled struggle. "It cannot be this bad. This isn't a trap. This isn't a scheme directed at me." Zhu Xianda muttered to himself repeatedly, yet the mere thought of the military forces at his disposal made him tremble uncontrollably. The 10th and 11th Star fleets had been annihilated by Han Tianzhu, and they had yet to be rebuilt. The 2nd and 3rd Star fleets, under Wen Yuren's command, had already been dispatched to guard the Qianxian Star region, while the 7th Star fleet remained at Yanlan Star. Due to the destruction of the 10th and 11th fleets, their commanders had been dismissed, and there had been no formal replacements. The 1st Star fleet had also been sent to pursue Han Tianzhu. Now far away in the Hongyun Star region, and due to his own miscalculations, he had inadvertently stranded the flagship of the 1st Star fleet at the 001 Sanitation Space Station, rendering the entire fleet incapable of initiating warp jumps, which would take at least 3 more months before they could return to the Empire. This moment, the Central Star region was left with only the 4th Star fleet, the commander of the 4th Star fleet. Colonel Ning Xiaoting bore a resemblance to Lin Nian, having been recently promoted. Generally taciturn, Zhu Xianda was uncertain of Ning Xiaoting's reliability. As he pondered, Zhu Xianda realized a terrifying fact. In the span of just 1 year, he had completely depleted the 7 reorganized star fleets of the Central Army. This moment, the vast expanse of Baimong Star was left with only the 4th Star fleet on guard. If Wen Yuren chose to side with Liu Ili, they would be facing 4 enemy star fleets. How could this be? It should not be like this. Zhu Xianda suddenly roared, his expression twisted in rage. He sprang to his feet, seizing objects to hurl and smash. "Your Highness, it is bad news. Xie Yunjian has fled. He cannot be found anywhere." The servant stumbled back in a panic, exclaiming loudly to Zhu Xianda. Zhu Xianda felt as if he had been struck hard, his body retreating instinctively. If Xie Yunjian has escaped, it solidifies the notion that the drive the tiger away and seize the wolf strategy was aimed directly at him. Even when Yuren could be part of the scheme, Liu Ili. Zhu Xianda's heart burned with fury as he rasped out Liu Ili's name. "No, I have not yet lost." Immediately sent a message to Liu Ili. "Tell him I am willing to negotiate. I can make him a general of the Empire, even a marshal, as long as he halts his advance." Zhu Xianda frantically grabbed his servant, intent on making one last attempt to salvage the situation. If only he could buy time for the 1st and 7th Star fleets to return, the situation would not be irretrievable. And tell Wen Yuren, he must not trust Liu Ili. Once I am eliminated, he will be next. Do not be swayed by Lu Ili. What he can offer, I can too. I can even provide more, a general of the empire, even a marshal. It is all possible, Zhu Xinda shouted to his subordinate, laying out the same conditions to Wen Yuan as he had to Lu Ili. Yes, I will do it right away. The servant nodded incessantly. Zhu appeared to be watching the hurried departure of the servant with a look of urgency. His body seemed drained of strength, swaying unsteadily. Meanwhile, outside the Imperial Council Hall, ministers of the Empire arrived one after another, all somewhat astonished. It was their first encounter with such a disheveled Zhu, utterly lost and dejected. The surrounding area lay in disarray, with robots busily cleaning up the mess. Your Highness, is there a grave matter at hand? Several ministers, mustering their courage, attempted to inquire. Qianxian has defected. He was an insider for Lu Ili. Zhu replied, somewhat dispirited, as he sank back into his seat. The ministers exchanged glances, fear flashing in their eyes. With Zhu's revelation, they began to grasp the gravity of the situation. They had lost all initiative. The power now resided with Lu Ili and Wen Yuan. Zhu was engulfed in immense anguish, regretting his decision to deploy the first interstellar fleet. Despite their previous shortcomings, they had still constituted the Empire's core strength. Had the 10th and 11th interstellar fleets remained intact and not been dispatched so recklessly, could either Lu Ili or Wen Yuan have dared to mount such a challenge. Yet, regret is a luxury this world does not afford, and Zhu must swallow this bitter fruit alone. Chapter 63. Lu Ili's ascendancy to Baimong Star 4 space units away from the Badong Star in the Shuiyan Star region. The Empire's 2nd and 3rd interstellar fleets were assembled. Quietly suspended in the void of space, within the bridge of the 2nd interstellar fleet, Wen Yuan was in a state of deep turmoil. Both Zhu and Lu Ili had sent him messages, each promising exceedingly high stakes. One side offered the title of marshal, while the other promised the title of king. Father, we must not hesitate any longer. We should attack. Do you truly trust Lu Ili? We have already betrayed once. How will the world perceive us if we betray Zhu again? Wen Rong, anxious and desperate, attempted to persuade his father, but Wen Yuan remained unyielding, enveloped in silence. Wen Rong felt despondent. He knew his father's character well. While his father spoke eloquently during lessons, when faced with significant choices, he became indecisive, contrasting sharply with his decisiveness on the battlefield. Wen Rong, go speak with Lu Ili in person. Wen Yuan slowly lifted his head, fixing his gaze on Wen Rong in the light screen, as if he had finally resolved his thoughts. He recalled Zhu's previous humiliation, the promise Zhu had made when urging him to betray his former leader, offering him a general's rank. Yet, what was the outcome? He had diligently served the Empire and Zhu on countless occasions, and now, not only was the general's rank elusive, but even his current position as a lieutenant general felt precarious. This time, when Yuan intended to gamble on Lu Ili, the title of king sounded far more appealing. Father, you cannot do this, when Rong's eyes widened in disbelief at his father's intention to defect once more. To send him to negotiate would render him a mere pawn. Wen Rong, you know I have no choice. Wen Yuan reiterated the words he had spoken during his previous betrayal. How can there be no choice? We should strike against the enemy, not betray Zhu. Betray the emperor. Father, you have already gambled incorrectly once. Must you gamble again? Wen Rong implored loudly. His father was always flawless in trivial matters, but perpetually muddled when it came to significant decisions. Wen Rong, I am your father. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Moreover, I am your superior. I command you to depart at once. This is an order. Wen Yuan appeared to be struck at a sensitive spot, his demeanor exceedingly rigid, invoking the authority of a father. Ultimately, Wen Rong sighed deeply, silently saluting Wen Yuan. Before long, Wen Rong set off with Wen Yuan's personal letter, heading directly to Lu Ili at Badong Star. 10 days later, an immensely formidable fleet slowly entered the Central Star domain. Aboard the flagship of the 5th Interstellar Fleet, Lu Ili declared, "The Lu family has finally returned. This time, I shall reclaim all that my grandfather lost." Lu Ili's face radiated confidence. After so many years, his family had returned to the Central Star domain. The tragic death of his grandfather had weighed heavily on Lu Ili's heart. They had long been destined to rule. The Zhu family, a once prominent clan, had long been overdue for expulsion. Now, with control over 4 Imperial interstellar fleets, Lu Yili would not hesitate to crush any opposition should the 4th Interstellar Fleet of Baimong Star prove obstinate. Lieutenant General Lu, welcome home, Qianxian, standing beside Lu Yili, congratulated him with a beaming smile. I owe you much. You have created such an excellent opportunity for me. Lu Yili patted Qianxian on the back. I have merely provided a trivial assistance, Qianxian replied, smiling humbly. Rest assured, your contributions will not go unnoticed. Lu Yili then turned to Wen Rong, who remained silent, serving as a hostage left by Wen Yuan. Lu Yili was quite satisfied, having successfully persuaded Wen Yuan to defect, saving him considerable time. Commander, the 4th Interstellar Fleet's commander requests a communication, the liaison officer announced. Connect them. Lu Yili nodded, eager to hear what the last bastion of power within the Central Command had to convey, whether it would be war or surrender. Soon, a screen flickered to life, revealing the face of Ning shouting, Lieutenant General Lu, the entire 4th Interstellar Fleet stands ready to follow your command. Zhu has seized control of the court, appointing only his loyalists. He has been disloyal to the Empire and the Emperor. He has long deserved execution. Ning shouting solemnly saluted Lu Yili, pledging his loyalty. After Wen Yuan's defection, it became apparent to all that Prince Zhu's reign was drawing to a close. Ning, you are quite perceptive. Now, pave the way for me, Lu Yili replied with a smile. At this moment, he embodied an unstoppable force, with all who encountered him yielding in submission. The noble families of the capital recognized who the new sovereign was. With the 4th Interstellar Fleet leading the way, those responsible for guarding Baimong Star, including the sanitation space station, swiftly expressed their allegiance to Lu Yili. The flagship of Lu Yili, escorted by the massive fleet, ultimately reached the skies above Baimong Star. Along the journey, aside from encountering resistance at Badong Star, after eliminating the treacherous governor, Lu Yili faced no further obstacles. On the other side, within the Imperial Council Hall of Baimong Star, Zhu appeared lost and disheartened as he exited. The council hall was eerily empty. He gazed up at the sky, where countless warships loomed overhead. Everyone had betrayed him. In an instant, he transformed from a prince of the empire to a man on the verge of death. Zhu had attempted to rally forces in resistance, but once Lu Yili's formidable fleet arrived, all efforts proved futile. His subordinates scattered like birds and beasts. Your Highness, we must flee, a loyal servant advised Zhu. Flee? Where to? Zhu responded with a resigned smile, fully aware that while Emperor Zhu Renhe might survive, his own demise was inevitable. Before long, a squad of soldiers burst in, surrounding Zhu and his servant. Days later, amidst the clamor of drums and gongs, Lu Yili officially assumed the role of Imperial Marshal, commanding the central command of the empire, while also becoming the Speaker of the Imperial Council. Just like Zhu, he held both military and political power. Emperor Zhu Renhe remained the ruler of the human empire, but the position once occupied by Zhu had now been filled by another. Lu Yili surveyed the Imperial Council Hall, filled to the brim with ministers who bowed and fawned over him. He then glanced at the young emperor behind him. Sensing the gravity of the situation, clutched his nurse tightly, appearing cautious and fearful. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. The military system of the empire can no longer cope with the current situation. I intend to implement military reforms. Lu Yili's face bore a smile, while Wen Yuan in his seat immediately furrowed his brow, an ominous premonition rising within him. The promises Lu Yili had previously made had not materialized. The title of king was a mere illusion. In truth, Lu Yili had no desire to be a king. It was evident to all that Lu Yili aspired to the throne. Chapter 64. Zhu's last won a certain part of the Hongyun Star region. The 1st Interstellar Fleet was proceeding slowly on the bridge of the large warship number 378. Lin Nian sat in his command seat, sipping coffee. Interstellar travel remained exceedingly dull, with endless stars and interminable journeys. Lin Nian recalled the convenience of the space jump provided by the sanitation space station at their departure. Such technology made the journey far more bearable than the current, arduous voyage, which would take a full 8 months round trip. Warship number 378 lacked a space jump device. During this idle time, Lin Nian had taken the opportunity to study the distinctions between large warships and superlarge warships. In size, superlarge warships were slightly larger. In an armament, they were somewhat more heavily equipped, essentially serving as upgraded versions of large warships, with a 15% enhancement in performance across the board. The name was not as intimidating as it sounded. Lin Yan's thoughts drifted to his family. Uncertain of their current state, one wonders if they remain safe. When Yuan, to some extent, is a general of the empire, surely they would not lack principles to such an extent. Lin Yan silently offered a prayer in his heart. Commander, we have received new intelligence from the Central Command that it's rather peculiar. This time, the transmission is point dash to dash point AT that moment. The liaison officer stepped forward and saluted Lin Yan. The use of point-to-point transmission typically indicates a confidential message. Lin Yan nodded in acknowledgement. Soon after, he felt a vibration on his wristwatch. As he activated it, a holographic display materialized before him, a video awaiting playback. Lin Yan was somewhat taken aback, but pressed the play button nonetheless, only to find it unresponsive. Initially startled, Lin Yan was soon presented with a string of subtitles. Required permissions are missing. Unable to open. Current participants. 111. Observing the 111, Lin Yan surmised that 10 more individuals were needed, most likely the 10 captains under his command. Liaison officer. Why is participant confirmation required for this video? Lin Yan inquired regarding the encrypted video. The liaison officer provided a brief explanation. This is information meant for the entire fleet. IT requires authorization from a designated number of individuals to access. 11 participants signify one fleet commander along with 10 captains of large warships. You must notify the other captains immediately. Seeing the urgency, Lin Yan stood and quickly addressed the liaison officer. The previous tedium and monotony of their voyage evaporated instantly. This video is unusual. IT requires all 11 of us to be present to unlock it. Commander, is there something amiss? The first to arrive, Colonel Mo Yangwang, saluted Lin Yan. Following him were Captain Wei Renda and Captain Zhou Kajin. Along with a host of other captains, Lin Yan returned their salutes. Gentlemen, I have just received new orders from Central Command. However, we all must authorize and confirm to access IT. IT appears to be a new mission for the First Interstellar Fleet. Lin Yan recounted the situation. Understood, Commander. I authorize you to proceed. Colonel Mo Yangwang said earnestly. Commander, I have authorized as well. Captain Wei Renda chimed in, his words characteristically succinct. Sigh, I hope this isn't another arduous task. Can't the Central Command grant us a moment of respite? Captain Zhou Kajin, ever fond of leisure, added with habitual sarcasm. Before long, all had given their authorization, and Lin Yan projected the video onto the main holographic screen for the entire fleet to witness, a requisite for the authorization document. Private viewing was strictly prohibited. Once the display showed 1111, he pressed the play button before the assembly. The video revealed a young man clad in opulent attire, seated prominently. Lin Yan did not recognize him. I am Zhu Xianda, a prince of the human empire. This will be my final command in life. Zhu Xianda's demeanor was composed, yet his opening words shocked everyone, particularly Colonel Mo Yangwang and others, who exchanged bewildered glances. Did Zhu Xianda imply he was on the verge of death? The human empire was facing an unprecedented crisis. Liu Ili had rebelled under the pretext of purging traitors. Having initiated his insurrection from the Qianxian star region, that he had already seized the Padong star in the Qianxian star region and was advancing towards the central star region. The generals I dispatched, Wen Yuan, Wen Rong, and Colonel Ning Xiaoting, have all defected to Liu Ili's side. Given the current situation, it was merely a matter of time before Liu Ili took control of the Bema star. Zhu Xianda's tone grew somber as he suddenly directed his gaze toward the camera, as if piercing through the lens to meet Lin Yan's eyes for a direct conversation. Lin Yan, you have distinguished yourself in the campaign against the Arid Sky sect and have achieved remarkable military accomplishments. I now officially promote you to the rank of Major General on behalf of the Central Command and appoint you as the commander of the Empire's First Interstellar Fleet. The rest of you will also be elevated by one rank. As Zhu Xianda's words fell, all present widened their eyes in astonishment. Not only had Lin Yan received a promotion, but so had they, though many turned to Lin Yan, particularly Colonel Mo Yangwang. The notion of Lin Nian receiving an extraordinary promotion from colonel to major general was unprecedented. Yet, according to Zhu Xianda, if Lu Yili had indeed seized control of Bema Star, it suggested that Zhu Xianda was likely facing retribution. This command felt somewhat like an unrecognized dying wish, at the very least. Lu Yili's regime on Bema Star would likely not acknowledge it. Now, I formally issue my final command to the First Interstellar Fleet. Lu Yili has betrayed the Empire and seeks to overthrow it. This is a grave sin. You must eradicate Lu Yili and restore power to His Majesty. Revive the human empire. Glory belongs to the Empire. Zhu Xianda concluded solemnly, striking his right shoulder with conviction before the video ended. A profound silence enveloped the fleet. The information disclosed by Zhu Xianda was explosive. Bema Star had undergone a political upheaval. The Second, Third, and Fourth Interstellar Fleets, initially responsible for its defense, had all defected, aligning themselves with Lu Yili. Zhu Xianda had been compelled to sign off, and Lu Yili had ascended to power. What were they to do now? Theoretically, they could choose to disregard this command, for Zhu Xianda was deceased. The prince's orders lacked enforceability. The gaze of the entire fleet turned to Lin Nian, as he stood to gain the most from his command. Everyone awaited his stance. Lin Nian hesitated to speak, feeling the weight of their collective gaze, a tremendous and palpable pressure. The burden was immense, particularly from people like Zhou Kejin. Lin Nian pondered their thoughts. If he were to publicly accept this command, would he be reported to Lu Yili? This directly concerned his own safety, leaving no room for leniency. We shall return normally and discuss this later, Lin Nian stated nonchalantly, simultaneously wiping the video from the main display. The other 10 captains seemed to exhale a collective sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lin Nian was not a fool. Had he publicly declared his acceptance or demanded their opinions, it would have left everyone in an untenable position that a delay was the wisest course of action. Whatever needed addressing could wait until they returned to the Central Star region. They were all woefully uninformed about the situation, especially regarding the newly ascended Lu Yili. Whether he warranted their loyalty was a significant question mark. Chapter 65, Seeds of Rebellion on Bema Star. In a clandestine conference room, Lu Yili convened his most trusted confidants. Among them were the commanders of the 5th and 6th Interstellar Fleets, Major General Guhan Zhou and Major General Shaolin, along with several close advisors, including the recently joined Qianxian that I wish to become emperor. What more is required? Lu Yili addressed his inner circle without pretense, getting straight to the point. Commander, you need to consolidate military power. There remains a conspicuous loose end that requires your attention, Guhan Zhou stated bluntly. Lu Yili aspired to the throne, and they too sought to advance their positions, reaping significant benefits from their support. Now that Lu Yili had attained this stature, even if he hesitated, his subordinates would likely push him forward at a loose end. Merely a dying man, Lu Yili replied dismissively, planning to appoint him to an inconsequential role and take direct control of the 2nd and 3rd Interstellar Fleets. Lu Yili recalled when Yuren, who had strongly opposed military reforms during discussions in the Imperial Assembly at that time. The situation in Bema Star was unstable, and Lu Yili had opted not to force the issue. However, the circumstances had now changed. He had held power in Bema Star for a considerable time, and it was time to alter when Yuren's position. Your wisdom is commendable, his associates chimed in unison. Once you have consolidated military authority, the next step is to shape public opinion and bestow honors, Qianxian suggested. Excellent. You are to commence these tasks immediately. I am eager to ascend to that position. Lu Yili's eyes gleamed with unbridled ambition. Sir, the local families are somewhat insubordinate, often paying lip service while defying your orders in private. What should we do about this? One advisor inquired. Those nuisances, Lu Yili fumed. Frustrated by their cunning, they understood the shifting tides and chose to play it safe in public. Yet behind closed doors, they subtly resisted his directives. He had grown weary of this. If I discover such behavior again, execute them. Make an example of them. I refuse to believe I cannot rein them in. Lu Yili's countenance was fierce with determination, unwilling to suppress his true nature any longer once he wielded absolute power. My lord, perhaps this course of action is unwise. Qianxian furrowed his brow upon hearing the words. He felt that Lu Yili was far too radical, overly antagonizing the local powers of the White Mang Star, which could very well provoke a backlash. There was no need to say more. His mind was made up. Kill them all. Lu Yili was beyond reasoning, having embarked from the Guangyun star domain to seize control of the entire empire. Driven by the will of the true dragon, he sought to establish his own dominion, and anyone who dared to be a stumbling block or voice dissent would meet a single fate: death. Lu Yili's expression was resolute. Xie Yunjian fell silent. This Lu Yili seemed even more brutal than Zhu Xianda. Xie Yunjian began to doubt his previous choices. He had intervened to aid Lu Yili out of concern for his own family, the Xie clan, threatened by Zhu Xianda. However, it was quite possible that he was merely lifting a stone to drop it on his own foot. Judging by his current behavior, Lu Yili was not a figure worthy of his loyalty. Gu Hanzhou, you are to notify Wen Yuren to resign from his positions as the commander of the 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets. He is to assume immediate duty at the Imperial General Staff. Lu Yili commanded Gu Hanzhou. Commander, wouldn't it be better if you announced it personally? Gu Hanzhou hesitated slightly. His rank was merely a major general, while Wen Yuren held the rank of lieutenant general. It was uncommon for a lower-ranking officer to alter the position of a superior. Humph, there is no need for that. If Wen Yuren has any objections, let him come to the White Mang Star and speak to me directly. He is nothing more than a traitorous dog. Now that I have secured the entire Central Star domain, a wild dog like Wen Yuren is not worth my effort. Lu Yili's tone was arrogant. Ever since ascending to the position of Marshal of the Empire and President of the Council, Lu Yili's innate brutality had become increasingly difficult to restrain, that he now stood above all, just a process away from the throne, rendering any concealment of ambition unnecessary. Yes, Gu Hanzhou straightened his posture and saluted Lu Yili. Oh, Zotu Sanitation Space Station. Damn it, Lu Yili, how could you betray me? You intend to take my military position? Do you truly believe I will not retaliate? When Yuren angrily smashed objects around him, he had just received a message from Gu Hanzhou, the content of which was beyond his belief. After several fruitless protests, the suppressed fury within him became uncontainable. Most crucially, his son, Wen Rong, had been right. Lu Yili was not to be trusted. This realization left Wen Yuren feeling even more humiliated, especially since he had initially advocated for surrender. Now, he found himself with nothing, having been taken advantage of by Lu Yili. Father, why not truly rebel? Let us directly raid Lu Yili at the White Mang Star. I can contact others for you. After all, Lu Yili has stirred up the ire of the people here. Many are furious but silent, waiting for a pretext. Wen Rong urged his father once more. Lu Yili had been indiscriminately killing many, causing widespread anxiety among the populace of the White Mang Star. Wen Rong, it's not easy. Wen Yuren hesitated, upon hearing that Wen Rong was genuinely considering taking action. He hesitated again. Although Lu Yili was indeed reckless, he had not directly targeted high-ranking officers. Instead, he began by eliminating mid-level officers within the Imperial fleet, gradually inserting his loyalists into the ranks, akin to boiling a frog in warm water, slowly wearing down Wen Yuren. Wen Yuren longed to alter his precarious situation, but feared the consequences. He had built everything from scratch over many years, and the accumulated power and wealth made it exceedingly difficult for him to abandon it all and gamble his life against Lu Yili. Father, do not hesitate any longer. Indecision will lead to ruin. Wen Rong discerned his father's wavering resolve and realized he was once again contemplating retreat. Father, if we withdraw this time, do you truly believe there will be an escape route? Do you not remember Lu Yili's earlier promises of partnership? There is no place for us under Lu Yili. Wen Rong's emotions flared as he continued to urge his father. When Yuren's pupils constricted, Lu Yili was indeed untrustworthy. Very well. You will contact Commander Chun of the 2nd Star Fleet, Commander Ning of the 4th Star Fleet, and the acting commander of the 7th Star Fleet. Lastly, ensure you maintain control of your 3rd Star Fleet. When Yuren finally resolved himself to take a gamble, if Lu Yili did not regard him as a person, he would not sit idly by. Lu Yili had already replaced numerous mid-level officers, but they were not insurmountable obstacles. Chapter 66. Wen Rong's communication father, what of Lin Nian? His 1st Star Fleet is on its way back. Should we not reach out to him? Wen Rong recalled Lin Nian and couldn't help but speak up. How certain are you? When Yuren hesitated, he was not well acquainted with Lin Nian. The task ahead was rebellion. If news were to leak prematurely, not only would their plans be exposed, but they could also provoke Lu Yili's retaliation. Did I trust him? When Rong replied after some thought, based on his interactions with Lin Nian. He felt that even if Lin Nian did not join them, he would not betray their actions. This was merely his intuition, without evidence, had it not been for his father's past dealings with Lin Nian. When Rong would have felt more confident. Forget it. The risk is too great. When Yuan shook his head in refusal. This concerns rebellion, a matter where one could lose their head. It requires utmost caution. Lin Nian is indeed the captain of the First Star Fleet, but his subordinates may not necessarily heed his orders. Father, an additional force means an increased chance of success. The First Star Fleet could quickly reach the Central Star Domain through the Seventh Star Fleet's spatial jump. We should at least inquire. Even if it doesn't pan out, the First Star Fleet will not arrive anytime soon and will not pose an immediate threat to us. When Rome continued to persuade. Upon hearing this, when Yuan considered it seemed to make sense. Lin Nian was the acting commander and did not possess the super-large battleships of the First Star Fleet. If the Seventh Star Fleet did not initiate a spatial jump, Lin Nian could only continue with standard interstellar navigation. Then let us give it a try. When Yuan finally relented, when Rong nodded eagerly. In the Qianxian star domain, the First Star Fleet had just completed refueling at an Imperial supply space station and was continuing its advance toward the Central Star Domain. Lin Nian sat, resting his arm on the command platform, one hand propping up his forehead. Commander, could you provide us with some clarity on your intentions? The voice of Zhou Kajin reached his ears. Ever since receiving Zhu Xianda's video, the 10 fleet captains had pulled him into a private chat channel, avoiding public channels to evade recording. Had Lin Nian not been brought in, he would have remained unaware of such a thing. Let us discuss this later, Lin Nian replied with his usual phrase. The major general rank that Zhu Xianda had bestowed upon him was one he dared not accept. Lin Nian was acutely aware of his shortcomings. He was merely a political novice who had reached his current position through strength and opportunity. His rapid rise had left him without a loyal base within the military. Zhu Xianda's request to attack Lu Yili seemed utterly illogical. Was Zhu Xianda truly delusional? With their lives on the line, could he still be a hindrance? Lin Nian could not fathom it. The most terrifying aspect was that this video had been disseminated throughout the entire fleet. Everyone was aware of the situation. Each of these high-ranking officers was implicated, with no one able to escape. If any crew member of the First Star Fleet had connections to Lu Yili and leaked this information, Lin Nian could already envision the scene. Upon entering a sanitation space station, they would be apprehended en masse by military police and escorted to a military tribunal for trial. Compared to the major general rank Zhu Xianda offered, Lin Nian valued his life far more. Such a rank would only be worth pursuing if one were assured of survival. Lin Nian now felt that the rank of colonel suited him just fine. He had already reached a sufficiently high position and could not aspire for more. Commander, why do you keep repeating that? I said it's a private channel. It won't be recorded, that we can speak freely. We all in this together. Let us lay it all on the table. Otherwise, when we return, we'll all be hailed as the accomplishments of our subordinates. Zhou Kajin lamented in the channel. His voice was exceedingly grating. Zhou Kajin, shut your crowing mouth. Wei Rinda rarely raised his voice, but he did so now. Indeed, be silent. Your voice is unbearable. Mo Yingguang interjected, unable to resist. No, I refuse. I still have a bright future ahead. How could I have gotten into trouble because of a mere Imperial prince? Help! Zhou Kajin continued to wail. Commander, there's a communication request, when Huaiyun suddenly informed him. Lin Nian quickly stood from his command post. Simultaneously exiting the private chat channel, Zhou Kajin's clamoring ceased immediately. Whose is it? The Central Command? No, it is Wen Rong. When Huaiyun shook his head, his expression somewhat complicated as he spoke. Lin Nian, on the other hand, clenched his fists in an instant. He had not forgotten how when Yuan had crossed over him to bind his family at the 007 sanitation space station. Was Wen Rong intending to use this matter to threaten him? By the way, can we communicate directly at this distance? Lin Nian quietly inquired of Wen Huaiyun. Commander, there is no problem. The Central Star Domain is adjacent to the Shadow Cloud Star Domain, so normal contact can still be maintained. Wen Huaiyun replied. Then bring it over to me, Lin Nian said. Not long after, A communication message was transmitted. This communication port also required private authorization, and only Lin Nian himself could grant it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Nian chose to authorize it. A light screen floated out, and the connection was established. Wen Rong appeared on the screen. Major General Wen Rong. Lin Nian saluted him proactively, as he was indeed someone who had supported him. And Lin Nian intended to maintain a basic level of respect. Lin Nian, this is a communication between friends. No need for formalities, Wen Rong said, glancing at Lin Nian before looking past him, fixating on Wen Huayun behind him. It appears that Wen Huayun has wagered everything on you, even arranging for your family in advance. Lin Nian was taken aback. He couldn't help but glance at Wen Huayun beside him. What did Wen Rong's words mean? Was his family now in Wen Huayun's hands? Wen Huayun, meeting his gaze, seemed to flinch slightly. Of course, Wen Huayun could not hear his conversation with Wen Rong. Lin Nian temporarily set aside his questions and continued to look at Wen Rong. All right, let's return to the main topic. Lin Nian, Lu Yili is brutal and unrelenting. My father intends to raise an army to resist Lu Yili's rule and is currently gathering the strength of the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 7th interstellar fleets. Naturally, we hope that your 1st interstellar fleet can join us in this endeavor. What do you think, Lin Nian? Wen Rong posed a question that weighed heavily on his mind to Lin Nian. Lin Nian fell silent. He recalled what Zhu Xian had said in the video, when Yuan had previously switched sides with remarkable decisiveness. But what was he trying to do now? Why attack Lu Yili at this juncture? Was it due to unequal distribution of spoils? Why not act sooner? Lu Yili had already occupied by Mongstar, yet only now did when Yuan speak of resisting him. It seemed utterly unreliable. Lin Nian quickly dismissed the thought. I am sorry, Major General Wen Rong. I must decline. I only accept orders from the Imperial Central Command. Lin Nian's tone was exceedingly flat. After speaking, he saluted Wen Rong, adopting an expression of official business. Chapter 67. The Suicide of Wen Yuan. That's so? I understand. Then farewell, Lin Nian. Wen Rong sighed upon hearing this, shaking his head in resignation. Yet as he uttered his final words, it felt like a farewell. Goodbye, Major General Wen Rong. Lin Nian once again rendered a standard salute to Wen Rong. Strictly speaking, this was a debt he owed Wen Rong, a debt of gratitude he had yet to repay. But separating personal feelings from duty, Lin Nian harbored a very poor impression of Wen Yuan, Wen Rong's father. For Lin Nian, Wen Rong was one individual, and Wen Yuan was another. Certainly, Lin Nian's refusal of Wen Rong was not solely due to Wen Yuan. It was largely because he did not wish to fight, especially not to become entangled in this political turmoil, nor did he desire to engage in battle under the leadership of someone like Wen Yuan. Particularly after learning of Wen Yuan's past, Lin Nian's resolve only solidified. Wen Yuan had continuously backstabbed his superiors. If he were to betray Lu Yili now, his actions bore no difference from those of the infamous Elbu. Such treachery was something he found utterly disgraceful. Since Wen Yuan would betray his superiors for his own benefit, what would stop him from doing the same to his subordinates? Wouldn't they have even fewer reservations about rebelling? Lin Nian silently watched as the screen before him faded away, slowly lowering his hand. Commander, what happened with Major General Wen Rong? When Huayun inquired at this moment, Lin Nian did not respond. He could not divulge the contents of his conversation with Wen Rong. He shook his head. Chief of Staff Wen, my family is in your custody. Is that correct? Lin Nian turned back to look at Wen Huayun, questioning him. I apologize. Please forgive my presumptuousness. Wen Huayun straightened his posture and saluted Lin Nian earnestly. No, I did not mean to blame you. On the contrary, I must thank you for helping us avert a disaster. At this point, Lin Nian was drenched in cold sweat. If his family were indeed in Wen Yuan's hands, then the person who had just approached him for negotiation might not have been Wen Rong, but rather Wen Yuan himself, using some form of coercion to compel his compliance, perhaps ordering him to lead the 1st interstellar fleet against Lu Yili. He would be forced into the political infighting within the empire. Lin Nian currently could not see the situation clearly, neither siding with Wen Yuan nor Lu Yili aligned with his intentions. He had originally only wished to survive on the battlefield. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had already become the highest commander of a fleet, wielding the power to alter the fates of many. Now he had to contemplate how he ought to utilize this power. Lin Nian harbored a strong premonition that the empire's political turmoil would soon engulf him. He turned to gaze out of the transparent viewport. The bow of Warship 378 still advancing resolutely. In the empty cloud, star domain at the wreckage of the flagship of the Qianxian sect, hundreds of warships approached slowly. Dozens of people were released into space, and a group equipped with jetpacks gradually flew toward the wreckage. At the same time, within the flagship of the Qianxian sect, Han Tianzu was silently observing everything before him. Master, the exploration team has returned with news. They have discovered the bodies of Master Han Tianzu and the Chief of Staff and are bringing them back. A crew member reported softly. Han Tianzu's hands clenched and then relaxed repeatedly. Lin Nian had left a deep imprint in his mind. He longed for revenge, but the shadow Lin Nian cast over him was too profound. The Qianxian fleet could not possibly defeat Lin Nian. It was simply impossible. Moreover, they were currently too weak. The immediate priority was to strengthen their own power. The first interstellar fleet had already departed from the Hongyun star domain. Now was the moment for him to unleash his potential. Let us go. Orders. Target the Hongyun star domain. Set sail. Han Tianzu commanded with a sweeping gesture. He needed to once again plunder the Empire's populace. Turning those individuals into his soldiers and followers of the Qianxian sect, he also needed to find someone akin to his elder brother, the Chief of Staff, to strategize for him. In short, everything was far from over. The Qianxian sect was not finished, nor was Han Tianzu. At the Central Star Domain 007 Sanitation Space Station, in a certain secret chamber, numerous influential figures gathered. When Yurin surveyed them, commanders or chief of staff in the four fleets, most of whom were his old subordinates. Notably, the acting captain of the 7th Interstellar Fleet had traveled specifically from Yinlan Star via a fixed-point teleportation array. Gentlemen, I have summoned you all today to discuss a matter of great importance. When Yuran said with a serious expression, unconsciously adopting the commanding presence of a former commander as he looked down upon the others, "Sir, what is it?" The commanders exchanged glances, sensing the urgency as when Yuran had directly summoned them all. Lu Yili is behaving tyrannically at Baimong Star, brutal and unrelenting, indulgent and extravagant. I am determined to overthrow Lu Yili. When Yuran declared his intentions, however, the response he received was an eerie silence. "Sir, why now? Why did you not take action during the Shuyun Star Domain incident? Why did you not act when Prince Zhu urged you to? Why, after your surrender to Lu Yili, do you choose to do this now? Why?" Colonel Chun of the 2nd Interstellar Fleet was the first to speak, his gaze sharp as a barrage of questions rained down upon Wen Yuran. Wen Yuran opened his mouth but could not utter a word. "Sir, you have betrayed us 3 times in succession. How can we trust you?" Colonel Chin shook his head, indicating he had no intention of saying more, and strode out. The remaining commanders, including Ning Shouting and others, exchanged glances before departing the chamber, leaving only Wen Yuran and his son, Wen Rong. "Father, what should we do now?" Wen Rong had not anticipated such an outcome, particularly the immense negative impact of his father's earlier surrender to Lu Yili. His father had lost the support of the people. What should they do? A bitter expression crossed Wen Yuran's face. "Child, you must flee quickly. Head to Qianxian Star immediately and take our entire family with you. Go to the Northern Star Domain at once." Wen Yuran spoke in a somber tone. Since his old subordinates were unwilling to heed his orders anymore, it was plausible that someone might report him to Lu Yili. Remaining in the Central Star Domain would be exceedingly perilous for them. Lu Yili would undoubtedly seek retribution, just as he had done to Zhu Xian. 3 days from now. You will depart from here. Someone will guide you out of the Empire. Do not fail to keep your promise. In the presence of Wen Rong, Wen Yuran unfurled a star map and pointed to a location in the northern sector of the Central Star region, from which one could directly reach the Human Republic. "Father, what about you? What do you intend to do?" Wen Rong inquired anxiously. "Do you not concern yourself with me? You must leave at once. I have another matter to attend to." Wen Yuran forcefully pushed Wen Rong away. With lingering glances back, Wen Rong eventually departed. Wen Yuran then ambled toward his office. As he settled into his usual workspace, he gently caressed the surface of his desk. He had dedicated his life to the military, once basking in glory, orchestrating strategies from within and achieving victories from afar. Yet when faced with choices that would determine his own future, he had failed to make the right decision every single time. This time, he wished to abstain from choosing. When Yuran opened his drawer and retrieved a handgun resting within, slowly, He aimed the barrel at his own temple. After a prolonged silence, the sound of a gunshot echoed through the office. Chapter 68. A perilous atmosphere in the Imperial Assembly Hall. Lu Li furiously projected a report onto the holographic screen. IT detailed Wen Yuan's failed conspiracy and subsequent self-termination. IT pains me deeply. Among you lurk villains determined to overturn the empire. They seek to dismantle the hard-won stability we have achieved. Some have even conspired to incite rebellion. The highest commanders of the 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets, Major General Wen Yuan. I never anticipated he would be among them. Lu Li's expression turned icy. The revelation of Wen Yuan's insurrection sent a chill down his spine. Had Wen Yuan successfully rallied all 4 Imperial Star Fleets, his chances of victory would have been formidable. Fortunately, Wen Yuan's prior betrayals had already diminished his stature. Though the rebellion failed, it served as a grave warning for Lu Li. He had been far too lenient, allowing thoughts of rebellion to fester. Such insubordination was utterly intolerable to him. This time, he would initiate a thorough purge. He intended to place his loyalists within the entire military and government apparatus. And anyone linked to the Wen family would face reckoning. Bang! Lu Li slammed his fist onto the council table. Bring me Colonel Qian of the 2nd Star Fleet. With a furious shout, Colonel Qian was brought forth. Battered and bruised by the military police, Lu Li seized Qian by the hair. Tell me, who else is involved with the individuals mentioned in this anonymous letter? Lu Li barked at the assembly of Imperial officials. Bah! Colonel Qian, eyes glinting with mockery, spat blood at Lu Li. The fluid struck Lu Li's face, igniting his fury. Without hesitation, Lu Li drew his handgun and pressed it against Qian's head. Bang! The gunshot reverberated throughout the Imperial Assembly Hall, causing all present to tremble. Lu Li's recent display of brutality had not gone unnoticed, and the public execution of Colonel Qian marked a shocking turn of events, even during Prince Zhu Xianda's administration. Such an act had not occurred. Zhu Xianda had refrained from executing General Wang, who had been detrimental to the defense of Baimong Star, in order to maintain some semblance of dignity for the empire. But Lu Li clearly had no such intentions. Remove him, he ordered dismissively. Wiping his face clean with a handkerchief offered by his aide, the body of Colonel Qian was dragged away, leaving a trail of blood that lingered in the hall. While the heavy scent of iron filled the air, all present fell silent, heads bowed, too fearful to meet Lu Li's gaze. Listen closely. Anyone may report to me, as long as the information is verified as true and valid. I will ensure the informant receives immediate promotion. Anyone with ties to Wen Yuan, regardless of rank or position. Arrest them all. Execute them on the spot. With these words, Lu Li departed the assembly hall without a backward glance. Only then did the ministers dare to lift their heads, their expressions reminiscent of a frightened young emperor encountering Lu Li for the first time. Qianxian maintained his silence, observing the bloodstained trail on the floor. Its vivid red hue painfully striking. The empire needed someone to topple Lu Li's tyrannical rule, but he silently resolved to identify potential candidates among the commanders of the Imperial Star Fleet capable of overthrowing Lu Li. Lu Li's greatest reliance was on the 5th and 6th Star Fleets. Only another Star Fleet could contend with them. Qianxian began to tally the forces at his disposal. The 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets had been rendered ineffective. Their officers above the rank of captain captured by the Central Military Police and executed without trial. These capable mid-level commanders had not perished on the battlefield, but had succumbed to the extreme brutality of political purges within the empire. Thus, they were no longer a consideration. Qianxian sighed. While Wen Yuan's character may have been questionable, his troops were among the few elite forces in the Imperial Central Army. Witnessing their demise at Lu Li's hands was disheartening. After a moment of mourning for those distinguished leaders, he continued his assessment, focusing next on the 4th Star Fleet. Ning Xiaoding had remained untouched by the current turmoil, maintaining his usual low profile. Although he had once served under Wen Yuan, Lu Li chose to remain silent regarding the 4th Star Fleet's fate, despite the widely known relationship between Wen Yuan and Ning Xiaoding. Qianxian believed this silence stemmed from the formidable strength of the 4th Star Fleet. Currently stationed at the distant 020 Sanitation Space Station, far removed from Lu Li's grasp and capable of retreating at any moment. Qianxian nodded. recognizing this as a potential strength. Next, he turned his attention to the 7th-star fleet, whose acting commander was also a former subordinate of Wen Yuan. The original fleet commander, Major General Shen Liang, had been parachuted into the 7th-star fleet by Zhu Xianda to alter the situation. Yet Shen had proven ineffective, meeting defeat and death. There was potential for contact here. Qianxian noted this down in his mind. Finally, there remained one last force, albeit an incomplete one, the 1st-star fleet. Dispatched on a mission against the rebellion under Han Tianzhu, which had yet to return to the Central Star region. The fleet's only drawback was the absence of a core warship, a super-large vessel. However, it was said that acting commander Lin Nian was quite capable. Zhu Xianda had effectively shot himself in the foot. Had he adequately equipped Lin Nian, the 1st-star fleet could have returned sooner and averted Lu Yili's breach of their defenses. Qianxian regretted having invited Lu Yili into the fray in his efforts against Zhu Xianda. It had proven to be a grave miscalculation. All in all, this fleet could be considered a tenuous strength. He made a note of this final fleet. The other Imperial fleets were either stationed in the outer territories or had been annihilated, with no hope of reconstituting their ranks and personnel in the near future. Lord Xie, what are you pondering? A minister inquired, approaching him. Qianxian returned to the present, noticing that more than one person stood behind the minister. In the absence of Lu Yili, the Imperial Assembly Hall had begun to cluster with small groups, discussing trivial matters. While Lu Yili could leave at will, they could not. It was not yet time for their departure. Why not gather for a meeting after we leave? One individual suggested, his tone deceptively casual, yet his eyes conveyed a different intent. Qianxian understood almost instantly. Lu Yili's penchant for violence had instilled fear in everyone present, and they, like him, were plotting to dismantle his rule. Once the civil officials reached a consensus, they would need to bolster the last, most critical component, military force. Chapter 69. A desperate situation on board warship 378. The order was clear. Repair the ship's damage swiftly and return the 1st-star fleet to the Central Star region. Marshal Lu Yili awaited the accolades for their achievements at Baimong Star. Ji Yuhanzhou's face was grave as he addressed them through the holographic screen. Yes, Lin Nian and the others stood attentively, saluting the holographic image of Gu Hanzhou. Once the transmission ended, Lin Nian lowered his hand. The good news was that Lu Yili had finally remembered them. The bad news was that those who had captured his attention were likely doomed. Wen Yuan's suicide had instigated a climate of fear among all officers associated with him, as Lu Yili had gone mad with bloodlust in the Central Star region. Anyone discovered to have connections to Wen Yuan faced immediate execution, with no semblance of a trial. Unfortunately for Lin Nian, he was among those with deep ties to Wen Yuan. Wen Rong was his patron, and Wen Yuan was Wen Rong's father, truly a direct lineage. Thus, Lin Nian harbored profound apprehension regarding Gu Hanzhou's urgency. This proactive communication from the Central Command could merely be a ruse by Lu Yili to lure them back to the Central Star region, where they would face their demise, engage in systematic cleansing. The premonitions from years prior have come to fruition. They have been compelled to become embroiled in this political tempest due to Wen Yuan. If not handled properly, death awaits them all. Commander, you hail from the ranks of the 3rd Interstellar Fleet. Lu Yili's invitation for our return is undoubtedly insidious. The entire Central Star domain is now rife with discussions of Lu Yili's brutality. We cannot return. To do so would be a path to certain demise. Zhou Qijin has openly declared this in front of all the captains and crew on the bridge. The Interstellar Fleet is an exceptionally unique entity, with an overwhelming sense of unity. Once self-interest is at stake, it becomes a matter of shared glory or shared ruin. There has never been a situation where individuals are discussed separately. This is due to the peculiar nature of interstellar warfare. When faced with battle, every life is bound together. Should the ship they occupy be obliterated by the enemy, they are essentially doomed to perish together. None shall escape. This inherent reality fosters a sense of solidarity among the crew, from the highest ranks to the lowest, easily coalescing into a singular purpose after each engagement. Judging by Lu Yili's recent purging actions, this new Imperial Marshal is acutely aware of this fact. His initial moves target the senior officers within the fleet systematically. Yet Lin Nian hails from Wen Yuan's faction. Should action be taken against Lin Nian, it will inevitably extend to commanders like Zhou Keqin, with no one able to evade the consequences. Indeed, while Major Zhou may be prone to lamentations, the likelihood of such an outcome is high. Yinguang could not restrain himself from agreeing with Zhou Keqin. Perhaps returning is no longer an option. Indeed, Commander, let us consider another location that we shall not return to the Central Star Domain. Some captains propose this to Lin Nian. Yes, we can seek refuge elsewhere for the time being. Once circumstances shift, we can emerge again. Numerous captains endorsed this suggestion, even deeming it a prudent idea. Lin Nian remained silent, gripping the railing before him, pondering their future path. This matter transcends his individual fate. The future of the entire crew is entwined with his own. Under Lu Yili's current posture, returning would likely lead to reckoning. Escape is not an option. Not only would his family suffer repercussions, but so too would the families of his subordinates. We cannot flee if we abandon ship. What will become of our families? Lin Nian spoke slowly, silencing the captains who had previously thought they had found a solution. What is this absurdity? They returned from battle only to find the Empire has undergone a transformation, and they have become targets for retribution. Although Major Guhanzhou spoke eloquently, who now dares to trust Lu Yili? The Central Star Domain is awash with violence and political strife, a brutal reality they have witnessed before. Commander, an unfamiliar signal has been received. Identity verification indicates it is an Imperial Council member, Qianxian. When Huayan suddenly approached him, breathless, Lin Nian's expression was one of confusion. He had never heard of this title or name. Commander, I am acquainted with this individual. He is part of the central decision-making body. Lu Yili has just dispatched someone to communicate with us on behalf of the Central Command. There is no need for another round. Perhaps we should listen, Yinguang suggested proactively. Very well, Lin Nian nodded. They are profoundly uninformed regarding the situation in the Central Star Domain and indeed require authentic internal intelligence. As for whether Qianxian is trustworthy, Lin Nian resolved to listen first. After all, they currently find themselves trapped in a dilemma. Advancing likely leads to death, while retreat offers no sanctuary. With the authorization information entered, a new interface materialized in the center. The middle-aged man appeared within. I am Qianxian. May I inquire who represents the First Interstellar Fleet as the acting commander? Lin Nian? Qianxian scanned the room, quickly noticing the 10 captains also present on the screen. I am he. What is your business? Lin Nian nodded slightly to Qianxian. Gentlemen, you are doomed. Are you aware of this? Qianxian's opening statement was a bombshell. The expressions of Yinguang and the others shifted dramatically, confirming that Lu Yili would indeed take action against them, as opposed to the mere possibility of it. The distinction was monumental. They felt the last vestiges of hope within them burst like a bubble. What evidence do you possess? Just moments ago, Major Guhanzhou was in contact, instructing us to return as normal, stating we would be commended for quelling the Qianxian sect. Zhou Keqin exclaimed, agitated, as if his tail had been grasped. Evidence? Certainly, you may see for yourselves. Qianxian produced a decree beside him. Upon the first interstellar fleet's return to the 001 sanitation space station, all officers of school rank and above are to be apprehended and executed on the spot. Without trial, the bottom of the decree, the signature of Lu Yili was clearly inscribed in handwriting. Qianxian verified the authenticity of the decree before everyone present. Such a decree could not be forged. Lin Nian immediately heard the collective intake of breath from his subordinates, their faces draining of color in an instant. Why? We had no involvement in Yuan's rebellion. Why would Lu Yili treat us in such a manner? This is unjust. Zhou Keqin's voice, shrill and indignant, echoed. The other captains gazed at Qianxian incredulously. Ridiculous. Have you forgotten your other identity? For instance, as a direct descendant of Prince Zhu Xianda. A trace of mockery flickered across Qianxian's face. Upon hearing this, all the captains fell silent. Lin Nian could only shake his head in resignation. In light of this, his situation was even more precarious. He was both a direct descendant of Yuan and a scion of Zhu Xianda, essentially marked for death. Chapter 70. The only path. So, what do you intend to do? Lin Nian cut through Qianxian's convoluted discourse and directly questioned his purpose. He would not be fooled into believing that Qianxian had contacted the first interstellar fleet solely to inform them of their impending doom. Zhu Xianda has bestowed upon you a decree, has he not? The last decree issued before his demise. Qianxian still did not directly answer Lin Nian's inquiry, instead referencing Zhu Xianda's decree that we are warriors. Devoid of the intricate scheming characteristic of your scholarly class. Get to the point. Lin Nian was beginning to grow impatient. Lin Nian, I hope you will fulfill the prince's final command, to eliminate Lu Ili. Qianxian stated earnestly that he understood that uttering these words effectively left him vulnerable to Lin Nian. However, based on this interaction, Lin Nian appeared to be a more favorable ally than Ning Xiaoting or Fu Qinyuan. Fu Qinyuan served as the acting commander of the 7th Interstellar Fleet, and both had their own escape routes, one at the 020 Sanitation Space Station, the other on Yanlan Star. But Lin Nian had no such avenue. The entirety of the 1st Interstellar Fleet was trapped. Hesitate would mean death. Naturally, Lin Nian's current demeanor was not reckless. He consistently engaged in verbal sparring when faced with insinuations, demonstrating considerable wisdom. Are you not concerned that I shall relay your recent statements to Marshal Lu Ili, using your head to barter for our survival? Lin Nian continued, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Qianxian. That is acceptable. Yet, you shall still meet your demise. This is no mere hyperbole. You may test this theory. Qianxian nodded slightly, fully aware of Lu Ili's true nature. Lin Nian, as long as he was not foolish, would surely understand. Lin Nian fell silent, recognizing that Qianxian had more to say. Indeed, it was not long before Qianxian resumed speaking. Thus, I am your only lifeline at present. Let us join forces. I shall provide you with strategies. Of course, I cannot assist you in combat. You are already ensnared in a deadlock. The question now is whether you can carve out a path to survival for yourselves. Your fates do not rest in my hands, but rather in your own. Qianxian spoke gravely, delving into a deeper discussion with Lin Nian, whose attitude had begun to shift. What do you mean? Are you suggesting we should fight our way back? Lu Ili commands at least 4 Imperial interstellar fleets. How do you expect us to engage in battle? Zhou Kejin interjected suddenly. Qianxian cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Kejin, but chose to remain silent. Sensing that this individual was not particularly astute, you have connections with others. Are there reinforcements? Is it the 4th and 7th interstellar fleets? Lin Nian queried eagerly, having noted Qianxian's demeanor. Lin Nian, you are quite astute to have deduced that. A smile crept across Qianxian's face. He preferred conversing with individuals like Lin Nian, finding it far more comfortable than with someone like Zhou Kejin. It was not difficult to guess that I have been cornered due to my ties with Prince Zhu Xianda and General Wen Yuren. The commanders of the 4th and 7th interstellar fleets are also connected to Wen Yuren. With the purging of the 2nd and 3rd interstellar fleets, a palpable sense of fear gripped everyone. Lin Nian voiced his thoughts, prompting many to cast sidelong glances at him, particularly the captains like Mo Yanguang. It was no wonder that Lin Nian had been recommended by Wen Yuren and had received an extraordinary promotion from Zhu Xianda. His quick thinking was evident, thus elevating Lin Nian's command abilities significantly. You are correct. Major General Ning Xiaoting and Colonel Fu Qinyuan will be your reinforcements. Once you enter the Central Star Domain and fire the first shot in rebellion against Lu Ili, their respective fleets will arrive to support you. Qianxian stated earnestly. But what if they do not show up? Lin Nian immediately identified the flaw in this plan. Therefore, you must make them believe that they can indeed make an appearance. Qianxian replied, his smile remaining, though it was unsettling. Lin Nian understood Qianxian's implications. The 1st Interstellar Fleet would serve as the vanguard in the rebellion against Lu Ili, inevitably becoming his primary target. Thus, they had to secure victory in that battle by any means necessary. Failure to win would mean the absence of any reinforcements. How many interstellar fleets must we contend with? Lin Nian inhaled deeply and inquired once more. 2 or 3. To be honest, I am not optimistic about your chances. Qianxian candidly shook his head. You scoundrel, if you have no faith in us, why send us out? Mo Yanguang exclaimed, but Lin Nian raised his hand to silence him. But we have no other options left, do we? Lin Nian regarded Qianxian solemnly. Indeed, this is the only method for your survival. Since death is inevitable, why not fight with all your might? Qianxian posed a rhetorical question, Very well, that I understand. Shall we depart immediately? Lin Nian nodded, agreeing to replace the entire first interstellar fleet and commit to this course of action, causing a complex array of expressions among the others. This signified that there was no turning back. Their next adversary would no longer be the cult of the wild sky, but rather the formal Imperial forces. Akin to their own interstellar fleet, infighting would be most perilous. No, not now. The timing is not right. You must wait and continue to delay your advance until Lu Ili completes his coup. Only then will the royal decree you hold from Qianxian exert its maximum effect. Only then will you be justified in your actions, Si Yunjian advised Lin Nian gravely. All right, I comprehend. We shall await this news, Lin Nian acknowledged. He had indeed not considered the significance of being justified. He had only entertained the notion of engaging directly in combat, as it was the only path to survival. Take care, Colonel Lin Nian. We look forward to welcoming you at by Mangstar. The heroes of the Empire, Si Yunjian said, standing tall and bowing at 90 degrees to all present. Certainly, Lin Nian replied promptly. Straightening his posture to salute Si Yunjian, with the others following suit. Yes, Qianxian's hologram faded. Lin Nian lowered his hand. Commander, are we truly going to? Yin Guang began, but he could not suppress the tremor that coursed through him at the thought of the battles ahead. This time, they would not be facing the cult of the wild sky, but rather an Imperial interstellar fleet of equal might, and not just when Yin Guang lacked the confidence for victory. And the expressions of the others mirrored his trepidation. Major Mo, and everyone, Lin Nian surveyed them all, recognizing the fear and unease in their eyes. We will prevail. Please trust me. Lin Nian's voice was calm, yet powerful, imbued with a strange force that immediately steadied Mo Yin Guang. The confidence Lin Nian conveyed not only calmed Mo Yin Guang, but also dispelled the anxiety of the crew, rekindling their resolve. They looked solemnly at Lin Nian in the center of the bridge. Yes, Commander, Mo Yin Guang shouted, and everyone immediately stood tall, saluting Lin Nian. Chapter 71. The Usurpation of Lu Ili by Mangstar. In the Imperial Council chamber, Lu Ili strode in with his head held high. Upon meeting the speaker, all ministers lowered their postures in deference, as those who refused to show respect had already been executed, leaving a river of blood in their wake. The recent rebellion of Wen Yurun had provided Lu Ili with a pretext to cleanse dissenters, and the purging campaign was in full swing. High-ranking officers of the Imperial Central Army fell one after another. Even those spared by Prince Zhu Xianda were dragged out and summarily executed. The same fate befell civil officials. Lu Ili gendarmerie rampaged daily, casting a pall of terror throughout. Ultimately, no one on by Mangstar dared to oppose Lu Ili, and all sang his praises, expressing their joy and admiration. Recently, auspicious omens have appeared frequently on by Mangstar. What do you make of this? Lu Ili settled into his chair as speaker, intentionally broaching the topic of auspicious signs. It is a sign of celestial favor, a testament to the speaker's benevolence. Were it not for the speaker's courageous stand against tyranny, overthrowing the brutal Zhu Xianda, we, along with his majesty, would be doomed to endure a protracted existence in a blood-soaked terror, Si Yunjian proclaimed first, echoing the sentiments Lu Ili wished to hear. Naturally, some subtle intentions lay hidden within his words, such as the metaphor of blood-soaked terror, for Zhu Xianda had not committed such unconscionable acts. Haha, you flatter me. I cannot claim such credit. Lu Ili quickly waved his hand in modesty. At this moment, he stood atop the world, fully in command of both military and political spheres, experiencing an unprecedented swell of pride. Entirely oblivious to Si Yunjian's veiled insinuations. No, my lord, you undoubtedly possess that qualification. Moreover, Si Yunjian stood, turning to face the assembly. The speaker has conferred immense benefits upon his majesty, us, and the empire. I propose we recommend Speaker Lu Ili for a royal title. Si Yunjian's impassioned declaration struck a chord with Lu Ili, filling him with immense satisfaction. The entire Imperial Council chamber erupted in excitement at the prospect of recommending Lu Ili for a royal title. Whispers filled the air, and among the ranks of Lu Ili's loyalists and kin, elation was palpable, for they could scarcely wait to see Lu Ili ascend to the throne. Meanwhile, Those who had witnessed Liu Yili's reign of blood-soaked terror were rendered impotent. Fearful of expressing their anger, if Liu Yili were to be granted a royal title, the next step would surely be to bestow upon him 9 honors, subsequently ousting Zhu Runhe and ascending to the pinnacle of the human empire. Many gazes turned to the imperial seat, where the young emperor remained cradled in his nurse's arms, stripped of his former indulgence, now overtaken by an unmistakable fear. Silence. What? Do you have any objections? As murmurs grew louder, and some unflattering remarks emerged, Gu Hanzhou stood and shouted for all to hear that he was a staunch supporter of Liu Yili, commanding the mightiest 5th interstellar fleet under Liu Yili's banner. Should Liu Yili ascend to emperor, he would have the opportunity to become the imperial marshal, and anyone who impeded his rise would become his adversary. Upon Gu Hanzhou's proclamation, the ministers fell silent, reminded that this council chamber was now under Liu Yili's dominion, and should Liu Yili become displeased, none would escape unscathed. Therefore, I propose we formally beseech His Majesty's approval to elevate Liu Yili to the title of Peace King. In gratitude for the peace and hope he has brought us, Qianxian immediately pressed forward with Liu Yili's usurpation scheme, turning to address the young emperor. Liu Yili remained silent throughout, yet the corners of his mouth remained turned upward, particularly pleased with Qianxian, his newly acquired mouthpiece. Observe what it means to discern the will from above. This is it. I shall set a precedent. I agree to the title of king. Qianxian raised his hand first. The other ministers exchanged glances, while Gu Hanzhou kept a watchful eye on them, prepared to drag any dissenters into the ongoing purging campaign. I agree. One minister raised his hand, followed by a second, then a third and fourth. Soon, they surpassed the requisite 10 votes. Under Liu Yili's oppressive presence, it passed unanimously to, "Oh dear, what merit have I to deserve this? Are you all conspiring against me?" Liu Yili began to feign humility, pretending to refuse the honor. All present remained silent, observing Liu Yili's clumsy performance. Days later, Liu Yili formally announced across the entire imperial territory that he had supplanted Zhu Runhe to become the new emperor of the human empire. I shall continue to lead the human empire, to shelter the subjects, and bestow blessings upon the world. Glory belongs to the empire. Liu Yili stands before a multitude of cameras, solemnly taking an oath, his voice resonating with a loyalty unique to the empire. These are the words that countless imperial generals would utter only at the twilight of their lives, now deliberately articulated by Liu Yili to amplify the grandeur of his ascension. Thunderous applause erupts within the grand hall, resounding incessantly. Liu Yili revels in this moment of radiance that is exclusively his. The dense crowd gradually parts, revealing a crimson carpet that stretches upward. At the end of the carpet stands the former emperor, Zhu Runhe, alone and shivering, cradling the jade seal that symbolizes his imperial status. Once Liu Yili accepts the jade seal from Zhu Runhe's trembling hands, he will complete this grand usurpation ceremony. A triumphant smile adorns Liu Yili's face as he strides forward amidst the overwhelming cheers of the crowd. He gazes down upon the somewhat naive Zhu Runhe, who trembles in the face of Liu Yili's imposing presence. Nanny, Zhu Runhe turns to look at his distant caretaker, calling out softly in a childlike voice. The nanny's eyes brim with tears as she gazes fearfully at Liu Yili, repeatedly gesturing a lifting motion. Urging Zhu Runhe to mimic her, it seems Zhu Runhe finally comprehends, his small hands trembling as he extends the plate holding the jade seal to Liu Yili. Liu Yili, seemingly weary of intimidating an ignorant child, seizes the jade seal with a powerful grip and turns to face the assembly, raising the seal aloft with one hand, both a display and a proclamation. Long live the new emperor! The crowd bows in unison, chanting fervently. Among them is Qianxian, whose bowed head conceals a glimmer of cold resolve. Liu Yili has betrayed the very slogan that once heralded his march into the central star domain. This man is not here to purify the court, but to fulfill his personal ambitions. All legitimacy surrounding Liu Yili in Baimong Star evaporates with this act of usurpation. Liu Yili's impatience has laid bare his wolfish ambition. At this moment, Qianxian yearns for Lin Nian, hoping that the first interstellar fleet will emerge to uphold their commitment to vanquish Liu Yili, Chapter 72. The Edict Against the Usurper in the Vastness of Space. A solitary asteroid drifts aimlessly. Suddenly, a colossal warship bursts into its core domain, its immense hull surging forward with a commanding gray-white hue. The ship's bow collides forcefully with the asteroid, leaving a fresh indentation on its surface before the asteroid spins away into the depths of space. Meanwhile, the massive warship continues its rapid advance. As it passes by the rotating asteroid, a giant 378 appears, accompanied by a series of slightly smaller names. Among these, the final name is distinctly marked as Lin Nian. Following the path of this warship, more large vessels trail behind, their yellow-white exhaust flames blazing, heading directly toward the nearby central star domain. Following them are additional medium and small warships, forming a complete Imperial interstellar fleet. Each vessel glimmers with lights, their hulls adorned with countless white points, and one can even faintly discern figures bustling about within on the flagship of the first interstellar fleet in the command bridge of the 378 warship. All personnel are engaged in high-intensity operations. Report: the power system has been fully checked. All normal. The interstellar fighters are ready for deployment. All normal. The energy shields are preloaded. All normal. Heavy laser cannons and shipborne artillery have passed inspection. All normal. The reports echo through the command bridge as Lin Nian stands on the second floor, silently observing the busy crew while his gaze shifts to a central screen displaying the ongoing coronation of Lu Yili. As Qianxian has predicted, Lu Yili has indeed usurped power, and now it is time for them to take action. Lin Nian's heart trembles with an unsettling sense of uncertainty about the future. Yet he conceals it from others. He must serve as a beacon of resolve. Having made a decision, Lin Nian will not choose retreat. Initially indifferent to who ascended the throne, for him, it all seemed distant. But now, the stakes have changed, as Qianxian articulated. Even if you were to acknowledge Lu Yili as emperor, Lu Yili would not spare their fleet. The mid-level commanders would face immediate execution, and the lower-ranked soldiers would find no sanctuary. Marked as expendable fodder, and O1 would mourn their lives. From the moment Lu Yili set his sights on the first interstellar fleet, there was no turning back. Commander, the 012 warship, and its affiliated vessels are ready. Mo Yangwang's screen pops up as he salutes Lin Nian with a serious expression. Commander, the 008 warship and its affiliates are also ready. Wei Rinda calls out loudly. Following suit are Zhou Kajin and other commanding officers of large warships, all reporting gravely to Lin Nian. You have worked hard. Lin Nian acknowledges them in return. Now, it falls upon me. He turns to his side where Huayin stands, who nods solemnly in agreement. Qianxian has prepared a full-range broadcast signal for them, and Lin Nian's declaration will resonate across the Imperial domain, just as Lu Yili's usurpation proclamation did. When Huayin reaches for a button beside her, and a microphone gradually rises from the first floor to the second, finally resting before Lin Nian's command position. Commander, let us commence. Mo Yangwang speaks first, and the other commanders nod in agreement. Even Zhou Kajin, previously aloof, now solemnly nods at Lin Nian. Lin Nian takes a deep breath, leaning forward slightly to stand before the microphone. Chief of Staff 1, please activate it. Yes, she replies, pressing a button. Once more, a countdown appears on the screen before Lin Nian. 3, 2, 1. Lin Nian maintains a steady gaze, refraining from speaking immediately, allowing several seconds of silence to linger as if transcending the lens to confront Lu Yili directly. He raises his hand and pulls out Zhu Xian's edict, waiting for it to finish before turning to the central screen. Speaking with utmost gravity, citizens of the Empire, I am Major General Lin Nian, commander of the First Interstellar Fleet. Here I solemnly declare that I will never recognize Lu Yili as the Emperor of the Empire. Lu Yili, under the pretense of military council, has enacted usurpation. Since Lu Yili seized control of the capital star, he has shed blood without restraint, leaving countless innocents, dissenters, and opponents as victims beneath his sword. Lu Yili and his ilk are disloyal to his majesty, unkind to their peers, and unjust to the populace. We shall uphold the last will of Prince Zhu Xian and lead the First Interstellar Fleet to vanquish the usurper Lu Yili. We, the First Interstellar Fleet, vow to repay His Majesty's profound grace with our lives. Glory belongs to the Empire. Lin Nian's gaze is unwavering as he shouts the final line, striking his right shoulder with force. We vow to repay His Majesty's grace with our lives. Glory belongs to the Empire. The 10 commanders echo Lin Nian's solemn declaration, and in an instant, the crew within the command bridge stands at attention, uniformly striking their right shoulders and chanting in unison. Meanwhile, Lin Nian's image rapidly disseminates throughout the Imperial domain. On Yanlan Star, within the command bridge of the 7th Interstellar Fleet, all crew members witness Lin Nian's final vow, deeply imprinting his youthful visage in their memories. The reason is simple. Lin Nian is the first individual to publicly oppose Lu Yili since his declaration of ascension, during Lu Yili's reign over the Central Star Domain. The populace harbors immense resentment towards this tyrant, with countless lives lost to his baseless persecution. Yet no one dared to step forward, for they all understood the peril of being the first bird to stick its head out. Moreover, Lu Yili commanded a fleet that was genuinely loyal to him. One could easily find themselves sent to the underworld. Yet in this dire circumstance, Lin Nian chose to stand up, leading his first interstellar fleet directly toward the Central Star Domain. As the acting commander of the 7th Interstellar Fleet, Fu Qinyuan observes Lin Nian, perceiving more than the ordinary crew. Lin Nian is a direct subordinate of Wen Yuan and has connections to Prince Qianxian. His current path is one born of desperation. The first interstellar fleet's return would also invite a thorough purge. Though Fu Qinyuan understands the reasoning behind it, he still admires Lin Nian's choice. In a decision that shapes the future, Lin Nian has taken the most arduous path. Were he in Lin Nian's position, he would have undoubtedly chosen to remain inconspicuous, abandoning his family, disbanding the fleet, or leading his fleet away from the empire. Fu Qinyuan respects Lin Nian's courage. Had Wen Yuan possessed even a fraction of Lin Nian's audacity, their Imperial Central Military would not have deteriorated to its current state. 7th Interstellar Fleet, Fu Qinyuan suddenly rises, shouting to his subordinates. Everyone immediately halts their viewing, turning toward their acting commander. Orders: depart from Yanlan Star and set course for the Central Star Domain. Fu Qinyuan issued orders directly. Acting Commander, we are... The Chief of Staff was taken aback, fearing that Fu Qinyuan, in a fit of passion, intended to follow Lin Nian to his demise. No, we are here to watch a show. Whomever prevails. We shall support that. It's a lucrative deal, is it not? A sly smile crept across Fu Qinyuan's face. Chapter 73. The Eve of Battle, 020 Sanitation Space Station, flagship of the 4th Interstellar Fleet, Bridge Room. Ning shouting finished reading Lin Nian's declaration in one breath, feeling deeply moved. Qianxian had also advised him to support Lu Yili's uprising, but he had outright rejected it. Ning shouting was no Lin Nian. He was not so foolish. Historically, the one who sticks their neck out first seldom enjoys a favorable outcome. The officials like Qianxian often relished in directing those military officers on Bamistar during their leisure. Yet, when the time came for Lu Yili to face retribution, they would be the ones wailing for mercy. He recalled their behavior when they submitted proposals to cut military officers' benefits and salaries. Where were their words of justice then? They only spoke of the greater good and loyalty to His Majesty. Yet when it came to self-preservation, they were all too adept at it. Major General Ning, now that someone has taken a lead, what shall we do? At this moment, the fleet's chief of staff and others turned to Ning shouting. He twirled a pen between his fingers, taking his time to respond. The others patiently awaited his thoughts, knowing this was how he processed matters. Suddenly, the pen in his hand came to a halt. Decide, immediately put the entire fleet on standby. Let us observe the clash between Lin Nian and Lu Yili. If Lin Nian wins, we will rally behind Zhu Renhe. If Gu Hanzhou prevails, we will support Lu Yili. This way, we maintain options on both sides, Ning shouting stated earnestly. Major General Ning, how can you be certain that Gu Hanzhou will confront Lin Nian? The Chief of Staff could not help but inquire. Because Lu Yili has no choice. If this bold bird is not swiftly taken down, many will follow suit. Lu Yili will undoubtedly dispatch the 5th Interstellar Fleet, deploying his strongest general, Gu Hanzhou. This man is one whom even General Wen Yuan is reluctant to face. His strength is formidable, Ning shouting remarked, a note of nostalgia creeping into his voice. Had Wen Yuan possessed a modicum of courage, he might have been the one seated in Lu Yili's position, and their former loyalists would not have to live in such trepidation, perhaps advancing further still. With a sigh, Ning Xiaoting regarded the righteous Lin Nian on the screen. The footage replaying his speech. This rapidly promoted young man exhibited commendable personal bravery, yet he was somewhat audacious. Was it the bravado of youth or a misguided belief in his own strength that led him to gamble his life for a mere title of Major General, as per Zhu's final wishes? Were such stakes truly worth it? Ning Xiaoting knew he would never take such a risk. While Lin Nian had performed admirably against Han Tianzhu, that was merely the cult of the wild. Once exposed, they were nothing but a rabble of peasant soldiers. How much organizational strength and combat capability could they truly possess? Ning Xiaoting harbored skepticism towards Lin Nian's achievements against the cult of the wild, particularly considering that his opponent would be Guhan Zhou. Comparing the strengths of the two sides, he felt there was no contest. Lin Nian's flagship was a large warship with hull number 378, serving as his flagship in the first interstellar fleet. In contrast, Guhan Zhou's flagship was a proper Imperial super-large warship with hull number 38. Regarding the quality of personnel, the overall caliber of the first interstellar fleet was hardly commendable. They had been thoroughly dominated by Han Tianzhu, nearly leading to their collapse. What quality could be expected from such a fleet? As for the number and scale of warships, there was no comparison. It was sheer folly for Lu Yili to pit the 5th Interstellar Fleet against Lin Yan's 1st Interstellar Fleet in a one-on-one engagement, that he should have dispatched multiple fleets to surround the 1st Interstellar Fleet, such as the newly integrated 2nd and 3rd Interstellar Fleets. They need not be the main force. As support, they would suffice. After a thorough analysis, Ning Xiaoting could only shake his head, in his eyes. Lin Yan stood no chance whatsoever. Major Ning, shall we take action now? The Chief of Staff patiently awaited Ning Xiaoting's conclusion. Let us proceed. After all, it does not affect us, at least not for now. Should the Empire's trend be to recognize Lu Yili as the new emperor, I would not mind offering Lin Yan as a tribute of loyalty to him. Why the time Ning Xiaoting uttered the last sentence. He had already considered Fu Qianxian. It was unnecessary to speculate. That old fox was undoubtedly thinking along similar lines. On Baima's star, within the Imperial Council chamber, Lu Yili sat in the position once held by Zhu Renhe. He abruptly rose, shattering the teacup in his hand. Damn it, that Lin Nian and the 1st Interstellar Fleet. How dare they invoke Zhu's false edict? The human empire is now the domain of the Lu family. These traitors must be eliminated. Bring me General Guhan Zhou and General Xiao Ling. Lu Yili urgently commanded his servant. Yes, Your Majesty. Just as the servant was about to depart, Lu Yili called him back. Wait, also summon Qianxian. Understood. The servant nodded respectfully and quickly exited. Before long, the three entered the Imperial Council chamber. The vast chamber, now sparsely populated, felt particularly desolate. Qianxian, the 1st Interstellar Fleet, has raised the banner of rebellion. They even possess the capability to broadcast throughout the realm. Someone on Baima's star has allied with them. I need you to investigate who has the audacity to act behind my back. Lu Yili was furious, his voice booming as if it could shatter the very roof. Yes, Your Majesty. You shall have your answers, Qianxian replied respectfully. Bowing, Guhan Zhou, I need you to defeat Lin Nian. Crush this pretentious jester. Let everyone know the consequences of defying me. I will not tolerate the emergence of another such individual. Lu Yili demanded, turning to his chief general. Lin Nian's defiance was a bad omen, just 5 days after his ascension. Lin Nian had the audacity to openly declare opposition to him, the new emperor. This was an affront to his authority. Lu Yili was acutely aware of the number of people opposing him. Previously, he had quelled dissent through bloodshed, relying on absolute force. But now, Lin Nian had proactively risen against him, challenging him on the very basis of military might, that if he could not demonstrate his power and forcefully suppress Lin Nian's rebellion. Eliminating this bold bird, then soon there would be a 2nd and 3rd to emerge. Your Majesty, I require the 5th Interstellar Fleet, along with the 2nd and 3rd Interstellar Fleets for support, that I will certainly bring back Lin Nian's head as a personal tribute to Your Majesty. Guhan Zhou stood at attention, addressing Lu Yili with conviction. Excellent. You shall lead the fleet at once. I do not want Lin Nian's head. I only desire his death. Lu Yili's face contorted with malice. Yes, Gu Hanzhou immediately stood at attention, saluting. Chapter 74. Gu Hanzhou's Persuasion .05 Sanitation Space Station. The spaceport was a bustling scene, with numerous cargo being transferred from one side of the port to various Imperial warships. Gu Hanzhou's convoy raced towards the flagship of the 5th Interstellar Fleet, a super-large warship standing silently at the edge of the spaceport, its hull number prominently displayed as 38, that a squad of guards had long been waiting at the dock. "Salute!" As Gu Hanzhou disembarked, the chief guard shouted. Dozens of guards lined up in formation, saluting Gu Hanzhou. However, Gu Hanzhou had no inclination to inspect them. After a brief salute to his chief guard, he hurriedly made his way to the boarding entrance. He needed to depart promptly to confront the approaching Lin Nian. Before long, Gu Hanzhou arrived at the bridge. "Commander," the staff of the warship number 38 stood in unison, saluting Gu Hanzhou to be seated. "Chief of Staff, prepare for immediate departure. Additionally, provide me with the location and status of the 1st Interstellar Fleet. I require complete intelligence on Lin Nian." Gu Hanzhou waved his hand dismissively, stating his demands. "Yes," the chief of staff nodded vigorously. A wealth of information regarding Lin Nian was promptly laid out before Gu Hanzhou. As he began to review the details, the super-large warship number 38 slowly detached from the spaceport, guided by small tugboats. Inching away into the vastness of space, surrounding the 005 Sanitation Space Station, numerous warships gradually converged towards the flagship, with the entire 5th Interstellar Fleet slowly taking shape. Not only the 5th Interstellar Fleet, but also the 2nd and 3rd Interstellar Fleets. Just recently, the fleet has completed its departure and assembly from another sanitation space station. 3 Imperial fleets gradually formed a triangular formation, setting sail towards the 1st Starfleet. In the command room of the battleship number 38, Gu Hanzhou suddenly set down the documents in his hands, his expression shifting slightly. Initially, he had considered Lin Nian to be merely an inconsequential subordinate among the many under Wen Yuan's command. However, after quickly reviewing Lin Nian's personal resume, Gu Hanzhou found himself quite astonished, not due to Lin Nian's strength, but rather the astonishing speed at which he had ascended. It could only be described as a meteoric rise, as he seemed to have perfectly seized every opportunity, soaring through wave after wave of prospects. The absurdity of it was unparalleled. Yet at the same time, Gu Hanzhou felt somewhat reassured, for Lin Nian's track record was hardly convincing. It was primarily built on the experience of defeating the Qianxian sect. Should he face a different opponent, one could not ascertain whether Lin Nian would perform as brilliantly as he had thus far. Just a lucky fool," Gu Hanzhou disdainfully remarked. "Lin Nian, this is where your journey ends, for you are about to encounter me." A glimmer of cold light flickered in Gu Hanzhou's eyes. "Chief of Staff, immediately inform me of the 1st Starfleet's location." Gu Hanzhou wiped away all the data regarding Lin Nian. Upon discovering that all his opponents had been from the Qianxian sect, he lost interest in continuing his review. Such a person was likely just a novice, entirely devoid of any formidable achievements. There were no records against the Republican Army, nor any accomplishments within the Imperial Army. Only a string of victories against the Qianxian sect. Gu Hanzhou could not fathom who had given Lin Nian the audacity to challenge His Majesty Louis Li to confront his 5th Starfleet, particularly when this individual harbored aspirations of becoming a major general. It was nothing short of a delusion that a soldier must let strength speak for itself, and he would ensure that Lin Nian comprehended the absolute disparity in power. Report to the Commander-in-Chief. The 1st Starfleet has entered the heart of the Central Star Domain and is rapidly advancing towards the 012 Sanitation Space Station. Based on the current speeds of both parties, the estimated time of encounter is 40 minutes. The Chief of Staff spoke solemnly to Gu Hanzhou. "Excellent. Have everyone immediately take their combat positions. Prepare to engage the 1st Starfleet." Gu Hanzhou issued the first command. "Yes, sir." The liaison officer immediately saluted. "Chief of Staff, contact Lin Nian. If his former superior was indeed Wen Yuan, perhaps I could intimidate this fellow into surrendering, just as His Majesty did. I shall turn this rebellion he has incited into a complete farce." Gu Hanzhou assessed the strength comparison between both sides and concluded that his side held a significant advantage. He intended to attempt to persuade Lin Nian to surrender. After all, When Yuan had successfully convinced their opponents to yield without a fight, that feeling was truly exhilarating that Ji Yuhanzhou was willing to invest some time to try once more, even if he failed. It would not cost him anything that, if successful, it would be a considerable face-saving moment before His Majesty. Yes, the request for communication is being sent. The Chief of Staff promptly got to work in the first Starfleet. Battleship number 378 was positioned in the belly of the fleet, a treatment befitting the flagship that on the periphery of the fleet, an interstellar fleet emerging from the 012 Sanitation Space Station was systematically obliterated, with the remaining ships hoisting white flags. Lin Nian's concentrated fire tactics remained as sharp as ever. Report: we have captured the enemy ship's commander. IT is Colonel Lin. When Huayan turned to Lin Nian and exclaimed loudly, "Very well. Detain him." Lin Nian was momentarily taken aback that he recalled that the former Colonel Lin had once treated him like a close comrade, yet now he was so direct in his hostility. Lin Nian had deliberately intended to bypass the 012 Sanitation Space Station, having witnessed its formidable defensive capabilities. There was no need to engage unless absolutely necessary. Unexpectedly, Colonel Lin had led his fleet to confront them. "Yes, Commander," when Huayan promptly instructed his subordinates to act. "Commander, radar shows a large number of enemy ships ahead. According to the data, they belong to the Imperial 2nd, 3rd, and 5th Starfleets." The liaison officer hurriedly approached Lin Nian, his voice tinged with evident tension. When this moment arrived, it was impossible for everyone to hide their pessimism about the future. They were not blind. The enemy's strength far surpassed their own. "They've arrived?" Lin Nian nodded slightly, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. Having come this far, there was no turning back. "Commander, the 5th Starfleet is requesting to establish communication," when Huayan suddenly exclaimed loudly to Lin Nian. "Connected." Lin Nian turned from the command platform and walked towards the nearby second-floor command position. A large screen illuminated, revealing Gu Hanzhou's face. "Lin Nian, considering our shared history as former members of the Imperial Army, I can grant you one final opportunity that if you wish to preserve your life, surrender to me now." Gu Hanzhou's demeanor was one of arrogance, utterly dismissive of Lin Nian, with no attempt at concealment. Lin Nian shifted his gaze away from Gu Hanzhou, observing the anxiety and fear etched on the faces of everyone in the command room. Yet he remained undeterred. He understood well that surrender was tantamount to death, and a far more humiliating one at that a commander must never waver. "No, it is you who should surrender. Otherwise, prepare to meet your demise." Lin Nian turned back to Gu Hanzhou, speaking with grave seriousness. Chapter 75. Engaging the 5th Starfleet. "Very well, I shall remember your arrogance. Order: launch a full-scale assault immediately. Annihilate the invading enemy." A fierce glint passed across Gu Hanzhou's face as he issued the attack command before the eyes of Lin Nian. The communication was promptly severed, while 10 other screens activated simultaneously. "Commander, please issue your orders." Mo Yangwang and the others saluted him. Lin Nian nodded solemnly, then turned to his own command room. "Command, target the 5th Starfleet. Advance." Lin Nian waved his hand decisively. "Yes." The crew stood in unison, saluting Lin Nian. They all understood that from this moment on, there would be no retreat. They could only follow Lin Nian, steadfastly marching forward until the end. Report: the enemy's 3 interstellar fleets are dispersing. The 2nd and 3rd Starfleets intend to encircle our flanks. Lin Nian silently observed everything. He could hear the shouts of the crew and the alerts from the female voice. "Warning! Although combat markers have been established, the current chance of victory is below 50%. Immediate withdrawal is advised. Your survival probability is rapidly declining." The female voice's words weighed heavily on Lin Nian's heart. This was a statement the voice had never made before. Yet, Lin Nian understood one thing clearly. He had long since exhausted all avenues of retreat. To retreat meant death. The only path was forward. Forward, Lin Nian forcefully activated a screen, beginning to designate concentrated fire targets for his fleet. As he looked up, his finger hesitated slightly. The highlighted points dazzled him, compared to the highlights of the Qianxian sect. The 5th Starfleet in front was almost entirely filled with highlights, most of which were significant threats. Moreover, one battleship shone like the sun in his eyes. The battleship number 38 of the 5th Starfleet, Gu Hanzhou's flagship, represented the greatest threat to him. Order: all ships accelerate. Launch the interstellar fighters. Simultaneously, activate all long-range firepower. Upon entering range, attack immediately. With each command issued by Lin Nian, the crew sprang into action, the command room descending into chaos.in space. The first Starfleet gradually transitioned from its original shuttle-shaped formation. Slowly dispersing, 10 large battleships began to layer, transforming into a pyramid configuration. This formation maximized concentrated fire efficiency. Battleship number 378 was protected at the center, serving as the spearhead of the assault, and would inevitably become the focal point of the enemy's fiercest firepower. The 012 battleship, commanded by Mo Yangwang, took the lead in this assault in space. The tail flames of the 012 battleship surged forth as its massive hull revealed numerous vertical launch units, sequentially opening their hatches. Missile after missile roared into the sky, while heavy laser cannon turrets emerged on either side. Once the energy was fully charged, they unleashed thick beams of laser fire. Additionally, a multitude of interstellar fighters surged forth from each battleship, seamlessly penetrating the energy shields of the enemy vessels. The unique friend or foe identification system of the energy shields blocked anything that did not belong to the ship. As the two fleets advanced toward one another, their attacks nearly reached each other simultaneously. The energy shields of every Imperial battleship flickered and exploded. The battle commenced at maximum intensity. In the command room of the 5th Starfleet, the report to the Commander-in-Chief came through. The enemy's firepower is extraordinarily fierce. The frontline combat fleet requests support. A liaison officer hurriedly dashed in, shouting at Gu Hanzhou, "These bastards, can't they hold out for even half an hour? When did the 1st Starfleet become so formidable? Have them withstand for a few more minutes. The 2nd and 3rd Interstellar Fleets are constructing a pocket formation." Gu Hanzhou angrily struck the command platform. The battlefield clash was imminent. One could readily discern the capabilities at play. Upon engaging with Lin Nian's 1st Interstellar Fleet, Gu Hanzhou immediately recognized Lin Nian as a formidable opponent. The moment he threw his first punch, he felt his own fist met with a fierce counter. Leaving him bloodied, Gu Hanzhou began to regret his order to divide his forces for a flanking maneuver. In an effort to leave Lin Nian with no escape, he had directed the 2nd and 3rd Interstellar Fleets to maneuver around the flanks, attempting to encircle Lin Nian's retreat. Meanwhile, his own 5th Interstellar Fleet engaged in direct combat with Lin Nian's 1st Fleet that he believed that as long as he could delay until the encirclement was complete, victory would be his, especially given that his forces outnumbered Lin Nian's threefold. Gu Hanzhou thought he could afford to be a bit reckless without consequence. Typically, once an interstellar fleet's rear was encircled, their morale would plummet, leading them into a state of helplessness. However, Gu Hanzhou soon realized he had underestimated the situation. As Lin Nian was about to have his retreat cut off, he did not choose to fall back. Instead, he accelerated forward towards Gu Hanzhou's fleet. Lin Nian's 1st Fleet launched an unexpectedly fierce assault, far surpassing Gu Hanzhou's expectations in just a matter of minutes. His elite frontline combat fleet reported that the front was on the verge of collapse, a scenario he had never encountered before. Gu Hanzhou could not accept this fact. In a one-on-one contest against Lin Nian's fleet, he found himself at a disadvantage. "Commander, we should immediately deploy the 2nd and 3rd Interstellar Fleets to join the battle." The Chief of Staff urgently advised Gu Hanzhou, "No, we must ensure the 1st Interstellar Fleet has no retreat and no escape. His Majesty's orders are to see Lin Nian dead." Gu Hanzhou firmly rejected his Chief of Staff suggestion, insisting on waiting for the successful establishment of the pocket formation by the 2nd and 3rd Fleets to completely encircle the 1st Interstellar Fleet. "Communications officer, connect me to the frontline combat fleet systems immediately. I will take command personally. Those incompetent fools have been indulged for a few days, and their skills have plummeted to this disgraceful level. They're a bunch of infuriating fools," Gu Hanzhou shouted at his communications officer. He felt that his subordinates had been blinded by the allure of the white light star, resulting in their diminished capabilities. Yet, Gu Hanzhou would never admit that the pressure from Lin Nian's 1st Fleet was too great. "Yes, sir. Connection established," the communications officer reported loudly. Gu Hanzhou swiftly began to direct the battle. With his direct control, the exchange ratio between the two sides instantaneously shifted from 1 to 4 to 1 to 2. Previously, his side had to incur losses of 4 ships for each enemy vessel destroyed. Gu Hanzhou had never seen anyone exert such immense pressure on his fleet. Since the initial clash, Lin Nian had continuously shattered Gu Hanzhou's preconceived notions of him. Initially, Gu Hanzhou had thought Lin Nian was a mere novice, but now he had to concede that Lin Nian was indeed a formidable adversary. Lin Nian's past achievements could not accurately reflect his true capabilities. The reason for his previous victories against the Desolate Heaven Sect's fleet was not due to Lin Nian's incompetence, but rather because he had faced only the Desolate Heaven Sect as an opponent. Gu Hanzhou no longer found it surprising that Lin Nian had such terrifyingly rapid ascension. Instead, he was curious as to why someone with such extraordinary command skills was only now emerging. Chapter 76. The missing super-large warship. The first interstellar fleet's Mo Yangwang's large warship number 012 had exited the vanguard position, and at that moment, Wei Renda's warship number 008 took over. Numerous medium and small warships were continuously struck by enemy attacks, shattering their energy shields and subsequently being obliterated by the ensuing fierce firepower. Debris from their hulls and mechanical parts scattered freely, drifting in the void of space. Some warships were hit in critical areas. Although they did not explode, they became immobile coffins, effectively declaring their exit from the battlefield. The Fifth Interstellar Fleet, which had been in a state of constant retreat, suddenly stabilized its formation at a certain moment. Meanwhile, the combat losses on Lin Nian's side surged to an unacceptable level even for him. 1. Connect me to the highest command system immediately. Lin Nian quickly took his position at the command center. Inputting strike targets manually was too slow. He preferred to directly control the strikes. Commander, wouldn't this be? When Huaiyan hesitated, Lin Nian's actions implied that he was indicating the frontline commanders were incompetent, which would severely impact their pride. 1. Immediately. Don't you see the 2 interstellar fleets bearing down on us? Lin Nian turned and shouted angrily at Wen Huaiyan. He understood Wen Huaiyan's concerns, but Lin Nian was acutely aware of the consequences of failing to breach the 5th Interstellar Fleet. The lives of everyone involved were far more important than the pride of the frontline commanders. Yes, Commander, connection established. Wen Huaiyan no longer hesitated and forcefully connected all warships to the main system. Lin Nian instantly fell silent, not because he wanted to, but because a plethora of command operations awaited his input. Warning, current survival probability is below 48%. Please evacuate the battlefield immediately. A female voice chimed in with a warning. Lin Nian chose not to fully heed this alert. He lacked the energy to concern himself with IT as long as the voice continued to highlight threats. That was sufficient. Whether they could win was not dictated by the voice. It was his command that mattered. Lin Nian's gaze sharpened instantaneously. With Lin Nian officially taking over, the consumption rate of the first interstellar fleet plummeted, while Gu Hanzhou's fleet consumption rate surged once more. The entire defensive line found itself once again engulfed in an unstoppable rout. Inside the bridge of warship number 378, 10 screens simultaneously lit up. When Mo Yangwang and the other captains saw Lin Nian, they fell silent. The other crew members in the bridge also watched in awe as their commander fought with all his might for the entire First Interstellar Fleet on the periphery of the battlefield. 2 interstellar fleets observed from a distance. Among them, the flagship of the 4th Interstellar Fleet, Ning Xiaoting, sat leisurely at the command position. His gaze shifted from the frontal battlefield to a side communication screen, which displayed the face of Colonel Fu Qianxian. Colonel Fu, your moment to shine has arrived. Go ahead. Ning Xiaoting began, his tone light and teasing. Major General Ning, your rank surpasses mine, and you are the legitimate fleet commander. You should take the lead. Fu Qianxian retorted sharply. Ha! I cannot take the lead at this moment, Ning Xiaoting replied, turning his attention back to the frontal battlefield screen, where Gu Hanzhou had already initiated a flanking maneuver. The 2nd and 3rd Interstellar Fleets were maneuvering to encircle the retreat of Lin Nian's 1st Interstellar Fleet, while Gu Hanzhou himself engaged in a frontal delay to complete the pocket formation. Once established, it would mark the moment of Gu Hanzhou's triumph. Besides, what good would it do to join the fray? to assist Guhanzhou, it would likely end up with us receiving a beating ourselves. To aid Lin Nian, that was a certain dead end. How could one assist in that? Ning Xiaoding assessed the situation on the frontal battlefield and realized he likely had no opportunity to take advantage of the chaos. Once Lin Yan's first fleet was defeated, Lu Yili would essentially secure his position as emperor, at which point Ning Xiaoding would have to contemplate his own future. He frowned unconsciously, not wishing to see such a scenario unfold. Wait, the situation seems to be changing. Is it possible that the 5th Interstellar Fleet is struggling in a one-on-one engagement against the 1st Interstellar Fleet? Fu Qinyuan's voice suddenly shifted dramatically, rising in pitch as he expressed his astonishment. What? Ning Xiaoding immediately sprang from his command seat, rushing to the edge of the railing. Enlarge the frontal battlefield. Ning Xiaoding commanded his crew. Soon, the situation on the frontal battlefield was magnified, revealing the 1st Interstellar Fleet, which was about to be encircled, not retreating but advancing, charging directly into the defensive formation of the 5th Interstellar Fleet. The intensity of combat between the two sides surged to its peak in an instant, with a multitude of warships rapidly transformed into space debris amidst the exchanges. However, the once steadfast 5th Interstellar Fleet began to waver, while the 1st Interstellar Fleet continued to press forward with an unstoppable momentum. No way could Lin Nian truly break through. That was Guhanzhou. Fu Qinyuan watched in disbelief. No, not yet. Guhanzhou is still organizing counterattack. Moreover, the 2nd and 3rd Interstellar Fleets are about to join the battle. Ning Xiaoding shook his head vigorously. Although he had wavered for a moment, his rationality quickly regained control. Lin Yan's earlier ferocity resembled a last desperate struggle before demise. Guhanzhou's 5th Interstellar Fleet had already engaged in frontline combat. The super-large warship numbered 38 was approaching the frontline combat zone, and its effect was immediate. The previously collapsing front line steadied once again due to the presence of this formidable warship. Lin Yan's 1st Interstellar Fleet was indeed not weak. Rather, achieving such a situation had exceeded everyone's expectations. It is worth noting that a single super-large warship could significantly influence the outcome of a battle in evenly matched conditions. Yet Lin Yan's 1st Interstellar Fleet, the most crucial warship, is missing. The colossal ship numbered 01, the true flagship of the 1st Interstellar Fleet. It is over. The backbone is gone. If Lin Nian had this warship, he might truly have managed a 1 against 3, tearing the situation apart. Is Lin Nian truly that formidable? Fu Qinyuan on the other side of the screen exclaimed in astonishment, lamenting Lin Nian's performance. Old Fu, what do you think the situation will develop into? Will Lin Nian face defeat? Ning Xiaoding inquired anxiously. The outcome of the battlefield was imminent, and he needed to ascertain the timing for the next move. I do not know. Strangely, I feel that Lin Nian can still fight. However, Fu Qinyuan merely shook his head that if he were to intervene and assist Lin Nian, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Chapter 77. Comprehensive disadvantage. The 5th Interstellar Fleet's 38th colossal warship plunged directly into the front lines of battle. The numerous tri-linked super-heavy cannons on the top and bottom of the ship slowly turned towards the flagship of the 1st Interstellar Fleet. Fire! Guhanzhou suddenly waved his hand. Lin Yan's offensive was exceedingly fierce, forcing even this flagship to reveal itself from the rear formation to stabilize the front line. Otherwise, once the 1st Interstellar Fleet breached the front line, his pocket strategy would become a grand joke, just like the 10th and 11th Interstellar Fleets. Guhanzhou would never allow such a situation to arise. He had already discerned the 1st Interstellar Fleet's greatest vulnerability. There was no ship of equal caliber to his flagship opposing him. By exploiting this fact, he could mount a miraculous comeback. With Guhanzhou's command, the tri-linked super-heavy cannons erupted in a series of fiery flashes. The energy shield of the 1st Interstellar Fleet's flagship immediately displayed a terrifying explosion. Laser-heavy cannons, apocalypse missiles, fire at that flagship. Guhanzhou ceased directing his frontline combat units, focusing solely on the assault of his colossal warship. The 38th warship continuously deployed a staggering arsenal, unleashing an overwhelming barrage of long-range weaponry upon the flagship of the 1st Interstellar Fleet. Within a mere 10 minutes, the energy shield of this large warship became unstable. Order, continue maximum fire. Gu Hanzhou instinctively clenched his fists, his expression contorted by tremendous pressure. He refused to be defeated by Lin Nian. In the depths of space, an exceedingly intense brilliance suddenly erupted. Under the deluge of attacks, the flagship of the First Interstellar Fleet was unexpectedly detonated at the moment when its energy shield was completely exhausted. A powerful beam from the 38th warship fortuitously penetrated the flagship's armory, triggering a catastrophic chain reaction. The explosion's brilliance swiftly engulfed the entire large warship. Splendid. Gu Hanzhou immediately raised his arm in exultation. Target the next one. Maintain full offensive. Fire. Gu Hanzhou promptly selected the next warship, a medium-sized vessel. This medium-sized warship could not withstand even 3 minutes before being obliterated by the overwhelming firepower, its hull rapidly becoming a shattered wreck. A vast amount of white pressurized gas escaped from the ship, transforming it into a colossal moving coffin amidst the bursts of fiery explosions. The 38th warship swept through the battlefield unimpeded. The situation for the First Interstellar Fleet experienced a dramatic reversal. From an initial advantage, it swiftly transitioned into a dire disadvantage. The Fifth Interstellar Fleet stabilized its position, the tide of battle shifting against the First Interstellar Fleet. Conversely, the destruction of the flagship plunged the frontline combat units of the First Interstellar Fleet into chaos. As the disorder threatened to spread throughout the entire fleet, a large warship suddenly surged forth from the inner formation. Ship number 378. The flagship of the First Interstellar Fleet. Commander, you cannot advance. There's a disparity in ship capabilities. The enemy's strength exceeds ours by at least 15%. Our large warship cannot contend with a colossal warship. If our flagship falls, the entire First Interstellar Fleet will be doomed. When Huayan watched Lin Nian insist on advancing and could not refrain from shouting her warnings, it was crucial to understand that the flagship represented not only their own safety, but also the morale of the entire fleet. The loss of the flagship would deliver a devastating blow to the fleet's spirit. Commander 1, do you not understand? This is a fight to the death. We have no other choices left. We must, at all costs, destroy that colossal enemy warship. Otherwise, we will all perish. Lin Nian turned to explain to Huayan, yet his orders would not waver. The large warship 004 had already been detonated by Gu Hanzhou. If they did not move to thwart the enemy's colossal warship, every vessel in the First Interstellar Fleet would be systematically destroyed, even if the 378th warship were to be obliterated by Gu Hanzhou's 38th warship. They must advance, for in Lin Nian's heart, this was the only opportunity for victory. In Lin Nian's eyes, the 38th warship, marked with a vivid color, had transformed from yellow to the most ominous red. Warning, warning, current survival probability below 27. Please evacuate the center of the battlefield immediately. The female voices' pleas grew increasingly urgent, yet Lin Nian remained unmoved. Order, continue at full speed. All warships target the enemy's colossal warship 38. Lin Nian stood at the command platform, vigorously gesturing toward the colossal warship. Yes, Commander, the crew shouted in unison. Meanwhile, within the bridge of the 38th warship, Gu Hanzhou was filled with exhilaration. Excellent. The next target is the 378th warship. Lock on with full firepower. I want to see it explode immediately. As Gu Hanzhou finally caught sight of the flagship 378, he could hardly contain his excitement. He had to admit that Lin Nian was the most formidable opponent he had encountered throughout his military career. No one had ever exerted such pressure on him, nor had anyone made him so eager to defeat them. Yes, sir. The crew immediately complied. With a flurry of operations, all heavy cannons on the 38th warship began to adjust, their muzzles glinting with cold metallic light as they slowly aligned with the advancing 378th warship. The heavy laser launchers were also rapidly charging their energy, the loading bars glowing with green, yellow, and red hues. Numerous vertical launch silos were replenished with new Apocalypse missiles, all firepower poised to unleash in the shortest time possible. Commander, all firepower is loaded. Shall we launch? The fire control officer turned back. Speaking rapidly to Gu Hanzhou. Fire! Gu Hanzhou roared. Before him stood only the 378th warship. He stood at the command post, vigorously waving his hand. The full firepower of the 38th warship could only withstand the energy shield of a large warship 3 times before being overwhelmed. Gu Hanzhou understood Lin Nian's intentions, to close the distance for a final desperate struggle. Yet he would not grant Lin Nian this opportunity, given the distance between the 378th warship and them. It would have to endure at least 4 full assaults from their side. Lin Nian had no chances left. Gu Hanzhou's gaze sharpened. The moment the entire 38th warship opened fire, it trembled violently from the impact of the full firepower. Outside the bridge, a barrage of long-range attacks rained down upon the enemy vessel that Gu Hanzhou observed with clarity as the energy shield of the 378th warship flickered and exploded, while his own 38th warship also flickered with explosive brilliance. The attacks exchanged between them were simultaneous. Both sides unleashed their full might upon one another. The firepower was absorbed directly by the energy shield of the 38th warship, yet Gu Hanzhou was unfazed. He knew his side needed to endure at least one more round of firepower than the 378th warship. That would be more than sufficient to send Lin Nian to the heavens. Die Lin Nian, order, continue the attack. Gu Hanzhou bellowed at the 378th warship. Chapter 78. The emergence of Warship 012 inside the bridge of the 378th warship. Alarms blared. Warning, warning, enemy fire incoming. All personnel assume defensive positions when Huayan seized the microphone, repeatedly broadcasting the current situation to the entire crew. Lin Nian remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the observation window of the bridge. The energy shield of the 378th warship perfectly intercepted the attack from the 38th warship. The barrage of incoming fire rained down like a torrential storm. Commander, the energy shield's power has plummeted by 34%. At our current speed and distance, it is impossible to safely reach the 38th warship. When Huayan once more urged Lin Nian, she could not comprehend that Lin Nian's previous orders seemed less like a tactical maneuver and more like a reckless sacrifice. Other officers, witnessing their chief strategist's attempts to persuade him, hastily nodded in agreement, voicing their support. Lin Nian did not respond to when Huayan again that he had already articulated his stance, and he did not wish to repeat himself. Silently, he continued to input the high-threat targets into his console. Apart from Gu Hanzhou's colossal warship, he meticulously recorded all other threatening targets. Commander, are you even listening to me? When Huayan couldn't help but raise her voice. All ships, maintain your course and speed. We have only this one opportunity. It is our sole chance. Lin Nian resolutely insisted that Battleship 378 charge headlong at Battleship 38. He firmly believed that since the female voice had identified the greatest point of threat, his mission was to annihilate the most formidable enemy at any cost. The colossal Battleship 38. Report. The enemy's second round of bombardment is imminent. Amidst the contact officer's slightly strained cries, Lin Nian once again witnessed the terrifying yet magnificent sight of a myriad of long-range strikes hurtling towards his Battleship 378. In the midst of countless exploding shells, Lin Nian's gaze shifted to the side screen, where the energy shield's energy value plummeted at an alarming rate, decreasing by 36% in mere moments. Commander, we have only 30% energy remaining. When Huayan warned Lin Nian loudly, no longer attempting to dissuade him that if they were to perish, they would do so accompanying a noble cause. Lin Nian's heart sank further. They could withstand one more frontal assault, but given their current distance, the colossal Battleship 38 could unleash at least 2 more barges against them. Connect me to Captain Mo. Lin Nian gritted his teeth, planning to make arrangements for the aftermath. Should Battleship 378 be destroyed, the other large vessels of the First Interstellar Fleet would have to deliver the final blow. Commander, I am here. Please allow my ship 012 to bear the brunt of the next strike. Mo Yangwang's screen suddenly lit up, seemingly anticipating Lin Nian's thoughts. However, his intention to pave the way for them transformed into a resolution to clear the path for Lin Nian's Battleship 378. Captain Mo. Lin Nian's expression faltered, about to intervene. The number 012 had previously served as the lead ship. He was painfully aware of how much energy remained in its shield, and it was possible it could not withstand even a single strike from the enemy. For Mo Yangwang to take the attack meant a high likelihood of suicide. Commander, I know you must have a way to take down that battleship. If I perish, please take care of my family. Mo Yangwang's expression was grave. After saluting Lin Nian solemnly, he abruptly severed the connection before Lin Nian could object. "Commander, the enemy ship is launching a new wave of attacks." The crew members in the bridge shouted in alarm. At that moment, everyone noticed a massive shadow suddenly sweeping above the bridge. That it was Mo Yangwang's battleship 012, accelerating past the bridge of battleship 378. After completely passing over battleship 378, the 012 plunged downward as the firepower from battleship 38 descended as expected. Yet this time, all of the firepower struck the hull of battleship 012. The energy shield of 012 shattered almost instantaneously, and terrifying explosions erupted across its surface. In an instant, it seemed as though battleship 012 would be utterly obliterated. Its structure riddled with gaping holes. "Captain Mo." Lin Yan's eyes reddened in an instant. "Damn it! Increase speed! At any cost!" Close in on battleship 38, Lin Yan could no longer suppress his emotions, bellowing at the crew. Wen Huayun covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. "Yes, Commander." The crew entered a state of grim determination, and a sense of tragic heroism enveloped the bridge, mourning for the sacrifice of battleship 012, while fueled by a fierce resolve for vengeance. Battleship 378 did not evade the wreckage of 012. It thrust forward, forcing its way through the shattered remains, continuing its high-speed advance. Lin Nian gritted his teeth, watching the debris of the fallen ship pass by. Time was running out for battleship 378 to maneuver around 012's wreckage. This time, there would be no holding back. Every crew member was unwilling to let their comrades sacrifice themselves any longer. The engines of battleship 378 roared with unprecedented ferocity as it barreled toward the flagship of the 5th Interstellar Fleet. Meanwhile, in the command room of battleship 38, madman, so close, Lin Nian was supposed to die. Which bastard is so eager to die? Gu Hanzhou could no longer contain his rage. Seeing battleship 012 suddenly step forward to shield Lin Nian from the fatal blow filled him with frustration. He had been on the verge of capturing battleship 378, mere moments from victory. Yet it had all come down to this final moment. "Commander, we should consider a retreat. The 2nd and 3rd Interstellar Fleets have completed their encirclement. We need not engage directly." The Chief of Staff suggested to Gu Hanzhou. No, retreating now would be tantamount to admitting I fear Lin Nian. The advantage is mine. Why should I withdraw? Gu Hanzhou resolutely refused. Not allowing the Chief of Staff to speak further, he immediately turned back to his command station. "Order all large ships to intercept the enemy vessels immediately. Also, complete loading at maximum speed. I want to see the explosion of battleship 378 with my next strike." Gu Hanzhou shouted. He could not allow Lin Nian any more opportunities to shield himself. The crew members of the bridge operated with unprecedented speed and focus. "Report. Enemy ship 378 is approaching within 3 kilometers. Report. All munitions are loaded. Awaiting instructions." Crew members rose, shouting at Gu Hanzhou. "Fire." In Gu Hanzhou's eyes, only the rapidly approaching battleship 378 remained. This time, there were no large ships like 012 beside it. All the large vessels were engaged in one-on-one combat. On the other hand, in the command room of battleship 378, "Commander, all munitions are loaded," a crew member shouted at Lin Nian. "Fire." Lin Nian, with reddened eyes, bellowed, signaling fiercely at the approaching battleship 38. This time, he was determined to see Gu Hanzhou perish. As the bridge of battleship 378 retracted swiftly into the hull, layers of protection were established around the core area in anticipation of the impending strike. In space, 2 opposing battleships unleashed their most ferocious firepower upon one another without holding back. Explosions erupted across their respective energy shields. Energy levels at 15%, 10%, 5%. Every crew member braced for the impact, as when Huayun warned them loudly, as her voice fell, the energy shield of battleship 378 shattered in an instant. The residual force of battleship 38's attack struck violently against the unprotected hull of battleship 378, overwhelming every surface area with terrifying firepower. The armor plating of the battleship was obliterated inch by inch. All long-range weapons drowned in explosions. Those tri-barreled super cannons were blown skyward, complete with their mounts. The residual blasts alone plunged Battleship 378 into a near-death state, yet its speed remained unrelenting, charging straight towards the nearby Battleship 38. In the command room of Battleship 38, well done, Gu Hanzhou fixated on Battleship 378, witnessing the dismal sight of his firepower engulfing the ship. He couldn't help but cheer once more, although he had not succeeded in killing Lin Nian with a single blow. It was close enough. The future of Battleship 378 was about to reach its end. With nearly half of its firepower silenced, Lin Nian could no longer contend with him. Gu Hanzhou acknowledged Lin Nian's courage. Yet courage alone could not secure victory. This battle was his to win. Warning, the enemy ship is still charging towards us. Based on our distance, evasion is impossible. Evasion is impossible. A crew member, as if realizing something, widened his eyes and let out a chilling scream. Gu Hanzhou snapped back to reality, his gaze fixated on the increasingly massive Battleship 378. Damn it. Immediately turn right. Maximum inclination. Quickly, Gu Hanzhou urged his crew. As a thought crossed his mind, knowing that he could not defeat this colossal battleship, Lin Nian was relentlessly charging forward. What was his purpose? To break the shield. From the beginning, Lin Nian had been intent on breaching his energy shield. While he sought Lin Nian's life, the latter was also targeting his ship. Gu Hanzhou immediately glanced at the energy shield's numerical display, and a horrifying figure struck his vision. 8%. Gu Hanzhou was astonished. How had the flagship's energy shield plummeted to such an alarming level? A sense of dread enveloped him, and a terrifying possibility rapidly crystallized in his mind. Lin Nian sought to execute a daring boarding assault. Evade! Immediately, I command you to evade. Gu Hanzhou had lost all semblance of composure. He forced his warship to avoid Lin Nian's charge at all costs. Gu Hanzhou turned to the observation window of the bridge. An exceedingly ugly and battered warship bore down on him with an unstoppable momentum. The grotesque wounds on its hull resembled a declaration of indomitable resolve that in the vastness of space, the enormous hull of the No. 38 warship twisted slowly to the right, yet it was powerless to evade the approaching No. 378 warship. The two vessels gradually converged from a broad angle into a narrow point. The energy shield surrounding the No. 38 warship shattered like fragile bubbles at the moment of impact. The bow of the No. 378 warship thrust mercilessly into the rear of the No. 38 warship. The extensive collision zone between the two ships contorted and sank, with explosions flickering intermittently at the points of contact. The entire process unfolded in a silence that was almost deafening to AT that moment. The bow of a No. 378 warship suddenly unleashed a multitude of thin steel cables that shot forth like strands of hair, anchoring themselves firmly into the hull of the No. 38, preventing any easy separation of the two vessels. Within the bridge of the No. 378 warship, Lin Nian had donned his kinetic battle armor. 1. It's up to you to command the No. 378 from here on out. No matter the circumstances, please hold the line until the very last moment. Lin Nian said solemnly to Wen Huan. No, I can't do it. Commander, why must you personally engage in a boarding assault? Can it be entrusted to Qianxian and Liao Fan? Wen Huan was utterly confounded, her eyes swollen from tears, shaking her head vigorously. Indeed, Commander, leave it to us. This endeavor is far too perilous. Liao Fan stepped forward, raising his voice in protest. No, Liao Fan, I need you and your ground troops to stay here. Soon, countless interstellar boarding troops will land on the No. 378. I need you to safeguard this flagship. As long as the flagship remains, the first interstellar fleet cannot be deemed defeated. The morale of the other warships will endure, and the fight shall continue. Lin Nian outright rejected Liao Fan's proposal. The boarding of the colossal No. 38 warship could only be executed by him. It was imperative that he did so. This was a matter of life and death for the first interstellar fleet, and he could not delegate it to anyone else. But when Huayan wished to say more, yet Lin Nian had already thrust an electronic tablet into her arms. Go. Believe in yourself. You can do it, he urged, giving her a firm push on the back. He then turned to Qianxian, the commander of the mobile strike team. Qianxian, let us move, Lin Nian shouted, striking his protective helmet, which immediately sealed shut to provide full protection. "Yes, Commander," Chun Xiao responded, saluting gravely. Lin Nian no longer lingered in the bridge, hastening with Chun Xiao toward the bow of the ship. At this moment, the bow of the number 378 was embedded within the No. 38 warship, even eliminating the need for forced boarding. Lin Nian forged ahead, and behind him, an increasing number of silent participants joined in. They were soldiers of the mobile team or ordinary interstellar boarding troops, accompanying their supreme commander into an unprecedented assault on the enemy vessel. They were witnessing history. The morale of all surged as they ran, closely following the figure of Lin Nian ahead. Meanwhile, within the bridge of the No. 38 warship, Gu Hanzhou sat on the floor, clutching his forehead, where a sharp pain throbbed. The impact from the number 378 warship had sent the entire bridge into turmoil, nearly causing him to tumble from the second floor to the first. "Immediately report damage assessments. Report on enemy activity." Gu Hanzhou struggled to rise, shouting at the crew in the bridge. "Report, the aft section of our ship is severely damaged. We have initiated Level 1 airtight isolation. The bow of the enemy flagship is embedded in our hull," a crew member reported loudly. Before Gu Hanzhou could respond, another crew member cried out, "Report, surveillance shows a large number of enemies approaching the contact point between the two ships." Initiating a boarding operation, the crew member's voice trembled with panic. Chapter 80. The battle approaches its conclusion. What's the panic? They're merely invading interstellar boarding troops. Mobilize our mobile strike team immediately. "Eliminate those vermin," Gu Hanzhou commanded, clutching his swollen head. "Yes, Commander." The crew members saluted and swiftly engaged with the new orders. "Command, mobilize the interstellar fighters immediately. Blast those steel cables apart. Cut off their escape routes." Gu Hanzhou yelled at his crew again. "Yes." More crew members sprang into action. Accepting their orders, Gu Hanzhou quickly scanned the battlefield, where the 1st Interstellar Fleet and his 5th Interstellar Fleet had become utterly intertwined. Both sides had become enmeshed, each person holding their breath for the final stand. The battle had reached its climax. Whoever faltered first would surrender the victory that was within their grasp. Gu Hanzhou felt he had been too reckless, granting Lin Nian the opportunity to board. However, he remained unconcerned. Gu Hanzhou doubted that Lin Nian's boarding troops could be exceptionally formidable. This flagship was equipped with 20,000 mobile strike team soldiers and 30,000 interstellar boarding troops, a total of 50,000 personnel prepared for combat. No matter how fierce Lin Nian's mobile troops were, could a mere few thousand breach the defenses of such a formidable force. Gu Hanzhou found it hard to believe such a scenario could unfold. He quickly shifted his attention to the number 378 warship lodged against the ship's port side. "Helmsman, immediately change course. Shake off the enemy vessel. Fire control operator. How long until the next round of full artillery reload?" Gu Hanzhou spoke rapidly, issuing commands in quick succession. The number 378 warship was currently stripped of its defenses, lacking even the strength for retaliation. If he could just unleash another bombardment, he could obliterate the enemy flagship, and his 5th Interstellar Fleet would claim victory in this battle. "Commander, approximately 3 minutes," the operator shouted back to Gu Hanzhou. "Hurry, complete the reloading as quickly as possible." Gu Hanzhou bellowed in frustration. Finding himself in such a predicament was intolerable. Lin Nian was the first to confront him, but Gu Hanzhou hoped he would be the last. He no longer wished to face Lin Nian, whom he regarded as a lunatic. "Commander, the enemy's other large warships are recklessly approaching us. Shouldn't we consider withdrawal?" the chief of staff urged anxiously. Since the onset of the confrontation with Lin Nian, Gu Hanzhou had ceased to heed any counsel. His autocratic nature rendered him impervious to their suggestions. Each word from his advisors was met with indifference, as if he regarded them as non-existent. "Chief of Staff, withdraw. Do you not see that I am determined to capture Lin Nian? His flagship is right beside us, and it is completely unprotected. Now is the time to shatter the backbone of the 1st Interstellar Fleet. If you wish to leave, do so at your own peril." Gu Hanzhou retorted mercilessly, feeling that his advisors were nothing but a source of irritation. Devoid of any useful input. "Command, simultaneously instruct all warships to do whatever it takes to block the incoming enemy vessels." Gu Hanzhou commanded loudly from his command post. In his eyes, they were so close. If he could just detonate that number 378 warship, he would decisively secure the outcome of this contest of blades. In the expanse of space, a multitude of interstellar fighters surged from all directions toward the two entwined flagships. Constantly, fighters were struck by the warship's close-in weaponry or fell prey to enemy fighters, erupting in fiery explosions like shooting stars trailing flames. Yet more fighters managed to survive. While attacking, they released a multitude of landing pods, deploying interstellar boarding troops extensively onto both flagships, initiating their most brutal boarding battle. Meanwhile, all warships gravitated toward their respective flagships, whether to vanquish foes or to protect their command vessel. Amidst the chaos, firepower erupted in every direction, lacking a singular focus. Both sides unleashed ferocious assaults against the enemy surrounding them, with warships frequently breaching energy shields and igniting into dazzling displays of fireworks. Casualties mounted with each passing moment. As the battle reached a fever pitch, within the bridge of the number 378 warship, multiple screens activated. "Commander, we can't hold out any longer. Should we withdraw? Colonel M.O. is unaccounted for. We've done our utmost. As long as we have our lives, we need not fear future opportunities." Zhou Kejin could bear it no longer and began to voice his concerns to the entire bridge, but soon his expression shifted to one of shock. For he did not see Lin Nian. Instead, when Huaiyun had taken his place at the command position, "Where is the commander?" Did he flee? Zhou Kejin's voice escalated in pitch. This battle had been initiated at Lin Nian's insistence. If he had abandoned them in the heat of battle, what did that mean for their previous sacrifices? Zhou Kejin found it entirely unacceptable. No. Commander, he is not here, he is," when Huaiyun's voice trembled with the hint of tears as she spoke, pointing towards a side display screen. Over there loomed the enemy's massive 38th battleship. That moment, the cable shot from the 378th battleship snapped under the relentless barrage of fire, breaking apart like strands of hair. Subsequently, as the 38th battleship's engines roared to life, the two vessels began to separate. Insanity. Utter madness. "Commander!" Wei Rindai felt a shiver run down his spine, his mind swirling with disbelief. The other captains wore expressions of sheer horror. "He jumped ship? What nonsense is this? He's the commander. Why didn't anyone stop him?" Zhou Kejin leapt up, furiously berating when Huaiyun. Lin Nian personally abandoned command. This was a prelude to disaster. He had thought nothing could be more terrifying than Lin Nian retreating in the heat of battle, until he learned that Lin Nian had relinquished command of the battleship to run and jump ship himself. The sheer audacity left Zhou Kejin babbling incoherently. There was no turning back now. The commander had taken the lead into the fray. They would fight to the bitter end. "Order! With all forces, protect our flagship." Wei Rindai immediately grasped Lin Nian's intentions. They had to safeguard their flagship before Lin Nian could seize the enemy's flagship, for this was crucial to their ultimate victory. After speaking, his figure vanished along with the display. This is how we're playing it. Is it? No one cares for their lives anymore. Fine, I shall join this reckless charge. "Order! Accelerate forward. At all costs, defend our flagship." Zhou Kejin's expression twisted into a fierce grimace as he declared resolutely, "The commander is the backbone of the military spirit." With Lin Nian, their commander, jumping ship, they had even less reason to hesitate. The other captains solemnly saluted when Huaiyun, their expressions mirroring the resolve of Wei Rindai and Zhou Kejin. As the display faded, when Huaiyun lowered her head, gazing at the electronic panel in her hands, where Lin Nian had previously marked their targets. Her gaze was no longer filled with uncertainty. Taking a deep breath, she commanded, "Attack the 38th battleship with full force." She wiped away her tears and stood upright, determined to inherit Lin Nian's fighting spirit and continue commanding the 378th battleship. "Yes, Chief of Staff," the crew responded in unison, their voices resonating with conviction. Despite the fierce gunfire echoing from outside the bridge, they remained focused on their tasks. Chapter 81. Rapid Advancement. Inside the 38th battleship, a deafening explosion erupted, clearing a path for Lin Nian. Yet an intense barrage of gunfire immediately followed. Bullets rained down, forcing everyone to duck. Chen Xiao, smoke grenades, Lin Nian shouted. Several smoke grenades were tossed in, enveloping the area in thick smoke, obscuring everyone's vision. However, Lin Nian's sight remained clear. With precise shots, he swiftly eliminated key targets. Charge forward. Chen Xiao, aware of Lin Nian's sharpshooting prowess, bellowed to all team members, being the first to plunge into the fray. Gunfire erupted all around. With Lin Nian by his side, Chen Xiao knew he needed to think of nothing but obeying orders. Without the command structure, the soldiers of the 38th battleship were like a disbanded army, quickly falling to Lin Nian's directives. Move to the next compartment. Lin Nian wasted no words, glancing at his wristwatch where a timer had been set. 60 minutes and counting down 0.3 minutes had passed. Optimistically estimating, they had at most 57 minutes to breach the bridge, that if they exceeded this time, their flagship, the 378th, would surely be unable to hold out any longer. At that point, even if he succeeded in assaulting the 38th battleship, it would be in vain. As Lin Nian pondered the urgency of their advance, the massive battleship beneath them suddenly shuddered violently. "What is happening?" Chen Xiao exclaimed. "Commander, it seems the enemy ship is launching an attack." A soldier from the mobile unit immediately explained to Chen Xiao. "That makes sense." Chen Xiao nodded. Previously, he had merely been an ordinary interstellar line worker, part of the planetary combat unit, and was unfamiliar with the intricacies of space warfare. Hearing this, Lin Nian's heart sank. The 38th battleship was attacking, and it was all too clear who their target was. He could only hope that his chief of staff, when Huaiyun, could withstand the pressure. He recalled that the 38th battleship currently lacked an energy shield. Wei Rindai and Zhou Kejin were no fools. They would undoubtedly target the exposed weaponry of their flagship. With energy shields, this massive battleship would be a veritable armory. Without them, all ships were merely targets. "Continue forward." Lin Nian's expression hardened. Their pace was still too slow. They needed to accelerate. Yes, all soldiers saluted in unison at Lin Nian's command, following swiftly in his wake. The direction Lin Nian chose was straightforward. He simply scanned the area, avoiding places with multiple threats, and headed straight for the next, easier area to navigate. Only when there was no other option would they engage in intense combat once more. Even in these assaults, under Lin Nian's command, the battles unfolded with remarkable precision. As they struck at the enemy's vital points ruthlessly, inside the bridge of the 38th battleship, "Commander, all ammunition is fully loaded," a crew member shouted to Gu Hanzhou. Finally, within these 3 minutes, Gu Hanzhou received some good news. "Fire at will. No need to wait for a simultaneous launch. I repeat, no need to wait. No orders required. The fire control operators are to initiate the attack themselves." Gu Hanzhou bellowed at his crew. The 378th battleship was exposed, while the 38th battleship was also left vulnerable. Pursuing maximum firepower now would be tantamount to suicide. The enemy would not grant them that opportunity. Suddenly, Gu Hanzhou felt the entire battleship tremble violently. It was the tremors from the attack. He swiftly turned to the nearby 378th battleship. A barrage of lasers and missiles bombarded the 378th, further ravaging its already battered hull. Debris from the explosion gradually drifted into the surrounding void. "Not enough. There are still heavy shipborne cannons. Fire them immediately," Gu Hanzhou shouted excitedly. Just as they dealt another severe blow to the enemy ship, the 378th battleship, though a large vessel, was only slightly inferior to the 38th class of super battleships. It would not be so easily destroyed. "Commander, the automatic fire control system of the heavy artillery has been taken out by the enemy's starfighter. We are switching to manual targeting. It will take time to adjust the cannon." A crew member shouted to Gu Hanzhou. Bang! Unable to contain his frustration, Gu Hanzhou kicked the railing in front of him. Of all things, it had to be the most powerful triple-barreled super cannon that lost its automatic fire control system. He took a deep breath to suppress his agitation. Turning back to face the front of the ship, he could see dozens of triple-barreled super cannons slowly adjusting their aim. The massive, dark mouths of the cannons were inching towards the retreating 378th battleship. Loaded and ready, according to the commander's orders, there is no need for confirmation to fire. "Fire!" the operational crew shouted, simultaneously pressing the fire button. The barrels of the triple-barreled super cannons erupted with flashes of fire. the immense recoil shaking the sturdy cannon mounts violently. The might was overwhelming. Gu Hanzhou immediately turned his attention back to the 378th battleship, just as he believed that the 378th was about to be reduced to mere fragments by the fierce barrage. A large battleship appeared, hurtling towards the side of the 378th. The formidable, sustained firepower rained down upon that ship, which still had its energy shield intact. Its enormous hull number 006 was clearly visible. It was Zhou Kejin's ship from the 1st Interstellar Fleet. Damn it, are those captains just sitting around? Why can't they intercept this large battleship? In that brief second, Gu Hanzhou deeply felt the jarring shift from elation to utter despair, leaving him unable to accept the outcome before him. If they could destroy the 378th battleship, the already beleaguered 1st Interstellar Fleet would likely collapse under the weight of this final straw. But just moments ago, he had squandered that best opportunity. Reload. Fire again. We still have a chance. Gu Hanzhou descended into a frenzy of emotions. He was furious, both at his subordinates, who were behaving like fools, and at himself for not performing better and continuously giving Lin Nian opportunities to counterattack. Commander, it's bad. The line soldiers on the 378th have broken through our encirclement. Wait, that person. It's Lin Nian. It's the very team led by Lin Nian himself. The chief of staff's eyes widened in disbelief as he spoke to Gu Hanzhou. The monitoring corner had captured Lin Nian's face as he deployed commands after removing his helmet. The holographic display within the command center showed thousands of personnel under Lin Nian's leadership, advancing at a terrifying speed. While everyone's attention was fixed on the external battle, these infiltrating line soldiers from the 1st Interstellar Fleet were cutting through their internal defenses with unprecedented speed. What are you saying? Lin Nian is on my flagship. Gu Hanzhou's voice suddenly rose in pitch as he rushed to the command platform, his eyes fixed intently on a screenshot. There was no mistake. It was indeed Lin Nian. Captain, shouldn't we retreat? The chief of staff once again proposed a suggestion. Retreat? What chance do we have to withdraw now? It's victory or death. Guard regiment. Push forward. Buy me another half hour. I need time. Precious time. If you can't hold them off, then you needn't return. Gu Hanzhou resolutely dismissed the chief of staff's proposal. Retreating equated to defeat. Lu Ili would never accept him, a defeated general. Especially not under such advantageous circumstances, losing to Lin Nian. Moreover, his pride would never allow such an event to transpire. He was merely a fraction away from what he needed, time to command the encirclement of the battleship 378. Even if he were to die at that moment, he would still emerge victorious. Yes. The leader of the guard team immediately saluted and strode out of the bridge. Chapter 82. Decapitation and Seizing the Flag in Space. The outer two fleets commenced a rapid advance toward the center of the battlefield. Old Fu, weren't you supposed to remain inactive? Why are you coming over to compete with me? Ning shouted at Fu Qianxian on the opposite side. The battlefield situation had dramatically shifted. The entire 5th Interstellar Fleet and the 1st Interstellar Fleet had officially entered the most intense phase of combat. The energy shields of both flagship vessels had been detonated, plunging them into the most perilous state of being unprotected. If he were to engage, it had to be now. Yet, Ning shouting still hesitated over which side to support. However, once the victor was clear, he would undoubtedly assist the winner. You're talking nonsense. Who's competing with you? I'm here to reinforce the king. You're no better off. The spoils are just ahead. Fu Qianxian retorted directly to Ning shouting. Nevertheless, Ning shouting remained unperturbed, redirecting his gaze once more to the heart of the battlefield, particularly the battleship 378. The final charge was a harrowing sight, causing his heart to race with trepidation. Lin Nian had actually managed to rally a successful charge, dragging the 5th Interstellar Fleet into a chaotic fray. Such a battle was exceedingly perilous, with casualties mounting by the second. It was akin to the brutal hand-to-hand combat of yore, where sheer willpower determined the outcome. All right, you're so noble and great. Now, tell me, which royal family are you here to serve? Ning shouting began to mock. Fu Qianxian fell silent. Their banter was just that, banter, but both could sense that this battle was nearing its conclusion. They merely needed to focus on those two flagships. Whichever flagship detonated first or changed its ensign would declare victory in the battle. Regardless of the outcome, Lin Nian's name had already etched itself deeply in their minds. Within the flagship 38, as they drew closer to the command center, Lin Nian could feel the enemy's resolve hardening. Many were fighting to the death. Continue the assault. Advance. Do not falter. But Lin Nian showed no intention of halting. Often leading the charge himself, he was acutely aware of the enemy's most significant threats. As Lin Nian personally led the charge, his soldiers surged forward with renewed vigor, as if they had been invigorated. Lin Nian glanced at his watch. 40 minutes had already elapsed. He could wait no longer. The image of Mo Yangwang's battleship 012, particularly the scene of Gu Hanzhou's brutal assault, flashed through his mind. Lin Nian made a resolute decision. Everyone, follow me. He once more burst forth from cover, his kinetic gun firing relentlessly, eliminating high-threat targets with astonishing speed. Occasionally, any gaps in defense were swiftly covered by Qianxian and his men. Meanwhile, inside the command room, "Commander, we must leave. The guard regiment has collapsed. If we do not evacuate now, we will all be taken captive." The chief of staff pleaded desperately with Gu Hanzhou, yet Gu Hanzhou remained unmoved. His gaze fixated on the massive screen in the command room, where the battleship 378 was displayed. Just moments ago, one of the large warships providing support had been obliterated by their firepower. "Chief of Staff, we are on the verge of victory. Do you comprehend?" Gu Hanzhou shouted at his chief of staff, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a gambler who had wagered everything, unwilling to leave the table. "In 3 minutes. No. 1 minute. My fleet will annihilate Lin Nian's flagship. At that point, even if I die, Lin Nian will accompany me to the grave." Gu Hanzhou's feet felt as though they had taken root. Despite the chief of staff's attempts to pull him away, he remained steadfast. "Report, Commander. The commanders of the 2nd and 3rd Fleets report that they are in position and are joining the encirclement of the 1st Interstellar Fleet." The liaison officer suddenly stood and shouted at Gu Hanzhou. "Excellent. Continue the advance. Full attack." Gu Hanzhou exclaimed, vigorously waving his hand. His gaze was locked on the battlefield ahead, with the battleship 378 at its epicenter. This time, the 378 would have no opportunity to escape. Boom! At that moment, the door to the command room was suddenly blown off its hinges. The previously busy crew members halted all actions as a torrent of mobile soldiers surged in. "Don't move. Everyone, cover your heads," Qianxian shouted furiously. Soldiers aimed their kinetic guns at any potential threat. Gu Hanzhou instinctively tightened his grip on the railing, his expression a mix of emotions. Slowly, he turned to face the chaos at the blown-open door. Among the throng of soldiers stood Lin Nian, striding forward. "Lin Nian!" Gu Hanzhou suddenly roared, drawing his gun from his waist. Simultaneously, Lin Nian withdrew his own handgun, smoothly chambering a round and taking aim in one fluid motion. The two highest-ranking commanders of their fleets locked eyes, each aiming at the other. Bang! The shot rang out, and Gu Hanzhou fell backward, a massive blood hole visible atop his head, while a bullet embedded itself in Lin Nian's helmet. In space, the battleship 378 was now encircled by their large warships. The 5th Interstellar Fleet's most formidable battleship, number 38, had been completely silenced, its energy shields utterly depleted. All its weapons had been destroyed, reduced to mere remnants. Much like the 378, the remaining large warships of the 5th Interstellar Fleet retained their full firepower, relentlessly bombarding the 378. This onslaught was something the 378 could not withstand. It had to rely on the remaining large warships to shield itself from harm. A brilliant flash of light erupted as yet another large battleship from the 1st Interstellar Fleet was detonated, the intense brilliance blinding for an instant. "Old Li!" Zhou Kajin let out a heart-wrenching wail, the tension in his heart finally fraying. They had been enduring for nearly 50 minutes, striving to protect their flagship from destruction. 2 large warships had already been destroyed, and now their own battleship 006 was nearing its end. Zhou Kajin watched in despair as the energy shield readings dwindled. Lin Nian had gone to assist the enemy's flagship, but there had been no news of his return. Zhou Kajin felt that this battle was lost. No other forces would come to their aid, with the arrival of the 2nd and 3rd Interstellar Fleets. They would be trapped in an absolute encirclement, awaiting annihilation by overwhelming firepower. Warning: energy shield levels are nearing depletion, approaching critical levels. The ship's chief of staff cried out in horror. The usually boisterous Zhou Keqin fell into an unusual silence. He took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on the large warship that was delivering a fierce assault against them. Since death was inevitable, he resolved to take down one last ship with him. Battleship 006, target, the nearest large warship. For the sake of His Majesty, for the Empire, charge, Zhou Keqin roared. All crew members halted their rapid movements, sensing the impending calamity. Yes, Captain, they all responded in unison, standing to salute Zhou Keqin. Just as they prepared to act, the flag of the new empire, once hoisted by Lu Ili on the enemy battleship number 38, was abruptly replaced with the old Imperial flag. Zhou Keqin's expression froze in shock. And then he heard a familiar voice crackling through his communicator. I am Lin Nian, commander of the 1st Interstellar Fleet. The commander of the traitorous fleet, Guhanzhou, has been executed by me. The 5th Interstellar Fleet is to cease all attacks immediately. Lay down your weapons and surrender. Chapter 83. The Empire needs no defeated generals within the command room of the Battleship 38, alongside the 2nd and 3rd Interstellar Fleets. Lin Nian spoke loudly. You should not have to endure such unfair treatment. The actions of the generals should not implicate you. All of this is the doing of Lu Ili. He is the true culprit. I was once under general when Rome of the 3rd Interstellar Fleet. Allow me to restore justice to you. We are all soldiers of the Empire. We should not be consumed by civil strife. Lin Nian continued to shout into the microphone, his voice resonating powerfully. The fierce battlefield, which had been filled with chaos, suddenly fell silent in that moment. Lin Nian was uncertain about the effectiveness of his persuasion, given that it was his inaugural attempt at such a task. He intended merely to convey his intent without excessive elaboration. Before long, an abundance of interstellar fighters and transport airships suddenly surged forth from the colossal warship number 38 beneath his feet. The personnel of the former 5th Interstellar Fleet hastily abandoned the flagship, seeking refuge with their allied vessels nearby. The remaining forces of the 5th Interstellar Fleet sprang into action, opting not to surrender or continue the battle, but rather to retreat from the battlefield. Commander, they are fleeing. Should we issue an order to attack? Qianxian inquired, leaning closer to Lin Nian. No, let them go. We are devoid of combat capability. Pursuing them would only result in unnecessary casualties. Lin Nian refrained from issuing a chase order, fully aware of the dire situation facing the 1st Interstellar Fleet. Their remaining combat strength was alarmingly insufficient. Out of 11 large warships, only 7 remained operational, and each was heavily damaged. Commander of the 1st Interstellar Fleet, I am Major General Ning Shouting of the 4th Interstellar Fleet. I have come to lend you assistance in eradicating the false Emperor Lu Ili. Commander Lin Nian, I am Colonel Fu Qinyuan, the acting commander of the 7th Interstellar Fleet. I too am here to aid you. The 2nd and 3rd Interstellar Fleets, you are now surrounded by us. Be wise and surrender. You were once subordinates of General Wenzhong. All of you belong to the Imperial Army. There is no need for us to engage in battle. At that moment, Lin Nian suddenly heard the voices of Ning Shouting and Fu Qinyuan emanating from the ship's broadcast system. The words of Xie Yunjian, which had been relayed to him earlier, rang true. The 4th and 7th Fleets would only emerge as reinforcements once he had subdued the 5th Interstellar Fleet. Lin Nian's gaze shifted to the surrounding space near the warship number 38. As the 5th Interstellar Fleet retreated towards Bamistar, the large warships of the 1st Interstellar Fleet drew closer. The plight of the 2nd and 3rd Interstellar Fleets was particularly dire. They had transformed from aggressors into targets of counter-encirclement by the 1st. 4th and 7th Interstellar Fleets ached at this juncture. The 2nd and 3rd warships raised white flags and the old Imperial flag, reaffirming their stance. Commander, have we won? Why are those 2 fleets ceasing fire? Qianxian exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he observed the white flags of the 2nd and 3rd Interstellar Fleets, simultaneously voicing his confusion. Because their backbone is gone, Lin Nian murmured softly. The backbone he referred to was not Guhanzhou, but rather Wenyuan. The purging by Lu Ili had rendered these 2 fleets utterly devoid of combat capability. Lin Nian could surmise Guhanzhou's strategy, allowing the other 2 fleets to execute flanking maneuvers while confronting him directly. Had the 2nd and 3rd Interstellar Fleets faced him head-on, They might have surrendered under the pressure of battle. Gu Hanzhou ultimately opted for a more cautious and circumvent strategy, yet he did not anticipate being breached at a single point. Now, with Gu Hanzhou as the supreme commander gone, the fighting spirit of the three fleets dispatched by Lu Yili had dissipated in an instant. Lin Nian cast one last glance at the battered warship number 378. Wen Huiyun and Zhou Kejin had performed admirably, affording him precious time to successfully subdue Gu Hanzhou. But he could not demand more from them. Lin Nian withdrew his gaze and bent down to retrieve the helmet he had carelessly discarded earlier. The visor of the armored helmet was still embedded with a bullet, leaving a web-like pattern of cracks. He could not comprehend why Gu Hanzhou had chosen to fire upon him, given that Gu Hanzhou was unarmored. "Commander, how should we handle them?" Chen Xiao turned to the captives, the core crew of the flagship of the 5th Interstellar Fleet, including the Chief of Staff and several high-ranking officers. Lin Nian approached the Chief of Staff. "Why did you not flee? You clearly had the opportunity in time." Lin Nian posed his query. Had Gu Hanzhou acted like Han Tianzhu, abandoning ship at the first sign of trouble, Lin Nian would have found it impossible to eliminate him, or even to pursue. "Lin Nian, how do you suppose Lu Yili would treat the fleeing Gu Zhongjiang?" The Chief of Staff countered, redirecting Lin Nian's inquiry. "All right, I understand." Lin Nian nodded, his hand once again brushing over the deformed bullet on the helmet. At the moment he breached the bridge, Gu Hanzhou had chosen to seek death willingly. Perhaps, for Gu Hanzhou, dying at the hands of an unknown adversary was less desirable than perishing at the hands of his highest enemy commander. With a sigh, Lin Nian reflected, "Lin Nian, do not take pride. You best hope never to suffer defeat, for the fates of Wen Yurin and Gu Hanzhou today may well become your future. The Empire has no need for generals who have tasted failure. Should the opportunity arise, I shall be watching, waiting for the day of your downfall." The Chief of Staff suddenly shouted at Lin Nian. The death of Gu Hanzhou had profoundly affected him. "Chen Xiao, take them away and imprison them," Lin Nian instructed without responding to the Chief of Staff. "Yes, Commander." Chen Xiao immediately saluted Lin Nian. "The Empire does not require generals who have faced defeat." Lin Nian gripped the disabled helmet tightly. The Chief of Staff's earlier outburst was laden with emotion, yet he found no fault in the statement regarding the Empire. The Empire indeed would not tolerate generals who had failed. Now, as a general himself, he had no opportunity to retreat. He could either advance or plummet into the abyss. There was no alternative path. Wen Yurin served as the prime example. Lin Nian turned and slowly ascended to the command position of the flagship. Gazing down at the empty bridge, "I am destined to belong to the battlefield. Only here can I realize my utmost value." Lin Nian whispered softly, a sentiment only he could hear in the Imperial Council chamber. Lu Yili sat alone upon the Emperor's throne, his expression exceedingly grim. 10 minutes prior, news of a grave defeat had reached him. His most formidable fleet commander, Gu Hanzhou, had been vanquished by an unknown novice. Moreover, he had inadvertently delivered the recently surrendered 2nd and 3rd Interstellar Fleets directly into the hands of the enemy. That Lin Nian was also a protege of Wen Yurin, with such an individual consolidating the forces. The 2nd and 3rd Fleets would quickly become Lin Nian's subordinates. His previously favorable situation, even the Emperor's throne that he had yet to warm, would be completely ruined by this defeat. "Ah, why? Incompetence. All of you are incompetent. Gu Hanzhou, do you honor my cultivation of you to lose to such an insignificant junior, even to die at his hands?" Lu Yili abruptly rose from the throne, his voice hoarse from the outpouring of rage directed at the empty Imperial Council chamber. Chapter 84. Lu Yili's decision to flee at this moment. Qianxian hurriedly arrived, accompanied by Lu Yili's attendants. "Your Majesty," Qianxian bowed deeply, expressing his respect to Lu Yili. The previously raging Lu Yili paused, as if he had spotted a lifeline in Qianxian. "Qianxian, save me. Zhu is about to lead Wen Yurin's old troops to Baimastar." Lu Yili stepped forward, gripping Qianxian's shoulders tightly. The pain radiating from his shoulders caused Qianxian to involuntarily frown, yet he maintained a composed demeanor while gazing steadily at Lu Yili. "Your Majesty, with Gu Hanzhou's defeat, you are left with only the 6th Interstellar Fleet in your hands. The rebel forces are formidable. Remaining on Baimastar is utterly untenable. Furthermore, there are many who wish for your demise. Qianxian analyzed the situation in a low voice, his steady tone gradually easing Lu Yili's grip. The best course of action now is to evacuate Bema Star immediately. You should take the young emperor and return to the Guangyun Star region, back to your true stronghold. From there, you can strategize anew. Qianxian thoughtfully devised a plan for Lu Yili. Yes, indeed, we cannot linger here any longer. Lu Yili nodded repeatedly. After careful consideration, he agreed with Qianxian's assessment. He could no longer remain on Bema Star. Those who loathed him would become terrifying vulnerabilities in his defenses. Bema Star could not be held. He needed to depart swiftly. As long as he was alive, there would be opportunities for a resurgence. Moreover, Guangyun Star region was his true stronghold. There was no need for him to stubbornly cling to a hollow title by fighting to the death on Bema Star. Qianxian, come with me. I still need your counsel. Having made his decision, Lu Yili turned to Qianxian. During this time, Qianxian had proven invaluable, managing affairs with remarkable efficiency and consistently providing him with sound advice. In Lu Yili's mind, he had become his Zhuge Liang. Your Majesty, I cannot depart just yet. Someone must remain to delay the enemy on Bema Star, buying you time for your evacuation. Otherwise, once your adversaries realize you are no longer on Bema Star, they will immediately inform the rebel forces, who will abandon everything to pursue you, hindering your escape. Furthermore, my family is still on Bema Star, that I cannot flee. Allow me to perform this final task for you. Qianxian shook his head, politely declining Lu Yili's suggestion while fabricating a plausible excuse to justify his stay. Let him follow the doomed Lu Yili. Qianxian would never engage in such foolishness. Of course, his previous suggestions were made with genuine sincerity. It is only in certain crucial moments that Qianxian would interject with a few insincere words. However, allowing Lu Yili to depart early is a consensus among all factions within the White Mang Star. Given Lu Yili's prior demeanor, reminiscent of a harbinger of death, it is imperative to send this plague away as soon as possible, lest he unleashes his unparalleled wrath upon the entire White Mang Star in his moments of despair. As for whether Lu Yili believes his words, Qianxian is indifferent. This is Lu Yili's sole opportunity to escape. Should he miss it, he can expect to be trapped on the White Mang Star. Lu Yili remained silent for an extended period, his gaze fixed intently on the seemingly sincere Qianxian. His eyes flickered between murderous intent and the desire to flee. He could sense the signal that Qianxian was preparing to leave. Lu Yili harbored a strong desire to eliminate this astute individual, but was apprehensive about how it might jeopardize his subsequent escape plans. Given Qianxian's intelligence, if he dared to face him, he must possess some assurance that would compel him to pay a price for such thoughts. Very well. Qianxian, take care of yourself. Should you also manage to flee the White Mang Star, I shall await you in the Guangyun Star domain. Lu Yili feigned the demeanor of a benevolent ruler, solemnly patting Qianxian on the shoulder, presenting an image of harmonious lord and subject. Your Majesty, Qianxian proclaimed loudly, bring Zhurinhe. We must depart. Lu Yili cast one last glance at Qianxian, suddenly perceiving the man as quite formidable. Perhaps he should not have placed such unwavering trust in Qianxian. Yet the advice provided was undeniably invaluable, making it difficult for Lu Yili to relinquish the opportunity to consult him. Naturally drawing him into his inner circle, Lu Yili extinguished all errant thoughts. His only significant concern now was survival. The journey to the White Mang Star had been but a fleeting dream. Lu Yili felt a sense of unwillingness, but was powerless to change his fate. After all, he could not contend with force. Everything had been reduced to naught. In the bridge of ship 378, Lin Nian returned to his flagship with his soldiers. The captured ship 38 had already been placed under the control of Zhou Kejin's unit. As arranged by Lin Nian, attention, salute! When Huaiyun led thousands of crew members, along with the remaining Marine Corps members under Liao Fan, to salute Lin Nian loudly. The synchronized movements deeply moved Lin Nian. After all, they had borne the brunt of the most arduous defense on his behalf. Lin Nian stood tall, his eyes reddened as he returned their salute. Commander, we have not disgraced our mission, when Huaiyun said. His lips pressed together, his eyes similarly moist. The First Star Fleet had fought to the bitter end, with other large warships truly laying down their lives to shield them from bullets, especially the 4 valiant ship captains who had sacrificed themselves. Casting a pall of sorrow over all, "Commander, we have new communication. It is from the commanders of the 4th and 7th Star Fleets." At that moment, the communications officer suddenly received a signal and hurriedly approached Lin Nian. "Put it through." Lin Nian inhaled deeply, steadying his emotions. "Yes." The communications officer promptly complied, and soon 2 screens flickered to life. Lin Nian took his place at the familiar command station, where he could feel a sense of belonging among his trusted crew aboard ship 378. The figures on the screens were Ning Xiaoting and Fu Qinyuan. Major General Lin Nian, they both saluted in unison. Lin Nian returned their gesture, choosing to remain silent and await their intentions. "The leaders of the 2nd and 3rd Fleets have specified that they will only accept your personal surrender, refusing our entry and the takeover of the 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets. Therefore, the matter of surrendering these 2 fleets must be entrusted to your unit." Ning Xiaoting began, his expression reflecting his frustration at the refusal of the 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets to surrender. Originally, he and Fu Qinyuan had planned to take 1 fleet each to bolster their own power. In this era of territorial expansion, one could not afford to be without troops. After all, they were both loyal subordinates of Wen Yuan. Yet, they had been met with rejection, and those insolent individuals had even turned their cannons upon them, insisting they would only surrender to 1 person, Major General Lin Nian. Ning Xiaoting was furious but felt powerless, as Lin Nian was the one who had fired the first shot in resistance against Lu Yili, the true banner-bearer, but he and Fu Qinyuan had failed to seize the opportunity. Nonetheless, their visit was not solely for this matter. They also sought a commitment. They could not allow Lin Nian to monopolize all the benefits that that's so. "I understand, and I will handle it personally." "Thank you for informing me," Lin Nian replied, nodding, somewhat surprised. He had initially believed that the surrender of these 2 fleets would not fall under his purview. You have any other matters?" Lin Nian noticed that neither Ning Xiaoting nor Fu Qinyuan had ended the communication and couldn't help but inquire further. "Major General Lin Nian, your unit has suffered considerable losses. Therefore, it would be unwise for you to participate in the upcoming battle on the White Mang Star." Ning Xiaoting revealed the true purpose of his communication. Lin Nian remained silent. Ning Xiaoting's words had been quite impolite, even carrying an undertone of provocation. Lin Nian regarded Ning Xiaoting quietly, who similarly scrutinized him in return. "Major General Ning Xiaoting, how would you like me to respond?" Lin Nian chose to throw the question back at Ning Xiaoting. "Major General Lin Nian, do not be greedy. You have already acquired 2 star fleets that you wish to claim the credit for defeating Lu Yili as well." Ning Xiaoting was direct, stating his thoughts without reservation. Interesting, Lin Nian merely chuckled, choosing not to address Ning Xiaoting's insinuation directly. During the bloody conflict of the 1st Star Fleet, where was Ning Xiaoting's 4th Star Fleet? They were merely spectators. Had either the 4th or 7th Star Fleet intervened, he would not have had to fight so hard, and even the likes of Mo Yangwang would not have perished. Lin Nian's gaze sharpened momentarily. "Lin Nian, are you truly so avaricious? Your 1st Star Fleet has already been reduced to such a state. Do you believe you can continue fighting? Do not sacrifice their lives to satisfy your own ambitions." Ning Xiaoting boldly invoked moral reasoning against Lin Nian. "Enough. You two do not stand at odds with one another. We are all part of the insurgent forces against Lu Yili's tyranny. Any matters can be discussed amicably." Lin Nian interjected. "Major General Lin Nian, your 1st Star Fleet is indeed ill-suited to continue fighting. We shall take over the battle against Lu Yili from here on with the 7th and 4th Star Fleets." Fu Qinyuan chimed in, attempting to ease the tension. "Commander, we can still fight. Please issue the order." At that moment, when Huayun suddenly shouted out, "Indeed, please give the command, Commander," the other crew members echoed in unison, their voices rising to a deafening chorus. Lin Nian turned to see the resolute faces of his subordinates, aware that they were rallying for him. "No, we will not engage." Lin Nian shook his head firmly, rejecting his subordinates' pleas. Previously, his contention had merely been a matter of pride with Ning Xiaoting. But when it came to the lives of his men, Lin Nian was unwilling to squander their lives recklessly and chose to withdraw. "Major General Ning Xiaoting, Colonel Fu Qinyuan, for the upcoming battle against Lu Yili. The 1st Star Fleet shall temporarily withdraw and return to our home port. the 001 Sanitation Space Station, to recuperate. I wish you victory in your endeavors." After speaking, Lin Nian saluted the two men. Ning Xiaoding and Fu Qinyuan exchanged glances, understanding that Lin Nian's concession was motivated solely by concern for his subordinates. However, since Lin Nian had chosen to withdraw, Ning Xiaoding felt it inappropriate to press further. They had achieved no accomplishments yet, but the eagerness to claim credit was palpable. However, it was an unseemly situation. "Major General Lin Nian, please forgive my previous rashness and unfriendly demeanor. I acted out of concern that the current situation might be overturned by Lu Yili. And in my haste, I spoke those harsh words that I hope you do not take them to heart. I was merely looking out for your welfare. Given your circumstances, it is indeed unwise to continue participating in the battle. However, in our hearts, you are the true heroes of the Empire. We salute you." Ning Xiaoding sought to redeem himself, softening his tone and saluting Lin Nian and his men. "Indeed, we salute you, heroes of the Empire." Fu Qinyuan also bowed to Lin Nian. In a sense, he was genuinely impressed by the First Star Fleet, yet Lin Nian's defiance against Gu Hanzhou's Fifth Star Fleet or the fierce battles they fought. Lin Nian had emerged victorious. The First Star Fleet had truly become a formidable force. "Thank you for the praise. Farewell," Lin Nian replied, returning their salute once more, watching as the two screens faded away. "Commander, what shall we do next?" When Huayan was the first to speak. "Deploy all personnel to search for survivors and recover the remains." Lin Nian hesitated as he mentioned the last part, thinking of Mo Yangwang. He was uncertain how many people aboard the 012 ship might still be alive, and I must swiftly attend to the surrender of the Second and Third Star Fleets. Lin Nian had to set off. If he were to fall out with the Fourth and Seventh Star Fleets, the Second and Third Star Fleets might harbor ulterior motives. Lin Nian must ensure the implementation of the surrender. "Yes, Commander." The crew saluted Lin Nian in unison, swiftly beginning to busy themselves. White Light Star, a high-speed space shuttle, descended into the flagship of the 6th Interstellar Fleet stationed in outer space. Shaolin personally welcomed them in the flagship's flight area. Lu Yili was the first to descend the suspended ladder, followed by the wet nurse holding the hand of Zhu Ren. It was Zhu Ren's first time leaving White Light Star, and he was exceedingly curious about the environment of outer space. Constantly glancing around, "Your Majesty," Shaolin led all the senior officers of the fleet to salute Lu Yili. "Arrange them accordingly that we will depart the Central Star region immediately and return to the Light Cloud Star region." Lu Yili was now devoid of confidence. The death of Gu Hanzhou had struck him profoundly. Most importantly, he had foolishly sacrificed the Second and Third Interstellar Fleets that he had just brought under control. The 4 visible fleets had now dwindled to just one. That the situation between him and Lin Nian had undergone a complete reversal. The advantageous side now belonged to Lin Nian and his rebels. "Yes, Your Majesty." Shaolin immediately accepted the command. In space, the flagship of the 6th Interstellar Fleet began to gather its subordinate warships, merging with the defeated fleet of the 5th Interstellar Fleet that had just returned. They advanced robustly towards the Light Cloud Star region. 2 beams of jump light shot from the flagship of the 6th Interstellar Fleet, slowly unfolding a jump portal, Lu Yili, within the bridge's chamber. Took a final glance at the technologically advanced White Light Star. His rule over this empire, which had lasted only a few months, was now officially at an end. "Lin Nian," Lu Yili growled softly. He would forever remember this nameless individual who had toppled his new regime. As the jump portal opened, one warship after another began to make the jump, since there lay only the Snow Cloud Star region between the Central Star region and the Light Cloud Star region. It required just one jump for Lu Yili's fleet to return to their homeland. In the Imperial Senate Hall of the White Light Star Empire, Qianxian, accompanied by the court officials, each held high-powered telescopes. Gazing at the white sky and the nearly indistinguishable silhouettes of the fleet one by one, the warships began to traverse the unfolding jump portal. "Lord Qianxian, it is you who has sent this plague." Lu Yili, awed at a minister, came forward, eager to curry favor with Qianxian. With Lu Yili's retreat, a new round of power distribution would commence within the Empire's central authority. Qianxian undoubtedly had solidified his position among the top seats. Whether he could ascend to the speaker's position, once occupied by Zhu Xian and Lu Yili, depended on the allocations made by several powerful individuals, that as for who those powerful individuals were: Lin Nian, Ning Xiaoting, and Fu Qinyuan, the three commanding officers, were inescapably central to the matter. Chapter 86. Accepting the second and third interstellar fleets. As the discussions concluded, the fourth and seventh interstellar fleets slowly sailed towards White Light Star. The journey from here to White Light Star would also take some time. However, aboard the flagship of the two fleets, Ning Xiaoting and Fu Qinyuan silently observe a warship, the 378H. Its exterior was in a state of disrepair. Yet Lin Nian had relied on this very ship to forcibly defeat Gu Hanzhou, who commanded a super-large warship, thus creating a new chapter in history. Major General Ning. This Lin Nian is no simple character. Even without a super-large warship, his first interstellar fleet managed to vanquish Gu Hanzhou. I shudder to think how he would perform once he acquires a super-large warship. Fu Qinyuan expresses admiration for Lin Nian's prior battles. Feeling both moved and respectful, if it were him, he could not possibly achieve such feats, at least in terms of determination and strength. He recognized the vast gap between himself and Lin Nian. Fu Qinyuan was very clear about his own position. He was merely a drifter through life. He had no desire to confront an opponent like Lin Nian directly. Fu Colonel, why do you lack any ambition? Lin Nian merely took advantage of Gu Hanzhou's unfamiliarity with him. I have reviewed all of Lin Nian's battle records, and most of his victories relied on ambush tactics. What does that amount to in terms of commanding a high-level fleet? He merely understands brute force. Were it me, I would never grant Lin Nian the opportunity for such ambush tactics. Ning Xiaoting declared confidently, though his gaze remained fixed on that flagship. The 378th warship gradually diminished in size as their fleet advanced until it was entirely out of sight. Yes, I'm hanging up. Fu Qinyuan was unwilling to continue this conversation. Ning Xiaoting's belief that Lin Nian could be dealt with was merely his own concern, unrelated to Fu Qinyuan. The communication screen turned off. A liaison officer hurriedly approached. Acting Commander, communication from the Central Command of White Light Star. Shall we connect? The liaison officer spoke with utmost seriousness. Which Central Command? Fu Qinyuan did not rush to connect. Casually inquiring, is it the command led by Zhu Rinhe or the one led by Lu Yili? The two are worlds apart. It is the old Central Command. The liaison officer promptly provided a definitive answer, having recognized the old Imperial emblem. Could it be that Lu Yili has already fled? Fu Qinyuan quickly dismissed that thought. Connected, he nodded at the liaison officer. Yes, the liaison officer withdrew, and soon, a screen lit up, revealing Qianxian's face. 7th Interstellar Fleet, Acting Commander Fu Qinyuan. It is a pleasure to meet you. Esteemed speaker, Fu Qinyuan addressed Qianxian loudly. Qianxian represented the local forces of White Light Star. Fu Qinyuan wished to avoid causing trouble and did not want to attract trouble to himself. Therefore, he was courteous to everyone. Major General Ning Xiaoting. Colonel Fu Qinyuan. The pseudo-emperor Lu Yili has fled with the young emperor into the celestial realm. The Imperial Senate has just unanimously passed a resolution to nullify Lu Yili's titles as Imperial Marshal and Speaker of the Senate and to revoke all his illegitimate appointments, due to the extensive purging carried out by Lu Yili. The original Central Command has become completely dysfunctional. We shall temporarily assume the role of the Central Command and formally issue new orders to the 7th and 4th Interstellar Fleets to pursue the traitor Lu Yili and bring back His Majesty. Qianxian stated gravely. Understood. Acting Commander of the 7th Interstellar Fleet, Fu Qinyuan acknowledges the order. Fu Qinyuan solemnly saluted Qianxian. Commander of the 4th Interstellar Fleet, Ning Xiaoting acknowledges the order. Simultaneously, Fu Qinyuan heard Ning Xiaoting's voice from within Qianxian's communication screen. Excellent. I wish both of you a victorious return. Qianxian nodded in satisfaction before abruptly severing the connection. Fu Qinyuan cast one last glance at the 1st Interstellar Fleet behind him. In Qianxian's mission to pursue Lu Yili. No position had been allocated for the 1st Interstellar Fleet, which meant that Lin Nian and his 1st Interstellar Fleet were now being suppressed. For the people of White Light Star, having a dominant power was a terrifying matter. If Zhu Xian were dominant, then the local forces of White Light Star would be oppressed. If Lu Yili were dominant, the same fate would befall them. Perhaps even worse than before, Lu Ili favored using violence to intimidate dissenters, while Lin Nian, as the one who fired the first shot against Lu Ili, stood out remarkably, having single-handedly taken on 3 foes. Not only did he defeat Lu Ili's top general, Guhan Zhou, but he also acquired the legacy of Wen Yuan. The second and third interstellar fleets. Lin Nian had already shown the potential to become a new Lu Ili. Regardless of whether Lin Nian harbored such intentions, the likelihood that White Light Star would allow him to engage in battle again was minimal. At least not in the near term. As Fu Qianxian contemplated this, he could not help but shake his head, sighing softly to it was both a reflection on Lin Nian and the dire state of the Empire. A shared warship of the second and third interstellar fleets, Lin Nian descended the boarding ladder from the space shuttle. The soldiers of the 2 fleets had already bound all their original senior officers and had them standing to one side. These were all new fleet commanders appointed by Lu Ili. The massive screen was broadcasting the events to all members of the 2 fleets. Attention! Representatives of the entire Second Interstellar Fleet, representatives of the entire Third Interstellar Fleet. We greet you, Commander, the leading soldier shouted to Lin Nian, flanked by a perfectly aligned formation of soldiers. Lin Nian promptly straightened his posture and returned the salute at ease. Lin Nian gazed at their faces with a sense of nostalgia. He had once been a member of the Third Interstellar Fleet, a direct subordinate of Wen Rong. But now, with Wen Yuan dead by suicide and Wen Rong missing, the once formidable Second and Third Interstellar Fleets had been reduced to this chaotic state. Gentlemen, thank you for your trust in me that I will also fulfill my promise to you. N01 from the Second and Third Interstellar Fleets will face repercussions anymore. All those who were wronged by Lu Ili will receive justice. They are certainly not traitors to the Empire. On the contrary, they are heroes of the Empire. They are heroes of us all. By the end of his speech, Lin Nian earnestly addressed everyone, without any command. As soon as his words fell, all the soldiers in formation stood at attention in unison, saluting Lin Nian in gratitude. Their eyes glistened with tears, having witnessed their commanders being arrested one by the military police. Without any reason, trial, or indiscriminate execution. This left them anxious and unsettled. Why did the Empire they had pledged allegiance to repay them in such a manner? Now, disperse. I require a new roster from you. These individuals shall become your new commanders and the captains of the new warships, under whose leadership you shall continue to serve as the Empire's sharpest blade. Lin Nian spoke with utmost solemnity. Yes, Commander, the soldiers responded in unison. The soldiers then began to jog away. Lin Nian watched their departing figures, aware that he could not directly appoint new commanders to restore order within the 2 fleets and stabilize morale. It would be more effective to promote those around him. Of course, Lin Nian did not have any direct subordinates himself. For him, it mattered little whom he chose, having experienced the 1455 and 378 warships. He sensed that the soldiers cared more about who could lead them to victory. Victory meant promotions and raises, rather than mere loyalty to a specific individual. Chapter 87. New appointments. Lin Nian observed the soldiers before him, intending to begin assembling his own team that if there were those willing to heed and trust him, he would ensure the interests of his subordinates were safeguarded. Representatives of the 2 fleets, you are to gather opinions immediately. Provide me with a list of your internal nominations that I shall await your return here. Lin Nian approached the 2 fleet representatives and saluted them. Their selection as representatives indicated they were trusted by the lower-ranking officers and soldiers. Yes, Commander, both replied, somewhat astonished, and promptly returned to salute before jogging off. Commander, how shall we deal with these individuals? Qianxian inquired, rushing to Lin Nian's side and saluting. Take them all back to the 378 warship. Detain them uniformly. Once we reach the vicinity of Baimastar, transfer these individuals to Qianxian and his team. Lin Nian instructed Qianxian. Understood. Qianxian acknowledged and set about his task. His mobile combat unit began escorting the detainees onto the transport airship. Commander, we've just received news from the 378 warship. Lord Qianxian is looking for you to that moment, when Huayan descended from the space shuttle and delivered a message to Lin Nian, displaying Qianxian's contact identifier from 10 minutes prior. Lin Nian frowned slightly. Let us wait a moment, but I intend to personally receive the list of officer nominations from both fleets. he explained to Huayan that in the eyes of those affiliated with the two fleets, his every action represented the Empire's stance to simply draw a plan and depart might sow discontent in their hearts. The trust afforded to the second and third interstellar fleets was exceedingly fragile, especially after their recent tribulations. Fortunately, Lin Nian did not have to wait long. Perhaps upon witnessing Lin Nian steadfastly honoring his promise and waiting for the submission of the new internal officer nomination list, the representatives of the two fleets hurriedly returned. "Commander, we apologize for the wait. Here is our preliminary list. The remaining vacancies shall be filled by the Empire and the Commander-S designation. The second and third interstellar fleets will execute this unconditionally." Both representatives saluted Lin Nian, sensing the respect he held for them. Their demeanor remained exceptionally polite, even somewhat cautious. "Excellent. I have indeed received it. Now, you shall accompany my forces as we advance. The Empire will soon issue new orders. Rest assured, I promise to fulfill your requests as swiftly as possible." Lin Nian solemnly saluted the two men. "Yes, thank you, Commander. We await your good news." They stood straight and saluted Lin Nian, after personally securing the list in his possession. Lin Nian returned their gesture. "Chief of Staff 1, let us proceed." Lin Nian quickly boarded the space shuttle. After casting one last glance at the two fleet representatives, he entered the shuttle, which emitted a pale blue trail as it swiftly departed from the warship's internal hangar. Before long, they ventured into the vastness of space that in the immense cosmos. Three interstellar fleets advanced in parallel, with the first interstellar fleet at the center, flanked by the second and third fleets on either side. At the heart of this formation was the 378 warship, its bow creased and marked by countless battle scars, bearing witness to the ferocity of the last conflict. The captured 38 super battleship lingered nearby. But upon reaching the orbital sanitation station, this flagship of the 5th Interstellar Fleet would be reclaimed by the Empire, awaiting the day it would serve as the nucleus for the reorganization of the 5th Interstellar Fleet. The space shuttle appeared diminutive amidst the fleet, swiftly entering the 378 warship. In the command room of the 378 warship, Lin Nian, accompanied by Wan Huayun and Chen Xiao, entered briskly. "Commander," the previously busy crew members in the command room halted their tasks. Standing at attention and saluting Lin Nian in their eyes, he had become a god of war, especially for those who had followed him since the 1455 warship, having witnessed firsthand how Lin Nian had led them to their current status. His rapid ascent elicited no envy. The feats he accomplished were beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals, consistently overcoming overwhelming odds while navigating precarious situations. Had Lin Nian faltered even once, failure in any battle would have spelled certain doom. "Very well. You may resume your duties." Lin Nian offered a brief salute in return before taking his position at the command console. "Commander, Lord Qianxian sought you out. Upon your return, he urged you to contact him immediately." An officer reported as they hurriedly approached Lin Nian. "Understood. Please initiate contact now," Lin Nian replied, nodding while simultaneously picking up a substantial stack of documents that had just been placed on the command desk, requests and orders requiring his signature. Lin Nian felt overwhelmed. As his rank increased, so too did the volume of paperwork awaiting his approval. Major General Lin, a voice called from behind, "IT was Qianxian," who, upon receiving the contact request, was promptly connected. "Lord Qianxian." Lin Nian turned to salute him. He belonged to the Central Command, which in turn was under the Emperor's jurisdiction. However, all Imperial orders required approval from the Imperial Assembly before they could be issued. Lin Nian found this bureaucratic structure rather perplexing. He was uncertain to whom he truly answered. Moreover, with the current Emperor being quite young, authority was dispersed between the Central Command and the Imperial Assembly. "There's no need for excessive formality. Major General Lin, we do not belong to the same system. That I am contacting you because the Central Command is incapacitated and the Imperial Assembly must temporarily step in for communication." Qianxian continued, "Major General Lin, Lu Ili has fled with the Emperor into the astral domain. The entire Central Star domain has been liberated due to the First Interstellar Fleet. Your performance in opposing Lu Ili's usurpation has been remarkable, and you single-handedly defeated the leader of the so-called Fifth Interstellar Fleet, Gu Hanzhou, significantly undermining Lu Ili's aspirations to dominate the Empire. The Imperial Assembly has unanimously decided that you shall be recognized as the primary contributor in this upheaval. You are hereby officially appointed as the Supreme Commander of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Fleets, overseeing these 3 interstellar fleets of the Empire, and you are awarded the Empire's first-class Gold Star Medal in recognition of your achievements. Qianxian solemnly declared, bestowing upon Lin Nian the title of Fleet Commander. The circumstances at Star left them with little choice. Qianxian had gained a clear understanding of the situation with the 2nd and 3rd interstellar fleets from Qianxian and Fictional. The troops only obeyed Lin Nian's orders, and any disorderly conduct could potentially incite rebellion against him. In contrast, Lin Nian demonstrated far greater decisiveness and courage than when Yuan. Should turmoil arise, resolving it would not be a simple task. The Empire could ill afford further upheaval. Lin Nian did not hastily accept the order, as he found Qianxian's statement peculiar. Initially, they spoke of Lu Yili's escape, yet now he was being proclaimed as the primary contributor. Was it time to discuss accolades even before Lu Yili had been dealt with? Chapter 88. The final tribute, Major General Lin. Do you have any concerns? Qianxian queried upon noticing Lin Nian's reluctance to accept the order. Lord Qianxian, could we refrain from formalities for a moment? Lin Nian grasped the railing before him. Very well. What do you wish to know? Qianxian, facing Lin Nian, felt no need to conceal anything. Lin Nian was astute and not easily misled. Are you not planning to utilize the 1st interstellar fleet in the campaign against Lu Yili? Lin Nian directly inquired. Indeed, Qianxian confirmed. You are well aware of the situation within your fleet. The subsequent matters will be entrusted to Major General Ning Xiaoting and Colonel Fu Qinyuan. Qianxian stated candidly. Lin Nian fell silent once more, observing Qianxian with contemplation. He sought more than mere participation in the ongoing campaign. He required a satisfactory resolution from Star for himself and his subordinates. Qianxian remained quiet, attempting to exert pressure on Lin Nian. Lin Nian's stance clearly indicated a desire for further concessions, which Qianxian was reluctant to provide. Lin Nian, what is it that you truly seek? As long as it is not excessive, we can strive to accommodate your request. However, after a prolonged stalemate, it was still Qianxian who sighed first. Opting to relent, there was no alternative. Lin Nian held the reins of 3 Imperial Starfleet fleets, all elite formations. To dispatch Lin Nian against Lu Yili was likely to leave him with nothing to offer in return. Conversely, sending Ning Xiaoting and Fu Qinyuan with the 4th and 7th Starfleets was a feasible option. Yet that would leave Star in a precarious position, akin to running bare without any defenses. The 3 Starfleets under Lin Nian's command could strike at any moment. And no matter how astute Qianxian was, he had to adopt a conciliatory stance in front of Lin Nian, as long as Lin Nian's demands were not unreasonable. Qianxian resolved to agree first and negotiate later. Very well. Lord Qianxian, I have here a list of the fallen. They were loyal subjects who served the Empire faithfully and deserve the highest compensation. Lin Nian presented a document. Upon seeing familiar names like Mo Yangwang, a shadow of sorrow clouded his gaze. Although he had not known them for long, Lin Nian was taken aback by their willingness to sacrifice their lives to protect the 378th battleship. Indeed, that is reasonable. Qianxian nodded. Lin Nian's initial request was not excessive. It was only just that the Empire provide compensation for the fallen. Otherwise, in the future, few would be willing to serve the Empire. There is also a list of promotions due to merit. After receiving Qianxian's nod, Lin Nian slowly produced another document. Very well. The Empire shall not neglect those who have rendered service. Qianxian's expression darkened slightly. Yet he chose to acquiesce. Furthermore, I have a list for the exoneration of officers and recommendations for appointments. Like a magician, Lin Nian pulled out 2 additional documents from his cloak. General Lin Nian. Please do not push your luck. Qianxian's lips twitched. Lord Qianxian, the last 2 lists pertain to officers wrongfully accused and executed by Lu Yili. I implore the Empire to grant them the treatment they rightfully deserve. This is my final request. Lin Nian stated with utmost seriousness. Qianxian inhaled sharply, grasping Lin Nian's maneuver. Once this move was set in motion, unless the 2nd and 3rd Starfleets were entirely obliterated, Lin Nian's influence over them would remain indelible. Qianxian was reluctant to comply, but the mess left by Lu Yili was one they had no choice but to swallow. After all, Zhu Xian and Wen Yuren had both made blunders, allowing Lu Ili to create a vast pitfall. All notable officers in the Central Star domain had been ruthlessly purged by Lu Ili, leaving the Empire bereft of personnel. Lin Nian emerged as a new breed of combat officer, having forged his status through sheer talent and capability. Despite not hailing from the Imperial Command Academy, Lin Nian's prowess was beyond dispute. He had defeated the self-taught Han Tianzhu and the once promising Gu Hanzhou in command of Starfleet warfare. In this domain, all were compelled to acknowledge Lin Nian's competence. Very well, very well. This is the last request I can accommodate. Please forward the list to me, and we shall have them examined by the Imperial Council. Xie Yunjian conceded, having been bested by Lin Nian. Thank you, Lord Xie Yunjian. Lin Nian saluted Xie Yunjian solemnly. Then, General Lin Nian, your 3 Imperial Starfleets are to return to the 001 to 003 sanitation space stations for a comprehensive rest, awaiting the next orders from the Central Command. Xie Yunjian instructed gravely. Understood. Lin Nian, having just lowered his hand, found himself raising it once more, sensing Xie Yunjian's deliberate action. General Lin Nian, I extend my gratitude to the First Starfleet for their contributions to the Empire. On behalf of the Imperial Council, I express our heartfelt thanks. Glory belongs to the Empire. Xie Yunjian suddenly adopted the gestures of a soldier, striking his left hand against his right arm. Glory belongs to the Empire. Inside the 378th battleship, all crew members witnessed this moment and promptly ceased their tasks, standing at attention and mimicking the gesture. As Lin Nian watched Xie Yunjian's hologram fade away, he finally exhaled deeply. At the very least, he had fulfilled his promises regarding the 2nd and 3rd Starfleets. For the foreseeable future, his 1st Starfleet would likely remain free from conflict. Lin Nian felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders as he settled heavily into his command seat. He had finally returned alive, ready to reunite with his family. In the tranquil expanse of space, the battered 378th battleship opened a gash in its hull, and a multitude of soldiers marched forth. The surrounding ships followed suit, each soldier cradling a canister of ashes, forming orderly ranks while awaiting the final group to emerge. Last, Lin Nian, accompanied by senior officers, stepped out slowly, each holding a canister of ashes close to their hearts. Lin Nian reached the highest point of the battleship's surface first, cradling the ashes of none other than Mo Yangwang. Each individual aboard the ship had been required to write a letter of farewell and specify their wishes for their remains. Most chose to have their bodies cremated, with their ashes scattered into the cosmos by their commanders or comrades, as the ships often lacked the time to return their remains. Rest in peace. Mo Yangwang. Lin Nian murmured. He opened the urn and gently poured the ashes into the boundless starry sky, repeating the act for Wen Huayun, Zhou Kejin, Liao Fan, Chen Xiao, and others. The soldiers clutched their fallen comrades, watching as the ashes gradually vanished into the infinite cosmos. Salute! Morning, Wen Huayun shouted. The soldiers from the 3 Starfleets saluted the vast expanse of stars filled with white ash. After several minutes of silence, Lin Nian, in his capacity as fleet commander, issued commands to all the battleships. The triple-linked super-heavy artillery of the larger vessels began to shift slowly, aligning their turrets in unison, their massive barrels elevated towards the resplendent starry sky. Fire! Lin Nian bellowed, as if expending all his strength. His eyes brimmed with tears as the cannon mouths erupted in a flurry of sparks. Time and again, the eyes of all were misty, yet they stood tall, solemnly saluting the stars. This would be their final farewell to their comrades. Chapter 89. Lu Ili's defense strategy in the Guanyin star domain, Tianjiang star. Lu Ili had returned to the central city here. The young emperor was brought to this location as well. Lu Ili summoned all members of the Lu family for an emergency war council in the discussion hall. He had a few eyes in the central star domain who reported the latest developments to him. Lu Ili listened intently as his personal secretary relayed the specific intelligence. Excellent. Xie Yunjian chose to betray me the moment I left, Lu Ili remarked, slamming his fist on the podium. Despite having anticipated Xie Yunjian's treachery, he still felt vexed when the reality unfolded. He surveyed the crowd of Lu family members before him. If any of them were capable, he would not be so irritated. Under his command, there were hardly any reliable individuals. If they were dependable, he would not have entrusted the 5th and 6th Star Fleets to outsiders. Originally, Lu Ili had thought Gu Hanzhou was a rare talent, only to have Lin Nian eliminate him directly. It was worth noting that before Lin Nian's rise, he had merely been a private. Next, Lu Ili grumbled, urging his personal secretary to continue. Your Majesty, the 4th and 7th Star Fleets under Ning Xiaoding and Fu Qinyuan have just completed their jump and arrived at Badong Star in the Shuiyun Star Domain. They are rapidly advancing towards the Guangyun Star Domain that we need to prepare relevant defenses promptly, the secretary reported, glancing at Lu Ili. Is it that Lin Nian? Lu Ili inquired, somewhat taken aback. The fact that the 4th and 7th Star Fleets were pursuing him without the 1st Star Fleet or Lin Nian was unexpected. Yes, Your Majesty. The people from Bema Star are likely concerned about another. The secretary trailed off, realizing Lu Ili knew exactly what he was implying, fearing the emergence of another like him. Very well. Let us change the subject. Where shall we establish our defenses? Lu Ili was unwilling to linger on this topic. Having been driven out of the Central Star Domain, if he could not hold onto the Guanyin Star Domain, his so-called status as the Empire's new emperor would soon come to an end. That I suggest contacting Major General Lin, as he is a professional in this area and can surely provide you with excellent advice. The personal secretary respectfully proposed. Very well. Immediately contact Lin in the sky. Lu Ili nodded, acknowledging the need for more expert opinions on military deployment. As he surveyed the other individuals in the discussion hall, he noticed that apart from sharing his surname, none of them could offer useful insights. They remained silent throughout, resembling a group of useless gluttons. They can't be of any assistance. Lu Ili could not help but scold them. Yet no one dared to respond, each shrinking back like an ostrich. Shaking his head, Lu Ili chose to ignore them and turned to his personal secretary, who promptly initiated contact with Lin. A holographic screen appeared. Greetings, Your Majesty. Lin saluted respectfully to Lu Ili. The relevant materials have been sent to you. I require your counsel. Lu Ili's expression was grave as he addressed Lin. Indeed, Your Majesty, I need a moment to review and contemplate, Lin responded earnestly. Very well. Lu Ili nodded. Lin did not keep him waiting for long. Your Majesty, I intend to establish defenses from Zhenzhou Star. At the same time, the personal secretary swiftly unfurled a star chart, indicating the location of Zhenzhou Star, situated at the juncture of the Shuiyun and Guanyin Star regions. There lies a planet. The secretary illuminated this celestial body. Why choose this location? Lu Ili expressed his bewilderment. Your Majesty, according to intelligence reports, the adversaries we are to confront are the 4th and 7th Star Fleets, since it is not the 1st Star Fleet. The remnants of the previously defeated 5th Star Fleet can be of use. Furthermore, within the entire Guanyin Star region, only the area surrounding Zhenzhou Star can sustain prolonged warfare for us, should the 4th and 7th Star Fleets engage near Tianjiang Star. Our supply space stations, battleship production lines, and recruitment of soldiers, along with the entire logistics supply chain, would be utterly devastated. Once ensnared in a standoff, it would be exceedingly difficult to recover. Lin's countenance was solemn. By positioning the battlefield near Zhenzhou Star, the aforementioned issues would be mitigated. The enemy fleet cannot simply bypass our main forces to appear in our rear. Numerous real combat instances have demonstrated that. In the absence of specific enemy deployment intelligence, attempting a jump into the fray is tantamount to suicidal folly. Moreover, by ensnaring these two old Imperial fleets here, we at least retain the hope of victory. Should we prevail against Ning Xiaoding and Fu Qinyuan, advancing once more into the Central Star region is not beyond the realm of possibility. Lin articulated the very sentiments that Lu Ili yearned to hear. Excellent. Let us proceed as you suggest. Find a way to vanquish these 2-star fleets. Whatever you require, I shall provide with utmost effort. Anything at all. Lu Ili exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He envisioned himself returning to Bema Star, basking in the adoration of countless admirers. Such days had been fleeting. He longed to reclaim that glory and reign over the Empire. As this thought crossed his mind, a fierce expression flashed across Lu Ili's face. Your Majesty, what I most urgently require is... Lin hesitated, pondering whether his next words might provoke Lu Ili's eye. He will not harbor any reservations. Speak freely. I have vowed to meet all your requests. As long as you assist me in securing this victory, Lu Ili projected an air of grandiosity. Your Majesty, due to well-known circumstances, the morale of our fleet is exceedingly low. We are in dire need of a unifying figure to bolster their spirits. Thus, I implore your Majesty to board the flagship. Xiao Lin's words were tentative, particularly as he reached the final phrase, stumbling over it. Upon hearing Xiao Lin's request for him to personally oversee the front line, Lu Ili's complexion turned ashen. His chest heaved violently. He feared that he might perish unexpectedly on the battlefield. Such tales were all too familiar to Lu Ili, especially in the realm of interstellar warfare. Even within a colossal battleship, safety could not be guaranteed. The previous incidents involving Hizhua, Yin and now Guhanzhou all had met their demise aboard their vessels due to defeat. Your Majesty, please do not falter. This is your empire. Xiao Lin sensed Lu Ili's wavering resolve and hastily intensified his persuasion, his subtext unmistakable. If Lu Ili did not board the flagship and attend to the front line, Xiao Lin could very well replace the new Imperial standard with the old Imperial flag. I understand, Lu Ili replied with great difficulty. Nodding, Chapter 90. Xinzhou Star and the Shuyan Star region. At Badong Star, two well-structured star fleets advanced slowly. At the center, two colossal battleships were engaged in constant communication. Old Fu, there are no Lu Ili forces at Badong Star. What do you think they will ambush us? Ning shouting inquired, gathering with his chief of staff and others around the command platform, which displayed an enormous star map. As he sought Fu Qinyuan's opinion, he continuously zoomed in and out on a specific location. Xinzhou Star. This planet represented the optimal entry point into the Guanyin Star region. Surrounding it were vast fields of small asteroid belts. The larger the battleship, the more challenging it became to evade the chaotic collisions within these zones that, of course, Ning Shouting could opt to take a detour and enter the Guanyin Star region via alternate routes. But that would require considerable time that he could ill afford. Aside from direct jumps, Xinzhou Star was an unavoidable waypoint. However, as the thought of a direct jump crossed Ning Shouting's mind, he swiftly dismissed it. It was well known that Guanyin Star region was Lu Ili's stronghold. Should they dare to jump directly in, it would likely lead to their demise. Jumping had time constraints and required a stable surrounding environment. Otherwise, a single missile could obliterate the jump gate and, along with it, all nearby vessels, tearing them apart with unleashed energy. Such a central battlefield was evidently unsuitable for a jump. Xinzhou Star, then. This is the place. Any alternate location would render Lu Ili incapable of establishing defenses. Fu Qinyuan's voice broke through. Then we must accelerate our pace. While Lu Ili's morale is at a nadir, it is best to resolve this swiftly. Ning Shouting's ambitions were towering. He yearned to personally capture Lu Ili. Not only did he aspire to become a general, but at the very least, to secure a major general's rank, equaling his former superior. When Yuan, the first star fleet under Lin Nian, had already confirmed its non-participation in the battle, Fu Qinyuan's nature was well known. He was an honest man who would not contend with him. Thus, the stage was set exclusively for him. Previously, when Yuan had been wary of Guhanzhou, who had now been eliminated by Lin Nian. Meanwhile, Lu Ili's other commander, Xiao Lin, was not someone Ning Shouting regarded with much concern. This individual had merely gained some notoriety through partnership with Guhanzhou. In terms of battleship command, Ning Shouting deemed Xiao Lin woefully inexperienced. Major General Ning, Xiao Lin may not be so easily dealt with. After all, he is renowned as a twin star alongside Guhanzhou, Fu Qinyuan remarked, his tone laced with skepticism. You believe such drivel? This is our prime opportunity. Lin Nian has already shattered the morale of the 5th Star Fleet. Lu Ili is akin to a rickety house on the verge of collapse. We merely need to give it a nudge to bring it crashing down. Are you certain you do not wish to claim this monumental credit? At the very least, a promotion in rank and a place in the Central Command would be yours. I have awaited this opportunity for far too long. Ning Shouting unabashedly revealed his ambitions. Very well, very well. You are the Major General. I shall defer to your command that I, as a colonel, will follow orders. Fu Qinyuan relented, his tone tinged with resignation. The disparity in ranks weighed heavily upon him. He had long been a colonel and an acting commander, yearning for a formal promotion. Ideally, he aspired to become a pivotal figure like Lin Nian, swiftly rising to prominence. You are indeed insightful. Old Fu. Rest assured, your contributions will not go unnoticed, Ning Shouting declared, immediately giving Fu Qinyuan a thumbs up. He had anticipated this very response from Fu Qinyuan. Regarding the situation with Lin Nian, Ning Shouting had also received information from Qianxian. Lin Nian's rank remained unchanged, while the faction of Beimastar grudgingly accepted the promotion to Major General bestowed upon Zhu Xian just before his demise. Along with the first-class Imperial Gold Star Medal, they refrained from granting Lin Nian a Major General rank, wary of his meteoric rise. Of course, these accolades held little persuasive power, yet in terms of key appointments, Qianxian had made significant concessions, endowing Lin Nian with substantial authority, effectively promoting him without an official rank. Lin Nian had already assumed command over the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Star fleets, each under his direct command. The commanders of the 1st Fleet and 2nd Fleet, Lin Nian and Colonel Zhou Kejin, respectively, alongside Colonel Wei Rindao of the 3rd Fleet, were all loyal subordinates of Lin Nian. The Imperial Council's grant of such authority to Lin Nian would inevitably prompt efforts to bolster a new faction to counter the swiftly rising star that he was. Ning Shouting was acutely aware of this reality. He and Fu Qinyuan were among the candidates that in the forthcoming confrontation with Lu Yili, should he achieve a resounding victory, he would acquire authority akin to Lin Nian's, perhaps even outranking him. Moreover, his forces would no longer be limited to the 4-star fleet. Qianxian had already hinted that the 10th and 11th star fleets of the Empire were undergoing reorganization, with positions reserved for those who had rendered meritorious service. The only prerequisite was that he must triumph over Lu Yili in this battle. All right, the entirety of the 7-star fleet awaits the orders of Major General Ning. Fu Qinyuan's half-length hologram magnified suddenly, saluting Ning Shouting. Very well, I shall not dally. 4th and 7th star fleets, full speed ahead. Secure Xinzhou Star. Ning Shouting returned the salute to Fu Qinyuan with gravity. Yes, after Fu Qinyuan returned the gesture, he severed communication to in the expanse of space. 2 interstellar fleets began to shift their formations, merging into a unified whole. The rhomboid formation gradually took shape as the fierce yellow-white glow of the exhaust flames erupted from all warships, accelerating towards the not-so-distant Xinzhou Star. In the vicinity of Xinzhou Star, warships from both fleets were also hastening their advance. Inside the flagship bridge of the 6th Interstellar Fleet, Xiao Lin lowered his head, intently studying the star map of the area surrounding Xinzhou Star. According to the intelligence just transmitted from Badong Star, Ning Shouting showed no intention of pausing for rest after reclaiming Badong Star, directly accelerating towards Xinzhou Star. The commanders of the opposing fleets were equally aware of the significance of Xinzhou Star. Chief of Staff, at our current speed, how much longer will it take us to reach Xinzhou Star? Xiao Lin inquired of his Chief of Staff. Commander, we will likely require about a month. The Chief of Staff replied solemnly, saluting Xiao Lin that a star domain is neither particularly large nor small, without the use of warp. Reaching it swiftly still demands considerable time. Too slow. Although we are much closer to Xinzhou Star than Ning Shouting's fleet, he must also be devising ways to gain an advantage on us. Issue the order to the fleet. Advance at full speed immediately. We must reach Xinzhou Star and establish defenses before the enemy arrives. Xiao Lin earnestly instructed his subordinates. Yes, they all saluted in unison and began a bustle about. With a moment of idleness, Xiao Lin noticed the absence of Lu Yili. He looked around, wondering where His Majesty had wandered off. Lu Yili had indeed arrived, but his presence was hardly felt. If he were to deliver some words of motivation and encouragement, they would carry far more weight than the exhortations of Xiao Lin, the fleet commander. Communications officer, where is His Majesty? Xiao Lin suddenly called out to the officer. The officer's expression was somewhat complex. After a brief pause, he responded, Commander, His Majesty is in the launch area of Hangar 01. After speaking, the communications officer saluted Xiao Lin and swiftly departed. Xiao Lin was no fool. The officer's actions conveyed much that he hurried to his command post and accessed the monitoring of the launch area of flagship Hangar 01 through the display. At last, he spotted His Majesty, who was engrossed in some form of drill with his guard unit. Sigh. Upon merely catching a glimpse, Xiao Lin felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He covered his eyes with his left hand and let his head droop. Such a critical moment before battle. Rather than contemplating how to uplift morale, Liu Ili was preoccupied with rehearsing an escape. Chapter 91. Encountering Colonel Lin again at Space Station 001. The remaining warships of the 1st Interstellar Fleet slowly entered the docking area. The soldiers responsible for docking all focused their attention on a severely damaged large warship. The once clear hull number 378 could now only vaguely reveal an 8, with the original 37 replaced by a massive gash. In the bridge of the 378, Lin Nian was conversing with Wei Rinda and Zhou Kejin during a brief docking interval. "Congratulations to you both. You are now fleet commanders," Lin Nian smiled as he congratulated them. "No, we are merely fortunate. Fortunate to be subordinates of the commanders, relying on their leadership to survive. Unfortunately, old M.O. is the one who truly deserves promotion," Zhou Kejin said, his expression serious, devoid of any humor. He had genuinely experienced life-and-death moments. Had Lin Nian's announcement been a moment later, he would have sacrificed himself for the nation. Indeed, Colonel Zhou speaks the truth. Without the command and leadership of the commander, we would not have survived to return here. Wei Rinda and Zhou Kejin exchanged solemn glances and once again saluted Lin Nian. "Very well, you both must attend to your respective fleets. Off you go," Lin Nian said with a wry smile, intending to lighten the atmosphere, but finding himself pulled back into seriousness by the two. "Yes. Take care, Commander," they both said in unison to Lin Nian. As the display vanished, Lin Nian slowly lowered his hands. "Major General Lin, the 378 has successfully docked. We should head down now," when Huayan briskly entered the now empty bridge. The vast bridge now held only Lin Nian. "All right, Lieutenant 1. Lin Nian nodded. He took one last glance at the bridge, knowing this would be his final moment aboard the 378. By the way, when did we dock? I didn't feel any tremor during the docking process," Lin Nian asked Wen Huayan. The noise during docking at Space Station 007 and Space Station 012 had been considerable. "Major General Lin, this is the closest space station to Baimong Star, Space Station 001. The equipment is always state-of-the-art. Naturally, there would be no tremors," when Huayan explained with a shake of his head. After all, Lin Nian had returned with the fleet, having transformed from a private to a major general in one fell swoop, an experience that was already a legendary tale within the Empire. "I see." Lin Nian nodded that he finally exited the bridge. Personally shutting the bridge lights, he gathered his emotions and followed Wen Huayan. Along the way, the crew members saluted Lin Nian, who reciprocated their greetings. "Commander, thank you for bringing us home." "Commander, thank you." During the intervals, Lin Nian also heard heartfelt expressions of gratitude from his subordinates. He wanted to say something, to express that he had not been able to bring everyone home, that many had perished because of him. Yet ultimately, all his words lodged in his throat, unspoken, leaving him to silently return their salutes. When Lin Nian arrived at the ship's gangway, a group of high-ranking officer captives was being escorted away by soldiers. "We've met the commander. Perhaps you should head down first." "Commander," the captain of the escorting mobile unit said to Lin Nian, and when Huayan such a moment, he had not anticipated that the two highest fleet commanders would still be aboard the ship. Speaking somewhat flustered, "No need. You carry on with your duties. We are in no rush." Lin Nian shook his head, allowing the captain of the mobile unit to continue with his tasks. "Yes." The captain saluted and hastened the transfer of the captives. "Major General Lin, brother, please help me." Just as Lin Nian was about to review some display documents, a familiar voice suddenly called out. Lin Nian turned towards the voice and was surprised to see Colonel Lin from Space Station 012. Suddenly recalling that his first interstellar fleet had been attacked by the scattered fleets of Space Station 012 while passing through, yet the fleet had swiftly dealt with the skirmish, he had long since put that incident behind him. Now, fate had brought him face to face with Colonel Lin once more. It was indeed a curious twist of fate. Lin Nian remembered that this very Colonel Lin had personally delivered the 378 to him. Now, it seemed that fate had turned the tables, as he was now the one escorting Colonel Lin away. Observing Lin Nian's reaction, the captain of the mobile unit quickly directed his men to bring Colonel Lin forth to stand before him. "Colonel Lin, long time no see," Lin Nian said earnestly to Colonel Lin. Their roles had reversed, He remained an officer of the Empire while Colonel Lin had become a prisoner. Major General Lin, since that day, I handed you the signed electronic board. I sense you were no ordinary individual, Colonel Lin remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Major General Lin, my previous assault was out of necessity. I was coerced into action by the false Emperor Lu Yili and the faux General Guhanzhou. I was also seeking a path to survival for you, feigning an attack, to then surrender. In this way, I would offend neither Lu Yili nor the Empire, at least securing a chance to live. Major General Lin, I hope you can speak a word for me in the Imperial Assembly. The situation was chaotic then, and us lower-ranking officers had no idea whom to follow. Lu Yili was a notorious butcher. What could we do? Were there not enough in the Imperial Assembly who had aligned with Lu Yili? Why did they not face scrutiny? With a mere shift, they became embodiments of justice. Were they when Lu Yili usurped power? Colonel Lin, fearing Lin Nian might not wish to hear his further words, eagerly poured out the grievances he had long held in his heart. Indeed, those bureaucrats only know how to flaunt their authority. When it comes to battle, they all shrink back, pushing us to the front lines to exert ourselves and risk our lives. Yet when Lu Yili usurps power, they suffer no consequences that we are the ones branded as the most heinous criminals. Where is the fairness in this world? Several captured officers joined in, echoing their grievances. The true hardliners had all been thoroughly purged by Lu Yili. They, too, were victims of circumstance, having just become the fleet commander under Lu Yili. Lin Nian refrained from speaking immediately. Instead, he cast a glance at Wen Huayan beside him. Wen Huayan subtly shook her head at Lin Nian, indicating that the waters here were too deep and it was best not to get involved. Major General Lin, please help me, Lin Zhongxiao exclaimed, his voice choked with emotion. Others joined in, pleading with rising urgency. Let me assess the situation. Lin Nian finally replied after a moment of contemplation that it is highly likely that Xie Yunjian will not agree. Someone must take responsibility for this. Perhaps these individuals are that cost. Thank you. We will certainly remember your kindness. Lin Zhongxiao disregarded whether Lin Nian's statement was an agreement, interpreting it as such, when Huayan instinctively covered her face. Lin Nian was still too young that if he forcibly protected these individuals, it would undoubtedly provide ammunition for others to criticize him. Chapter 92. A helping hand in times of need. Lin Nian finally descended the suspension ladder, where a newly formed security regiment awaited him. Commander, I am Huang Feng, the newly appointed head of the Central Command's 1st Interstellar Fleet Security Regiment, that I will be fully responsible for your security during all your outings. Huang Feng approached, standing straight and saluting Lin Nian. Lin Nian was taken aback, glancing at Wen Huayan, who gently shook her head, indicating that this was not someone she had arranged. Lin Nian fell silent, pondering. Since it wasn't Wen Huayan who prepared this, it must be Xie Yunjian that he had forgotten about the personnel assignment for the security regiment. Typically, such individuals must be those he trusts implicitly and who are fiercely loyal. If Chen Xiao held this position, it would be quite fitting, but now, Bai Mangxing had exploited this gap to insert someone close to him. Lin Nian found it difficult to object that I am pleased to make your acquaintance. Lieutenant Huang Feng, I will rely on you for my personal security in the future, Lin Nian stated, noting Huang Feng's military rank. He was not particularly concerned that Xie Yunjian would act recklessly against him. Currently, he commanded 3 interstellar fleets that trusted him entirely. Should anyone dare to act against him, how would his men perceive that? What message would that send from the Empire? Did it imply that the Empire intended to target the entire faction under his command? To harm him personally? This would effectively force a revolt among the 3 elite interstellar fleets of the Empire, especially now, as the 2nd and 3rd interstellar fleets were at a crucial juncture of stability. Anyone with a semblance of sense would refrain from such actions. Rest assured, Commander, we will not betray your trust and will do our utmost to ensure your safety. Huang Feng declared earnestly he was already aware of Lin Nian's remarkable achievements and held him in high regard. Moreover, Xie Yunjian had ordered him to protect Lin Nian's safety at all costs, ensuring that no danger would befall him. Lin Nian's personal safety was now intertwined with the fate of the Empire's 3 interstellar fleets. Allowing no room for negligence, that I look forward to your performance, Lin Nian remarked, giving Huang Feng a light pat on the arm, which made Huang Feng stand even straighter. Lin Nian couldn't help but smile wryly. Acutely aware that he had become a significant figure, Huang Feng's subordinates promptly opened the car door for Lin Nian, welcoming him inside. "Major General Lin, please, just say a word for my old comrades. Just one word. Thank you." At that moment, another individual waiting to escort Lin Zhongxiao called out to Lin Nian, with other captives echoing their pleas in a chorus of lamentations. Lin Nian, initially intending to board the vehicle, paused. "Major General Lin, please do not act rashly," when Huayan quickly approached him, whispering. She believed that engaging in this matter would yield no benefits and could potentially lead to trouble. "Oh, not worry. I am well aware." Lin Nian reassured Wen Huayan that he activated his wristwatch, opening Xie Yunjin's private contact, stepping away from the car door. Others gathered around him, and, as the signal connected, a communication hologram appeared visible only to Lin Nian. "Major General Lin, what can I do for you?" Xie Yunjin inquired, his expression unchanged, curious about the purpose of the call. "I wanted to ask about that security regiment." Huang Feng, what's the story?" Lin Nian casually conversed while approaching the 378th battleship. Needing to ascertain whether Huang Feng was indeed someone arranged by Xie Yunjin. Not far from him, the members of Huang Feng's security regiment began to disperse, granting Lin Nian sufficient personal space while encircling him protectively, their expressions vigilant as they surveyed the surroundings, clearly embodying the posture of safeguarding a person of importance. "This is something we took the liberty to decide, given your current importance to the Empire. Major General Lin, it is imperative to have professional security personnel for your protection. Rest assured, they are the most elite and capable individuals in the Empire. However, if you are dissatisfied, you may submit a list of suitable candidates. And we will consider it," Qianxian said, his expression slightly awkward, acknowledging that they had indeed seized the opportunity. "Typically, the choice of security personnel is made by the individual being protected, but let's use them for now. I want to ascertain the situation first, whether they are indeed your people," Lin Nian responded, observing Huang Feng's serious demeanor. Just by looking at Huang Feng's robust physique, he could tell that this individual was likely very professional in security matters. "That is acceptable, Major General Lin. You have the authority to change the personnel in your security regiment as you see fit. This is your right," Xie Yunjin emphasized once more. "All right," Lin Nian nodded, casually mentioning. "Xie Yunjin, a former high-ranking military commander of the Empire, has shared some insights with me." Lin Nian directed his gaze toward the captive area, where several transport vehicles were approaching from a distance. "Major General Lin, what did you hear?" Xie Yunjin's expression shifted slightly, contemplating what Lin Nian intended to convey. The matter regarding Lu Yili's rebellion involved numerous individuals, and the unfolding of a new purge was underway by Mongxing, particularly targeting those who had previously allied with Lu Yili to facilitate the Great Purge. Now, each of them would face reckoning, including those in the central garrison. "It is nothing that I trust the Empire will handle this matter appropriately, ensuring that no innocent is wronged while holding accountable those who are guilty. That I have no further questions," Lin Nian succinctly stated. For Lin Zhongxiao, he could only assist to this extent. Should he be called to take a stand? Lin Nian would not comply, subtly conveying a message to Xie Yunjin, even as he repaid Lin Zhongxiao's kindness for the detailed introduction of the 378th battleship, which Lin Zhongxiao had painstakingly provided. "Good. If there's nothing else, remember to keep in touch, Major General Lin," Xie Yunjin feigned nonchalance, nodding. "Understood," Lin Nian replied, ending the communication. "Major General Lin, weren't you advised not to get involved?" When Huayan had already come closer, Lin Nian did not shy away from her presence, allowing her to hear the entire conversation, her face etched with concern. "When Zhongxiao, it was merely a subtle remark. If it fails, it won't affect us. If it succeeds, they will attribute it to me. That it cost me nothing. Why not do it? Perhaps this support could be useful to us in the future," Lin Nian explained to Huayan. When Huayan pondered for a moment, realizing that Lin Nian was indeed gaining prestige without any cost. Regardless, those who could be saved would likely believe it was Lin Nian's actions today that granted them a second chance, thus feeling gratitude toward him. After all, many people engage in acts of benevolence when times are good, but few extend help in times of dire need. Where do we head next? When Huayan no longer lingered on the matter, inquiring about Lin Nian's next plan. "That is for you to answer. Where are my family members now?" Lin Nian turned to Huayan, his gaze earnest, recalling Wen Rong's earlier words. Chapter 93. The Battle of Jinzhou, star 1 month later. near Jinzhou Star, aboard the flagship of the 4th Interstellar Fleet. Report to the commander. We are approaching the vicinity of Jinzhou Star. Radar has detected a large, unidentified fleet moving towards us. A crew member stood up, shouting to Ning Xiaoting, who was surrounded by busy personnel operating various controls with swift precision. Excellent. Immediately dispatch reconnaissance ships to confirm whether that unknown fleet is indeed Lu Yili's, Ning Xiaoting exclaimed, his expression filled with excitement. After a month of high-speed travel, this moment was what he had been waiting for. He had to secure this victory. It was essential for him to rise to a higher position. The people of Baimangxing had already paved the way for him. All he needed to do was step forward. Major General Ning Xiaoting, what is your battle plan? A holographic image of Fu Qinyuan appeared, inquiring about Ning Xiaoting's tactics. That a defeated general, how else should I fight? Of course, we will launch a full frontal assault. We will seize the enemy in one vigorous charge. Ning Xiaoting stood resolutely at the command post, exuding an aura of authority. Report, he commanded. The reconnaissance ship has transmitted a message from the front. The identity of the unidentified large-scale fleet has been confirmed. That it is indeed the mixed formation of Lu Yili's 5th and 6th interstellar fleets. The liaison officer shouted to Ning Xiaoting. Excellent. Chief of Staff, provide me with the data immediately. Based on the speed of both parties, is there any possibility that the enemy could set an ambush against us? Ning Xiaoting called out to his Chief of Staff with urgency. This battle was pivotal for his future, leaving no room for carelessness. The Chief of Staff, upon hearing this, promptly began coordinating with his aides. Commander, please give your orders. Simultaneously, before Ning Xiaoting, new holographic displays emerged, revealing 10 faces in succession. They were the captains of the large warships under the 4th Interstellar Fleet, constituting the most crucial element within Ning Xiaoting's command chain. Chief of Staff, is there still no answer? Ning Xiaoting inquired, his anxiety palpable. Before launching an all-out assault, he needed to ascertain whether the enemy had just arrived. If they had, then their full-scale attack would amount to walking into a trap. If not, their action would be a bold offensive maneuver. Two scenarios with vastly different implications. He had to confirm this at once. Commander, there is no issue. Based on various calculations, Shaolin's 6th Interstellar Fleet cannot possibly arrive at Jinzhou Star before us. The enemy has just reached Jinzhou Star. The Chief of Staff's tone was resolute, even as he struck his fist heavily upon the command platform. Ning Xiaoting had previously assured them that great rewards awaited everyone after this victory. Now was the moment for the entire 4th Interstellar Fleet to fight for their futures. Excellent. Issue the command. Ning Xiaoting turned to his captains. All the captains stood at attention, awaiting his orders. All-out assault. Focus on the flagship of the enemy's 6th Interstellar Fleet. I can predict that Lu Yili is aboard that warship. We shall determine our fate in this battle. Ning Xiaoting roared with fervor. Their interstellar fleet had persevered tirelessly, finally earning this critical moment. Since Shaolin had failed to arrive first and secure the defense around Jinzhou Star, they would have to rely on raw strength to prevail. In a direct confrontation between interstellar warships, Ning Xiaoting did not believe he would be bested by Shaolin. Yes, Commander, the 10 captains, having received the definitive orders, saluted Ning Xiaoting in unison. The holographic displays promptly vanished, leaving only Fu Qinyuan's image. Major General Ning Xiaoting, how do you plan to deploy our 7th Interstellar Fleet? Fu Qinyuan inquired. Influenced by Ning Xiaoting's impassioned command, he too contemplated whether to join Ning Xiaoting in the assault. Colonel Fu Qinyuan, hold your advance for now. We need you to provide support from the rear. In the event of our assault failing, your forces will cover our retreat until we can regroup and strategize anew. Ning Xiaoting was cautious, not rushing to declare victory. Instead, he began to preemptively plan for the potential failure of his fleet's actions, and if the assault succeeds, are you suggesting we merely watch? Fu Qinyuan's tone rose sharply, his dissatisfaction evident. Did it mean that all the glory would go to Ning Xiaoting's 4th Interstellar Fleet? If they won, the 7th Fleet would have contributed nothing, and if they lost, it would still be the 7th Fleet that provided cover. Such reasoning was untenable. No, that is not my intention. Colonel Fu, we are united in this. I urge you to keep a close watch on the flagship of the 6th Interstellar Fleet. Should we capture that super-large flagship, it will signal your advance. You will share in our glory. Ning shouting earnestly saluted Fu Qinyuan. All right, I will trust you this once. Fu Qinyuan, witnessing Ning's shoutings arrangements and command, nodded in agreement that if he were in charge, he might not have done better than Ning shouting that in the vast expanse of space, the 4th Interstellar Fleet and the 7th Interstellar Fleet, previously integrated, began to gradually stratify, becoming 2 distinct interstellar fleets. The 4th Fleet reconfigured into a 3-dimensional diamond shape, while the 7th Fleet adopted a semicircular defensive formation. The 2 fleets advanced in tandem, their warships' thrusters igniting with renewed intensity as they surged towards the approaching 5th and 6th Interstellar Fleets. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship of the 6th Interstellar Fleet, report, we have unexpectedly encountered the enemy's 4th and 7th Interstellar Fleets directly ahead. They're not slowing down and are charging towards us at full speed. The liaison officer turned back in shock, fear evident in his eyes. What happened to the intelligence from Jinzhou's star? Why were we not informed of the situation in advance? Xiao Lin sprang to his feet from his command chair. Given the speeds and distances involved, they should not have been on a collision course with the enemy fleet. Chief of Staff, calculate the possibility of this encounter immediately, Xiao Lin demanded of his staff. Commander, what should we do? At the same time, numerous holographic displays emerged, each captain awaiting Xiao Lin's command. Order, the entire fleet must assume battle formation. Prepare for engagement immediately. Xiao Lin commanded his captains, turned to face them. Yes. The captains saluted in unison before the holographic displays swiftly disappeared. Commander, the enemy must have initiated full-speed travel to arrive here simultaneously with us. I am certain their fuel reserves are running low. We can exploit this point in our strategy. The Chief of Staff reported loudly to Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin paused, considering the Chief of Staff's critical information. If the enemy's fuel was indeed limited, they could opt to gradually withdraw after the engagement, leveraging the disparity in fuel supplies to conduct long-range skirmishes, attempting to exhaust the enemy's already scarce fuel reserves. By the time the enemy realized their predicament, they would either lack the fuel to continue attacking or would expend their last reserves in a desperate strike, placing the initiative in their hands, pursuing or attacking at their discretion, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, ultimately incapacitating the enemy's main fleet while incurring minimal losses. Chief of Staff, is it feasible to engage in a war of attrition? Xiao Lin sought to confirm this possibility once more. Indeed, the Chief of Staff affirmed gravely. Nodding in agreement. Chapter 94. The retreating Emperor, the 2 fleets clashed fiercely in the vicinity of Jinzhou's star, warships exploding in sacrificial detonations or having their energy shields breached, leading to skirmishes with interstellar boarding troops. Commander, we are nearing our threshold. The Chief of Staff shouted at Xiao Lin. The essence of a war of attrition lay in the act of stretching out the conflict. Without this, the enemy would not be drawn into combat, which would compel them to proactively engage the 4th Interstellar Fleet. When the battle reached its peak intensity, a strategic withdrawal could be executed, akin to a fisherman luring a fish. Very well. Order an immediate retreat. Xiao Lin sensed that the moment was ripe and commanded the entire fleet to fall back. The order echoed throughout the United Fleet, reaching the deployment zone of Hangar 01. Retreat. What is happening? Is Xiao Lin abandoning the fight? Are we destined for defeat? He didn't even inform me of such a crucial matter, Lu Ili exclaimed, his anxiety escalating as he observed the flashing red lights above and the incessant broadcast of the retreat order. He had never intended to be on the front lines, and hearing Xiao Lin's withdrawal command incited an outburst of anger towards his guard corps. Your Majesty, what should we do? The leader of the Guard Corps inquired in a panic. For the Guard Corps leader, Lu Ili was the true leader, not Xiao Lin. What can we do? We have been defeated. We must retreat. Our lives are paramount. Lu Ili shouted, mounting his specially designed ultra-fast space shuttle without a second glance. Your Majesty, should we not contact Commander Xiao Lin first? The Guard Corps leader shouted after Lu Ili, who was already boarding the spacecraft. Inform him of what? He hasn't even shared the news of our retreat. Lu Ili's voice, though diminished, still carried an air of urgency. Set sail at once. Preserving our lives is the priority. Simultaneously, within the command chamber, Chief of Staff. Have we forgotten someone? Xiao Lin suddenly recalled an individual he had overlooked, his emperor. Lu Yili. A wave of panic washed over Xiao Lin's face as he considered whether his withdrawal order would be misinterpreted by Lu Yili, prompting the emperor to flee aboard that ostentatious high-speed shuttle and announce to the United Fleet that Emperor Lu Yili had chosen to abandon the battlefield. As this realization struck him, cold sweat began to bead on Xiao Lin's back. He turned to his chief of staff, who reflected the same alarm in his eyes. Liaison officer, connect me to Hangar 01 immediately. No circumstances should allow His Majesty to depart. Please inform His Majesty immediately that this is merely a tactical repositioning, not a retreat. Xiao Lin's words were laced with urgency. He longed to rush forward and elucidate the situation personally. Yes, just as the liaison officer was about to contact the 01 hangar area, he was abruptly captivated by a dazzling golden plume of light that suddenly illuminated the viewport of the bridge. A spacecraft soared into the sky, hastily retreating into the distance, closely followed by a multitude of high-speed shuttles. The once busy crew within the bridge halted their tasks, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they witnessed their emperor abandon them so decisively on the battlefield. Xiao Lin's head throbbed, as if exploding. This was the end. He slumped into his seat, realizing that his earlier order for a reposition had, under His Majesty's sudden withdrawal, transformed into a command for the entire fleet's disintegration. No one would willingly serve a sovereign who fled at the critical moment. Meanwhile, within the bridge of the 4th Star Fleet, the officer exclaimed, "Sir, look!" The liaison officer beamed as he presented something to Ning, shouting. "What is it?" Ning shouting asked, confusion written on his face. His mind was preoccupied with worry over Xiao Lin's abrupt retreat and whether it was a counter to his own tactical maneuvers. He was acutely aware of his fleet's singular weakness. Due to their forced advance toward Zhenzhou Star, they were perilously low on fuel that if Xiao Lin managed to ensnare them, the entire fleet would be in dire jeopardy. Yet upon viewing the high-magnification image the liaison officer displayed, a wave of unparalleled ecstasy washed over Ning Shouting's face. He gestured grandly, issuing commands, at all costs, charge forward, simultaneously, broadcast across the stars, inform the 5th and 6th Joint Fleets that their emperor, Lu Yili, has fled. His words flew forth with rapidity, a series of commands cascading from his lips. In the expanse of space, an unprecedented collapse of the interstellar battlefield began to unfold. The remnants of Lu Yili's last fleet, having witnessed their leader's ignoble flight, were stripped of all fighting spirit. Some raised a white flag of surrender, while others fled in haste, oblivious to their surroundings. The 4th and 7th Star Fleets seized the moment, launching a frenzied assault on the disintegrating forces of Lu Yili, consuming them in their rout. On Bema Star, Lin Nian leaned against the railing by the riverbank, gazing down at the gently flowing waters before him. "Brother, I have made my decision that I wish to apply to the Imperial Military Academy. I aspire to be like you, a commander of the Imperial Star Fleet." A resolute expression graced Lin Feng's youthful face. "Brother, the interstellar battlefield is not as you envisioned. It is perilous." Lin Nian hesitated, wishing to dissuade his brother from treading this path. Surviving in the realm of interstellar warfare is no easy feat. "No, I will go. I can achieve what you have." Lin Feng shook his head stubbornly. "What does mother say?" Lin Yin, seeing that he could not sway his brother, resorted to invoking their mother. "Brother, I am asking for your opinion, not mother's." Lin Feng retorted. "Sigh." Lin Yin sighed, falling silent as he turned back to observe the ceaseless flow of the river. In the Empire, he faced not only war but also politics, a battlefield far more ruthless than warfare itself. As a member of the Central Command, he wielded a vote in war decisions. Yet for the past 2 months, he felt sidelined. Despite being a major general commanding 3 elite star fleets, he found no stage to exhibit his prowess. He was firmly confined within the Central Command, relegated to reviewing daily documents and attending various events, as if war were no longer his concern. "Brother, please, give me your advice. Mother will surely oppose me. I rely on your support." Lin Feng's voice roused Lin Nian from his reverie. He regarded Lin Feng earnestly, who remained resolute, determination shining in his eyes. Recognizing that look, Lin Nian understood. It mirrored the gaze Mo Yin Guang had cast upon him. "Brother, you have grown. You are capable of deciding your own fate. Lin Nian paused. I support your decision. He spoke earnestly to Lin Feng. Just then, a square military vehicle approached swiftly, screeching to a halt before Lin Nian. Huang Feng's security detail moved to intervene, but Huang Feng shook his head in refusal that he recognized the vehicle. Stepping out was Wen Huaiyun, clad in fitted military attire, exuding an air of formidable confidence born of battle. "Commander, the Central Command requests your presence." She approached Lin Nian, saluting him with the utmost solemnity. "Very well," Lin Nian nodded. Noticing the expression on Wen Huaiyun's face, he immediately surmised that something significant had transpired. He turned to his brother. "Since you wish to pursue this path, strive to excel, that I shall await the day I can personally commend you." That he placed a hand reassuringly on Lin Feng's shoulder. "Lieutenant Huang Feng, please ensure my brother's safe return." Lin Nian directed his attention to Huang Feng. "Yes, Commander." Huang Feng saluted in response. In the Imperial Assembly Hall, numerous ministers had gathered early, engaged in conversation. This was Lin Nian's first visit to this esteemed venue. "Major General Lin, I presume this is your inaugural visit to the Imperial Assembly Hall." Qianxian approached amicably. "Indeed, it is," Lin Nian replied, acknowledging him with a nod. "May I inquire as to why I have been summoned here today?" Lin Nian posed his question, recalling that Wen Huaiyun had instructed him to return to the Central Command, yet had divulged no details, only directing him to represent the Central Command at an important assembly. "Major General Lin, you are now one of the highest representatives of the Central Command, effectively serving as the military representative within the Imperial Assembly Hall. Thus, you may occasionally be called to partake in significant discussions that could influence the Empire's future. Please exercise your vote with caution." Qianxian gestured for Lin Nian to follow him. "What important matter is to be discussed today?" Lin Nian inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Major General Lin, news has just arrived from Major General Ning Xiaoding and Colonel Fu Qinyuan. They have successfully defeated Xiao Lin's 6th Star Fleet a month ago, rescuing His Majesty and reclaiming the entirety of the Guangyun Star Domain," Qianxian conveyed with pride. Lin Nian remained silent, absorbing the information. According to Qianxian, both Ning Xiaoding and Fu Qinyuan were aligned with the Central Command, yet the monumental victory over Xiao Lin had not reached the Central Command, while the Imperial Assembly Hall had received this latest report first. A troubling sign. "Why does Major General Lin remain quiet?" Qianxian inquired, observing Lin Nian's silence. "Sir, since Major General Ning and Colonel Fu have vanquished Xiao Lin, what of Lu Ili?" Lin Nian countered, seeking clarity on Lu Ili's fate. Following his defeat, Lu Ili attempted to flee westward, only to fall into a trap laid by the governor of Ziyun Star Domain, Wu Mo, who feigned acceptance before executing him. Thus, the long-standing rebellion of Lu Ili against the Empire has finally come to an end. Qianxian reflected with a sense of relief. "Sir, is today's discussion centered on welcoming His Majesty's return?" Lin Nian deduced, grasping the situation. "Indeed, His Majesty's return is the most significant matter at hand. We shall deliberate on the welcoming strategy, as well as the commendations for the 4th and 7th Star Fleets for their unparalleled achievements," Qianxian replied, casting glances at Lin Nian, keenly observing his reactions. Lin Nian remained reticent, listening intently, his emotions in turmoil. The monumental accomplishments of Ning Xiaoding and Fu Qinyuan should have belonged to the 1st Star Fleet, yet he and his fleet had been sidelined by forces from Bema Star. Days later, a grand celebration was held on Bema Star. A high-speed shuttle from the 4th Star Fleet descended gracefully from the sky, landing precisely at the end of the newly laid red carpet. As the shuttle doors opened, Ning Xiaoding and Fu Qinyuan each grasped the hand of Zhu Renhe. Stepping onto the red carpet amid the gaze of the assembled crowd, doves of peace and vibrant balloons ascended into the heavens. "Glory to the Empire! Long live peace! Welcome back, Your Majesty, to loyal Bema Star." The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers along the sides of the red carpet on the viewing platform. Lin Nian silently observed the scene, his hands rising to join in the applause. "Major General Lin, I'm unwilling to accept this. The most arduous battle has been fought by us. Yet, where is our celebration? There is none. Nothing at all." Zhou Kajin thundered furiously into Lin Nian's ear. The jubilant sound from outside were far louder, instantly drowning him out. "Indeed, the Empire should not treat us with such disparity. It was we who fired the first shot. Why should they seize our glory? Now, The populace only knows of the 4th and 7th star fleets, believing them to be the true heroes of His Majesty's return. But what of us? We have lost so many lives and destroyed countless warships. It was we who triumphed over Gu Hanzhou's 5th star fleet. Can Shaolin's 6th star fleet possibly compare to Gu Hanzhou's 5th star fleet? It cannot. Yet what is our outcome? All we have received is neglect, relegated to the viewing platform, to cheer for those who have stolen our achievements. The usually taciturn Wei Rundai found his voice, relentlessly questioning the Empire's unjust treatment. Throughout it all, Lin Nian remained silent, merely gazing from a distance that he watched as Ning Xiaoding and Fu Qinyuan received a warm welcome. Observing the smiling faces of Qianxian and other council members upon the podium, I am sorry. I have implicated you all, Lin Nian murmured to his 2 subordinates beside him. Through observation over this period, he understood the reason well. His rise had been too rapid, and he had inherited nearly all of Wen Yuan's legacy. This was unacceptable to the high-ranking officials of the Empire's council. Yet, due to his status as the first to resist Lu Yili's tyrannical rule, they begrudgingly acknowledged their share of the credit, promoting his subordinates with military ranks and positions. However, they remained apprehensive, fearing they might become the next Lu Yili. Lin Yan's gaze returned to the crowd, cheering for Ning Xiaoding. Ning Xiaoding and Fu Qinyuan were the new forces they had fostered to oppose him and the 3-star fleets under his command. Major General Lin, Wei Rundai stated, "It is not your fault. We simply cannot accept it." Upon hearing Lin Yan's apology, his previous anger dissipated significantly. Yet he still clenched his fists and struck the railing before the viewing platform. "Major General Lin, you are not at fault. The Empire is to blame. Those scoundrels in the Empire's council. Damn it, those Imperial rats, beasts. All they do is engage in these petty schemes." Zhou Kejin exclaimed, vehemently defending Lin Yan. "It is everyone else who should apologize. Only Major General Lin should never have to." "Major General Lin, what shall we do?" Wei Rundai looked to Lin Yan, and the others turned their gazes toward him as well. "Wait, the Empire will eventually need us to strike again." Lin Yan replied calmly, glancing at his vibrating watch. A flash message had just reached him from the Central Command. "Urgent military situation. The cult of the Wild Sky has resurfaced. Han Tianzhu's brother, Han Tianzhu, has been elected as the new leader and has taken control of the core planet, Water Orange Star, in the Red Cloud Star region, plundering its population and resources." Upon reading this brief message, Lin Yan felt a wave of relief wash over him. The Empire had never been at peace. Peace was not the norm. War was. Unlike others, Lin Yan did not shun warfare. Rather, he believed that only through war could he demonstrate his personal value. Chapter 96. Contending for battle positions. Water Orange Star, cult of the Wild Sky flagship. Han Tianzhu gazed at the vast quantities of supplies being delivered in waves by space airships into the Wild Sky fleet. "Leader, is this enough? We are about to completely empty Water Orange Star." The liaison officer cautiously inquired of his leader. Ever since Han Tianzhu had led the Wild Sky fleet into Water Orange Star and eliminated the local Imperial governor, he had become almost frenzied, ceaselessly plundering the resources he required. If it was usable, Han Tianzhu demanded to take everything, leaving no room for compromise. "Not enough. Far from enough. Have them continue to stockpile for me. Transform all supplies into war resources and starships. While the Empire is still unable to attend to us, this is our best opportunity for expansion." Han Tianzhu shouted excitedly. "Yes, yes." The liaison officer, seeing Han Tianzhu's fury, dared not to advise further and hurriedly retreated. Han Tianzhu, watching the liaison officer depart, turned back to the front viewport. He was acutely aware of the Empire's current situation. The internal strife caused by Lu Yili left the Empire with no time to spare for them. This was the perfect moment for the Wild Sky to rise again. He would not allow any waste among his ranks. Han Tianzhu vowed to avenge his brother. Yet he also understood that the forces at his disposal were still limited and could not overwhelm the Empire's star fleets, especially those under Lin Nian's command. The name Lin Nian flashed through Han Tianzhu's mind, and the hatred within him surged anew. Lin Nian's tactical command during their previous encounters had left him with a profound psychological scar. That remarkably sharp offensive strategy was beyond what their ragtag star fleet could withstand, that he needed more fleets, more adherents of the wild sky, until their numbers reached a critical point for victory, a transformation from quantitative to qualitative change. Utilizing an absolute numerical advantage, just as his brother had defeated the 10th and 11th star fleets on the battlefield, Han Tianzu intended to utterly defeat Lin Nian, that he yearned to personally slay his nemesis. Not yet enough. Han Tianzu cast one last glance at the numerous supply-laden warships before swiftly returning to his command desk. Star chart. Han Tianzu called out. The crew immediately unfolded a massive star chart for him. He could see the entire red cloud star region, marked with extensive red indicators. The red areas resembled massive clouds, almost enveloping the entirety of the red cloud star region. This represented the territory currently controlled by the wild sky. It could be said that he had completely dominated the red cloud star region. Han Tianzu lightly tapped on the neighboring shadow cloud star region on the chart. The wild sky had rapidly expanded due to the shadow cloud star region. No matter how much they squeezed the red cloud star region, it could hardly yield any resources. The wild sky needed a more prosperous star region. The shadow cloud star region, abundant with inhabited and resource-rich planets, would be their prime target. Order, gather all our starships. Our next target is the shadow cloud star region. Han Tianzu slapped the command desk emphatically. Yes, leader. The crew, hearing their leader's command, responded in unison. In the Empire's council chamber. The young Emperor Zhu Renhe continued to sit in his seat, eating a pancake, albeit with less abandon than before. He carefully held a pancake with both hands, nibbling it while observing the ministers below, who were red-faced and vehemently arguing. The rapid expansion of the cult of the wild sky had turned the entire red cloud star region into a wasteland. We can no longer allow this to go unchecked. We must dispatch the Empire's star fleets to suppress them. I volunteer to personally lead the first star fleet to quash the tyrannical cult of the wild sky. In 3 months, I will crush these heretics once more. Lin Nian shouted at the assembly. Seeing an opportunity to engage in battle, Lin Nian was determined not to let slip by. He needed new military achievements to validate his abilities and worth, no longer wishing to be suppressed by those from White Light Star. Thus, in this Imperial meeting, Lin Nian boldly expressed his intentions, vying for this rare opportunity to deploy. Major General Lin, while enthusiasm is commendable, should we not reconsider the selection of expedition members? Ning Xiaoting rose to address Lin Nian. Lin Nian cast a glance at Ning Xiaoting, who, like him, was an executive voter possessing voting rights as a high-ranking official of the Empire. Within the Empire's council, there were hundreds of delegates and officers who could participate in discussions, yet lacked the final decision-making power. Only 20 individuals held voting rights, 12 from the Empire's council and 8 from the Central Command. However, following Liu Yili's purges, only 3 voting members remained in the Central Command, Lin Nian being one of them, alongside General Ning Xiaoting and Major General Fu Qinyuan. The remaining 5 slots were vacant, inadvertently granting the Empire's council greater authority while significantly diminishing the military's influence. General Ning, what do you mean? Lin Nian frowned, perplexed by Ning Xiaoting's remarks. The cult of the wild sky has risen and rebelled once more. Is there perhaps some hidden agenda behind Major General Lin's urgent request to personally quell the rebellion? Ning Xiaoting wore a smile that seemed both mocking and bemused. Bang! Lin Nian slammed his hand onto the table in front of him in anger. Repeat what you just said. What? Do you think I have colluded with the cult of the wild sky? Or that the first star fleet has connections with them? Lin Nian stood abruptly, glaring fiercely at Ning Xiaoting, his tone heavy with indignation. He had never anticipated that Ning Xiaoting would speak to him in such a sarcastic manner. Major General Lin, General Ning Xiaoting interjected, let us all calm down, especially you. General Ning refrained from making baseless accusations and quickly apologized to Major General Lin. Elected as the Speaker of the Imperial Council, Xie Yunjin hastily stepped forward to mediate the situation. My apologies. Ning Xiaoting merely uttered a brief response. However, after speaking, he averted his gaze from Lin Nian entirely. Lin Nian felt an equal surge of anger within him. He had not anticipated that his self-recommendation would be met with opposition from Ning Xiaoting, who belonged to the same military faction. It was surprising that the already promoted Major General Ning would so openly target him. Lin, feeling the weight of the moment, took a breath. Ning Xiaoting had just achieved a significant victory, perhaps causing him to become somewhat arrogant. Yet he now possessed the merit of that victory. One should not invite further trouble upon oneself. Suddenly, Fu Qinyuan, seated beside Lin Nian, firmly pulled him back into his seat. As the parties involved settled down, the discussions resumed. Major General Ning, what is your opinion? Inquired a prominent official. Since Ning Xiaoting opposed Lin Nian's return to the battlefield, he must have alternative thoughts. Gentlemen, my 4th Star Fleet has just defeated Lu Yili, and our momentum is at its peak. It is the perfect opportunity to eliminate the cult of the Wild Sky and incidentally allow the restructured 10th and 11th Star Fleets to see some combat as well. It serves as retribution for General Zhua and General Yin. Ning Xiaoting presented his rationale. On one hand, it was a clear attempt to suppress Lin Nian, if Lin were to gain further military achievements. He could not be trusted to remain a mere major general. Such a prospect would undermine Ning's authority, which he could never tolerate. Chapter 97. The selection failure. Ning Xiaoting also required new military exploits to solidify his standing. During the pauses in his speech, he cast a glance at Lin Nian. This time, I will take the lead, and I assure you, it will not be as someone else has done, allowing the cult of the Wild Sky a chance to revive. We shall decisively determine the outcome in this battle, Ning Xiaoting declared with utmost seriousness. Lin Nian attempted to rise once more to counter Ning Xiaoting's provocations, but he could not simply ignore such repeated affronts. However, at that moment, Fu Qinyuan preemptively pressed Lin Nian down. Major General Lin, we are in the Imperial Council chamber. Please do not act rashly. Ning Xiaoting deliberately refrained from mentioning names. If you stand up, you are merely placing yourself in the spotlight. And it would be your own disgrace. Fu Qinyuan's grip on Lin Nian's shoulder was firm, preventing him from making a scene. Currently, the military was in a delicate balance of power. If Ning Xiaoting managed to suppress Lin Nian, Fu Qinyuan would likely be the next target. Moreover, Ning Xiaoting held an advantage over both of them, being a major general himself. The hierarchical structure of the military meant that a higher rank could easily dominate, though they were not directly subordinate to one another. If Ning Xiaoting chose to assert his authority, they would have to acquiesce. Thus, Fu Qinyuan took the initiative to aid Lin Nian, that he had interacted with Ning Xiaoting numerous times and was well aware of many of his tactics. Very well. Regarding the deployment against the cult of the Wild Sky, does anyone have objections? At this point, Qianxian struck the podium, that he intended to divide the issue into 2 parts. First, to determine whether to deploy troops, and then to decide who would lead them. The Imperial Council remained silent, and none of the 15 individuals on the platform raised any objections. Lin Nian managed to regain his composure. His earlier outburst had been rather youthful. He had nearly lost his temper at Ning Xiaoting's taunts. Fortunately, Fu Qinyuan had helped him control his emotions, preventing him from further embarrassing himself. However, Lin Nian glanced at Ning Xiaoting, who, as a military figure, had seated himself among the political officials at that moment. Ning Xiaoting was also observing Lin Nian, his gaze laced with provocation, causing Lin Nian to instinctively clench his fist. It had been a long time since he had felt such displeasure towards someone. No objections? Very well. The decision to deploy troops is unanimously approved. Qianxian decisively struck his small wooden hammer, confirming that the Empire would indeed send forces against the cult of the Wild Sky. The second question, then, was who would lead the campaign against the cult. This time, we have 2 very proactive Imperial generals, which is truly a fortunate circumstance for the Empire. Qianxian turned his head to look at both Lin Nian and Ning Xiaoting, his words laced with admiration. His initial balance had achieved its purpose. The 2 newly appointed Imperial generals would clearly not unite against each other. The recent open confrontation had effectively severed any pretense of camaraderie. Despite both Lin Nian and Ning Xiaoting being generals under Wen Yuan, their paths would grow increasingly narrow as they ascended to higher positions within the Empire, with the spoils of power becoming ever scarcer. For one to gain more, it would inevitably mean another would lose out. There would be no scenario where all parties were satisfied. Major General Lin Nian, I shall ask you once more, do you intend to undertake this mission to quell the cult of the Wild Sky? Qianxian extended his hand towards Lin Nian. Indeed, Mr. Speaker. Lin Nian rose and nodded. This time he refrained from unnecessary verbosity. In the context of the Imperial Council, he could not autonomously decide on troop deployments. Major General Ning Xiaoting, Do you also wish to engage in the campaign against the cult of the wild sky? Qianxian turned to Ning, shouting as well. Certainly, Mr. Speaker. However, I am willing to abide by the decision of the Imperial Council. As he spoke, Ning, shouting, pretended to perform an Imperial salute. Lin Nian felt a wave of disgust wash over him at that display, sensing it as a mockery of his humble origins. Very well, let us formally enter the voting process. As per tradition, 10 votes are required for approval. Those in favor of Major General Lin Nian, please raise your hands. Qianxian addressed the voting officials. Lin Nian was the first to raise his hand. As one of the officials, he would naturally vote for himself. 1 vote. Qianxian promptly acknowledged Lin Nian's vote, followed by 3 others, including Fu 4 votes. Is there anyone else? Qianxian scanned the room again. With 15 seated, no one else raised their hands. 5 votes. This moment, Qianxian raised his own hand, adding another vote for Lin Nian. Yet, they were still far from the required 10 votes. Is there anyone else willing to vote for Major General Lin Nian? Qianxian inquired once more. The Imperial Council fell into a heavy silence. 5 votes. Regrettably, Major General Lin Nian, your self-recommendation has not passed. Qianxian gently struck his small hammer. Next would be the voting for Major General Ning, shouting as self-recommendation. Those in favor of Major General Ning, shouting, leading the charge. Please raise your hands. In a swift motion, all but Lin Nian raised their hands, including Fu Qingyuan and Qianxian, who had previously been willing to vote for him. Clearly, those who chose to support Ning, shouting, opted for a path of least resistance. 14 votes. With a vote exceeding 10, the resolution was approved. Therefore, the upcoming campaign will be led by Major General Ning, shouting, commanding the 4th, 10th, and 11th Star Fleets to quell the rebellion in the Hongyun Star region. The relevant resolution was immediately transferred to the Imperial Central Command for the issuance of mission orders. Qianxian's small hammer struck down once more at the 001 Sanitation Space Station. Lin Nian stood once again before the battered warship number 378, his hand resting silently upon it. Behind him stood Wen Huiyun, Liao Fan, Chun Xiao, Zhu Zuanxin, and others. Huang Feng, meanwhile, remained vigilant at the perimeter with the guard unit. Lin Nian remained silent, his hand gliding over the uneven surface of warship. Note. 378. As long as the first Starfleet remained inactive, the personnel assigned to its flagship had no vessels to board. The true flagship of the first Starfleet, the super-large warship with hull number 01, remained sealed within the 001 Sanitation Space Station, with no hope of being unsealed anytime soon. At that moment, a convoy of hover vehicles slowly approached, orderly stopping before Huang Feng. Colonel Lin emerged from one of the vehicles, intending to approach Lin Nian, but was promptly restrained by Huang Feng, who pressed against his chest, preventing any further advance. Lin, my younger brother, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Look on the bright side, that you've offended far too many people on our behalf. It is only natural that they do not wish for you to achieve further accolades. However, rest assured, we will always support you. Just look at me. I was once a condemned prisoner awaiting death, and now I've been reassigned to the esteemed position of the 001 Sanitation Space Station. Such is the unpredictable nature of fortune. Colonel Lin called out to Lin Nian. Colonel Lin, why do I feel like you're constantly riding on my coattails? One moment you're calling me younger brother. The next you're addressing me as Major General. Lin Nian finally turned his head, unable to suppress a smile at Colonel Lin as playful banter. Who can blame me for having skin as thick as a city wall? Colonel Lin chuckled in response, ever the familiar figure. But I must say, when I helped engrave your name, I thought it an honor to leave a mark on this warship number 378. Yet, after witnessing that battle, I realized it was, in fact, this warship's honor to bear your name. Colonel Lin expressed with deep emotion, gazing upward at the grand and imposing vessel. Its scars resembled a myriad of metals, strikingly radiant. Lin Nian had chosen to stand up and fire the first shot of resistance in such dire circumstances, a feat that required immense courage. Chapter 98. The White Eagle Principalities snatch for power in the Empire's northernmost borders. In the heart of the Thundercloud star domain lies the core star. Su Xing, in Interstellar Fleet, initiates its mimicry navigation mode, deftly evading all large unmanned outpost space stations of the Empire. Alongside this fleet of warships, a uniform emblem of the White Eagle is prominently displayed, clear and unmistakable. Within the flagship's bridge, a middle-aged man, donning an eye patch, slowly rises from his command seat. With his remaining eye, he gazes through the transparent viewport ahead, his focus resting upon a pale blue planet. Communications officer, is that not our destination for this operation? Su Xing? He inquires, as data begins to flow through the other side of his eye patch. Though it does not conform to the conventional definition of an eye, it serves as his prosthetic. Report to the commander. Indeed, that planet is Su Xing. The communications officer stands straight and responds loudly to his superior. Please repeat our Majesty's orders. My memory is not quite reliable. He requests again. Commander, according to the Principality's intelligence, our target, Hu Zheng, is a significant researcher for the human empire, primarily responsible for the miniaturization of the jump device. Due to his personal wishes, the human empire reluctantly permits him to continue his work and life on Su Xing. As per the Emperor's directive, we must extract him and all related research before the Empire can react, and subsequently deliver them to the designated location. The communications officer continues, raising his voice. Excellent. Chief of Staff, I trust you have all comprehended. Now, devise a highly feasible plan for me. Yu Jinhai turns his gaze toward his staff. His expression grave. The Empire possesses a technological advancement that the White Eagle Principality has long coveted, the miniaturization technology of the jump device. This capability enables even colossal warships to be equipped with such technology, classifying it as a strategic weapon. Currently, this technology resides solely within the Empire and the Republic, leaving other factions, including his homeland, the White Eagle Principality, without IT this moment. The Empire is embroiled in internal strife, presenting a rare opportunity for the White Eagle Principality and the very reason they dare to appear here. Yu Zhenhai, leading the Principality's 8th sequence interstellar fleet, does not intend to seize the Thundercloud star domain. He seeks only Hu Zheng and the miniaturization technology of the jump device. Commander, since we have successfully navigated here undetected, I propose we execute a special operation. We can form a suicide squad from the fleet's elite infiltrators, disguising ourselves as ordinary tourists, and utilize the space elevator to covertly enter Su Xing. We will then launch simultaneous assaults on the target's home and research facility, striving to extract all obtainable materials in the shortest time possible. The Chief of Staff suggests after a discussion with his advisors, what is the arrangement for the number of attackers? Will it suffice? What if we cannot contend with the target's security forces? How shall we support the infiltrating team? If the Su Xing defense forces detect us during the extraction, what should we do? Should we engage in direct combat? If not, how do we evade pursuit? What if we alert the nearby Imperial border fleet? Should our 8th sequence interstellar fleet formally intervene? Yu Jinhai's rapid-fire questions strike at the heart of the matter. The Chief of Staff is momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated that their commander would be more meticulous than they had considered. Commander, please allow us to re-strategize. The Chief of Staff immediately adopts a respectful posture, standing straight and saluting. Very well. That is the attitude I expect from you. Never underestimate any opponent, even if they appear completely unprepared. Do you understand? Yu Jinhai exclaims loudly. Yes, the Chief of Staff and others stand upright and respond in unison. With a wave of his hand, Yu Jinhai sends the Chief of Staff and his team back into action while he shifts his gaze to a star map at the side. Yu Jinhai selects a specific location on the star map. The Thundercloud star domain borders the White Eagle Principality, yet it is merely one star domain away from the Empire's central star region. Should there be excessive activity here, it could easily attract the Empire's attention, potentially inviting retaliation against the entire Principality, akin to pulling the whiskers of a tiger, a foolhardy endeavor. From the inception of this combat plan, he has been its most ardent opponent. However, regardless of the sentiments from others in the Principality or his own emperor, there remains an insistence on deploying the interstellar fleet to capture personnel and research results, and he has been designated to lead this ignoble mission. Unbeknownst to him, his hand clenches tightly in the 001 sanitation space station. Lin Nian sits within the affairs hall. Before him, a holographic screen unfurls, showcasing a fleet as vast as clouds. The Empire's 3 interstellar fleets have assembled, a scene that appears grandiose. Beside Lin Nian, when Huaiyun and Liao Fan, among others, are also observing, seated or standing, silently fixated on the screen. Major General Lin, they have set out when Huaiyun suddenly murmurs. The complexity of emotions in her voice resonates with every individual present. Indeed, Lin Nian nods. Focusing intently on the flagship of the 4th Interstellar Fleet, with the audacious Major General Ning shouting occupies his vessel. Lin Nian, must we truly remain mere spectators? Liao Fan clenches his fists, his face betraying a fierce unwillingness. Every member of the 1st Interstellar Fleet feels similarly. They're all too aware of their fleet's capabilities, yet they are relegated to inaction. Unlike other fleets, those accompanying Lin Nian are warriors at heart, for they trust their fleet commander to lead them to victory time and again. Victory signifies many things, and they reap substantial rewards from each triumph. Wait, Lin Nian turns back to his subordinates. Observing their unsatisfied expressions, and calmly states, war will come. The people of Bamistar will eventually relent, allowing them to step onto the battlefield once more. On the holographic screen, the 3 interstellar fleets complete their formation. The 004 Sanitation Space Station gradually activates its jump propulsion device, emitting beams of red and blue light that intersect before the fleets. They will directly jump to the vicinity of Yinlan Star in the Shadow Cloud star domain. According to the latest intelligence from the Central Command, Han Tianzu's desolate sky cult has officially infiltrated the Shadow Cloud star domain for the Red Cloud star domain, leaving devastation in its wake. Unlike before, this time the desolate sky cult's resurgence is more ferocious, pillaging and oppressing with an intensity unseen during Han Tianzu's reign. Consequently, the combat power of the desolate sky cult has surged explosively alongside its numbers. The local defense forces can no longer impede Han Tianzu's advance. Lin Nian ponders. The final ship of the 3 Imperial fleets completes its jump on the screen. The 004 Sanitation Space Station simultaneously cuts off the sustaining energy, and the jump portal begins to fade. Others also rise, seeking tasks to occupy themselves. Suddenly, the communications officer bursts through the main door of the hall, his expression a chaotic mix of emotions. He immediately locks his gaze onto Lin Nian. Commander, an incident has occurred in the Empire's Thundercloud star domain. Chapter 99. Decision to deploy troops in the Imperial Assembly Hall. The young emperor reclines awkwardly upon the throne, drool cascading down as he snores softly. The throne, disproportionately large for his stature, resembles half a bed. Look at the screen. A minister points towards the holographic display. The White Eagle Principality, a medium-sized nation primarily focused on commercial transit, was once part of the Republic. However, decades ago, under the reign of the current king, Zhao Yijuan's grandfather, they seized the opportunity amidst the Republic's internal turmoil to hold a referendum, thereby establishing a breakaway regime. The Republic has repeatedly sought to quell this rebellious regime, but has been compelled to abandon such efforts due to our presence. Thus, the White Eagle Principality has persisted until today. Clearly well-versed in the history of the White Eagle Principality, the minister elaborates extensively to the assembly members that, of course, the survival tactics of a small nation always involve navigating shifting winds and tides. The White Eagle Principality has exploited our conflicts with the Republic numerous times to extract benefits that we, constrained by the Republic's proximity, have been unable to address the White Eagle Principality's actions. The minister further clarifies the situation. The White Eagle Principality has mastered the art of survival through balance. When the Empire is strong, they ally with the Republic to combat the Empire. Conversely, when the Republic gains strength, they side with the Empire against the Republic. When has such a diminutive nation ever dared to trample upon the Empire's dignity? One influential assembly member, upon hearing this, angrily pounds the table. Continue discussing the situation in the Thundercloud star domain. Xie Yunji, too, furrows his brow. Yes, esteemed speaker. The minister nods, gesturing towards the holographic display. The image shifts from the flag of the White Eagle Principality to a screenshot near Su Xing in the Thundercloud star domain. The screenshot reveals exploding Imperial warships and the emergence of an interstellar fleet. The minister's finger hovers near the image of the interstellar fleet, magnifying the once indistinct pixels. The scene gradually came into focus, revealing the interstellar fleet in profile, adorned with the imposing insignia of the White Eagle Duchy, as depicted in the image. The enemy had not concealed their identity. The moment when the hostage team was exposed. This fleet made its immediate appearance, cross-referencing relevant intelligence. It became evident that this fleet belonged to the 8th Interstellar Fleet of the White Eagle Duchy, commanded by the illustrious Rear Admiral Qianxian. From the execution of the abduction to their subsequent withdrawal, the operation was executed with remarkable efficiency and precision, suggesting that the enemy had meticulously planned this endeavor for an extended period. There were grounds to suspect that the Republic was orchestrating this incident from behind the scenes. "Speaker, we must approach this matter with caution," one minister declared, retracting the holographic display and bowing to all present before retreating to the outer circle occupied by lesser ministers. "Very well. Let us deliberate on this situation," Qianxian stated, turning his position from the holographic display back to the round table, his gaze shifting towards the other 13 ticket holders. Lin Nian remained silent. Yet he grasped the essence of the minister's explanation. On the surface, this appeared to be an opportunistic duchy, seizing the moment amidst the empire's internal turmoil to exploit the situation for their own gain. Now, the spoils had already been claimed by this duchy, while the empire had just received this urgent intelligence. Indeed, it was urgent. Perhaps on the surface, for the empire, it merely entailed the loss of a few border fleets and a single esteemed researcher, the value of which seemed negligible, as if they could endure the setback. However, the current empire could ill afford such complacency. Behind this incident lay the potential machinations of the Republic, probing the empire's defenses through the White Eagle Duchy, testing the empire's present condition. Should the empire fail to respond decisively or retaliate strongly, the Republic might perceive the empire as weak and vulnerable, triggering a cascade of opportunistic assaults not only from the White Eagle Duchy, but from all manner of unknown regional factions. Even the Republic itself, akin to a pack of ravenous hyenas launching a frenzied assault on the Empire's vast form. This was simply unacceptable for the Empire. The Empire must enact the most severe retaliatory actions against the White Eagle Duchy, thereby deterring any further treachery. "Speaker, could this incident involving the White Eagle Duchy signify the Republic's intent to shred our peace accord?" one ticket holder inquired. "Unlikely. The Republic is currently embroiled in its own upheavals and insurrections, preoccupying themselves with their own chaos," another ticket holder promptly countered. "Yet they dare to let the White Eagle Duchy encroach upon us. Does that not indicate their preoccupation?" Another ticket holder interjected. The chamber erupted into a cacophony, resembling a bustling marketplace. "Enough. Based on the existing intelligence, the Republic should lack the resources to launch a full-scale offensive against us. Of course, we have recently endured the rebellions of Han Tianzhu and Lu Ili, which is also a fact. The White Eagle Duchy has now openly struck at the Empire's pride, and that remains an undeniable truth." Qianxian raised his hand to calm the agitated ticket holders, his voice progressively turning icy. "The White Eagle Duchy has killed our people and seized our valuable researcher. The Empire cannot let this transgression go unpunished, regardless of whether the Republic supports the White Eagle Duchy. We must deliver a powerful counterstrike. That I propose we deploy troops against the White Eagle Duchy. Those in favor, please raise your hands." Qianxian concluded with a grave tone. One by one, the ticket holders raised their hands, including Lin Nian. With 14 votes in favor, the resolution was unanimously passed. With the decision to mobilize troops approved, the next step was to select the commanding general for the operation. Qianxian turned his gaze towards the Central Star region of the Empire, focusing on the remaining two generals, Fu Qinyuan and Lin Nian. The other commanders of the Empire's interstellar fleets were either under the command of governors with separatist inclinations or had already been dispatched to battle. Like Ning shouting, "Speaker, my 7th Interstellar Fleet, along with the reorganized 5th and 6th Interstellar Fleets, currently lacks combat readiness. That I recommend Major General Lin Nian. He demonstrated exceptional prowess in the battle against the traitorous commander Guhan Zhou and will surely showcase the Empire's strength in this expedition against the White Eagle Duchy." Restoring the Empire's dignity, Fu Qinyuan asserted, locking eyes with Qianxian, who shook his head in response. "This war will not be easy, as we face a duchy with a well-structured military. Their interstellar fleets are composed of regular forces, unlike the struggle against the cult. Furthermore, the shadows of the Republic loom behind this affair, Should we fail to achieve a swift victory and become embroiled in a protracted conflict, the Republic, sharing a border with the White Eagle Duchy, may not hesitate to intervene. The expeditionary fleet could find itself besieged on all fronts. Facing annihilation is not an impossibility. The risks of this battle are exceedingly high. Fu Qianxian, recognizing his limitations, opted to abstain. With Fu Qianxian's abstention, all ticket holders turned their gaze towards the sole remaining Imperial Major General, Lin Nian. They, like Fu Qianxian, were acutely aware of the substantial risks involved. Defeat would undoubtedly lead to death. While no one doubted Lin Nian's combat capabilities, they remained uncertain of his current sentiments that if they would make the choice, they would undoubtedly refuse, as one side presented high risk with high reward, while the other offered zero risk with zero reward, albeit with absolute safety. They would certainly opt for the latter, for while merits could be earned anew, life was singular. Major General Lin Nian, what are your thoughts? Should you be unwilling to engage in battle, the Empire possesses alternative means to punish the White Eagle Duchy, albeit at a considerable cost. Qianxian spoke up, hoping Lin Nian would grasp the underlying implications of his words. In light of Ning Xiaoting's deployment, Lin Nian was the only and best candidate for this undertaking. Lin Nian did not rush to respond, that he understood that the moment he had awaited had arrived. Yet this battle would not be easy. His gaze slowly swept across all ticket holders. Just recently, at the same round table, each of them had obstructed his self-nomination. Yet now, when faced with difficulties and risks, they were all urging him forward. Major General Lin Nian, speak your mind. What is your stance? If it pertains to the previous obstruction, we can offer our apologies, for indeed, Rear Admiral Ning Xiaoting's proposal was well-reasoned. The 10th and 11th fleets genuinely require honing, and there exist no better adversaries than the cult. One ticket holder earnestly implored. Indeed, we did not intend to suppress you. Major General Lin Nian, another chimed in. The Empire cannot afford to be without you. You were pivotal in repelling the Lu Ili rebellion, but we will remember that. Upon your victorious return, we shall personally host a grand celebration in your honor. The ticket holders showered Lin Nian with accolades, their words flowing like honey. Are you soliciting my opinion? Lin Nian began, and instantly, all noise subsided. He sensed their tension, and he indeed required a military achievement to cement his reputation. The accolades and recognition that were rightfully his could not be diminished. He would not endure a second occurrence like what transpired with Ning Xiaoting. Of course, for the sake of the Empire, I am willing to engage in battle. However, Lin Nian paused, directing his gaze towards Qianxian. Major General Lin Nian, what are your requirements? Speak freely. There is nothing you cannot express. Qianxian nodded in agreement. For this expedition against the White Eagle Duchy, I require my 3 elite fleets. Moreover, I need the Empire to fully secure my logistical support. Additionally, I must replenish the combat personnel of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd interstellar fleets, as well as senior commanders for the flagship. Lin Nian asserted, rising from his seat, and finally, the missing flagship of the 1st interstellar fleet, the super-large battleship with hull number 01. Lin Nian placed his hands firmly on the round table, formally presenting his demands to all ticket holders. They exchanged glances, suddenly realizing an important fact. The 1st interstellar fleet currently lacked a super-large battleship. How then had Lin Nian managed to defeat Guhanzhou's 5th interstellar fleet? The ticket holders, now enlightened, regarded Lin Nian with barely concealed astonishment, as if they were meeting this rapidly ascending Imperial Major General for the first time. Very well, Major General Lin Nian. Your request shall be met as long as you can secure victory against the White Eagle Duchy and ensure they pay a sufficient price. The Empire will wholeheartedly support your every need. Qianxian declared with utmost seriousness. Your recent statement can be interpreted as the war's objectives being limitless. The only imperative is to achieve victory. Lin Nian also cast a glance at Qianxian. Indeed, the Empire has but one requirement. To prevail, strike fiercely against the White Eagle Duchy. Let all witness the Empire's formidable might. Qianxian solemnly nodded in agreement. Then I shall accept this order. Lin Nian straightened his posture and formally saluted all the ticket holders. Qianxian nodded in acknowledgement, simultaneously surveying the assembly of ministers that on behalf of the Imperial Council, I hereby announce that from this moment forth, Major General Lin Nian will serve as the supreme commander of the fleet tasked with the subjugation of the White Eagle Duchy, the sole highest authority on the front lines. That I command the Central Command to disseminate this latest directive to all relevant departments. No one shall impede or delay this order for any reason. All efforts must be devoted to ensuring the complete supply of personnel and materials for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Star Fleets. Qianxian turned to the secretary beside him and declared loudly, "Yes, Speaker." The secretary immediately acknowledged the command at T-001 Sanitation Space Station. Lin Nian once again found himself seated in the open-top hover car driven by Lin Zhongxiao, speeding along the expansive airport road. Major General Lin, you see, my dear brother, my words have indeed borne fruit. However, this battle is fraught with peril. Utmost caution is imperative, Lin Zhongxiao said earnestly from the passenger seat. I understand, Lin Nian nodded. He was not afraid of danger. On the contrary, the greater the peril, the more he could showcase his strength. Lin Zhongxiao, where are you taking me? Lin Nian snapped back to reality, observing the increasingly unfamiliar airport surroundings. Of course, I am taking you to meet your long-cherished treasure, the true flagship of the 1st Star Fleet, the massive warship designated with the Imperial hull number 01. Stand up, Major General Lin. You will soon behold it. A smile spread across Lin Zhongxiao's face as he urged the driver to accelerate. Lin Nian rose from his seat, gripping the car frame tightly as he gazed toward the end of the straight path. Under the illumination of countless bright lights, he could vaguely discern military formations lining up at the road's end. However, the colossal warship labeled 01 still eluded his sight. Where is that warship? Lin Nian inquired, glancing at Lin Zhongxiao. Oh, not fret, Major General Lin. First, go inspect all the officers and soldiers of your flagship, that I will have it ready for you shortly, Lin Zhongxiao reassured him. The hovercar convoy came to a halt, revealing a sea of soldiers arranged in several standard formations. Lin Nian alighted slowly, recognizing many familiar faces among the ranks. Leading the group was Wen Huaiyun, flanked by a team of advisors, followed by various contingents of soldiers, Chun Zhao's mobile combat team, and interstellar line fillers, Liao Fan's ground forces, Zhu Cunxin's aviation units, and numerous smaller formations. Attention! Salute! When Huaiyun called out to Lin Nian, prompting the soldiers to stand tall and salute in unison. Lin Nian returned the salute promptly. At ease, he commanded, then turned to Lin Zhongxiao beside him. Now that personnel are accounted for, we just need that flagship 01. All right, bring out that behemoth. Lin Zhongxiao wasted no time, shouting toward the section of the airport. The resounding clinks of mechanical disengagement echoed through the depths of the airport as a massive rectangular metallic structure gradually emerged. Multifaceted mechanical components unfolded in sequence, releasing plumes of white mist from the seams. The entire airport flickered with red warning lights, and the piercing alarm sounded repeatedly. As the colossal rectangular structure was dismantled, a super-large warship, secured within, gradually revealed its pristine hull. Chapter 101. The dual black hole region under the guidance of the main bridge structure. The super-large warship 01 was slowly maneuvered into position before Lin Nian. He gazed upwards. Within the confines of the metallic locks, he did not perceive the warship's size as particularly vast, even somewhat diminutive. However, once the warship was placed directly before him, an overwhelming sense of silent pressure swept over him. The contrast was striking. He looked up. This was a vessel whose apex was not visible. The 01 warship was merely 15% larger than the 378 warship. Yet to Lin Nian, the disparity between the two types of warships felt like an entire tier. Major General Lin, as is tradition, leave your mark on this warship, Lin Zhongxiao said, holding out an electronic tablet and a stylus, personally handing them to Lin Nian. Understood, Lin Nian replied, accepting the items. From this day forth, the super-large warship designated with hull number 01 would once again belong to the 1st Star Fleet, and for the first time, it would become his direct flagship. Lin Nian solemnly inscribed his name on the electronic tablet. As he finished writing, a massive mechanical arm extended from the airport, directing a dazzling laser towards the hull of the 01 warship, swiftly etching Lin Nian's name into its surface. The border star regions of the White Eagle Duchy. The 8-Star Fleet was rapidly retreating from the Imperial territory. Commander, we are approaching the national border. Once we cross this point, we will return to the duchy's domain, the liaison officer announced loudly to Yu Jinhai. Excellent. Immediately contact the duchy's border defense forces. Inform them that we have completed our mission and are returning. Ensure they are prepared to receive us. Yu Jinhai instructed his liaison officer. Yes. The officer saluted and departed, while Yu Jinhai turned his command chair to face the control panel behind him. All right, Chief of Staff. Provide me with a report at once. Summarize in detail every mistake you have made. You were merely dealing with the Empire's local garrison forces, and yet you became so flustered and disordered. How will you fare against the Empire's elite fleets? If those errors are seized upon by the enemy, we will pay an exceedingly painful price. How many lives do you think you have to fill those gaping holes? Yu Jinhai's voice was firm, and everyone bowed their heads in submission. Report. We are about to enter the dual black hole region, a crew member suddenly shouted. The announcement brought a heavy sigh of relief from the Chief of Staff. The dual black hole region was an obligatory route for their return, and it was also the most direct path. The dual black holes were two closely situated gravitational anomalies, each controlling a distinct area, leaving a navigable corridor between them. Should they choose not to traverse this path, their journey home would extend tenfold. The duchy lacked the warp technology possessed by the Empire and the Republic, making the dual black hole region their only viable option. Previously, the human empire had abandoned plans to invade them, considering that sustaining a supply line in the dual black hole region was exceedingly difficult. Everyone, take your seats. Think carefully about how to summarize that combat report. Yu Jinhai instructed, no longer reprimanding his staff as he prepared to navigate through the perilous area. Once the fleet entered the gravitational field of the black holes, escape would be nearly impossible, and the consequences would be dire. This was no jest. Yu Jinhai wished to avoid any mishaps. Even having traversed this route numerous times before, utmost vigilance was required. And no one knew if the gravitational fields of the two black holes might shift unexpectedly, turning the only navigable path into a deadly dead end in the vastness of space. The 8-star fleet began to shift formations, gradually aligning into a straight line. All warships proceeded along their designated trajectories, advancing in the most direct manner possible. At first glance, the space appeared normal. However, in certain locations and angles, light seemed to be drawn into a singular focal point, never to escape. This realm was eerily silent, devoid of planets, stars, or scattered meteors and comets. Nothing existed, yet an invisible force emanated from two unseen points, exerting an immense gravitational pull, drawing all matter within reach into their embrace. At this moment, the helmsman of the flagship was the most anxious individual aboard. His hands controlled the fate of every soul on the flagship. A single tremor or operational miscalculation could lead them astray, pulling them into an irreversible abyss. The repercussions would be unfathomable. Focus. Just as the helmsman began to spiral into anxious thoughts, Yu Jinhai's hand firmly rested on his shoulder, steadying his nerves. The 8-star fleet of the White Eagle Duchy thus navigated the dual black hole region, each breath held in suspense, on by Mang's star. At a high-rise platform, Qianxian stood alongside several key officials. Before them, a luminous screen displayed the assembly of 3-star fleets. Naturally, some preferred to use high-magnification telescopes to gaze through the cloudless sky, directly observing the star fleets gathering before their eyes. Old Xie, Lin Nian, was released just like that. Is it truly wise? An officer inquired. At this juncture, we have no alternative, do we? Moreover, having endured the oppression of Ning shouting, this fierce tiger, Lin Nian, will only grow hungrier for glory. The tiger that has feasted too well cannot be stirred. Only a tiger that is half-starved can exhibit its ferocity. And now, the Empire requires individuals like Lin Nian to display its most ruthless side to all. Qianxian spoke slowly. But what if we cannot contain him? What if this tiger turns on us? The ticket officer said anxiously. Old Ma, if we lack options now, what future can we discuss? The Empire no longer possesses qualified commanders for the interstellar fleet. The remaining ones are largely in the hands of governors with separatist inclinations. They're also observing our strength. Should we appear weak, they will not hesitate to fracture the Empire. We have no choice. As for the future, we shall consider that later. as long as we can safeguard our interests, it matters not who ascends as the emperor of this empire. Qianxian candidly expressed his thoughts. As long as the empire's might is assured, he does not mind supporting anyone, be it Ning Xiaoding or Lin Nian. The only one he cannot accept is someone like Lu Ili. Lu Ili is bloodthirsty, dictatorial, and most importantly, power-hungry. He is unwilling to share even the slightest benefit once grasped. Thus, Lu Ili must perish. Chapter 102. Logistics Dilemma in the Bridge of the Number 01 Battleship. Lin Nian stood at his designated command post. He had once seen a similar layout in Guhanzhou's bridge, yet this one offered a broader view, with more operators for command transmission, and Lin Nian lifted his gaze, his sight traversing the transparent windows at the front of the battleship, revealing the menacingly exposed giant gun muzzles, more and stronger weaponry. Commander, the fleet has assembled. Please provide instructions. Two holographic screens emerged. Wei Rinda, commander of the 2nd Interstellar Fleet, and Zhou Kejin, commander of the 3rd Interstellar Fleet. Both saluted Lin Nian in unison. Excellent. Liaison officer, immediately contact Colonel Lin of the 001 Sanitation Space Station. Inform him that we are prepared for the jump to the Qianxian star domain. Lin Nian nodded to Wei Rinda and Zhou Kejin before turning to his liaison officer to issue his latest command. The central star domain of the Empire and the Thundercloud star domain are separated by the Qianxian star domain that we must utilize the jump to reach the Thundercloud star domain at the fastest speed. Lin Nian would need to perform 2 consecutive jumps. The second jump would employ the jump devices of the 3 super-large battleships under his command. Understood. The liaison officer promptly withdrew. Major Lin, the jump device at 001 Sanitation Space Station is ready. Please instruct. The holographic screen of Colonel Lin appeared, devoid of the previous familiarity, his expression solemn as he addressed Lin Nian. Colonel Lin, please initiate the jump for us. Lin Nian nodded at Colonel Lin. Affirmative. Colonel Lin saluted, and the holographic screen vanished. Lin Nian turned towards the front window. Multicolored beams converged directly ahead of their fleet. The jump gate slowly unfolded. Commander, we are finally returning to the battlefield. Wen Huayun suddenly remarked to Lin Nian, her tone imbued with complex emotions that on one hand, everyone yearned to return to combat to prove their worth to the Empire, and on the other hand, battle inevitably leads to casualties. A reality that cannot be avoided. Indeed. Are you all prepared? Lin Nian turned back to gaze at Wen Huayun and Liao Fan. Please command us, Commander. All personnel on the bridge stood in unison, saluting Lin Nian, including the 32 holographic screens before him. 2 fleet commanders and all captains of the large battleships, each wearing a solemn expression as they looked at Lin Nian. Depart. Lin Nian decisively gestured forward. In space, the flagship of the 1st Interstellar Fleet, the number 01 battleship, accelerated first, its massive body propelled by a plume of yellow and white flames as it gradually entered the jump gate point 2 hours later. After 2 consecutive jumps, the 3 interstellar fleets under Lin Yan's command had all entered the star domain near the Su Xing Chief of Staff 1. Immediately dispatch someone to contact the governor of the Thundercloud star domain. I need further information on the Beijing Principality. Lin Yan promptly rose from his command post and approached the command platform behind him. Additionally, I require more data on the star domain of the Beijing Principality, as well as intelligence on its main interstellar fleet commander. Lin Nian made several requests while rapidly searching the Empire's database for the information he needed. Understood, when Huayan nodded promptly, as this fell within the purview of their staff's responsibilities. Not long after, the governor of the Thundercloud star domain sent a message. The specifics were largely consistent with what Lin Nian had heard in the Empire's council hall, yet it highlighted a critical area of concern: the double black hole region. Chief of Staff 1, what is the double black hole region? Lin Nian inquired, having never encountered this term before, when Huayan promptly provided a brief explanation, before Lin Nian could fully digest this information. The holographic screens of Wei Rinda and Zhou Kejin appeared. Commander, the fleet has regrouped. I recommend we rest for 2 days at Su Xing to analyze all intelligence before cautiously entering the Beijing Principality. Wei Rinda earnestly presented his suggestion. Commander, do not heed Wei Rinda's dilly-dallying that in my view, against the likes of the Beijing Principality's rabble, we should not grant them a moment to react. We should charge directly into the Beijing Principality and strike hard. Zhou Kajin, true to his usual style, voiced an opinion starkly opposed to Wei Rinda's. Impatient, dismissive of caution, and straightforward, point one advocated for cautious advancement, while the other called for a reckless rush. Lin Nian refrained from interrupting either subordinate suggestions, instead listening silently. Commander, within the bridge, more and more captains' holograms emerged, 32 in total, none missing. Everyone awaited Lin Nian's next directive. They had now arrived at Suxing in the Thundercloud Star Domain. Directly to the north lay the territory of the Beijing Principality. Once they entered, they would confront the interstellar fleet of the Beijing Principality head-on. Of course, the Empire's Council had already preemptively declared war on the Beijing Principality, regardless of whether Lin Nian's interstellar fleet had entered. Both sides were effectively in a state of war. The timing was opportune. Chief of Staff 1. What is the staff's opinion? Lin Nian turned to Wen Huayan. Commander, our stance is to resolve matters swiftly. Delaying not only invites intervention from the Republic, but also renders our supply lines incapable of sustaining a prolonged conflict. Wen Huayan's expression was grave. The more she studied the situation, the more she realized that this battle must not be prolonged. Star map. Wen Huayan called out to the crew, a massive star map unfurled within a bridge, highlighting a designated area. The border between the Empire and the Beijing Principality. We have just received news from the local governor. Here, there are two black hole regions. The good news is that the two black hole regions do not interfere with each other, leaving us a narrow but navigable passage. The bad news is that our subsequent supply lines must also traverse through here. Wen Huayan pointed to the double black hole region, marked in red and prominently displayed against the large spherical representation. Between these two extremely close spheres remained a slender gap. Chief of Staff 1. Can't we choose another route to enter the Beijing Principality? Wei Rinda furrowed his brow. Wen Huayan's remarks clarified the situation for everyone. The double black hole region was exceedingly challenging. Such a narrow passage would determine their logistical supply line. With black holes on either side, the supply transport ships would face significant danger traversing that a misstep could lead to their own destruction along with the supplies being transported. Wei Rinda was increasingly reluctant to take this route into the Beijing Principality. Commander Wei, unfortunately, we do not have the luxury of time to detour. This route is the only one that is explored closest and safest. There are no alternatives. Other routes would require a longer detour to avoid the influence of these two black holes. Neither the Beijing Principality nor the Republic on the other side will grant us such a luxury. The longer this battle drags on, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us. Wen Huayan shook her head helplessly. Chapter 103. A gamble. Chief of Staff 1. According to your assessment, if I am not mistaken, even if we take this route into the Beijing Principality, our logistical supply line is virtually non-existent. Wei Rinda began to grasp the implications. Precisely, Commander Wei, that if we opt for this route, it indeed amounts to having no supplies. Moreover, we have no choice left. Wen Huayan sighed softly at this point. Others felt the same way, shaking their heads in disbelief. One anticipated that the first battle upon the return of the First Starfleet to the battlefield would be fraught with such difficulties. Wait a moment. Chief of Staff 1, we must take this route. The White Eagle Principality is undoubtedly aware of our intentions. They could easily station themselves at the exit of the twin black holes that wouldn't leave us exposed. Vulnerable to concentrated fire, how are we to fight this battle? Zhou Kajin suddenly exclaimed. Commander Zhou, employing a supersized vessel at the forefront should pose no issues. In a short span, we can carve out a passage. Once our fleet spreads out, the enemy may not withstand our counterattack. It is important to remember that the White Eagle Principality is merely a principality, and their starships cannot possibly match the quality of ours. I believe it is more likely that the White Eagle Principality, upon witnessing our supply difficulties or even a total lack of supplies, will choose to retreat and avoid confrontation, fortifying their defenses in the process. If we penetrate deep into their territory, we may find ourselves in grave peril when our own resources run low. Without supplies, deep within enemy lines, we can neither press forward nor retreat. What then shall we do? A captain of a large warship interjected. Lin Nian regarded the unfamiliar face, youthful in appearance, likely a newly appointed commander within the fleet. The luminescent screen identified him as Captain Li Qian of the First Starfleet. Ship 012, with the rank of Major. Upon seeing the designation 012, Lin Nian paused. This Li Xian was the successor to Mo Yingguang. To be fair, Li Xian's analysis was astute. It indeed represented the best course of action for the current predicament faced by the White Eagle Principality. His words doused everyone with a cold splash of reality. Following this line of reasoning, they ought to avoid this battle, for the odds of victory seemed exceedingly slim. Yet, remaining in the thundercloud starfield, continuing to wait, would yield no favorable outcomes either. If the Republic were to decisively intervene and assist the White Eagle Principality, it could extinguish any remaining flicker of hope for victory. With a decisive thud, Lin Nian clenched his fist and tapped the railing before him. What? Are you all going to back down at the first sign of difficulty? A confident smile adorned Lin Nian's face, and he sensed that his confidence began to resonate with others. As Major Li Xian stated, challenges undeniably exist, but do we truly possess no chance of success? Lin Nian's voice grew louder, his hands braced against the railing. Everyone, why do you feel afraid? Is it because our warships are inferior to those of the White Eagle Principality? He pressed. Not at all, came the resounding reply from the high-ranking officers, exchanging glances. Then, is it that our crew is lacking in comparison? Lin Nian shouted again. Not lacking. The entire bridge crew echoed in unison, their voices rising in a powerful chorus. Even behind the screens of the high-ranking officers, the sound of their fervent cries could be heard. Then, is it that we lack the courage to win this battle? Lin Yan's voice rang out one last time. No, no, no. The unified chorus of denial surged forth. Speak louder. I can't hear you. Lin Yan urged, vigorously waving his hands. We have the courage. In that moment, the collective spirit of the crew ignited, and they shouted in unison. What shall we do with our courage? Lin Nian raised his fist high. Fight, fight, fight. The roars of enthusiasm crescendoed, each wave more powerful than the last. Meanwhile, on the other side, when Huayan, caught up in the fervor alongside others, couldn't help but fixate on Lin Nian's silhouette. In terms of rallying morale, Lin Nian was exceptional. He had almost single-handedly turned the tide of morale that had been dwindling. Lin Nian raised his hand to quell the increasingly fervent cheer. Chief of Staff 1, you said we need a swift resolution, correct? He turned to Wen Huayan. Indeed, Commander. When Huayan nodded. Major Li Xian, my thoughts contrast sharply with yours. I feel our chances of success are quite favorable. The White Eagle Principality's assault on the Empire is likely instigated by the Republic, seizing the opportunity amidst our internal strife to claim what they long desired. After achieving their aims, they would hastily retreat, fearing our retaliation. You know what this behavior is. It's that of a thief. Lin Yin turned back to the newcomer, Li Xian, sharing his perspective with the others. The resources of a thief are hardly abundant enough to conduct a scorched earth policy against us. They would not demolish affluent planets and mining worlds merely to confront us. They will perceive us as isolated and lacking supplies. Believing we cannot endure for long like a team most, they will establish a defensive line outside the twin black holes and utilize the Qianxian starfield's Jiangu star as a secondary line of defense. That is the extent of their capabilities. Therefore, since we lack both time and a stable supply line, why not take a gamble? Let us traverse the twin black hole region without waiting for subsequent supplies. We shall utilize our existing resources to win this battle, Lin Nian proclaimed boldly. For him, the sole challenge lay within the twin black hole region. However, the fleet of the White Eagle Principality could not possibly be stationed within the depths of the twin black holes. Should their fleet guard the exit, they would suffer losses. Yet once Lin Yan's ships were fully deployed, he was confident in defeating any adversary before him. In his eyes, no difficulty was insurmountable when met with the prospect of victory. If any existed, they would simply fight another victorious battle. Yes, Commander. The crew responded in unison, standing tall and saluting Lin Nian. The luminous screens faded away, and in space, the three fleets of the Empire accelerated towards the borders of the thundercloud starfield. On the capital star of the White Eagle Principality, Guanghu Star, King Zhao Yijuan gathered his high-ranking officials for an urgent meeting. The news that the human empire had officially declared war on the White Eagle Principality reached Zhao Yijuan's desk promptly. Now, the Imperial forces were truly on their way. What shall we do? Zhao Yijun lamented, for the White Eagle Principality had no strategic depth whatsoever. Your Majesty, I suggest we immediately seek aid from the Republic. After all, they were the ones who incited us to act. Now that trouble has arisen, the Republic cannot just sit idly by. One minister urged Zhao Yijun. Precisely. The Republic used us to gauge the Empire's strength. The Empire clearly still has reserves. It is high time for the Republic to fulfill their promises. Another minister clamored. The entire assembly room erupted in fervor as voices clamored for the Republic's assistance. Very well. Someone immediately notify the Republic's ambassador and demand an explanation. Zhao Yijun commanded decisively. Soon, someone was dispatched. Gentlemen, what exactly is the nature of this Imperial fleet that has been dispatched? Zhao Yijun shifted the topic while awaiting the Republic's ambassador. Your Majesty, the fleets advancing are the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd star fleets of the Empire, commanded by a major named Lin Nian, a minister explained to Zhao Yijun. Lin Nian, what is his background? Are we capable of defeating them? How does he compare to the renowned Wen Yuan? Zhao Yijun posed several questions in quick succession. The command of the Imperial fleets changed too frequently. A single defeat or internal strife could erase any trace of a commander. Even a celebrated general like Wen Yuan had risen within just a few years. The last Zhao Yijun heard of Wen Yuan was upon his suicide. All the ministers exchanged glances, uncertain. They were equally uninformed about Lin Yan's background. Each at a loss for words. What? You do not even know the background of the opposing fleet commander. Zhao Yijun's frustration grew, his voice rising unconsciously. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. We do possess some information regarding Lin Nian. However, his rise has been exceedingly rapid. Previously, he was relatively unknown, but it is said that he gained prominence after engaging the cult of the wasteland within the Empire. I suspect he may be a bastion of some Imperial dignitary's illegitimate child. Leveraging connections to ascend swiftly, one minister shared their rough understanding of Lin Yan's background, attempting to rationalize his rapid ascent. Your Majesty, the Republic's ambassador has reported an old ailment and is unable to meet with you. At that moment, a servant rushed back, relaying the message to Zhao Yijun. Preposterous. When an old ailment resurfaces, it is evident that the Republic intends to remain aloof. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yijun immediately leapt to his feet. Feeling utterly deceived, they had acted on behalf of the Republic, only to find that when the Empire truly advanced, the Republic retreated, casting them to the front lines. The other ministers erupted in chaos, filling the conference hall with clamor. Enough? What a disgrace. You must devise a solution immediately. Zhao Yijun felt a throbbing headache. When the idea was initially proposed, everyone had been exceedingly enthusiastic. Yet now, as the time for action approached, they were devoid of any viable suggestions. Your Majesty, it would be prudent to remotely contact several generals. It seems we cannot avoid a confrontation with the Empire. One minister stepped forward to speak. They have already probed the tiger's lair. Regret is futile now. They must rely solely on their own strength. Fortunately, this tiger is not what it once was. It suffers daily wounds and bloodshed. Perhaps they can endure until the day the tiger collapses of its own accord. Very well. Establish the signal immediately. Contact several lieutenant generals. Zhao Yijun grasped the situation and hurried to reach out to the commanders of his interstellar fleet. Before long, 10 illuminated screens flickered to life, one of which displayed Yu Zhenhai. The eye patch over his missing eye made him particularly conspicuous among the 10. The situation is as follows. How shall we defend against this incursion from the Empire? I hope you can present a feasible plan. Zhao Yijun addressed his generals. Your Majesty, how many interstellar fleets has the enemy dispatched this time? Yu Zhenhai was the first to inquire, seeking crucial intelligence to make a better assessment. Lieutenant General Yu, 3 interstellar fleets, the Empire's 1st, 2nd, and 3rd fleets. A minister promptly answered on Zhao Yijun's behalf. Are these the 3 fleets? The 1st fleet has long been regarded as the most elite of the human Empire's forces. However, I recently heard they suffered heavy losses at the hands of Han Tianzhu, though it seems they later regained their footing and retaliated effectively, eliminating Han Tianzhu. The 2nd and 3rd fleets are directly under the command of Wen Yuan's elite forces. These three fleets dispatched by the Empire must be their finest. It is likely our ambush has greatly angered them, prompting such a full-strength response. Yu Zhenhai murmured to himself, then suddenly looked up at Zhao Yijuan. Your Majesty, given the current circumstances, the Empire will undoubtedly be concerned about the Republic's next move. Moreover, due to the peculiar region of the double black holes, their logistical supply lines will face significant challenges. If I were the supreme commander of their fleets, I would certainly aim for a swift resolution to this battle. Star map. Yu Zhenhai suddenly requested the massive star map unfolded in the conference hall. He pointed to the area of the double black holes. Your Majesty, there is no need for a direct confrontation with the Imperial forces, but we must dispatch our fleets immediately, occupying the exit of the double black holes before the Empire's forces can pass through. If necessary, we could even deploy death squads to block the exit with our super-large warships. Simultaneously, we should send a fast fleet to navigate external routes and ambush the Empire's interstellar fleets from the rear. Whether to harass or sever their supply lines, we can force the Empire into a precarious position. This is the optimal strategy. Secondly, if we cannot secure the double black holes, we should fortify the entire Qianxian star domain, relocating scattered populations to several key planets. All mining equipment and infrastructure should be destroyed, leaving the Empire with no supply sources within our White Eagle Duchy. It will not take long before the Imperial forces, deprived of supplies, will have no choice but to retreat. At that moment, we can launch a counteroffensive and crush the Imperial army. This is the secondary strategy, that if we do nothing and allow the Imperial forces to pass through the double black holes safely, and then strike, that would be the worst plan. Yu Zhenhai articulated his thoughts to Zhao Yijuan. Lieutenant General Yu, your previous statement is misguided. I cannot help but feel that your three strategies are precisely reversed for me. Your optimal strategy is, in fact, the true worst plan, while the final one is what we should pursue as our best course of action. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the holographic display. Others turned to look, and it was Lieutenant General Zhu Yu. Chapter 105. Each with their own calculations. Lieutenant General Zhu Yu, are you suggesting that we allow the Imperial army to enter unimpeded if we suffer a defeat in direct confrontation? Would that not grant the enemy free passage? How can you lack such foresight? Yu Zhenhai could not comprehend this and rebutted sternly. In my view, you are the one lacking vision. To fortify and clear the area? Such a ruinous plan. How can you even suggest it? Do you understand the vastness of our White Eagle Duchy? Just the Qianxian star domain alone. The population and mining planets are already few in number. The result of our ancestors' tireless efforts over many years to develop and adapt. Those production bases and supporting facilities bear witness to the invaluable achievements of generations past, and now you suggest we simply destroy them? Yu Zhenhai, have you consulted our ancestors? Have you considered the opinions of the people who reside there? Have you sought the Emperor's counsel? Zhu Yu nearly pointed his finger at Yu Zhenhai in outrage. Lieutenant General Zhu Yu, could you refrain from such foolishness? At this juncture, should we still be concerned about those trifles? If we allow the Imperial army to traverse the double black holes without obstruction, rendering this sole natural barrier ineffective, how shall we defeat the Imperial forces? Yu Zhenhai retorted without hesitation, utterly confounded by Zhu Yu's reasoning. How shall we defeat them? Of course, through our brave soldiers, with the resolve to protect our homeland. Zhu Yu continued to counter Yu Zhenhai's points. Zhu Yu, do you not comprehend? The foremost priority is to triumph over the Imperial army. Only by securing victory can we demonstrate to the Republic the value of our resistance against the Empire. The Republic will then continuously provide us with various forms of support, warships, command personnel, and weapon production lines. The cost we incur now will be returned manifold in the future. However, all this hinges on winning. Securing a decisive victory in this battle. Your frontal assault strategy offers no guarantee of that. Yu Zhenhai shouted hoarsely. On what grounds do you assert that I cannot guarantee 100% victory? We certainly can win. Even in a direct confrontation, we will undoubtedly achieve a resounding victory. Moreover, we need not incur the costs you propose. Our White Eagle Duchy has 10 fully staffed interstellar fleets. Our morale is high. And our troops are well trained. What if we allow the Imperial army to enter? At that point, we can simply close the gates and strike back, concentrating our superior forces to deliver a decisive blow to the Imperial army, who will find themselves trapped against the double black holes, with no retreat possible. They will surely crumble. There is no need for any unnecessary actions. Zhu Yu vehemently countered Yu Zhenhai. Your Majesty, please render your judgment. Will you adopt my strategy or that of Lieutenant General Zhu Yu? As Yu Zhenhai realized he could not sway Zhu Yu, he shifted his hopes to Zhao Yijuan. Well, both lieutenant generals present valid points. What do the rest of you ministers think? Zhao Yijuan found himself at an impasse that he had engaged in a tactical stalemate. The strategies of Yu Zhenhai and Zhu Yu ultimately boiled down to a matter of cost. Yu Zhenhai's fortification strategy entailed high costs but posed minimal risk for the duchy, whereas Zhu Yu's strategy of closing the gates and striking back was low cost, yet carried moderate risks. It was difficult to determine which was superior. Your Majesty, I support Lieutenant General Zhu Yu's strategy. The Imperial army is on an arduous expedition while we are defending our homeland in a direct confrontation. We are naturally at an advantage. One minister spoke first. He understood that Yu Zhenhai's strategy was indeed the most foolproof. However, he possessed substantial interests among those populations and mining planets that would be evacuated. The value of such assets could easily reach hundreds of billions. Destroying these would bring him no benefit. Even if the White Eagle Duchy emerged victorious against the Imperial army, would Zhao Yijuan compensate for their losses? Certainly not. In the end, they would bear the losses themselves. Regardless of whose shoulders the burden fell, it would be an unbearable weight. Moreover, if the duchy's forces were to suffer defeat, it is merely Zhao Yijuan who is affected. To them, what difference does it make who rules? They too could become citizens of the empire. Would there be any loss to their industries? Absolutely none. Indeed, I concur with General Zhu Yuzhong, another minister proclaimed aloud. With a light calculation in their hearts, it becomes clear whom to choose. I also second this. An increasing number of ministers discerned the implications, choosing to stand alongside General Zhu Yuzhong. Although Yu Zhenhai's strategy is commendable, it comes at the expense of their industries that if they do not voice their opposition now, the first to perish will assuredly not be the White Eagle Principality, but their own families. Zhao Yijuan remained somewhat hesitant. For Yu Zhenhai's words held merit. Should they triumph over the Imperial army, he would undoubtedly secure substantial aid from the Republic. Your Majesty, we also possess numerous industries on those planets. A subordinate quietly informed Zhao Yijuan. Much of Zhao Yijuan's private wealth originated from those very planets. To abandon them entirely would be tantamount to detonating his own coffers. Very well, General Zhu Yuzhong. I shall follow your counsel. Assemble all interstellar fleets and engage the Imperial army head-on. General Zhu Yuzhong, you will be the supreme commander of this battle, overseeing all interstellar fleets. Zhao Yijuan exclaimed, rising decisively. I accept the command. We shall fight this battle resolutely, ensuring the Empire has no means of return. General Zhu Yuzhong stood at attention in the hologram, shouting fervently to Zhao Yijuan, while casting a disdainful glance at Yu Zhenhai's hologram. Yu Zhenhai pressed his lips together, remaining silent, filled with profound sorrow. Such short-sightedness among the nobility and ministers of the principality. How could they possibly win this battle? Even if the White Eagle Principality were to be annihilated as a result, he would harbor no surprise. In the region of the dual black holes, the number 01 battleship led the charge, directly undertaking the perilous task of exploration as the vanguard of the fleet. Despite the staunch opposition from Commanders Wei, Rinda, and Zhou Kejin, Lin Nian remained resolute. Only he understood the rationale behind his decision. In his eyes, the number 01 battleship was flanked not by silence and emptiness, but by two colossal luminous spheres, vividly clear. The gravitational field of a black hole is not immutable. It occasionally fluctuates. However, based on the current pathway, they were safe in space. All battleships formed a straight line, maintaining a safe distance, closely following the number 01 battleship, fearful of being ensnared by the invisible gravitational pull of the black holes and plunging into an abyss from which there is no return. Communications officer, are there any enemy vessels detected ahead? Lin Nian inquired softly, concerned that the helmsman of his flagship might falter and lead them into disaster. Lin Nian's hand hovered above the backup control panel. Should the helmsman err, he would personally assume control. Unlike everyone else, Lin Nian could perceive the dangerously potent gravitational field. Report to the commander. No enemy vessels detected ahead, the communications officer whispered in Lin Nian's ear. Good. Continue monitoring the star domain ahead. Lin Nian nodded. He did not truly need to ask the communications officer, for his own eyes had already revealed the answer. There was nothing before him. However, the related concealment actions were still necessary. The White Eagle Principality had indeed not positioned any blockade outside the exit of the dual black holes, just as he had anticipated. Chapter 106. Lucky Water Star. In this instance, he had won his gamble, but of course, should he have lost, the consequences would not have been dire. Merely a price to pay. The exit of the dual black holes is exceedingly susceptible to concentrated attacks. Had it not been for the energy shields of the battleships, Lin Nian would never have dared to undertake such a daring decision. Commander, we are about to exit the most perilous region of the dual black holes. Qianxian suddenly informed Lin Nian that he glanced at the progress bar. As long as they could safely navigate the remaining area, they would enter the White Eagle Principality unscathed. Lin Nian turned to his flagship's helmsman, who had accompanied him since the 1455 battleship. The helmsman visibly relaxed. The area nearest the two black holes was indeed the most dangerous. Once they passed through that zone, the remainder of the journey could be approached with a sense of security. Well done. Maintain your focus, Lin Nian said, patting the helmsman on the shoulder. Yes, Commander, the helmsman replied softly, his hand still firmly gripping the controls. Chief of Staff, do you think these two black holes might one day collide? Lin Nian curiously asked his Chief of Staff, as this was his first time observing black holes from such proximity. The black holes appeared as indescribably pure, black entities. These are two stellar mass black holes. If their gravitational fields intertwine one day, they would begin to attract each other, eventually spiraling together, colliding bit by bit at that moment. They might release vast amounts of energy, culminating in the formation of a supermassive black hole. In terms of our lifespan, we might witness that day, or we might wait an entire lifetime without seeing it. Who knows? When Huayin shook her head, Lin Nian often posed such fundamental questions about space to her. These were likely topics covered in Imperial schools. Perhaps Lin Nian had simply not paid attention during lectures. All right, let us return to the situation we are about to face. Lin Nian nodded, turning to the other side. Communications officer, contact the other captains and the two fleet commanders. He issued his new command. Yes. The communications officer promptly acted. Before long, 32 holographic screens appeared. Ugh, I never want to return to this wretched place again. Just the thought of traversing between two adjacent black holes gives me goosebumps. What if, during our passage, the gravitational fields of the two black holes were to attract each other? We wouldn't be able to escape. Zhou Kajin grumbled as he appeared on screen. "Pa, you jinx, there are still others yet to pass through." Colonel Xiao Hao, a commander of a large battleship underway Rinda, retorted. Xiao Hao had once been part of Lin Nian's first interstellar fleet, but had since been promoted and transferred to serve underway Rinda as a commanding officer of a large battleship. Indeed, the most irritating one here is your jinxing tongue, the veterans of the first interstellar fleet, who had long been Zhou Kajin's companions, eagerly joined in the ridicule. Although Zhou Kajin was now a fleet commander, in a non-combat situation, they regarded him merely as a lazy fellow who loved to chatter. The other captains watched this unfolding scene with amused expressions. The camaraderie among the veterans of the first interstellar fleet was genuinely delightful. They too were now part of that dynamic, though they had not yet reached the level of comfortable banter. Ahem, everyone, focus, Lin Nian interjected, noticing the conversation developing into a chat room. He had called them together not to provide a platform for idle chatter. Yes, Commander. All smiles vanished as everyone saluted Lin Nian. Gentlemen, we have successfully navigated the most challenging step. What awaits us next will not be flowers, but rather genuine combat. Commander Wei, expedite the assembly of your second interstellar fleet. Commander Zhou, once all your vessels have passed, immediately regroup your fleet. The enemy may very well be on the way. Lin Nian gazed into the starry expanse before him. His expression grave, he could already discern a few points of light gradually converging from the distance. Clearly, the enemy's interstellar fleet had begun to mobilize. Yes, both Wei Rinda and Zhou Kajin saluted in unison. Chief of Staff 1, present the plans formulated by your staff. Lin Nian then turned to Huayan. This time, he was directly commanding 3 interstellar fleets, making it impractical for him to micromanage every detail as he would with a single starship, that a substantial amount of responsibilities had been delegated to the staff, with Lin Yin only engaging in the most critical decision-making processes. Such matters concerning life and death often led individuals to make extremely erroneous judgments under the pressure of self-preservation that on the battlefield, a misjudgment could result in exorbitant costs, capable of obliterating everything, even one's own life. However, Lin Nian did not face such dilemmas. Yes, Commander. Both commanders and captains responded that we have successfully traversed the most formidable chasm of the Qianxian star domain. Our next strategic objective will be this planet. Lucky Water Star. When Huayan pointed to the nearest planet, as its name suggests, it is a rare water-rich planet, capable of providing substantial water resources for our fleet. Water remains a precious commodity in space, as humanity cannot survive without it. Throughout their rapid march, they had not received ample supplies, and the fleet's consumption of water resources had already depleted 1/3. They were in urgent need of new water resources to replenish their supplies. Since resources were being offered, it would be unreasonable not to seize them. Everyone agreed unanimously, nodding in approval. According to the intelligence pertaining to the Empire, the Principality has not deployed a significant amount of permanent defensive forces on this fortunate water planet. During our swift journey here, we have encountered no border fleets from the Principality, indicating that the entirety of the White Eagle Principality's strength has yet to be mobilized. Furthermore, we have not yet been detected by the Principality. Perhaps we can seize the initiative and procure a portion of the resources we require. Regardless of the outcome, this will mark our inaugural engagement within the territory of the Principality. Commander-in-Chief, I propose that the 2nd Interstellar Fleet be dispatched to contend for this opportunity. Upon finishing his statement, when Huayan solemnly saluted Lin Nian and Wei Rinda, Wei Commander, what is your perspective? Lin Nian turned to Wei Rinda. At this moment, he received no female voice prompt, indicating that his current situation did not pose an immediate threat to his safety. Thus, he had no better counsel regarding Wei Rinda's impending offensive. Commander-in-Chief, I have no objections. Chief of Staff, when is correct. We require resource replenishment. This fortunate water planet shall be entrusted to us. Even if the Principality's interstellar fleet arrives, we shall confront the enemy head-on. Wei Rinda earnestly addressed Lin Nian. There is no time to lose. Issue the command. The 2nd Interstellar Fleet is to set forth immediately. Capture the fortunate water planet. Observing Wei Rinda's lack of opposition, and considering that this strategy had been formulated by the entire staff, Lin Nian promptly issued the order with a grave demeanor. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Wei Rinda and the 10 captains under his command saluted Lin Nian in unison. The holograms of the 11 individuals simultaneously vanished. Chapter 107. The intense battle near the fortunate water planet White Eagle Principality. The periphery of Guanghu starred at a multitude of Principality fleets gradually assembled. The 2 interstellar fleets, Sequence 7 and Sequence 9, which had previously gathered, had completed their assembly ahead of time and were en route to the frontline battle zone through the newly opened jump gate. For the Principality, the current focus is on the planets Dingu and the fortunate water planet. Sequence 8, led by Yu Zhenhai, is stationed at Dingu, responsible for routine border defense and patrol, while there is no corresponding interstellar fleet assigned to the fortunate water planet. Zhu Yu, at his command station, pointed towards the vicinity of the fortunate water planet near Dingu. As long as the 2 interstellar fleets he had just dispatched could swiftly arrive at the fortunate water planet before the Imperial forces traversed the dual black hole star zone. They would perform preliminary defensive maneuvers to fill the existing gap. Once all 10 interstellar fleets converged, it would be exceedingly difficult for the Empire's forces to break through their defenses directly. Relying on the advantageous positions of the fortunate water planet and Dingu, providing mutual support and defense, Zhu was confident that they could decisively crush the invading Imperial fleet with overwhelming force. Commander-in-Chief, your 1st Sequence Interstellar Fleet has completed assembly. Please provide instructions. A liaison officer hurriedly approached Zhu, exclaiming loudly, Excellent. Ensure our captains remain on standby. Chief of Staff, what is the status of the other interstellar fleets? Zhu turned to his Chief of Staff, inquiring about the assembly status of the other fleets. Due to the jump technology of the warships, the Principality's interstellar fleets must first consolidate all units from one border before swiftly relocating to another border. They must pass through the periphery of Quanghu Star, utilizing the large space station equipped with jump devices to open the jump gate for rapid transfer. However, the jump devices of the White Eagle Principality space station are still inferior to those of the Empire and the Republic. Capable of jumping only about half a star zone at most to reach further distances, either the power is inadequate or the equipment is insufficient. Even though Zhu Yu's Sequence 1 interstellar fleet has completed assembly, they must wait for the subsequent fleets to position themselves before making a joint jump to the frontline battlefield. In the vicinity of Quanghu Star, interstellar warships from other sequences continue to return from external lines, each vessel landing at the large military space station near the capital star. Within the vast hangars, a multitude of Principality soldiers busily scurried about. Hurry, hurry! Refuel the 1235 battleship at docking Bay 0354 immediately. Also, ensure the supply transport teams follow suit to facilitate material delivery. Captain of Battleship 8455 at docking Bay 0784. Your ship has completed refueling. Please depart from the docking bay immediately. The command from the hangar's dispatch echoed frequently throughout the facility. As a medium-sized battleship completed docking, multiple massive fueling pipelines were swiftly maneuvered by mechanical arms to connect to the rear of the vessel, inserting into the fuel intake port. Meanwhile, numerous folded interstellar fighters were meticulously arranged and towed by track vehicles to the front line of the hangar. These fighters began to be allocated to the various docked battleships via the automated delivery system. Countless Principality soldiers formed orderly lines, clustering into dense formations before boarding the designated interstellar warships in waves. These scenes were transmitted in real time to Zhu Yu. Not fast enough? Instruct the hangar's dispatch officer to expedite the supply process. Zhu Yu shifted his gaze from the holographic display and addressed the liaison officer beside him. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. The liaison officer saluted and departed. In the vicinity of the Fortunate Water Planet, aboard the flagship bridge of the Second Interstellar Fleet. Commander, we have detected a considerable number of enemy warships rapidly approaching us. They're about to enter our attack range. Should we open fire? The liaison officer shouted to Wei Rinda. Chief of Staff, what is a numerical disparity between our forces? Wei Rinda refrained from issuing an immediate command and instead turned to his Chief of Staff, inquiring about the critical data. Report, Commander. The enemy's current numbers are roughly comparable to ours. They also constitute an interstellar fleet. It is highly likely they are the vanguard. If we are to engage, we must act swiftly. The Chief of Staff responded with remarkable speed, grasping the situation almost instantaneously. Very well. Issue the command. All forces advance. Lift all restrictions and launch a full-scale assault. Upon comprehending the circumstances, Wei Rinda no longer hesitated. Since the enemy fleet is not substantial, it is probable they have just arrived to establish defenses that if we do not strike now, we will find ourselves at numerical disadvantage when the Principality's reinforcements arrive. Thus, Wei Rinda understood that delaying was not an option. Yes, the Chief of Staff and others promptly acknowledged the order. Simultaneously, aboard the flagship bridge of the Principality's Sequence 9 Interstellar Fleet. Report, the unidentified fleet ahead has been identified by reconnaissance vessels. It is the Empire's Second Interstellar Fleet, the liaison officer shouted to Major General Wu. The Empire's fleet is remarkably swift. When did they traverse the dual black hole zone? Major General Wu exclaimed in shock. However, he quickly issued his next command. Order. All ships of Sequence 9, engage the Imperial forces immediately. We must drive them away and reclaim our Fortunate Water Planet. Major General Wu waved his hand vigorously. Their Sequence 9 and Sequence 7 interstellar fleets had only recently completed their jump but immediately detected abnormal radar signals due to an unexpected engine failure of the flagship of Sequence 7. Major General Wu had to lead Sequence 9 to the Fortunate Water Planet to ascertain the situation, while Sequence 7 would serve as their backup support and arrive shortly thereafter. After issuing the command, the ships of Sequence 9 Interstellar Fleet accelerated in unison, in the vastness of space. The two interstellar fleets surged towards each other at high speed, As they navigated, each side gradually assumed their preferred formations. The Empire's second interstellar fleet maintained its characteristic shuttle formation, while the Principality's Sequence 9 interstellar fleet adopted a defensive spherical arrangement. The highest-ranking commanders of both fleets refrained from uttering any superfluous words. Almost as soon as the enemy fleets entered range, they unleashed their full long-range firepower. The torrent of laser beams and missiles rained down upon the enemy vessels, causing their energy shields to flicker incessantly. As the two fleets drew closer, a multitude of interstellar fighters commenced deployment, creating an unceasing cacophony of explosions in this sector of space. In a brief span, several warships began to succumb to the concentrated fire, their energy shields failing and leading to the destruction of the vessels. Aboard the flagship bridge of the Second Interstellar Fleet, quickly prepare the interstellar warships to deploy interstellar boarding troops. I want immediate boarding of the enemy's large warships. Wei Rinda commanded with urgency. As Lin Nian had stated, the Empire's interstellar warships far surpassed those of the Principality. After merely a short engagement, Wei Rinda was filled with confidence, for the Sequence 9 interstellar fleet was utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught. Their energy shields crumbled like paper, pierced through effortlessly. The exchange ratio was entirely disproportionate. Wei Rinda was no longer satisfied with merely annihilating enemy vessels. He intended to capture a substantial number of enemy ships. Chapter 108. The Fall of Xiao Hao in Space. The warships of the White Eagle Principality were in retreat, suffering defeat after defeat, as numerous small escort vessels were destroyed under concentrated fire from the Imperial forces. Sequence 9's interstellar fleet was gradually left with only its larger warships. These vessels could absorb more of the Imperial fleet's firepower, yet they also became the primary targets for the Second Interstellar Fleet. The strategy was to close in with the medium and large warships, employing heavier artillery to batter the enemy's defenses, and once their shields were breached, a swarm of interstellar boarding troops would storm in from all angles to engage in comprehensive boarding actions. In the command bridge of the 9th Interstellar Fleet of the Principality of the White Eagle, the atmosphere was tense. "Commander, we must retreat. The Empire's warships possess superior firepower and robust defenses. In a one-on-one confrontation, we stand no chance against them," the Chief of Staff urgently expressed to Major General Wu. "Understood. Issue the order. All forces fall back," Major General Wu responded without hesitation. The disparity in performance between the two fleets became glaringly apparent from the very onset of battle, and he had anticipated the inadequacy of his fleet against the Empire's forces. However, he never expected that the Principality's interstellar warships would prove so vulnerable, while the Empire's vessels were equipped with formidable offensive capabilities and defenses. He had initially hoped to delay until the 7th Interstellar Fleet could provide assistance, but the deteriorating situation left no room for further delay. To wait any longer would mean their own demise. The entire Interstellar Fleet, upon engagement, had faced a continuous rout, and the enemy had intentionally reduced their firepower, aiming to capture their larger warships with interstellar troops. "Retreat! Hurry!" The Chief of Staff, witnessing Major General Wu's command, shouted in urgency, gesturing frantically to the crew on the first-floor bridge. The crew responded with heightened activity. With the retreat order issued, the Principality's warships began to pivot, steering towards their point of origin. The two fleets ceased their chaotic entanglement, gradually forming distinct layers. The 9th Interstellar Fleet resolutely abandoned those vessels deemed beyond hope of breakthrough, retreating with unwavering determination. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship of the 2nd Interstellar Fleet, the large warship numbered 023, Captain Xiao Hao passionately shouted, "Order! Everyone, charge with me!" Seeing old comrades Wei Rinda and Zhou Kajin ascend to command positions fueled his ambition for advancement and greater glory. For Xiao Hao, this was the perfect opportunity to earn merit. As his orders were transmitted, the 023 warship and its accompanying vessels showed no intention of letting the Principality's ships escape, accelerating in pursuit, relentlessly biting at the retreating vessels. Unbeknownst to him, he gradually strayed from the main body of the 2nd Interstellar Fleet on the other side, within the flagship's command bridge of the 2nd Interstellar Fleet. An officer hurriedly approached Wei Rinda, reporting, "Commander, Captain Xiao Hao's unit is detaching from the main fleet. They are entangled in battle. What? Wei Rinda, who had been celebrating the victory with his chief of staff, felt his smile freeze. He quickly turned his gaze to the radar display, where he saw the 023 warship, accompanied by a dozen smaller Imperial vessels, relentlessly pursuing the rear of the 9th Interstellar Fleet. Drawing further away from the main force of the 2nd Interstellar Fleet, Wei Rinda's expression darkened. Immediately contact Xiao Hao, order him to cease pursuit and return to the fleet. He nearly roared, never having anticipated his old comrade would act so recklessly. Yes, the officer promptly signaled to the communications crew. However, the liaison officer's calls to the 023 warship were drowned out by a cacophony of static. "Commander, the enemy has deployed extensive signal jamming," the liaison officer reported in a fluster. "Damn it," Wei Rinda slammed his hand against the railing. "Xiao Hao is doomed. The enemy must have realized their stubbornness and pursued too deeply." Wei Rinda cursed vehemently, desperate to save his old comrade. Yet knowing it was impossible, with such widespread interference, he could not lead the main force of the 2nd Interstellar Fleet into danger. "Commander, how shall we report this to the Supreme Commander?" The Chief of Staff hesitated, glancing at Wei Rinda. "Report truthfully," Wei Rinda shouted in anger, realizing that what should have been a decisive victory had abruptly transformed into a minor triumph, with significant losses for the 2nd Interstellar Fleet. His gaze returned to the front viewport, where fierce battles continued to unfold in the depths of space. The enemy's reinforcements were converging on that location, with each flare of light culminating in a final blinding flash. Silence engulfed the battlefield. A high-pitched tone resonated, indicating the disconnection of the 023 warship from the flagship. Typically, such a tone signified the loss of a vessel. Within the command bridge, all crew members fell silent, their eyes fixed on the source of the sound. Wei Rinda lowered his head, fists clenched. Finally, he sighed heavily. Nothing is more painful than receiving news of a comrade's death, yet Xiao Hao's demise was entirely self-inflicted. Along with his loyal subordinates, all perished. Order: immediately commence battlefield cleanup. Furthermore, all large warships are henceforth forbidden from issuing pursuit orders without prior permission from the flagship, Wei Rinda concluded, nearly shouting. Yes, the crew saluted in unison. The high-pitched tone persisted until the Chief of Staff stepped forward to silence it. Aboard the flagship of the Imperial 1st Interstellar Fleet, a liaison officer excitedly reported to Commander Lin Nian. The 2nd Interstellar Fleet has sent news of their victory in the initial battle and has successfully occupied Qianxian Star, securing a substantial supply of water resources. Before Lin Nian could respond, the command bridge erupted in jubilation. That a smile graced his face. A victory and the achievement of objectives were indeed cause for celebration. "Commander, we have an incoming communication request from Colonel Wei of the 2nd Interstellar Fleet." The liaison officer interjected, his excitement dimming slightly as he noted the unusual nature of the request. Typically, Wei Rinda would initiate contact without hesitation, which Lin Nian had not restricted. "It seems old Wei is acting strangely. Generally, after a victory, one wouldn't be so reserved," Zhou Kejin remarked, his display lighting up as he turned to Lin Nian, having also received news of the 2nd Interstellar Fleet's resounding success. "Proceed with the connection," Lin Nian instructed, without further comment. Before long, Wei Rinda's visage materialized before Lin Nian. His demeanor was grave, and after formally saluting Lin Nian, he whispered, "Supreme Commander, Colonel Xiao Hao," in his eagerness for glory and entangled in battle. "The 023 warship and its accompanying vessels have all perished in service to the nation. I bear responsibility for the oversight. Please, punish me as you see fit." Wei Rinda bowed his head in contrition. Upon receiving this news, Lin Nian felt an inexplicable heaviness settle in his heart. Another familiar face had departed. As Wei Rinda's visage faded, the faces of the fleet commanders materialized, but this time there was one less. The count had diminished to 31. Lin Nian looked upon the faces before him, striving to commit their expressions to memory, for he could not predict who would be absent in the next summons. "Commander Wei, it is in the past. You all fulfilled your mission, and sacrifices are unavoidable." Lin Nian spoke, taking the initiative. He did not lay blame on Wei Rinda, for the situation was not solely his fault. Nor did he accuse Xiao Hao of acting on his own. After all, death absolves sins, clinging to such matters held no significance. Xiaohao's demise was unfortunate, yet served as a wake-up call. Lin Nian sensed that his subordinates had underestimated the conflict with the Principality of the White Eagle, becoming enraptured with thoughts of glory and proving their abilities, particularly the seasoned members of the First Interstellar Fleet, who had treated their current adversary with disdain, exuding an air of invincibility. They boasted about how they would dominate the battlefield if it were them. Lin Nian was unsure whether this was a consequence of their recent victories alongside Han Tianzhu and Gu Hanzhou, or the inspiration drawn from the promotions of Wei Rinda and Zhou Kejin. Regardless, the atmosphere among his 3 interstellar fleets was dangerously optimistic, as they perceived the Principality as mere fodder, eagerly awaiting their turn to reap accolades. Gentlemen, please respect the battlefield and the gravity of death. Lin Nian felt no desire to preach excessively. A simple admonition sufficed. He then turned to his aide, Wen Huayun. Chief of Staff Wen, we have achieved our initial strategic objective. Please elaborate on the next phase of our operational plan. Lin Nian continued to delegate the operational strategy to his staff, viewing it as both a training opportunity for them and a chance for his own growth. Indeed, Lin Nian too needed to learn. His ascent to his current position was not solely due to his talents, but also significantly reliant on fortune. Without battlefield foresight, his true command abilities paled in comparison to those of dedicated strategists like Wen Huayun. Understood, Commander, Wen Huayun addressed the fleet commanders. Please direct your attention to the star map. Then she pulled him to the center of the Grand Hall. The star map expanded in synchronization. 2 distinct points had already been marked in advance. One was the blue-labeled planet, Xing Shui Xing, while the other was the red-labeled Dian Gu Xing. These 2 planets maintained a considerable distance from each other, positioned one in front of the other, with Xing Shui Xing ahead and Dian Gu Xing trailing behind. Following the successful capture of Xing Shui Xing by the Second Interstellar Fleet, our ambush had come to an end. The White Eagle Duchy must have already realized that we had swiftly traversed the region of the dual black holes. It was highly probable that the Duchy's 10 sequential fleets were now gathering in the rear, ready to be dispatched near the red-labeled Dian Gu Xing, which was our next strategic target to seize. This battle would not be easy. Based on the previous engagement data analyzed by the Second Interstellar Fleet, our Imperial warships were supposed to hold a significant advantage. However, the enemy's fleet also boasted a numerical superiority. Wen Huayun spoke eloquently, continuously analyzing the forthcoming situation for everyone. Since the enemy had chosen not to establish a blockade in the dual black hole region, nor had they opted for scorched earth tactics, it was likely that they intended to concentrate their entire force here. There would be no cover, making it the most suitable battleground for the White Eagle Duchy's entire interstellar fleet to spread out and engage us in a grand battle. Wen Huayun pointed towards the vast expanse of stars between Xing Shui Xing and Dian Gu Xing, encircling this region with a gesture to know. The battle we are about to undertake will be a decisive one. Lin Nian suddenly interjected. His eyes had caught sight of something. It was a message just received on his wristwatch. Commander-in-Chief. The other captains looked at Lin Nian in astonishment. Some were about to speak, but were immediately silenced by Lin Nian's raised hand, as he produced the latest orders from the Central Command. The Republic was amassing a significant number of interstellar fleets within its territory, expected to complete its assembly near the White Eagle Duchy in 20 days. Major General Lin Nian, you must achieve a decisive victory within these 20 days. Otherwise, you are to withdraw from the White Eagle Duchy immediately. The new command from the Central Command was presented before all. However, that final phrase, to withdraw, signified nothing less than failure for these high-ranking officers. There would be no possibility of redemption. The Empire could not afford officers who brought defeat. Gentlemen, do you all comprehend our current predicament? We have no options left, nor any path of retreat. The next encounter will be our decisive battle. It can only be a decisive battle. Only by triumphing in this confrontation can we establish a firm foothold in the White Eagle Duchy and fulfill the Central Command's initial objective for this engagement, to thoroughly intimidate the Republic. Lin Nian's voice rose steadily. This time, we truly have no retreat. Pain and death are inevitable. We cannot control the situation or the circumstances. Yet there is one thing we can seize actively: the courage to draw our swords. Lin Nian surveyed his captains, speaking with an unprecedented gravity. Qianxian made it abundantly clear in the Empire's council chamber. The Empire only requires victory. As long as you can win, the Empire will support you unconditionally. But if you cannot win, the Empire will unconditionally abandon you. No one is exempt from this rule, not even the Emperor. A leader who cannot lead the Empire to victory will never be acknowledged by it. The Empire will only recognize those who can secure its triumph. Lin Nian understood well that his presence within the borders of the White Eagle Duchy hinged upon the promise of victory. Having gained control over the three most elite interstellar fleets of the Empire, should he encounter any significant defeat, his fate would be no better than that of when Ren To die on the battlefield would be his best outcome. All the captains gazed at the latest orders from the Central Command, enveloped in a profound silence. From Lin Nian's expression, they grasped a singular truth. This battle was far from the gilded journey everyone had imagined. It was highly likely to be the final battle of their lives. The cost of failure was one Lin Nian could not bear, and neither could they. Glory belongs to the Empire. Lin Nian stood tall, his expression more solemn than ever, striking his left hand heavily against his right arm. Glory belongs to the Empire. Everyone stood upright, mimicking Lin Nian's gesture, passionately proclaiming this unchanging declaration. Thus it was spoken, glory forever belongs solely to the Empire, not to any individual. This is the will of the Empire, the will of all its subjects, and no one could defy this will unless the Empire perishes or all its subjects fall. Otherwise, this will shall endure. Now I command all personnel to stand down and prepare for the upcoming decisive battle. Lin Nian's gaze was sharper than ever. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. The two fleet commanders and 31 captains of large warships saluted in unison. As the holographic display faded, the Commander-in-Chief wondered, are we truly entering a decisive battle now? How did the situation change so swiftly? When Huayun's voice trembled slightly, unable to believe that they were so quickly thrust into a confrontation with the White Eagle Duchy. Chief of Staff 1, the Central Command has made it abundantly clear do not have much time. Lin Nian did not turn to look at Huayun, but instead directed his gaze towards the expansive viewport ahead. From a moment he received this order, time had become a precious commodity, not only for the Republic, but for the Empire as well, both exerting maximum pressure on them to yield a result for this battle. Chapter 110. Pre-battle formation arrangement. Diangu Xing, Zhu Yu personally led the remaining 6 sequential fleets of the duchy to eye in the flagship's bridge. He inquired of his chief of staff, what is the current situation at the front lines? Commander-in-Chief, the enemy has traversed the dual black hole region at an unexpectedly rapid pace, encountering the 9th sequential fleet, which was preparing to take over Xing Shui. Xing, the 9th sequential fleet, suffered a minor defeat and was forced to withdraw from the Xing Shui Xing area. The Imperial forces have now fully occupied Xing Shui Xing and are currently resupplying water resources. There are no further movements at this time. However, the next offensive from the Imperial fleet will likely be directed towards us at Diangu Xing. As the Chief of Staff spoke, he brought up a star map, clearly illustrating the tight formation of the 3 Imperial fleets, indicating no intention of dispersing for an attack. Are you suggesting that the Imperial forces also intend to engage us head-on? Upon seeing the enemy's arrangement, Zhu Yu quickly grasped the situation. Indeed, given the current circumstances, the enemy likely has no more time to slowly nibble away at the duchy. They probably aim to achieve a decisive victory in one fell swoop. The Chief of Staff nodded. How arrogant. Even if the duchy's warships are inferior to the Empire's, we still outnumber them 3-1. Can we not defeat them? Zhu Yu scoffed, his expression one of extreme dissatisfaction. That Major General Lin Nian clearly looked down upon him. The Chief of Staff hesitated to respond to Zhu Yu. He had reviewed the battle data from the 9th sequential fleet, and the losses were indeed substantial. The only real achievement was that the enemy had overreached, and the term minor defeat was merely a euphemism. If not for Major General Wu's quick thinking, the situation could have escalated into a total rout. Very well. Immediately summon all fleet commanders for a pre-battle meeting. We need to strategize. Zhu Yu decided not to dwell on the 9th sequential fleet circumstances and instructed his Chief of Staff. Yes, the Chief of Staff saluted. Before long, 10 holographic displays appeared that we greet the Commander-in-Chief. All high-ranking military officers of the duchy saluted Zhu Yu in unison, including Yu Zhenhai. Zhu Yu relished this moment. He had previously ordered the 8th sequential fleet not to allow Yu Zhenhai to act independently in any capacity. to prevent him from causing trouble and disrupting his plans. Very well. The enemy is merely a line away from us. I plan to send out 6 fleets to confront them. Does anyone have any additions? Zhu Yu set the tone with his words, having already decided on the battle plan. His invitation for others to contribute was merely a formality. Commander-in-Chief, Yu Zhenhai began, but upon meeting Zhu Yu's murderous gaze, he ultimately shook his head in resignation. I have no objections. That I will follow the Commander-in-Chief's orders. Yu Zhenhai conceded. As a fleet commander, he realized he held no sway over the larger situation. The Imperial forces' arrangements were indeed audacious, but with their numerical advantage, victory was not beyond reach. Excellent. And the rest of you, do you have any objections? Zhu Yu looked at the other 8 commanders, with the most vocal dissenter already acquiescing. He was curious if any others would dare to challenge. Commander-in-Chief, please give the order. The other 9 immediately understood the situation and saluted Zhu Yu in unison. Excellent. Then the 1st to 6th sequential fleets will advance with me to engage the enemy. The 7th to 10th continue to hold the strategic position at Point Gustar. Remain on standby, ready to engage in battle at a moment's notice. Zhu Yu will promptly make arrangements that we shall first confront the Imperial forces with double our numbers. Should the situation become stalemated, we will subsequently deploy the remaining 4 interstellar fleets. For Zhu Yu, the advantage lies in superior numbers. In the vast expanse of space, the 10 interstellar fleets of the White Eagle Duchy begin to advance, with 6 fleets gradually unfolding in a formidable line towards Qianxian Star. At the periphery of Qianxian Star's domain, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd interstellar fleets have successfully assembled, with a multitude of transport airships ferrying water resources to the surface of Qianxian Star. Additionally, supplies left behind by the White Eagle Duchy have been thoroughly scavenged. Within the flagship as command room of the 1st Interstellar Fleet, Lin Nian stands at the helm, once more convening all senior strategists under his command. Although this is to be a decisive battle, it is not prudent to deploy all forces recklessly in a singular, foolish charge. Instead, he seeks to unify their will and clearly convey the circumstances they face. The specific operational plan is to be formally established at this moment. Commander, the enemy's 10 interstellar fleets have fully congregated outside Point Gustar. An assault is likely imminent when Huayun activates the holographic display, revealing real-time intelligence relayed by the Imperial reconnaissance ships. The 10 fleets of the Duchy are continuously adjusting, now progressively separating into 2 segments with a 6-to-4 distribution. Report to the commander. The enemy is advancing towards us, the liaison officer suddenly exclaims. Understood, Lin Nian nods, turning once again to the others. Ladies and gentlemen, our forces are limited. This time, I intend to focus on a defensive counterattack. We shall establish a cubic formation. Utilizing our battleship's capabilities and formation, we will engage while retreating, maximizing the attrition of the enemy's smaller vessels. As Lin Nian speaks, he displays a simulated 3-dimensional combat diagram. The cubic framework he constructs has its protruding points manned by large battleships. Compared to diamond and cone formations, this approach avoids a singular focal point, with each protrusion sharing the burden and supported by allied vessels providing covering fire. The choice of a cubic formation is optimal for targeting and concentrating fire on smaller enemy ships. Given the substantial disparity in performance between the Duchy and Imperial vessels, if the adversary were the Republic, Lin Nian would not have proposed such a plan in that scenario. The battle would hinge on who could first decapitate the enemy's key large vessels and flagship. The mid-sized and smaller ships typically do not become primary targets in initial strikes. However, Lin Nian's current strategy specifically targets the Duchy's mid-sized and smaller vessels, prioritizing their destruction to maximize attrition against the Duchy's fleet, thus laying the groundwork for his ultimate objective. If anyone has differing opinions, feel free to voice them, Lin Nian invites. This plan has been collaboratively devised with his staff. The formation and response seem sound, but the actual effectiveness will hinge on our performance once engaged. Wei Renda is the first to speak, tentatively expressing his agreement, but maintaining a skeptical stance. Many captains exhibit signs of doubt, though none have yet voiced their concerns, still pondering their responses. Commander, I have a question. Suddenly raises Lieutenant Colonel Li Xian. Lin Nian, while welcoming input during brainstorming, does not entertain suggestions regarding his life or death. All decisions ultimately rest upon his own will. Commander, while this tactical approach is commendable, our fuel reserves may not suffice. Li Xian hesitates, first complimenting Lin Nian before articulating his worry. Other captains' expressions brighten at this revelation, as their instincts also question Lin Nian's tactical arrangement, albeit without pinpointing the crux of the issue until now. Yes, Commander, what about our supply situation? If we engage in this drawn-out battle, our fuel will deplete rapidly. I advocate for a different tactical arrangement, Zhou Kajin exclaims, aligning himself with Li Xian's concerns. Indeed, Commander, we should consider an alternative strategy. Several captains, emboldened by the outspoken officers, chime in unison. This battle bears significant implications for their futures, prompting them to deliberate with utmost caution. Excellent. You have all identified the flaws in my strategy, which indicates that you are attentive and contemplative in your duties. Lin Nian responds with a smile of appreciation. Since you can discern the weaknesses in my tactics, what about the enemy? He paces his command area, pausing dramatically at the conclusion of his sentence. Locking eyes with his comrades, the enemy will undoubtedly notice as well. Ah, I understand now, Commander, Li Xian suddenly exclaims, a look of realization dawning on his face. Wait, Commander, what riddle are you trying to convey? Can't you just say it plainly? Zhou Kajin interjects, perplexed and displeased by the ambiguity. Commander, are you attempting to lure them all out? Wei Rendon nods in agreement. Lin Nian keenly observes the captain's reactions. Those quick on the uptake grasp his true intent, while others lag behind. The least perceptive remain bewildered and at a loss. Lin Nian silently categorizes their varying responses. The first group can be entrusted with crucial tactical arrangements without needing detailed instructions. The second requires clear communication of intent and the ability to handle significant, flexible tasks. The third group generally does not need extensive explanation and can simply receive direct orders, maintaining their unchanged responsibilities. Indeed, that my objective is to draw out the remaining fleets of the White Eagle Duchy at Point Gustar. Thus, I plan to detach one large battleship from each of the 3 interstellar fleets, along with all accompanying mid-sized and smaller vessels, to form a temporary interstellar fleet. This fleet will stealthily position itself at the periphery of the battlefield, awaiting the White Eagle Duchy to commit all its forces to annihilate us. This temporary fleet will then strike at the now vulnerable Point Gustar, seizing this vital stronghold from the enemy. Lin Nian points to the star map, indicating the heavily defended Point Gustar at the center of the battlefield. It is only at this moment that everyone truly comprehends Lin Nian's tactical intentions, their expressions reflecting enlightenment. Lieutenant Colonel Li Xian, Lieutenant Colonel Shi Luo, and Lieutenant Colonel Zhang Feng, your units will constitute this interstellar fleet. With Lieutenant Colonel Li Xian serving as the supreme commander, Lin Nian designates the 3 individuals, recognizing their agility and adaptability in past performances, particularly Li Xian's consistently outstanding contributions. Lin Nian intends to grant him this opportunity. Yes, the 3 respond in unison, saluting Lin Nian. Of course, this will heighten the operational pressure on our frontline interstellar fleets. You have confidence in enduring this strain? Lin Nian addresses the other captains. Yes, we can handle it. Leave it to us, they affirm collectively, nodding in agreement. Very well. Command, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd interstellar fleets, engage immediately. Confront the White Eagle Duchy, Lin Nian declares with fervor. Yes, all rise in unison, saluting Lin Nian. In the void of space. The 3 Imperial interstellar fleets also shift formations. Simultaneously, the previously captured mid-sized and large vessel from the 2nd Interstellar Fleet are integrated into the new formation. The 3 large battleships under Li Xian quietly conceal themselves in the depths of space. Vanishing from sight, in such a monumental conflict, the absence of these forces will not be readily perceived by the enemy. Onboard battleship number 01 in the command room. Report to the commander. The formation has been successfully established. The enemy is now less than 1 unit distance from us, when Huayan reports loudly to Lin Nian. Activate Level 1 Combat Alert. All units, enter wartime status. Switch all weapons to ready status. Lin Nian grips the railing firmly, issuing commands with authority. Yes, when Huayan salutes and swiftly implements the new orders. Lin Nian's hands are not idle either, as he inputs the enemy's high-threat targets in advance that I end this battle. The most significant threat from the enemy is the colossal battleship rushing towards them, the flagship of the enemy's first interstellar fleet. However, swiftly incapacitating this vessel will not be an easy task. The vast numbers of the enemy fleet imply overwhelming firepower, necessitating a more cunning approach to this engagement. Meanwhile, on the other end of space, the White Eagle Duchy's fleet is also shifting formations. Commander, report, comes from the flagship S command room of the First Interstellar Fleet. The Imperial forces have mobilized their entire army. They have adopted a cubic formation. It is anticipated that they will officially enter our attack range in 10 minutes. The Chief of Staff bellowed at Zhu Yu, giving orders. The entire army is to switch to a crescent formation. Let us enhance our maximum attack capabilities. Zhu Yu vigorously waved his hand, his voice almost breaking under the strain. This battle is directly tied to the fate of the entire duchy and his personal future. In the expanse of space, the crescent formation is slightly altered from the flat arrangement. It essentially resembles a concave hemisphere. This configuration allows for a more efficient concentrated fire, targeting all enemy vessels positioned at the center of this semicircular shape. It is a formidable attacking formation reserved for scenarios where one possesses an overwhelming numerical advantage. Its strengths are pronounced, yet its flaws are equally apparent. The main battleships, including crucial command vessels, would also fall within the enemy's firing range. However, the prerequisite for such an assault remains the presence of those keen eyes capable of identifying vital targets. Zhu Yu does not believe that Lin Nian can pull off such an outrageous maneuver. The opposing side's more conservative cubic formation is, in fact, a subtle retreat disguised as a tactical advance. Yes, the Chief of Staff immediately began to organize that in the void of space. The larger fleet of the White Eagle Duchy began to disrupt their original linear formation, coalescing instead into a massive, concave, semicircular entity, akin to a large bowl, directly descending upon the Imperial Star Fleet. As both sides entered each other's firing range, combat erupted rapidly. Numerous starships were struck by concentrated fire, their energy shields flickering incessantly. Chapter 112. The ever-stacking stakes, another large warship's energy shield was breached, its hull and various weapon systems being obliterated in an instant, reducing them to countless fragments of cosmic debris. The three Imperial star fleets were engaging in a tactical withdrawal, their overall cubic formation becoming increasingly sparse compared to the initial density of their warships. Many vessels were swiftly consumed in the exchange with the duchy's fleets. The White Eagle Duchy's bowl formation faced a similar fate. The peak number of warships was rapidly diminished by more than half after the engagement, with their formation becoming increasingly untenable. Explosions continued to illuminate the cosmos. The Imperial Star Fleet was gradually retreating, while the Duchy's forces remained relentlessly in pursuit, in the flagship's bridge of the First Star Fleet of the White Eagle Duchy. The commander mused, "The toll of this battle is excessively high. The second and third fleets have suffered severe losses, with their flagship destroyed. The remaining fourth, fifth, and sixth fleets have also incurred nearly 50% casualties. Should we not consider a tactical withdrawal from the battlefield?" The Chief of Staff urgently suggested to Zhu Yu. "Absolutely not. We have already paid such a steep price. Therefore, we must continue the pursuit." The energy shields of the Imperial Star Fleet must also be nearing critical levels. If we allow them to escape now, when their energy reserves are replenished, will we still possess a fleet of this magnitude to expend once more? Zhu Yu resolutely rejected his Chief of Staff's proposal. They have sacrificed too much already. Now is the time to reap the rewards. To abandon their efforts at this juncture would mean squandering all their hard work. Zhu Yu could not accept such unilateral losses. If they were to engage the enemy in further rounds of attrition warfare, how could this battle be fought to a conclusion? Order. Immediately instruct the remaining 4-star fleets from Dengu Star to set sail. Have them join the front lines. Zhu Yu clenched his teeth as he issued a new command. "Commander, you want to deploy them all to the front? What about Dengu Star? Are we not concerned about a potential ambush by the Imperial forces?" The Chief of Staff's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that his superior would wish to stake everything on this gamble. Now is the time to pursue, while the Empire is low on supplies and fuel. We can afford to press the attack. Are we to wait until the Empire regains its breath before we pursue? As for Dengu Star, any risk is manageable, even if it were to be seized by a small contingent of Imperial forces. As long as we can secure victory against our main star fleet in the front lines, victory will still belong to us. Chief of Staff, execute the orders immediately, Zhu Yu thundered. Understood. After a moment of hesitation, the Chief of Staff saluted Zhu Yu, turning to carry out the orders and contact the 4-star fleet stationed at Dengu Star. At Dengu Star, in the flagship's bridge of the 8-star fleet. The officer reported, "We have just received an urgent command from the commander. He demands we strike immediately. We are to join the front lines and encircle the Imperial forces. Chief of Staff, relay to Zhu Yu that our flagship's main engine has malfunctioned and we are temporarily unable to mobilize." Yu Zhenhai's remaining eye gleamed with cold composure. "Commander, what are you planning?" The Chief of Staff was taken aback. Yu Zhenhai was clearly fabricating a story. Their flagship bore no issues, and he would never permit such a trivial malfunction. The Imperial forces are waiting for us to rush to the front. Dengu Star must be guarded. Allow me to undertake this task. Yu Zhenhai stated his intentions plainly. The Imperial forces' strategy was evident, employing the very tactic Zhu Yu found most intolerable, attrition warfare, to maximize the depletion of the Duchy's fleet. The greatest weakness of such a strategy is fuel. Zhu Yu can see it, and certainly, so can the enemy. But who knows how much fuel the Imperial forces currently possess? If they have ample reserves, Zhu Yu will find himself at a severe disadvantage, gradually drained by the Imperial forces. Zhu Yu is now gambling, and he is wagering that when their forces are sufficiently committed, the Imperial army will falter before the Duchy does, collapsing under pressure. However, Yu Zhenhai entirely disagreed with Zhu Yu's assessment that he resolved to remain steadfast at Dengu Star, safeguarding against any potential Imperial ambush. Yes. The Chief of Staff understood his commander's mindset and saluted Yu Zhenhai. Adhering to his directive and relaying the message to Zhu Yu, Yu Zhenhai turned his gaze beyond the starboard window of the bridge. The 3 Duchy star fleets, previously scattered around Dengu Star, were now mobilizing, their yellow-white exhaust flames erupting as they advanced towards the center of the battlefield. In stark contrast, his own 8-star fleet remained immobile, steadfast in its position. Yu Zhenhai did not overtly defy Zhu Yu's orders. He simply wished to observe whether the Imperial forces, under the command of the young General Lin Nian, had truly devised such a contingency plan. In the command bridge of Warship Number 01, the commander exclaimed, "All captains of the large warships are reporting that their current situations are dire. What shall we do?" When Huayan's face bore an anxious expression as the entire advisory team turned their eyes towards Lin Nian. Lin Nian remained silent, gazing at the silent battlefield outside. Bombardments, explosions, and brilliance unfolded incessantly. In this region, remnants of various starships were strewn about, some large, some small, ranging from entire heavy cannon barrels blown to pieces to severed laser energy emitters, and even the motionless bodies of Imperial soldiers. With the recent addition of 3-star fleets from the White Eagle Duchy, Lin Yan's own 3-star fleets had finally reached their limits. Countless Imperial warships had their energy shields breached, while medium and small vessels were perforated by concentrated fire, irrevocably becoming part of this void. Chief of Staff 1, please convey a unified message to them. Continue the fight. Lin Yan's tone was remarkably calm, bordering on indifferent. As long as the enemy still had a single-star fleet at Dengu Star, all must continue to battle. There could be no exceptions, for this is the decisive confrontation. Upon finishing his statement, Lin Nian stepped forward from his command position, moving to the railing on the 2nd floor, surveying all the crew members in the flagship's chamber from above. Order: the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-star fleets are to immediately change formation. Triangular spearhead formation. Follow my flagship warship number 01 and launch a frontal assault on the Duchy's star fleets. Target: the flagship of the enemy's 1st star fleet, Lin Nian declared with utmost gravity. The crew members, who had been operating at high speed, paused in unison at Lin Nian's command, which required him to personally lead the colossal warship number 01 into the fray, plunging into the brutal melee ahead.